Long Live Summons Chapter 975 to Chapter 1016. The Blood Sea erupted, destroying the world. The lion cloud in the sky was penetrated by the boundless blood energy. It turned into a ray of golden light and disappeared into the Blood Sea. If not for the fact that it was a guardian beast that would never truly die, it would not have survived the destructive Blood Sea energy. The surface of the stormy sea was also surging with thousands of waves. It was surging. It could not be calmed down for a long time. Beside the silent king, the 8 generals were gathered, completely unharmed. Under the protection of the silent king's guardian beast, the faith-inherent skill, and the prayer domain, the poet, the long-bearded man, the fatty, the dwarf, the fool, the barbarian, and the hanged man survived the Blood Sea explosion, which the enraged domain emperor had sacrificed his life. Bah! The hanged man was shocked. However, after realizing that he was safe and sound with the protection of the silent king, he immediately showed an arrogant and contemptuous expression. You overestimate yourself. The dwarf was also laughing strangely. The silent king, who was like a majestic mountain protecting his subordinates by his side, remained silent. Not only did he not mock them, he did not show any disrespectful expression. He even bowed slightly to the enraged domain emperor, who had sacrificed his life to explode the Blood Sea energy in the center of the stormy sea. 2 people fell from the sky. They were the Golden Crown King, who had lost his right arm, and the Lion King, whose guardian beast had died on the spot. The 2 kings were standing at the center of the explosion when the enraged domain emperor self-destructed. They bore the brunt of the Blood Sea's energy attack. Although they were strong and their lives were not in danger, they were in a sorry state. A blood-red fiend celestial was slowly descending from the sky. There was no longer any anger on its face. There was only a strange expression. That was relief. That kind of relief was like a long-hidden wish or secret that finally had the chance to be fulfilled or revealed in front of everyone. Other than mental relief and relaxation, there was also an indescribable joy and satisfaction. This was a kind of liberation. Normally, it was hard to see, but many people were on the verge of death. It was the final radiance of the setting sun before death. The blood-red light emitted by the blood-red demon was no longer violent and angry. It was no longer bloodthirsty and murderous. Although it did not smile, it gave the illusion that the blood-red demon was smiling. It floated all the way down. The vengeful domain emperor, who was wrapped in a ball of blood-red energy, floated above the stormy sea. Closer, closer, gradually drifting closer. The avenging domain emperor, who was protected by the blood-red energy, was not dead yet. He opened his eyes with his last breath and saw that the blood-red demon god was gradually drifting closer and turning into the enraged domain emperor. The furious domain emperor seemed to want to say something, but no sound came out. He seemed to want to hug the vengeful domain emperor. However, he no longer had a body. His body had already turned into powder when the Blood Sea erupted. At this time, the energy body formed by the blood-red energy was exactly the same as the blood-red energy that enveloped the Revenge Domain Emperor. Before the finger could touch the Revenge Domain Emperor's body, it continued to dissipate. The storm sea lost its energy pressure, and the energy that had been suppressed to the limit at the bottom of the sea erupted again. A gust of wind swept across the surface of the sea. The blood-red energy body of the angry domain emperor was gradually blown away by the gust of energy and gradually dissipated. With his last bit of willpower, the furious territory emperor barely managed to maintain the shape of his head. The lips on the head moved slightly, as if it wanted to say something to the vengeful territory emperor that it had never said before. What a hateful guy. No matter what, don't think that you can survive in this storm sea. The Lion King was very angry. Lion Yun was his guardian beast. Although he could not kill it, the level and power of Lion Yun would definitely be greatly reduced after such a devastating injury. Moreover, he would definitely not be able to summon it again for a long time. Go to hell. In comparison, the Golden Crown King was more resentful. The enraged domain emperor had broken one of his arms in front of everyone. That arm had fused with the golden holy sword of the central shrine. Without it, his power had decreased by at least 30%. Originally, his power was on par with the Lion King, but now he could only be ranked behind the Lion King. Although the Lion King had lost Lion Yun, it was a guardian beast and would recover very soon. Losing an arm meant that his power had decreased even more. What worried the Golden Crown King the most was that the double-faced king had improved very quickly. He had been catching up with the double-faced king all these years. If his power continued to decrease, the double-faced king would surpass him sooner or later. The Golden Crown King waved his remaining left arm and drew a holy shield rune pattern in the void. The golden energy formed a shining holy shield. As the enraged Domain Emperor's lips moved, as if he had something to say to the vengeful Domain Emperor, he turned his body and threw out the golden holy shield. Drawing a golden path, the golden holy shield carried the Golden Crown King's anger and killing intent. It heavily hit the bloody red energy that was only left of the enraged Domain Emperor's head, instantly destroying it. The vengeful Domain Emperor could only watch helplessly, unable to stop it. He also did not speak. His lips were tightly pursed. However, a tear of blood quickly slid down from the corner of his eyes. When the person he hated the most, when the target of revenge died in front of him, he did not feel happy or satisfied. Instead, he felt an indescribable regret and pain. Kill him. He beckoned with one arm, and the divine light sword that was originally sinking to the bottom of the sea broke through the air like a flying fish out of the water, and as if there was a fishing line in its mouth, it accurately fell into the hands of the Golden Crown King. The divine light sword did not accept such a master. It buzzed for a while, but it could not resist the power of the Golden Crown King. Like a big fish that fell into the hands of a fisherman, it struggled in vain. After buzzing for a few times, it gradually became silent and gave up struggling. However, it sealed its will and refused to accept a new master with spiritual error. The Golden Crown King did not care about it at all. He knew that as long as he pressured it with energy for a long time, this divine light sword would succumb sooner or later. Strength could overwhelm everything. He inserted the sword into his belt, waved his hand, and cruelly ordered his 8 generals to kill the vengeful Domain Emperor in front of the divine light sword. Yes. The Hanging Man and the barbarian tribe savage jumped out and decided to take the credit. If the vengeful Domain Emperor was not in a dying state, even if there were a few more of them, they would not be able to defeat him. However, now, not to mention elites like the 8 generals, even an ordinary heaven rank or even an earth rank warrior could disperse the blood energy and successfully kill the vengeful Domain Emperor. The vengeful Domain Emperor slowly closed his eyes. As for death, it was within his expectations. However, at this moment, he would rather die in the blood sea of the vengeful Domain Emperor than die in the hands of the Hanging Man and the others. Even if the vengeful Domain Emperor protected him and he could live for one more minute, what was the point? Rather than being tortured to death by the people of the Central Shrine, he would rather die in the blood sea. Of course, death was not an option. Moreover, the wait would not be too long. The enemy would not waste any time, and the fatal blow would come soon. Wait, this guy still owes me a lot of money. No matter what, let me collect my debt first. On the stormy sea, a person appeared. The rolling waves seemed to be frightened and suddenly calmed down, like a puppy shrinking in the corner of a wall. What? Not to mention the stormy sea, even the Lion King and the Golden Crown King were shocked. The Silent King's eyes narrowed as if they were pricked by needles. The poet and the other generals were dumbfounded. They could not believe that this person had appeared. The person was, of course, Yu Yang, who was called the new prison emperor by the Sun King. He had a smile on his face. His lips were red and his teeth were white. His smile was relaxed and bright. Those who did not know him would think that he had just returned from a wedding. When Yu Yang's figure appeared, behind him, the snake-haired demon man, the emperor of Still Wind Kingdom, the Pearl Light Beauty, the emperor of Green Wolf Kingdom and the others who had been destroyed by the Blood Sea all appeared. None of them were missing. None of them died. The Silent King's eyes were colder than ice. Only he knew how terrifying this young man was. This young man not only escaped from the Sun King's attack, but also managed to hide from his eyes and save his companions who were in the center of the explosion. Most importantly, he still had the leisure to do so. What did this prove? It proved that the Sun King would not catch up for the time being. Although the Silent King could not understand how this young man could trap the Sun King, but from his relaxed smile, the Silent King understood that this young man was very confident. His appearance at this time was probably part of his plan. I'm sorry, I'm not dead yet. Sorry to disappoint you. Yu Yang apologized with a smile, looking very sincere. Where's Double-Faced King? The Golden Crown King was shocked. He asked the Double-Faced King who was chasing after Sky Execution. Actually, he wanted to ask the Sun King more, but he did not dare to think about the Sun King's failure. Could it be that you think it's really fitting for this young master to personally take care of a lowly servant like him? It's enough for my guards and watchdogs to take care of him. I won't do anything that's too shameful. Yu Yang took out a paper fan out of nowhere. He opened it and waved it, looking exactly like a hedonistic young master who teased innocent women on the streets. The Lion King wanted to say something, but the Silent King instantly passed his subordinates. He stood directly in front of Yu Yang. Other than him, no one else was a match for Yu Yang. Even the bravest Lion King and the proudest Golden Crown King were secretly afraid of this young man. They felt guilty and couldn't bring themselves to fight. This was a young man that even the Sun King couldn't stop after scheming for the entire situation. This was a young man who had defeated Su Kong and Jiao Shao, two of the Heaven Realm's three great leaders. This was a young man who had completely defeated the Nine Lights Heaven Queen and directly destroyed the entire Nine Lights clan. Little Wenli, who was beside Yu Yang, flashed and appeared behind the Golden Crown King. The Golden Crown King used the Golden Holy Shield to protect his body. He turned around quickly. Attack. Although he didn't know, the little lowly snake stared at him with her big eyes. The divine beast's will and binding inherent skill exploded and froze the Golden Crown King in midair. She stretched out her small hand and gently pulled out the divine light sword from the Golden Crown King's waist. Her slow movement was like a fiery slap on the Golden Crown King's face, mercilessly humiliating the Central Shrine's rancor's face. After the divine light sword regained its freedom, with the support of little Wenli's energy, it turned into a ray of silver light. It pierced through the blood-red energy shield and flew towards the safe area behind Yu Yang with its master, the vengeful Domain Emperor. The snake-haired devil man leaped out with all his might and caught the vengeful Domain Emperor. He then turned around and shouted at the Still Wind Kingdom's king, Green Wolf Kingdom's king and the others who were at a loss, "You fools, quickly return to the space passage and leave this place. Don't cause more trouble for Titan you." This roar woke the Still Wind Kingdom's king and Green Wolf Kingdom's king from a dream. They quickly led the crowd back to the space passage. The Lion King raised his head and glanced at the Silent King. He realized that the Silent King was like the Sun King, only looking at Yu Yang. He quickly stood with the Golden Crown King who had regained his mobility and fought the enemy side by side. Now, he realized that the little Lamia Loli, who had been quiet all this while, was not as simple as an ordinary divine beast. She was basically a lowly version of the conquering queen. The barbarian tribe savage roared at the sky and madly charged towards the Green Wolf Kingdom's king and the others. Although he couldn't do anything to the Titan Prince, it was not a problem to kill the Green Wolf Kingdom's king and the others. This guy who was rough but careful had chosen an opponent for himself. Whoosh! A golden arrow nailed into the barbarian tribe savage's thigh. In an instant, the elephant-like leg turned into a stone pillar. Unknowingly, there were already 4 guardian war beasts behind little Wenli. 4 guardian war beasts? Furthermore, every single one of them was a guardian beast that was close to the level of a divine beast. Forget about the warriors of the 8 generals, even the Lion King and the Golden Crown King felt their hearts sink when they saw the stone element Medusa, the storm mermaid, the thunder naga and the ice serpent demon. This battle was really not easy to fight. Space tunnel. In the spatial passage that was on the verge of collapse, the Still Wind Monarch, the Azure Wolf Monarch, and the other heaven-rank powerhouses unexpectedly discovered that there was no one there. What about God's Retribution and Two-Faced King? What made the Still Wind Monarch the most suspicious was that according to the time Titan Yu came out and the time Double-Faced King pursued, there was no reason for them not to have met. Could it be that Double-Faced King had already been killed by Titan Yu? The 2 rulers, Green Wolf and Lu Luo, immediately entered the stone world. Soon, he turned back. He shook his head. This meant that there was no one in the stone world, and even the astral world was empty. Sky Execution and their companions, as well as Hui Tai Lang and that Earth Divine soldier. If young Master Titan had saved them into the Grimoire world, then that would be fine. But where did Double-Faced King go? No matter how powerful the Titan Prince is, there's no reason for him to instantly kill the double-faced king. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom had recovered a portion of his strength. While channeling energy to heal the Pearl Beauty, he discussed the battle situation with the Lord of the Azure Wolf Kingdom and the others. Inside, there's actually an ancient runic teleportation array. Originally, there was an additional teleportation array beneath the god body. The Azure Wolf Emperor hesitated for a moment, but he still said it in the end. What do you mean? The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom had a rough idea. That ancient rune transportation portal might be a passageway to the grimoire. Sky Execution, Grey Wolf, and the Two-Faced King might have already entered it. As for the Titan Prince, he managed to escape from the Sun King's pursuit under Lord Mingri Hao's control and return to the Stormy Sea, the King of Luluo said. The moment he said that, everyone's hearts began to heat up. Divine Grimoire, although everyone knew that the Divine Grimoire would never recognize him as its master. After all, it was a Divine Grimoire. Even if he couldn't obtain the Divine Grimoire, being able to enter it would not be a waste of his life. Everyone quietened down and looked at each other. In the end, they all avoided eye contact. In fact, everyone wanted to enter, but they were too embarrassed to show it in front of everyone. According to their strength, they had no chance of entering the grimoire. That was the battle between the Titan Prince and the Sun King. Unless the two of them died in battle, and the Silent King, the Lion King, and the 8 generals under their command were all dead, it would never be their turn. The snake-haired devil man, who was holding the vengeful Regent Emperor, suddenly laughed out loud. Let's go. We can see the Divine Grimoire, so why not? Even if I die, I will close my eyes to see it. He carried the vengeful Domain Emperor and walked confidently in front. Go. The Azure Wolf Kingdom's king and the Luluo Kingdom's king were originally a little hesitant, but seeing that someone was taking the lead, they were overjoyed and immediately followed. What about you guys? The King of Still Wind Kingdom, holding the Pearl Beauty in his arms, also wanted to follow and take a look, but found that Zhongguan, Bai Ma, He Tu, and the others were sitting down, as if they did not have the strength to move, and he was a little embarrassed. If these people did not go in, and the people he had received favors from were rushing to go in, if the young Master Titan knew, he would definitely be furious. Besides, if it were not for these guards, he and the others would have died long ago. We'll wait for young Master here, you guys go ahead. Zhongguan had been injured many times. He forced a smile and said, if young Master doesn't come back, we have no reason to live. If the monarch is righteous, please come and bury this corpse for us later. Alright, Jifeng will go first. The King of Still Wind Kingdom understood that these loyal guards would not be too far away from the young Master Titan. If it were not for the fact that their combat power was too weak, these guards would probably stay outside the Storm Sea and fight with the 8 generals. The young Master Titan was very strong, but apart from the Silent King, he still had to fight with a terrifying enemy like the Sun King. The odds were against him. It was reasonable that these guards were unwilling to leave. The King of Still Wind Kingdom wanted to stay and wait for Yu Yang with these loyal guards. Although the true identity of the young Master Titan was a rebel leader from the Tower of Babel, he treated him far better than his family and friends. However, the Pearl Beauty in his arms had already woken up, and she wanted to enter the Divine Grimoire to take a look. According to her words, first go into the Divine Grimoire to take a look. If there was really no chance to see the truth, then come out and wait for the young Master Titan. The Pearl Beauty did not plead bitterly. She just looked at the King of Still Wind Kingdom with a very longing gaze. The heart of the King of Still Wind Kingdom was moved by her. He decided to temporarily bid farewell to Zhongguan and the other loyal guards, and take her into the Divine Grimoire to take a look. Your Majesty, we are weak and useless. It's better to stay. Manager Yi and head teacher Jean also wanted to enter the Divine Grimoire, but they all knew their limits. Not to mention servants like them, even the King of Still Wind Kingdom would be as difficult to protect himself as an ant in the Divine Grimoire. Instead of taking risks, it was better to stay here in the Space Channel. With Zhongguan and the others. At least, staying with these people was the safest. Okay, you guys stay and wait. The King of Still Wind Kingdom could certainly feel the loyalty of Manager Yi and head teacher Jean, but he could not protect himself. It was already difficult to enter the Divine Grimoire with a Pearl Beauty in his arms. Exploring the dangerous divine grimoire world, it was impossible to divert his attention to take care of more people. It was also a good choice for Manager Yi and the others to stay. Seeing the King of Green Wolf Kingdom and the others enter the divine grimoire world from the ancient rune transmission array, the King of Still Wind Kingdom was a little hesitant. Should he go in, or turn back and wait for the young Master Titan to win? It was too selfish of him to abandon the young Master Titan who was fighting fiercely and enter this unknown divine grimoire world. If he encountered the double-faced king or the Sun King, wouldn't he be courting death? The pearl beauty in his arms did not urge him, but looked at his face with big bright eyes. Waiting patiently. Usually, there were very few things that could make her desire so much. As a man, couldn't he go through fire and water for his lover? The King of Still Wind Kingdom kissed the pearl beauty's white jade-like forehead, gently wiped away the little blood stains on her face, and used energy to make her little face glow again. Holding her carefully, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world, he stepped onto the divine wish transmission array. Storm Sea. Yu Yang and the Silent King looked at each other. Just like when he and the Sun King looked at each other, he looked at the Silent King without blinking, and the Silent King also stared at this dangerous young man with incomparable seriousness. Around Yu Yang's body, dots and dots of starlight unconsciously flashed. Although it was still daytime, the sky had gradually darkened. Night fell, and the dots of starlight were like innocent children blinking their big curious eyes. Gradually, there were more and more, and finally, the entire storm sea was inlaid with beautiful stars. They were of different sizes, but all of them were lifelike and shone brighter than real stars. A beautiful Milky Way. A Milky Way filled with tens of billions of bright stars. They were born around Yu Yang's body, and constantly rotated, covering the entire storm sea. The storm sea became the Sea of Tranquility again. The surface of the sea was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the shining beautiful starry sky. It was really hard to tell which was the starry sky and which was the sea. Yu Yang turned his hand. The sea and the starry sky, both strangely flipped over. The whole world was flipped over, becoming the starry sky below and the sea above. The inverted starry sky and the sea were no different. When the blood of the people above and below dripped down, it strangely dripped down to the starry sky below. On the contrary, the seawater continued to be as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the starry sky. The seawater was clear and transparent, reflecting thousands of dots of starlight, as if the sea above was the real starry sky. Child's play. The Lion King was secretly shocked. He did not know how Yu Yang did it. He actually turned the world upside down, the starry sky upside down, and it was a true reversal of the world, the starry sky, and everyone in the storm sea. But his expression did not change at all, as if what Yu Yang did was an insignificant trick that even a 3-year-old child could not fool. Is that so? A mocking smile appeared on Yu Yang's lips. He flipped his hand again. Heaven and earth were reversed again, the starry sky above, and the sea returned to its original position. The corner of the Silent King's eyes twitched slightly, because he did not see any flaws in Yu Yang's two changes. If it was His Majesty the Sun King, he would definitely be able to see through the flaws and counter Titan Yu's domain. He clearly knew that Titan Yu's innate ability was the reversal innate ability and that his domain was the starry sky domain, but he just couldn't counter it. This was the biggest difference between him and a top powerhouse. The smile on Yu Yang's face did not change. Once again, he flipped his hand to change the sky and earth. What made the Lion King and the rest panic was heaven and earth. Under the flipping of Yu Yang's palms, the world spun like a windmill. 10 turns, 100 turns, 1,000 turns. In the end, even someone as strong as the Lion King could not determine whether the sky above him was the starry sky, or whether the soles of his feet were the sea. Under such circumstances, if Titan Yu attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Lion King and the Golden Crown King clenched their fists, while the 8 generals panicked and looked at the Silent King. The Silent King could not see through the mystery, and could only guard his heart. Regardless of heaven and earth, regardless of the starry sky or the sea, his own combat strength and willpower remained the same. But he had already realized another point. This Titan Yu was not using the starry sky domain to target him, but his companions and subordinates. It could be said that this heaven and earth reversal and starry sky upside down were used to kill the Lion King, the Golden Crown King, and the 8 generals, With a wave of his hand, rays of guidance brilliance from the birth of the faith talent were released. He ordered the 8 generals under him to gather behind him. Although the Lion King and the Golden Crown King did not receive the guidance of the guidance brilliance, they knew that the Silent King was leaving them some face. Although they did not say anything, they secretly moved closer to the Silent King. When these people gathered their greatest strength and were ready to counterattack, Yu Yang smiled. He very politely made a welcoming gesture, like a hospitable host who happily welcomed his guests. Welcome to the Tower of Babel. This is the 9th level of the Heaven Stairway. This place is a little shabby, but as the host, we are still very hospitable. Tower of Babel? The 5th level of the Heaven Stairway? The Lion King's expression changed. This is specially designed by me to welcome everyone to the Tower of Babel. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Aren't you all very surprised? Yu Yang smiled radiantly. He had a flaw. When he smiled, people would feel that he was very handsome. But there was one bad thing about him. He was handsome with a bad side, making people feel like he deserved a beating. When Yu Yang flipped his palm again, what appeared in front of everyone was a wasteland that was in ruins. There were rocks all over the ground, not a single drop of water, not to mention the sea. In the distance, there was a collapsed valley. Silent King realized that the place where Yu Yang was standing was a blood-red altar, and there was a statue of a headless goddess with infinite power standing on it. If everything he had seen before was still an illusion, then the moment he saw the statue of the goddess, the Silent King knew that everyone, including himself, had really left the stormy sea and arrived at the 5th level of the Heaven Stairway mentioned by Titan Yu. How did Yu Yang Titan Yu do it? Silent King could not understand. However, he did not doubt it. Because it was very simple. This Titan Yu could not have created the power of that goddess statue. That kind of power, although not offensive, was terrifyingly powerful. Even the Sun King, Eastern Palace Master, and even Jizun of the temple had to bow down to the power of this goddess statue. This was definitely the statue of an ancient god. Although he did not understand how a statue could hide the power of a god, it was the truth. Anyone who had not reached that realm could not create such an illusion. This place? I smell a terrifying aura. The dwarf among the 8 generals suddenly cried out in alarm. It's a kind of death aura. I'm sorry, the Empress died here. Maybe some of the death aura energy has not dissipated yet. Yu Yang explained lightly, as if the one he was killing here was not the 9 Lights Empress, but a hen. When the Lion King and the Golden Crown King heard this, their hearts sank again. Without the Sun King, could Silent King really fight against Yu Yang Titan Yu alone? Silent King frowned. He suddenly realized something. Why did this Yu Yang abandon the Sun King and come back to fight him? The reason was that he wanted to drag him to this Tong Tian Tower and stop him from returning to the temple to report his secret. Do you think that I can't report to the temple because of this? My beast had already left long ago. The Silent King didn't say it out loud, but he felt that he was cautious. After following the Sun King for so many years, he already knew the priorities of things. Although he did not return personally, how could he disobey the order to report to the Divine Hall? How could he throw it to the back of his mind? Now, the Mudskipper should have returned to that place. Although the Mudskipper dog's battle power was not strong, its speed was as fast as lightning, and it could not be killed by any external force. With its basic intelligence, it was not only the best beast for tracking enemies, it was also the best beast for carrying information. Its identity represented the most important information, because it was a beast that only Hall Masters and above were qualified to own. In the Solar Divine Palace, even the Lion King and the Golden Crown King were not qualified to have Mudskipper dogs. Only the Sun King and himself had it. That place will definitely do its best to escort the Mudskipper to the Temple of Light when it sees the Mudskipper dog. Silent King sneered in his heart, but did not say it out loud. If you think that you can intercept the information by intercepting me, then you are wrong. He was gravely mistaken. Little Wenli, who was standing behind Yu Yang, suddenly stepped forward and threw something. That black shadow fell heavily on the pile of rocks and couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling cry, woof. Then, it jumped up and ran towards the Silent King as fast as lightning, like a pitiful wandering dog that saw its owner. When the Silent King saw the black shadow appear, it was as if his heart was punched by someone. It was so painful that he couldn't speak, and even his breathing stopped. However, Yu Yang was different. His body was light and his mind was clear. He said with a face full of smiles, "The Silent King's watchdog is not bad. It runs very fast. I originally wanted to send my watchdog to chase after it, but that fellow underestimated me too much. It started too slow, and I actually couldn't catch up to it in a short period of time. My little darling is still the best. She used 100 teleportations and chased your watchdog back." The more amiable Yu Yang's smile was, the more bitter the Silent King felt. He really wanted to punch his mudskipper dog to death. However, after calming down, he knew that it wasn't his mudskipper dog that made a mistake. It was just that the silent little serpent demon Loli was too strong. At first, he thought that the mudskipper was the strongest. Who knew that this little serpent demon Loli was more likely to be the strongest, a miniature version of the Conquest Queen? Seeing little Winley capture Silent King's mudskipper dog, the Lion King, Golden Crown King and the rest's expressions changed. What do we do now? No matter how brave the Lion King was, he would be lying if he said he wasn't a little nervous after suffering a series of blows. The Silent King made a series of hand signs. This set of hand signs was set by the Sun King before they set off. It was a special hand sign language created by the Sun God Palace. It replaced verbal commands and used secret hand signs to inform everyone to execute it. This was a secret hand sign language that could be used even by the enemy without fear of being leaked. Once the Silent King made a gesture, the Lion King and the rest immediately understood. Moreover, this was the last hand sign that the Sun King had instructed before setting up his plan. It could be said that this was also the most important hand sign language that would only be used when there was no other choice. This meant that the situation had already collapsed to the extreme. Everyone had to give up on their original mission and find a way to survive at the first possible moment. They had to leave on their own. The Silent King made another gesture. This meant that he would stay behind to stop Yu Yang. The Lion King and Golden Crown King would assist him and wait for the 8 generals to escape before leaving. As for the 8 generals, because of the temple's previous understanding of Tong Tian Tower and the latest information given by the clown, they all knew that staying in the heaven stairway was a dead end and they would never be able to leave. They had to escape to the spacetime crack in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower and return to the heaven realm through the spacetime crack. Of course, if it really didn't work, they could also hide and wait for the gate of heaven realm that opened once every 100 years. However, that route was no different from a dead end. Without the strength of a demigod, no one dared to say that they could pass through the shattered void and reach the gate of heaven realm. Unless the people in the temple that guarded the gate of heaven realm knew that their companions were in need of help in advance and received them from afar. When the Silent King saw that the 8 generals were still looking at him, he couldn't help but be furious. With a wave of his hand, he sent the poet and the other subordinates flying 10,000 meters away. According to the clown's information, other than Yu Yang, Titan Yu, and Ji Zun, there was no one else in Tong Tian Tower who was slightly stronger. The entire Tong Tian Tower had just risen and there weren't many warriors with the strength of Earth rank, let alone Heaven rank. With the strength of the 8 generals, if Yu Yang didn't chase after them, they could totally sweep through Tong Tian Tower and return to the Heaven realm calmly. Even if Ji Zun and Night Empress tried to stop them, he believed that a few of them would be able to escape. Only one of them could escape and report the news of Yu Yang to the Deity Templar. The Deity Templar would definitely attack Tong Tian Tower at all costs. "Let's go, there's no point for us to stay." The poet was the calmest. Although he was brought to the heaven stairway by Yu Yang, he was still rational. He took the initiative to stand out and lead the group to leave. Not long after they set off, they were worried that Yu Yang would abandon the Silent King and follow behind them. After a quick discussion with the most experienced long-bearded old man and the strongest fool, they decided to split up and leave. "I'll bring up the rear." The fool didn't dare to be lazy anymore and decided to stay at the back. "Let's meet again in the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower." The long-bearded old man agreed to split up. He brought the fatty and the dwarf along with him, while the poet brought the barbarian tribe and the hanged man along with him. If they split up into 3 groups, even if Yu Yang chased after them, there would definitely be 2 groups that survived. Moreover, there was still the Silent King, Lion King, and Golden Crown King behind them. It was said that other than Yu Yang, Jizun, and Night Empress, there was no one else who was a heaven ranker in Tongtian Tower. Even a king-level warrior from Heaven Realm could do whatever he wanted. Any random person from Sun God Palace could defeat Heaven Realm's king. With the 7 generals here, why would they need to worry about their future? Other than Yu Tai Tan, the new prison emperor, who was strong enough, Tongtian Tower had fallen for a long time. They weren't a threat at all. Before the poet split up, he comforted his companions. Then, everyone hurried on their way. Although there weren't any strong people in Tongtian Tower, it was still a scary place. Who knew what would happen? This wasn't Heaven Realm, it wasn't their territory. It was better to take it easy and not be too arrogant. If they provoked Yu Yang and made him his target, it would be terrible. At this time, the poet and the other strong warriors didn't care about their demeanor anymore. They quickly split up and searched for teleportation circles. If this was Tongtian Tower, it would be better. The clown's information had the location of the teleportation circles in every level of Tongtian Tower. But this was Heaven's Stairway. A wasteland that no one had ever set foot on before. Previously, no one cared about the information here. The poet brought the barbarian tribe Savage and the Hanged Man along the canyon. Before they flew for more than 100 kilometers, an earth-shattering battle broke out behind them. The entire ground was shaking. The shockwave swept up rocks and sand, covering the sky. It was unknown if it was due to good luck or something else, but the poet who couldn't find the teleportation circle for a long time saw a fatty who looked like he deserved a beating. He brought a dozen young human men and women running towards him from afar. Isn't this the perfect hostage? As long as he captured these weak humans and let them lead the team, wouldn't it be fine? Without waiting for the poet to give the order, the barbarian tribe Savage and the Hanged Man had already rushed out. Fuck. When the leader of the group saw the barbarian tribe Savage and the Hanging Man, his face turned pale with fright. He shouted like a pig being slaughtered, "Come quickly, we have caught up, there are enemies here. So strong, these 2 guys are at least Heaven Stage level 6, you guys attack." "You're not going?" A tall and skinny warrior beside the fatty kicked the fatty angrily. "Me? If I go, I'll just be throwing my life away." The fatty knew himself very well. Not just Heaven rank level 6. In the crowd, another cool young man stepped forward. The poet noticed that this kid looked a bit like God's retribution. They both had a special temperament, but his power was much weaker than God's retribution's. He was still very young, just like a teenager. Of course not. Although we haven't comprehended divine sense, our strength has already surpassed the average Heaven rank level 6 with divine sense. If it wasn't for the temple's rule that one must have quasi-divine sense to be called Heaven rank level 6, and only those who have complete divine sense can be called Heaven rank level 7, we would have reached Heaven rank level 7 long ago. "Hello, I'm a general of the Sun God Palace who has comprehended quasi-divine sense. You can call me poet." The poet first scanned the group of people cautiously. When he realized that no one had the strength of Heaven rank, he came out with a peace of mind. Not to mention the 3 of them, even a Heaven rank warrior could sweep them away. No wonder there was no one in Tongtian Tower. It turned out that the juniors here were really weak and pitiful. Does possessing divine sense equal to comprehending sovereign will? A little girl in the team asked her companion. It should be. The Heaven Realm has a different name from ours. The tall and skinny man explained in a low voice. The poet could tell at a glance that this little girl actually had the highest position in the crowd. She should be some kind of royal family, maybe even a human princess. I comprehended sovereign will in the gate of life and death. It's a pity that my strength is not enough. I haven't reached the innate sovereign realm yet. Maybe this is what they meant by quasi-divine sense. The poet saw that the little girl suddenly clenched her fists and stepped out from the crowd. She issued a challenge to him, "General from the Heaven Realm, let me fight with you. Let's see if your quasi-divine sense is stronger or if my immovable sovereign will is stronger. Bing air, we don't need to fight one-on-one. We have a lot of people. Let's just gang up on him." Fatty, Skinny, and the others hurriedly persuaded the little girl to change her mind. "With just you?" The Hanging Man sneered and snorted disdainfully. "Her identity is the most honorable. take her as a hostage. The poet also felt that this little girl had never seen the world. She must have been spoiled by her elders since she was young. She completely didn't know what a real battle was. She even thought that all kinds of performances under the luxurious clothes were real battles. A real battle where life and death could be decided in an instant was not something a little girl like her could participate in. This was really too ridiculous. The hanging man's movement technique was incomparably strange. His movements were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared behind the little girl. His long hands were like claws, grabbing the back of the little girl's neck. When he grabbed the little girl, he was also prepared. If the little girl's companions came to her rescue, he would immediately release a ring-shaped shockwave to shake off the group of people. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to capture her alive as a hostage, the hanging man felt that he had 100 ways to kill the other party in a second. Ha! Suddenly, the hanging man felt the world spinning. He flew out and crashed into the stone wall of the canyon. He was so dizzy that he didn't understand what was going on. Could it be that the terrifying Yu Yang had caught up? Impossible, he was clearly still fighting with the Lion King, Golden Crown King and the Silent King. However, at the moment when its fist was about to land, the little girl who didn't look very powerful had already gotten close to it and pressed her palm on its chest. Rumble, the barbarian tribe's huge body slid backward, his legs deeply embedded into the stone surface. He tried to stabilize his body, but the irresistible force made his body keep moving backward. His legs carved out 200 meters deep pits on the stone surface before he gradually stabilized himself. The barbarian tribe's body was as strong as a dragon's. He vomited a mouthful of green blood. The poet saw this incredible scene and his eyes widened. Impossible, this is impossible. Brother is right. An attack with the will of a supreme martial artist can directly hit the soul. External forces can't resist it at all. The little girl named Bing Er defeated 2 warriors with one move. Although it was only a slight setback, she was so happy that she jumped up. She looked at her hands in disbelief. I can help brother beat the bad guys now. Don't underestimate the enemy. The enemy's strength is still above us. The attack just now was just because they were too careless. They almost didn't get hurt. The poet saw a noble beauty in luxurious clothes caressing the little girl's head. She seemed to be her elder. Behind the little girl, there was a masked woman who was floating in the air and sitting on a spirit mirror. She was smiling and encouraging the little girl. Bing Er, if you use the power of ancient runes, the effect will be better. However, I can't believe that you can fight against the warriors of the Solar Divine Palace now. Yes, I will work harder. The little girl clenched her small pink fist. No matter how the poet looked, he couldn't see that the 2 attacks just now were made by her. That's not right. How could such a weak human girl defeat the hanging man and the barbarian with one move? There are only 3 here. The number is not right. These cunning guys split up halfway. There are still a few that we didn't catch. It's okay. There are still the warlike guys from the demonic palace and the demonic abyss. It's definitely not enough to deal with them alone. Sister Sky Law and Sister Sky Calamity have already rushed over. It's okay, then what are we waiting for? Let's fight quickly. Otherwise, we will be robbed again. Princess Fallen Flowers, you fight that poet. Inan and Sister Bing Er fight that wide-eyed stalker. We will gang up on this stupid barbarian. Fatty continued to gesticulate about the arrangement. The poet still felt strange until now. Why did these people dare to challenge him? Since when could the elite warriors of the Solar Divine Palace of the Central Shrine be bullied by Earth-rank warriors? Die. The hanging man flew out from the rock and fiercely charged towards the little girl called Bing Er who attacked him just now. His speed was extremely fast. Forest of Life. The poet saw that the little girl calmly summoned her grimoire. It was actually a high-ranked platinum grimoire that many elders, clan leaders, high lords and even the vice palace masters didn't have. Once the grimoire was summoned, a protective shield appeared. The hanging man who originally thought that he could instantly kill the little girl in the protective shield realized that he was bound. Countless strange vines and towering trees formed by runes erupted around the little girl's body. In an instant, a boundless ancient forest was formed. It also formed a forest domain that couldn't be defended by human strength. This forest domain was connected to the heaven and earth. If one wanted to shake it, they would undoubtedly shake the entire heaven and earth. The little girl shouted and the energy in her body exploded. An overwhelming will emerged from her small body and formed an indescribable power that suppressed the hanging man. The two Treant warriors that the poet had never seen before jumped out and heavily trampled on the hanging man's body. This was not the end. Another guardian spirit beast flew out. With her support, the entire ancient forest-like domain immediately increased in quantity. The girl's willpower was also pushed to its limit. Even the poet, who was outside the battle circle, couldn't help but take a step back from the shock. What? This hidden power, how could it be so terrifying? The poet couldn't help but cry out in shock. Now, he suddenly understood why this little girl dared to challenge him. It was because she actually had the power close to heaven-ranked level 6. The strangest thing was that she wasn't even a heaven-ranked ranker. She was obviously an earth-ranked ranker. Once her hidden power was unsealed, how could she have the power close to heaven-ranked level 6? The scariest thing was that this little girl had comprehended divine sense without being a heaven-ranked ranker. From the looks of it, her divine sense was comparable to his. The more the poet thought, the more shocked he became. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and shouted, I understand, you are Titan Yu sister. Other than Titan Yu, that abnormal genius, the poet couldn't think of a second possibility. Only his sister could be so powerful. Hearing the poet shout, the fatty who looked like he deserved a beating suddenly smiled and asked, You guessed it right. However, can you guess who I am? Stand firm, pay attention, don't let me scare you to the ground. The one standing in front of you, the elegant, tall, mighty, handsome, and confident jade-faced gentleman, Hai Dafu, is me. The Titan you speak of, he's actually my little brother. As a boss, I have no choice but to show you how powerful I am. Take a look. I'm going to use my ultimate move. It's none of my business if you guys cry in fear. Hearing this, the poet was immediately dumbfounded. His jaw dropped to the ground. Blood altar. The Lion King's huge mouth shot out 19 lion spit wind consecutively. In the Silent King's prayer domain, this extremely aggressive light pillar energy received the greatest boost. It was dark golden color and looked like a solid substance. Any heaven ranker below the king level would die on the spot if they were hit by any one of them. Just this was not enough. Silent King's guardian beast Devout, with the help of its masters, faith, inherent skill, personally guided the 19 destructive lion spit wind with its mind. All 19 lion spit wind hit Yu Yang's body. Not a single one missed. Boom 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 boom, a series of explosions erupted around the blood altar. Shockwaves distorted and tore the surrounding space. Huge chunks of the mountain in the valley collapsed. Huge rocks flew into the air, and mud and smoke filled the air, covering the sky. At the center of the explosion, it was like a shattered sun. It was so bright that no one could open their eyes. The fireball was still burning in the sky for a long time. Lightning danced like a golden snake. If such a terrifying attack were to land on someone else, the Lion King would not doubt if his enemy would still be alive, because it was impossible. However, when the 19 lion spit wind hit Yu Yang, the new prison emperor, the Lion King did not dare to guarantee that it would be effective. For a young man who could turn the sky and the earth with a flip of his hand, easily turning the sky upside down, for a young man who could secretly deceive the meticulous Sun King, escape from the divine grimoire, return to the stormy ocean, deceive Silent King and a large group of people, and use an unknown secret skill to teleport all his companions to the 5th floor of the heaven stairway of Tong Tian Tower. Could such a young man really be killed by 19 lion spit wind? It was already not bad if it could seriously injure him. This was how the Lion King comforted himself. If not for Silent King trying his best to hold this young man back, he would not have had the chance to use the 19 lion spit wind. Fortunately, no matter what, the 19 lion spit wind had hit its target. No matter how abnormal his fighting power was, his body was still human. As long as he had a human body, there was no reason for him not to be injured. The human body was the most fragile of all creatures. In front of a powerful race, the human body was simply synonymous with weakness. Yu Yang, who had been hit 19 times by the lion's breath jet, was also silent for a long time. He didn't make a single sound, nor did he sense any aura. Could he really have been killed by this sneak attack? How could that be possible? The Silent King's divine power heavy palm was also effective. Could it be that this kid's body could resist spiritual sense attacks, but not energy jets? His weakness was that he couldn't withstand the impact and burning of energy? If that was the case, how did this kid survive the energy storm of the Sun King's explosion? Is he really dead? Golden Crown King and Lion King looked at each other in confusion. The two of them moved forward slightly, with the Silent King holding the fort. They waved their hands together. The palm wind formed a fierce gale. It engulfed the entire heaven and earth, as if a hurricane had passed through. The gale swept away all the smoke and gravel, revealing the empty blood-red altar. There was no one on the blood-red altar, as if silently proving the fact that the young man who stood there had been killed. This result made the Lion King and Golden Crown King both surprised and happy. It couldn't be. Was this a dream, or was it real? Isn't the human body too fragile? Golden Crown King's voice was trembling with joy. Not necessarily. Lion King was overjoyed, but he spoke modestly. After all, the Silent King was the main contributor. Just as the two of them were about to go forward to check the traces, the Silent King's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had seen something terrifying. He slowly turned back. The horrified expression on his face was like a normal person who had seen a ghost. Both the Lion King and Golden Crown King were shocked by the Silent King's abnormal reaction. They rushed forward a few steps at the same time, and then leaped back, afraid that someone would attack them when they turned around. There was no attack, and there was no one behind him at all. There was only an empty world, a void ruins filled with rubble. As the mountain wind blew, there was an indescribable desolation in the entire wasteland. Is there something wrong? Lion King couldn't tell. Everything is normal. Golden Crown King looked left and right, but didn't find anything unusual. The Silent King didn't say anything. Suddenly, he ruthlessly kicked the mudskipper dog at his feet, sending it flying in a semicircle, crashing heavily into the mountain wall tens of thousands of meters away. That's a mudskipper dog. The Lion King's heart ached for the Silent King. That was a mudskipper dog that only Hall Masters and above could possess. How could it be kicked away? Moreover, with this kind of strength, the mudskipper dog would definitely be heavily injured. Although the Silent King was extremely serious, he had always treated his beasts well. The mudskipper dog was also his beloved beast, so there was no reason for him to do this. What was going on? Golden Crown King was also shocked, but he soon discovered the problem. The mudskipper dog crashed into the mountain wall. The impact caused the mountain wall to collapse. However, there wasn't the expected scream. The mudskipper dog didn't make a sound. It just shattered into a pile of rubble. Fake. The mudskipper dog at the Silent King's feet was actually a fake. If it was an enemy, then wouldn't the three of them be in danger? The Lion King and Golden Crown King couldn't understand how this living mudskipper dog was replaced by Yu Yang as a rock. Where did the real mudskipper dog go? Woof, 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 a few barks rang out. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the Lion King and Golden Crown King, there was another living mudskipper dog at the Silent King's feet. Was this one real or fake? The Silent King's expression changed. He raised both of his palms and exploded with all his strength. Together with his guardian beast Devout, they formed a divine sense energy ball that was as large as a sun. As soon as the flame sun spiritual will energy ball came out, it heavily smashed onto the ground, scaring the Lion King and the Golden Crown King. If it exploded, not to mention the hidden enemy, even they themselves would be severely injured, just as the two of them sprinted towards the sky with all their might to avoid the explosion. Suddenly, the world changed. It was as if a curtain was gently lifted, revealing a stage. It was also like a light breeze blowing away the smoke that shrouded the earth, restoring the original appearance of the world. In short, in an instant, the world had completely changed. The original broken canyon, desolate wasteland ruins, and the blood-red altar with the statue of the goddess had all disappeared. The Lion King realized that the three of them were hanging upside down, standing upside down at the top of the sky. Below them was a boundless snowfield. Everywhere in the sky, there seemed to be ice blocks of different sizes floating, but they were all melting at an indescribably slow speed. The Silent King raised his arm and realized that his skin was also melting continuously. Only now did he realize that his body was being devoured by a terrifying and irresistible divine power. This devouring speed was very slow, but it was irresistible. Compared to this devouring space, the energy in his body was as insignificant as a clay ox entering the sea. Silent King, I was wondering who was so arrogant and dared to barge into Tong Tian Tower. So it's you. An angelic voice came from an ice palace on the snowfield. This voice wasn't loud, but it resounded through the entire world of ice and snow. In the ears of the Silent King, the Lion King and the Golden Crown King, it was as powerful as a hammer striking their hearts. An absolute confidence that couldn't be described by any words in the world pierced into the minds of the Silent King and the others like an arrow, forcefully digging a hole in their minds. When the Silent King heard this heavenly and gentle voice, he shuddered and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. You are Jizun? Previously, the Lion King had obtained information about Tong Tian Tower from the clown. He knew that other than the new prison emperor, Yu Yang, the strongest person in Tong Tian Tower was a woman called Jizun. It's a little familiar. The Golden Crown King tried hard to recall. He felt that this voice was a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Let me introduce. Yu Yang appeared out of nowhere at this moment. He clapped his hands and gestured for everyone to look at him. He had a smile on his face. It was a smile with a hint of naughtiness that made people want to punch him. When Yu Yang came out, Little Wenli naturally followed behind him. With a light wave of her hand, she threw the muddied dog onto the surface of the snowfield. Once the muddied dog regained its freedom, it immediately wanted to escape back to the Silent King's side. However, this time, it wasn't like the time at the blood altar. When the muddied dog jumped up from the snowfield, it immediately froze into ice cubes. Its momentum didn't change. Although it died on the spot and its corpse turned into ice, the force of the jump caused it to fly all the way to the Silent King's feet. Through the ice, the Lion King could see the surprise when it found its master, as well as the eagerness to return to its master's side. The muddied dog was similar to a guardian beast to a certain extent, it would almost never die. Now, the Lion King was 100% sure that the muddied dog was dead. And it was definitely incurable, it died under the power of the ancient code that was comparable to a god. Under this power of the ancient code, not to mention a muddied dog, even a divine beast would find it hard to survive. The strangest thing was that the muddied dog was killed by the power of the ancient code and turned into ice, but it didn't exist forever like ordinary ice corpses. Another kind of equally terrifying divine power directly devoured all the energy of its corpse. Under the situation of losing the support of its willpower, the ice corpse disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. It first turned into powder, then into nothingness. It really disappeared forever. Cough cough, I seem to have introduced a little late. But it's okay, I believe you have seen it. This is the black hole space, the sealed place of the ancient gods. Below it is the ice world that Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li is building. Because the ice world has not been completed, the ice palace is also a little crude. However, as the disciple of Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li, there is no reason for me not to welcome all of you esteemed guests. Yu Yang apologized very sincerely. Previously at the 5th floor of the heaven stairway, I was really rude. I have just become the new prison emperor, so I don't know the etiquette and have neglected everyone. I'm really sorry, I hope that everyone can forgive me this once for the sake of Her Majesty. Those who didn't know would think that Yu Yang was treating them to a meal. His sincerity was really quite sufficient. At least, that was how it looked on the surface. A drop of sweat dripped from Silent King's forehead. He was now a little aware of the seriousness of the consequences. It was no longer as simple as dying in battle. If the Conquest Queen made a move, he was afraid that everyone, including himself, would be captured. Once captured, he might not even be able to keep the secret of the Divine Palace, let alone Lion King and Golden Crown King. It's over, the Conquest Queen was about to break through the black hole seal and reappear. He hurriedly made a self-destructing gesture towards Lion King and Golden Crown King. Lion King and Golden Crown King were shocked. Self-destructing? They didn't even see the Conquest Queen and they were going to self-destruct. Although the Conquest Queen was strong, she had exhausted all her energy in the sealed space and might be very weak. She was just scaring them now. If they were to self-destruct without understanding, wouldn't their sacrifice be in vain? You want to die? It's not that easy. A golden light flashed, faster than sound. The heavenly words reverberated in the ears of Lion King and Golden Crown King. Their eyes had already seen a horrifying scene. Silent King, who was about to self-destruct, had his head pressed down by a woman in crystal armor. Instantly, his entire body turned into ice and he became an ice sculpture. That woman took down Silent King in one move and slowly turned her face, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. Even if Lion King and Golden Crown King didn't recognize their parents, they would recognize this face. This was because the owner of this face had once shaken the entire heaven realm. She had almost single-handedly defeated the central shrine. When they saw this, it was as if their hearts were struck by lightning. They couldn't help but exclaim at the same time, "The Conquest Queen." Queen Vivian Lee's bright eyes swept across them, as if she was looking at two little bugs with disdain. Her murderous aura soared to the sky. Her voice was colder than ice. "Do you want me to make a move or surrender?" Lion King was known as the bravest warrior in the entire central shrine. But at this moment, he was scared out of his wits and almost knelt down. He tried hard to swallow his saliva and opened his mouth to beg for mercy. However, he found that his throat was strangely dry and he couldn't speak at all. "Kneel down. I haven't come out for 10,000 years. Do you little bugs think that there's no one left in Tong Tian Tower?" Queen Vivian Lee was very angry. The consequences would be severe. With the invincible might of Queen Vivian Lee, Yu Yang finally didn't have to worry about dealing with the Silent King. With his current strength, he would definitely be able to win against the Silent King. The problem was what kind of price he would have to pay. No matter how perfect Yu Yang's battle tactics were, he wouldn't have the strength to challenge the Sun King after defeating the Silent King in a one-on-one battle. In order to save the most energy and deal with the Sun King who had entered the grimoire, Yu Yang had painstakingly thought of a scheme to deceive everyone. First, he used the reality of illusion that reversed the stars in heaven and earth to deceive the enemy. Then, he lured the Silent King and the rest from the stormy ocean in the heaven realm to the heaven stairway. Then, while the enemies were panicking, he used the reality of illusion again to secretly send the main target, the Silent King, into the world of ice and snow in the black hole sealed space. When Queen Vivian Lee appeared, even a powerful person like the Silent King was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to fight at all. In fact, due to the difference in levels and strength between the two, there wasn't much to compare. Even in front of Queen Vivian Lee who hadn't recovered her full strength, the Silent King was far from being a match for her. He couldn't even self-destruct. With just one move, the invincible Queen of Conquest took him down. In the black hole sealed space, in the world of ice and snow built by Queen Vivian Lee, not to mention the Silent King, even if the Sun King came personally, he would definitely be defeated. This was no different from when Yu Yang barged into the central shrine and was ganged up on by Ji Wori, the Sun King and the Eastern Palace Master. It was even worse. Even if Queen Vivian Lee ignored the Silent King, he would never be able to get out. Even if the Silent King never stepped into the world of ice and snow and was not restricted by Queen Vivian Lee's divine power, he would still be swallowed alive by the black hole. When Yu Yang used the world exterminating wheel to split the Silent King in half, the frozen soul was first burned by Yu Yang's nirvana flame, allowing him to experience the feeling of ice and fire. Then, under the seal of Yu Yang's supreme will and domain of creation, he was locked in the demon-suppressing tower forever. Lion King and Golden Crown King immediately knelt down. He had no choice but to kneel. No one would be able to withstand such a combination of ice and fire, not to mention himself. Even if the Sun King came personally, he would also have to kneel in this kind of hopeless situation. Queen Vivian Lee alone was already terrifying enough, there was still Titan Yu who possessed the world exterminating wheel and nirvana flame. Furthermore, they were trapped in the black hole sealed space that they could never escape from. How could they survive? "I won't make things difficult for you." No one believed Yu Yang's words, but they had no choice. Their lives were already in his hands, they had no choice but to listen. "Go in yourself," Queen Vivian Lee shouted. Lion King and Golden Crown King shivered and automatically entered the demon-suppressing tower's inner space. As for when they would be released, it would depend on Yu Yang's mood. However, no matter how long they stayed in the dark prison, it was still better than being executed on the spot. At least they would still be alive. What Lion King and Golden Crown King were most worried about was not being executed, but being unable to live or die. Under the torture of Queen Vivian Lee's peerless ice and Yu Yang's nirvana flame, even if they had the immortal body, indestructible godhead and unmoving divine sense, they still wouldn't be able to endure it. In order to avoid physical pain, Lion King and Golden Crown King chose to surrender like many of the seniors from the Central Shrine who had fought against Queen Vivian Lee before. It was better to be captured with dignity than to resist stubbornly. If they didn't have to die, who would desire the shrine to award a brave warrior's medal? Little fellow, you really don't need my help to fight against the Sun King? Towards her enemies, Her Majesty Empress Fei Wenli was a conquering queen who could instantly kill all living things. Towards Yu Yang, she was naturally full of smiles and joy. Taking down the Silent King just now has already consumed a lot of your energy. Don't waste it. Leave the Sun King to me. Yu Yang knew how difficult it was to recover energy in the Black Hole Seal. Moreover, Queen Vivian Lee still had to build the Ice World. If she helped him to fight against the Sun King, then the day she could leave would be far away. Most importantly, the Sun King was cautious and meticulous. With the strength of a quasi-god, it was impossible for him to be deceived like the Silent King. Even the Silent King was only deceived because Yu Yang first went from the Storm Sea to the 5th level of the Heaven Stairway. If not for his chaotic state of mind, how could Yu Yang deceive the Silent King? It was really not easy. It was almost impossible to trick the Sun King into the black hole space. If he let Queen Vivian Lee break out of the Black Hole Seal, she probably would not have much energy left to help in the battle. She would also have to give up the ice world that she had painstakingly built for a long time. This was something that Yu Yang did not want to see. Of course, with Yu Yang's little bit of manly pride, he also felt that the most powerful enemy should be dealt with by a real man. How could Queen Vivian Lee not understand Yu Yang's intention? She rolled her eyes at him with a hint of rebuke. Compared to the ice world, she was more worried about his safety. Yu Yang pretended to smile and scratched the back of his head. Her Majesty Queen Vivian Lee's expression changed. She became serious when it came to business. With your current strength, it's almost impossible to defeat the Sun King. Even if you give it your all, I reckon that there's only a 1 in 10 chance of winning. Yu Yang did not doubt this 1 in 10 chance. In fact, it would be good if there was even a 1 in 10 chance. His original estimate was 1 in 100. The Sun King is very powerful for you now, but it's not completely impossible to defeat him. In terms of strength, he is on par with Jiwori, but he's not as good as Jiwori. The reason is that the Sun King has a weakness that Jiwori doesn't have. As long as you can grasp this weakness, then it's possible to defeat him. Queen Vivian Lee smiled. You went through all the trouble to open the passage to the Divine Grimoire and let him enter the Divine Grimoire. You must have seen a little. Yes, his weakness will be doubled in the Divine Grimoire space. You did a good job. However, even so, the Sun King is still very powerful. You have to be extra careful. I didn't see any weakness. I just think that my advantage in the Divine Grimoire will be greater than his. Yu Yang humbly asked the Queen for advice. His Heaven Eye's divine vision could see through everything, but he didn't see much on the Sun King. If he wasn't greedy, you little guy, even if you improved, you wouldn't be able to touch him. Queen Vivian Lee was very satisfied with Yu Yang's action of luring the Sun King into the Divine Grimoire. Then, what should I do now? Yu Yang asked. Let me spank you as punishment for waking me up from my sweet dream this time. I'll consider whether to tell you. Queen Vivian Lee raised a white jade arm. Change it to a kiss. Yu Yang's shamelessness was definitely at the Grandmaster level. He quickly pulled up that soft hand and gave a crisp and loud kiss on the white orchid-like fingertips. The exciting attack made the Queen, who wanted to joke with Yu Yang, tremble. She hurriedly retracted her hand and didn't dare to stretch it out again. She was deeply afraid that this brat would take an inch and keep kissing her. Alright, I won't joke with you anymore. Hurry up and go do your work. Queen Vivian Lee glared at him. All kinds of flirtatious and peerless charm were all in those bright starry eyes. At this moment, there was nothing to say. Her intentions were clear. Yu Yang couldn't help but hug the beauty and fiercely kiss her seductive cherry lips. Little Winley shyly covered her little face with her little hands. However, her fingers were slightly open, and she was a little curious as she peeked at her parents' intimacy. After leaving the black hole-sealed space, Yu Yang was still a little drunk. For a moment, he wasn't able to recover from the queen's sweet tenderness. Little Winley threw herself behind him and held his head with her little hands. She pouted her little pink lips and signaled Yu Yang to kiss her too. Pa. Yu Yang generously rewarded the little darling with a few loud kisses. If it was a normal day, the little fellow would definitely be very happy. But now, she was a little dissatisfied. She refused to come down. Because she wanted Daddy to kiss her little lips, just like how he kissed her mother, not on her forehead. If you're not obedient, I'll spank you. Yu Yang looked around with a guilty conscience. Seeing that there was no one around, he hugged the little fellow and kissed her on her pink lips. He kissed her lightly, as if he would hurt her if he kissed her even a little too hard. Huh. Little Winley was happy and satisfied. She smiled until her little nose wrinkled. She was incomparably cute. Don't tell anyone. Yu Yang specially warned. Yes. The little fellow nodded her head desperately. She was an obedient little accomplice. Who knew how many bad things she had done for Yu Yang, blood altar. When Yu Yang returned, there were already 4 more women. From the left, it was Aman, Red and Ika. As for the one who flew over and threw herself into Yu Yang's arms, it was the golden-crowned thorny flower queen, Duo. In order to fight against the Sun King, Yu Yang didn't dare to be negligent. Without the help of outsiders, he gathered all his beasts. Although the training time wasn't too long, there were no more bottlenecks because of Yu Yang's breakthrough to the Peeping God realm. Their training on the Heaven Stairway World Tree could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. After not seeing each other for a day, they had to look at each other in a different light. Not to mention that they had worked together and trained hard for half a year. In order to welcome their return, Yu Yang hugged each of them one by one and gave affirmation to them. Where's Jiangying? And the dragon ladies and the rest? Yu Yang caressed Ika's little head. When not in a state of battle, she looked like Yu Bing. Although she could also transform into the little girl Yu Bing, she seemed to prefer to become a learner like Yu Bing. They haven't come down yet. It will probably take another 10 minutes. Red and Yu Yang had the closest relationship. She had become the sister of the girls and was responsible for everything. In that case, let's go see Bing Air and the rest first. Although Yu Yang was worried that the battle with the Sun King would be too destructive and he would not dare to bring Yu Bing and the rest along, it was not bad to comfort them before the battle. At this time, 500 miles to the northwest, Impatience was furious. Damn it, it's fine if that guy didn't bring us to fight the Sun King, but he didn't even come to see us. When he comes back, let's see if I still care about him. Sky Disaster and the Southern Demon King were secretly happy. As for the people of the demonic palace, the Eastern Goblin tribe and the Demon Kings in the Abyss, they all pretended not to hear it. Now that Sky Law was angry, who would dare to offend her? Offending her was more terrifying than offending Yu Yang. When this Sky Law girl's temper flared up, even Sky Execution would have a headache. In the huge encirclement, Longbeard, one of the 8 generals, had fallen to the ground. He was unlucky enough to bump into the muzzle of Sky Law. 10,000 Sky Law lightning formed by the power of the ancient code, they all hit Longbeard's head. This kind of terrifying lightning. Not to mention the 8 generals, even the Lion King would become a flaming hedgehog if he was hit by it. The dwarf and the fat man were hugging each other, their teeth chattering as they fought. They realized that this large group of human warriors, demons from the Abyss and the Eastern Goblin tribe were not even half as terrifying as this bad-tempered beauty. Could it be that this woman was the Jizun who was known as the strongest in Tong Tian Tower according to the clown's intelligence? The Divine Grimoire Space. The king of the Still Wind Kingdom, the Pro Beauty and the others had never entered the Divine Grimoire Space before. Now, they found that after passing through the ancient Will-Rune teleportation array, they had come to a wonderful world. Here, there was a golden shield, shaped like the top of the sky, covering their heads. Looking around, there were gardens everywhere, and the fragrance was refreshing. According to the golden shield above their heads, the diameter of this divine grimoire space was at least nearly 100 kilometers. In this huge divine grimoire space, there were many large and small spaces. Each and every one of them was covered by a smaller golden shield. Some were located in front, and some were suspended in the air. Some even combined together, with the giant spherical shield as the center, and a few smaller spherical shields constantly rotating, using an indescribable and mysterious power of laws. However, even the smallest spherical shield space was about 1 square kilometer in size, and the larger ones were even tens of square kilometers. There was a translucent golden shield. Looking inside, one would find that there was a world inside, full of vitality. If one looked at the center, the first thing that caught the eyes of the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom, the Lord of the Azure Wolf Kingdom and the Lord of the Luluo Kingdom was a golden palace that towered into the clouds. No one could have imagined that a palace could be built to such an extent. It was not that there were no capable people in the heaven realm, and it was not that the lords, and city lords did not have the desire to compete, but the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom and the others could be sure of one thing, and that was that even if they exhausted their entire life's energy and time, it would still be impossible to complete this palace. The Green Willow City Lord's residence was as high as 1,000 meters. Compared to this golden palace, it was like a flea placed in front of a mammoth, completely incomparable. I think even the central shrine on the Holy Mountain of Light can't match it. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom had never been to the Holy Mountain of Light, nor had he worshipped the central shrine. He had only heard about it in legends and seen its image in pictures. He had thought that the central shrine was already the best in the heaven realm. Never would he have thought that in this unknown divine grimoire space, there would be a super huge palace that made people feel small. Indeed, only such a palace was worthy of the gods living in. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom had never seen a god before, but when he saw the palace where a god lived, he immediately realized the gap between him and a god. It was really not just big. The difference between a flea and an elephant, perhaps even more, what was an ant? In front of God, people like him were undoubtedly ants. If I can become the master of this palace, even if it's only for one day, I will be able to die in peace. The Emperor of the Green Wolf Empire sighed deeply. In truth, he was just saying it casually. To be able to enter the divine grimoire and see such a splendid building, to see such a golden palace where gods resided, he already had no regrets. Should I go forward, or should I find the inner space of the golden shield to test it out? The sovereign of the Luluo Kingdom realized something. All the shields here, including the huge golden shield outside, were protected by nomological powers. There were countless ancient runic arrays revolving on them. Including the golden palace, there was also a golden shield outside. He probably wouldn't be able to enter easily. If he could find a small space, there might be a way. Moreover, what worried him the most was that the Sun King must have already entered. If he also chose the Golden Palace, wouldn't everyone be sending themselves to their deaths if they went? Without Titan Yu, who would be a match for the Sun King, the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom looked at the pearl-glowing beauty. He wanted to see what this beloved treasure of his had in mind. What he wanted most wasn't to obtain this divine grimoire. He didn't want to become the master of this place. The divine grimoire couldn't possibly acknowledge an ordinary heaven ranker. He still had this bit of self-awareness. After so many things, the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom looked down on the struggle for hegemony. What was there to fight for? In front of a powerhouse like the Sun King, even if he worked hard for a lifetime, he would still be an ant. He couldn't even beat the 8 generals under the Sun King, let alone the 4 kings. If he gave up on the struggle for hegemony and changed to traveling with his beauty, wouldn't it be the same as owning the entire world with his beloved woman by his side? The pearl-glowing beauty smiled at him. Even though she was still weak, her smiling face was a little pale. But that peerless beauty made his heart tremble. This beauty that he wanted to hold in his arms and love for the rest of his life, why couldn't the heavens let him have her earlier? I want to go closer to the Golden Palace to take a look. I won't go in, I just want to take a look from the outside, okay? The pearl-glowing beauty acted coquettishly towards the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom. The intoxicated Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom kept nodding his head. Not to mention that he wasn't sure if the Sun King was inside. Even if he was standing in front of him, he would still bring her along for his beloved woman. Ever since he knew her, she rarely took the initiative to ask for anything. Could it be that as a man, he couldn't even satisfy her wish of going closer to take a look at the Golden Palace? Let's go. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom decided to bring her closer to take a look at the majestic Golden Palace that pierced through the clouds. We'll go too. The Lord of the Luluo Kingdom also decided to go together. We don't need to think about whether we can enter the Golden Palace or not. It's fine as long as we can take a look. Haha, to be able to go closer to take a look is enough. The Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom laughed crazily. His laughter affected his injuries and he even coughed out a mouthful of dirty blood. The strange thing was that as soon as this mouthful of dirty blood was spat out, it didn't splatter on the spotless ground, but instantly turned into nothingness. The flowers that had been splattered with the dirty blood trembled slightly. As if an invisible hand was gently wiping it with gauze, the dirty blood quickly dried up and disappeared without a single stain. At this moment, the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom and the others finally understood why the flowers and plants here and the ground were spotless. It turned out that there was a kind of nomological power that was constantly protecting them. The pearl-glowing beauty stretched out her hand, wanting to pluck a flower. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom knew that such an action might cause some kind of danger, but he couldn't bear to stop it. The Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom and the others also pretended not to see it. Anyway, it wasn't the nomological power that would punish them later, so who cared about her? Very few heaven-rank powerhouses were a little dissatisfied with the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom. Your woman wants to pluck flowers. If there's danger, won't everyone die? It's fine if you don't stop it, but why encourage it? Don't move. An unfamiliar voice rang in everyone's ears. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom heard it very clearly. He was startled because he realized that this wasn't Ming Riwu's voice, nor was it Titan Yu's voice. It was even more impossible for it to be the Queen of Freedom's voice. Because this was a male voice. Other than Ming Riwu and Titan Yu, the outsiders that entered the divine grimoire were most likely enemies. It was almost impossible for them to be friends. Who exactly was this person? Everyone was startled and turned around to look. Behind them, there was no one. The Azure Wolf Monarch reacted the quickest. He raised his head and discovered that there was a tall and skinny man wearing a ceremonial hat and strange clothes of many colors hovering in the air several dozen meters above him. He was floating in the air and slowly descending. He had a silver mask on his face, and he was half crying and half smiling. It made people feel very strange. In his left hand, this silver-masked man was twirling a shiny and glossy stick. As for his right hand, he was continuously tossing the tricolored ball. This person didn't seem like a martial artist, but more like a clown that was in charge of performing funny acts to amuse people at a banquet. Seeing this person, the Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom's expression changed slightly. He blurted out, "Clown? You are the head of the 8 generals under the Sun King, the clown." The clown twirled his magic wand with his other hand. He was tossing the tricolored ball. He turned his half-crying and half-smiling face towards the Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom. Smart. Unfortunately, smart people usually don't live long. Before I send you on your way, I am very curious. I would like to ask, you know that His Majesty the Sun King has entered the Divine Grimoire space, why do you still dare to barge in and die? Are you tired of living? Are you tired of living? The Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom sensed his surroundings. He realized that other than the clown, there was no one else. Actually, the 8 generals were not here, and the 4 kings were also not here. He reckoned that they were fighting with Titan Yu outside. His confidence returned, with just you. Clown, it is true that you are the head of the 8 generals under the Sun King, but that is because you are smart, not because of your strength. With just your peak heaven-ranked level 4 strength, you dare to challenge us? Before the Sun King arrives, I only need 10 minutes to capture you. Don't think that just because you are a general of the Sun God Palace, you can provoke me. I, Green Wolf, have died and come back to life. I am already unafraid of death. Sometimes, it is not impossible to do 1 or 2 acts of courage. If you are young Titan Yu, I can still accept what you said. The clown laughed weirdly. Green Wolf, use your brain and think. You are just a king, how dare you speak such arrogant words? You can be brainless, but you can't be brainless to this extent. I am a heaven-ranked level 4, hee, that's right, I am very weak. Quickly come and kill me. You. The Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom was furious. He had already died a few times, what was there to be afraid of? Wait, he seems to have come prepared. The Lord of the Luluo Kingdom hurriedly stopped him and advised the Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom not to be rash. Of course I came prepared. To be more accurate, I am fearless. The magic wand in the clown's hand suddenly stopped and casually pointed to the surroundings. Everyone, as long as you are not blind, I believe you have all seen it? This divine grimoire space is full of vitality, fragrant flowers, and green grass. Is there something missing? What is missing? Could it be? After the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom heard this, his mind shook and he cried out involuntarily, "It's birds and beasts, there are no animals here." He hurriedly summoned his grimoire, but it surprisingly failed. In an instant, everyone understood one thing. This divine grimoire space had a unique power of law that forbade summoning of grimoires. Not being able to summon grimoires here was equivalent to not being able to summon war beasts. The worst thing was that they could not use their inherent abilities. Without war beasts and inherent abilities, whether it was the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom or the Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom, their strength would be greatly reduced. Now, the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom and the Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom were all injured. Under such conditions, it would be a bit difficult to defeat the uninjured clown who was at the peak of heaven ranked level 4, the clown sneered, "For today, I have planned for a long time. I am not afraid to tell you, not to mention that you do not have reinforcements, even if Titan you personally came to rescue you, you will definitely die." Divine Grimoire Space. Ji Feng, Qing Lang and Lu Luo, as well as the Heaven Rankers, all fell to the ground. Their overall strength was far stronger than the Heaven Rank Level 4 clown. Originally, any one of the Heaven Rankers could have easily beaten the clown to a pulp. However, with just one shockwave from the clown, everyone fell to the ground. It was like a small forest being blown over by a hurricane. The Heaven Rankers instead fell to the ground like soft-footed crabs, completely losing their ability to fight. Even Ji Feng, Qing Lang and Lu Luo, the three strongest Heaven Rankers, did not have the slightest chance to struggle. As for the other Heaven Rankers, they did not even have the strength to move a finger. If there was a word to describe their current situation, it would be, waiting for death. Why is it like this? The Green Wolf King could not understand. Impossible. The Lu Luo King was also in disbelief. Before the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom fell, he used the last of his strength to protect the pearl-glowing beauty in his arms, unwilling to let her fall in pain. The reason is simple, all of you are cursed. The clown raised his slender index finger and chuckled sinisterly. Actually, I was the one who planned the entire plan, including the ambush at the banquet, the self-detonation curse of the Death Warriors, and the activation of the Sea of Storms. It was all part of my plan. We were injured at the Storm Sea because we used our blood to activate the curse? The Still Wind King suddenly understood why the double-faced king and his 8 generals did not kill everyone. Previously, he thought it was luck. He never thought that it was just the clown's plan. Not only did the clown predict the curse, he also predicted that the survivors would take the risk to enter the Divine Grimoire out of curiosity. That's right. The clown did not deny it. He shrugged his shoulders and laughed weirdly. If I had killed all of you earlier, with my strength, I would not have been able to open the shield outside the Golden Divine Grimoire. In order to maximize the success of the plan, I decided to let all of you in. When all of you arrived here, I would kill all of you and use your blood to open the temporary opening of the shield and enter the Golden Divine Grimoire. Why us? We have no enmity with you. The Green Wolf King did not understand. It was one thing to plot against Ji Feng, but why him? Do you still remember the massacre in Ginkgo Valley? The clown's voice suddenly became 1,000,000 times more venomous. He tried his best to suppress his anger and sneered in a sharp voice, 1,500 people in the valley, including the old, the weak, the women, and the children, were all killed. This is what you, Lu Luo, and Wan Jiao have done. You're the kid with the broken leg? The Azure Wolf Emperor looked at Xiao Chou as if he had seen a ghost. That child clearly didn't have legs back then. You really are the last survivor. The king of Lu Luo Kingdom's facial expression changed drastically. He was clearly burned to death. Another heaven ranker exclaimed. Impossible. Almost everyone present had participated in the Ginkgo Valley massacre. When they heard about revenge, their faces turned deathly pale. Yes, I'm the leftover that you guys couldn't burn to death even after burning for half a day. The clown's voice was colder than ice, and his tone was gloomier than the breath of a ghost. Do you think that I said I would take revenge for nothing? All these years, I've been plotting for this day at all times. Do you think that accepting the King of Still Wind's invitation to the banquet was an accident? Ha ha ha, that was all arranged by me. I predicted your greed. Even without Titan Yu's appearance, without God's blood as bait, you guys would have fallen for it. So it's Ginkgo Valley's retribution. The Azure Wolf Emperor's eyes flashed with a trace of regret. That is indeed the only crazy action that I feel guilty about. Back then, my good friend had just been killed, and my mind had already been stimulated by blood to the point of losing control. I regret the madness of Ginkgo Valley. Regret? Ha ha ha, what did I hear? You, who participated in the rape and murder of Ginkgo Queen, can actually say the word regret, ha ha ha. The clown laughed wildly. Everything that Madame has done to her makes me feel guilty. The Azure Wolf Emperor laughed bitterly. Although she said that she had already forgiven me, I can't forgive myself. Since you're taking revenge for her, then I'll compensate you with my life. The Azure Wolf Emperor's trembling hands turned into wolf claws. He gritted his teeth and fiercely clawed out his heart. It was dripping with blood. He handed it to the clown. The clown spat in disdain. Without even looking, he stomped down with his long legs. With one stomp, he crushed the heart that was still beating slightly. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Not only did he mercilessly crush the Azure Wolf Emperor's heart, he also used the magic wand in his hand to draw out all of the Azure Wolf Emperor's blood before his death. He condensed it into a ball and floated it in front of him, preparing to use it as a blood sacrifice later. The Azure Wolf Emperor's blood was almost completely drawn out. His face was deathly pale. His lips trembled. I'm sorry. Although you've forgiven me, I, in the end, did not become a good person. I can't forget your smile, I can't forget your tears, and I can't forget your forgiveness. But, I'm too weak. In the Tianhua region, in this place where evil people are everywhere, I can't bravely stand up and be a good person. I can only use viciousness to cover up my cowardice. After so many years, madam, actually, I've never forgotten. I'm sorry, his pupils were constantly dilating. Before he died, a drop of bitter tear fell from the corner of his eye and dripped onto the fresh blood on the ground. When the Luluo Emperor saw the Azure Wolf Emperor commit suicide to atone for his sins, he was scared out of his wits. He used all of his strength to jump into the air and escape in a panic. The clown chased after the king of Luluo like a feather. With lightning speed, the clown's claw pierced through the king of Luluo's back. The clown's slender fingers tightly gripped an object. It was a heart that was covered in blood. Pa, as he retracted his arm, the clown mercilessly crushed the Luluo Emperor's heart. The Luluo Emperor escaped 1,000 meters away. Countless drops of blood splattered in the air, forming a long blood rainbow. The clown hurriedly used the magic wand to condense that long blood rainbow into a second ball of blood. As for the Luluo Emperor's corpse that had lost all of his blood, it fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Compared to the Azure Wolf Emperor who died in repentance, the power of the laws within the divine grimoire was cleansed and turned into powder. It continuously disappeared into nothingness. On the contrary, the Azure Wolf Emperor who died to atone for his sins still had a small portion of his will left. The corpse did not disappear immediately. It only gradually melted. The clown snorted. He stepped on the Azure Wolf Emperor's corpse with force and crushed the skull of the Azure Wolf Emperor's corpse. The corpse quickly turned into powder and disappeared. However, under the clown's feet, surprisingly, there was still a magic crystal-like crystal. It was condensed with a large amount of the Azure Wolf Emperor's repentance when he was alive. It could be said that this was an unknown heart of repentance. The clown quickly killed all the heaven rankers other than the Still Wind Kingdom Emperor and the pearl-glowing beauty. He then absorbed their blood and made it into dozens of blood balls of different sizes. The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor knew that he would not be able to escape. Although he did not participate in the Ginkgo Valley massacre, with the clown's character, he would definitely not let him go. He looked longingly at the pearl-glowing beauty in his arms. He bent down and kissed the forehead of his beloved woman affectionately. He used his hand to signal her not to speak and let her leave everything to him. "Clown, I understand what you mean." The clown smiled eerily. "Then tell me, what do I mean?" The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor sighed. "You didn't kill me first because you want to keep me alive to torture me slowly and force me to hand over the astral stone fragment." The clown laughed heartily and gave him a thumbs up. Smart people are indeed different. "Alright, if you don't want to watch me rape and kill your beloved woman in front of you, then hand over the astral stone fragment. Without it, I can't enter the Golden Palace. If I can't enter the Golden Palace, I will be in a bad mood. When I'm in a bad mood, I will inevitably find a woman to vent." "You love your woman so deeply, you definitely don't want her to be offended, right? If you swear in the name of the Ginkgo Queen that you will not violate the pearl-glowing beauty, I will give you the astral stone fragment if you let her go immediately after I give you the astral stone fragment. Otherwise, I will commit suicide like the Azure Wolf Emperor. Once I die, the astral stone fragment will disappear forever." The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor had already thought about it. In the clown's plan, he still had a glimmer of hope. However, even if there was only a glimmer of hope, the Still Wind Kingdom Emperor didn't leave it for himself. Instead, he exchanged it all for the life of his beloved woman. The clown swore without hesitation. He promised not to harm a single hair on the pearl-glowing beauty. As long as he got the astral stone fragment, he would let her go immediately. The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor looked deeply at the pearl-glowing beauty in his arms. At the last moment, he couldn't bear to look at her for even a second. The pearl-glowing beauty burst into tears. The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor gently wiped away the tears on her face and comforted her with a smile. "Darling, you will have to walk alone in the future. With your intelligence, as long as you are careful, I think it won't be hard. Don't cry, don't cry. Live on bravely. Remember, you must be happy in the future. You must be happier than anyone else. I love you, darling." He gently held the pearl-glowing beauty's head and kissed her deeply on her smooth forehead. He was so affectionate when he kissed her with his eyes closed. The clown looked at them coldly from the side with a playful gaze. "You must abide by the oath you made just now." The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor let go of his hand and wiped away the pearl-glowing beauty's tears. He suddenly stared at the clown with an abnormally serious expression. "Otherwise, Queen Ginkgo will definitely curse you." "Don't worry." The clown pretended to be serious. "I won't let anything taint Queen Ginkgo's oath. The oath I made just now is absolutely valid. That's for the best." The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor took out a sparkling crystal. This crystal was far more sparkling and translucent than the similar crystals on the surface of the astral stone. It shone even more brilliantly. Its energy was also hundreds or even thousands of times more than those similar crystals. The astral stone fragments outside were indeed fragments. But the astral stone fragment in front of them was more like a core, and not an equivalent existence. The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor handed it to the clown. The clown was a little cautious. He first scanned the surroundings, worried that someone would attack him. Only after confirming that there was no one around did he quickly snatch the astral stone core and put it into his storage ring. As he retracted his hand, he kicked out heavily, completely shattering the Still Wind Kingdom Emperor's heart from the outside to the inside. The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor seemed to have expected this. He laughed bitterly. "You even know my most hidden weakness. It's not an injustice that I lost." He hurriedly turned his head and forced a smile. "Baby, let's go. I can't protect you anymore." The clown laughed loudly. He laughed so hard that tears flew out. "Maybe it's a little cruel, but I still have to tell you the truth. Otherwise, you'll die contentedly. That kind of man protecting his beloved woman is full of superiority. Actually, Still Wind, you're the #1 fool in the world. What kind of woman is Pearl Light? Don't make me laugh to death. Who told me about your weakness? It's her. Who do you think this entire plan was made for? It was for her. Who do you think entered this golden palace for? It's for her. You think you're so great, but you're just a fool that we can play around with in our palms. You're not even qualified to call you a fool. You're simply a big idiot. The number one idiot in the world. The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor's body fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were fixed on the pearl-light beauty who had already wiped away her tears and stood up from the ground. Your Majesty, I'm very grateful for your love for me. After you finish the last part of your journey, I'll always stay by your side to accompany you. The pearl-light beauty's voice was gentle and beautiful like the sounds of nature. But seeing her stand up, the clown could not help but avoid her as much as possible, as if he had seen a snake or scorpion. The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor was so heartbroken that he could not speak. He closed his eyes, unable to bear to look at the woman who had betrayed him. Your Majesty, Pearl Light still has a little doubt. I hope your Majesty can clear it up. The Pearl Light beauty bent her beautiful body, her face as close as possible to the Still Wind Kingdom Emperor. She asked in a voice as gentle as the wind, although your Majesty has only known Titan Yu for a short period of time, but Titan Yu is a discerning person. He definitely appreciates your Majesty. Furthermore, your Majesty is a person who values friendship and righteousness. Experts like Sky Execution would be happy to make friends with you. With Titan Yu's intelligence and ability, there's no reason for him to watch your Majesty die. Your Majesty, in this last bit of time, Pearl Light hopes that your Majesty can be as honest as before. Is Titan Yu hiding behind us? Is he waiting for us to open the Golden Palace? I beg you, your Majesty, if you don't want everything that Pearl Light has done to benefit others, then tell us the truth. I don't know. The Still Wind Kingdom Emperor sighed. Large amounts of blood flowed from his mouth. He used the last of his strength to struggle, although you betrayed me, but I still love you. Beauty, if I see Titan Yu, I'll definitely ask him to let you go. Thank you. The Pearl Light beauty seemed very moved. She wiped her tears and said with a sob, Your Majesty, you can die now. The clown and the pearl-glowing beauty went far away. Only Still Wind was left, quietly waiting for his death to come. The pearl-glowing beauty did not kill the Lord of Still Wind, and the clown did not want to. Now, even a blind person could see that Still Wind could not be saved. Even if a deity descended, he would not be able to save his life. Instead of giving Still Wind a quick death, it was better to let him suffer a little more before he died. Although he did not know what the pearl-glowing beauty was thinking, the clown was definitely thinking that way. Before leaving, the pearl-glowing beauty shed a tear. Everything that the Lord of Still Wind had done for her, in the end, was only exchanged for this tear, and no one knew if it was real or fake. What an idiot. The clown laughed mockingly. He didn't stop laughing. Amidst his laughter, his shadow was like a bat, drifting away like a ghost. The pearl-glowing beauty did not look back. She left the Lord of Still Wind behind without looking back, as if she did not know the person on the ground. However, the Lord of Still Wind stared hard at her back, as if he was looking at his most beloved treasure. Even before he died, he could not bear to miss a glance. It was not until she and the clown disappeared without a trace that he withdrew his gaze and sighed slightly. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and quietly waited for death. Yu Yang appeared out of nowhere, descending like a light smoke. Following behind him were A Man, Red, aka Duo, Hornless Dragon Jiang, and even the dragon sisters Yao and Yu. In order to fight against the Sun King, Yu Yang had used almost all of his strength. A Man and the others, seeing that Yu Yang had stopped in his tracks because of the Lord of Still Wind, consciously and naturally lined up behind him. Only little Wenli, who had seen the Lord of Still Wind before, accompanied Yu Yang, and glanced curiously at the passionate king who was on the verge of death. Yu Yang bent down, looked into the eyes of the Lord of Still Wind, and said sincerely, I do not understand why you are doing this, but I respect your choice. If you have any last wishes that I can fulfill, I don't mind doing you a small favor. Thank you, young Master Titan. You are a true friend. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom shook his head strenuously, a faint smile on his face. I don't have any regrets in my heart. I'm already very satisfied to die like this. Do you feel satisfied when she treats you like that? Yu Yang asked curiously. She betrayed me, but I don't blame her. The king of the Still Wind Kingdom sighed. No matter what she does, my heart loves her the same. You really are a fool. Princess Sisai, who was descending from afar, snorted in annoyance, "That kind of bitch should be beaten with a whip. The better you treat her, the more wrong you are." In your eyes, it is indeed so. But, only I myself know that when I love someone, I don't care about the gains and losses. When I love someone, I don't ask for anything in return. Even if she betrayed me and did many things that outsiders find unbearable, my heart still loves her. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom's words almost made Yu Yong fall to the ground. "Big brother, are you acting like Aunt Xianxia? You are a lord of the Tianhua domain. You should be cruel and merciless, killing people like flies, and treating women like playthings. How did you end up like this? Your love is completely without reason and worthless." Princess Sisai felt that the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom was a fool. Yes, I admit. But, love is like this. There is no reason for love, and love is blind. The Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom smiled. His face flashed with the radiance of the setting sun, and his voice became clear and powerful. "I used to play with women every day. No matter how beautiful a woman is, in my heart, she is just a plaything. No matter how beautiful a woman is, to me, if I can't use her to my fullest potential, she is worthless. She is even less than cattle and sheep for meat." Until one day, when I met the pearl light, I suddenly felt my heart being struck by love. I was completely captured, and there was no possibility of struggling. At first, I didn't dare to admit that it was love. I didn't dare to face the throbbing of my heart. I explained to myself that it was the influence of the quasi-divine weapon prayer bead on her forehead. I even wanted to kill her, so that I could return to being the cruel and merciless still wind who treated women like cattle and sheep. But, in the end, I couldn't win against my heart. When I saw her face, when I saw her bright eyes, I completely surrendered. I also knew that a beautiful woman like her could not have no past. Someone as powerful as me might not necessarily have a future like her. But, what does that matter? I swear, even if I only have her for a day, or even for a second, I will fight for it. No matter who she is, no matter where she comes from, as long as she is willing, I will think of ways to make her laugh every day, think of ways to make her happy. I have long known that this day would come, and I also know my ending. I don't regret it, I really don't. If I had to choose again, I would still choose true love. I know that I can't keep her for a lifetime, but I am satisfied to have her once. In the past, that cruel and merciless still wind who treated women like playthings, looked majestic and happy on the surface, but his heart was empty. Now, this fool who was betrayed by a woman and lies on the ground waiting for death, and doesn't feel regret or even satisfaction, his heart is full. Hearing the Lord of Still Wind's words, Yu Yong and Princess Sisai were abnormally shocked. They really didn't expect that this idiotic Lord of Still Wind Kingdom. He actually knew true love. For the true love in his heart, he was willing to give up everything, including his own life. In the eyes of many, this was an idiotic and laughable act. But, from the perspective of love, this fellow was undoubtedly a good husband. In fact, Yu Yong quite admired this Lord of Still Wind Kingdom. But, he was still a little unconvinced, and tried to argue against this fellow who was about to die. Sacrificing for love, this, if it was mutual, it would be better, but what about her? She didn't do anything, isn't this your wishful thinking? In my opinion, Pearl Light doesn't love you at all. Yu Yang's words were a little hurtful. The kind-hearted Yu was afraid that the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom would die with everlasting regret. She hurried forward and gently tugged at her brother's sleeve, indicating that he shouldn't rub salt into the other's wound. But the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom revealed a smile. "I know, Pearl Light, she doesn't love me. I'm not really stupid, of course I can feel what her heart is like. But, young Master Titan, who said that love must be mutual? It would be best if it could be mutual, but even if she doesn't love me, I can still love her, right? I love her, regardless of whether she loves me or not. I don't know why either. Perhaps, this is what you people in Tong Tian Tower call fate. Perhaps, I owe her something in my previous life. No matter what, I am very clear that my heart has always been deeply in love with her, regardless of what she has done in the past, and regardless of what she has done now. She has never said that she loves me, so it can't be considered as her lying to me. I can only say that it was my own wishful thinking. Before she left, she shed a tear, and I know that it was true. She doesn't love me, I'm not her choice, not her final goal, but she didn't ignore my sincerity, she just didn't give the mutual love that you speak of. You idiot, a tear in exchange for your life. Yu Yang scolded exasperatedly. What you said makes sense, but I feel, love shouldn't be like what you said. Princess Sisai still had her own opinion. That's because you and young Master Titan love each other deeply. In this world, not everyone can be like you, and there are also people like me who love each other silently, but the other's heart belongs to another person. Perfect love is love, imperfect love is also love. I envy you, but I can't ask Pearl Light to respond like how you love young Master Titan. Actually, you should tell her your feelings, tell her that you love her so deeply. Yu felt a little pity for the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom. He loved Pearl Light so deeply, why didn't he say it directly? If she wants to know, she will know. The Lord of Still Wind Kingdom coughed. His time in this world was coming to an end. Is that so? Yu was secretly shocked. Wasn't she also suppressing her true feelings? If others knew about it, it would be terrible. In an instant, her heart was beating like a deer, speeding up. Her face was overflowing with warmth, and her cheeks were red. She hurriedly retreated behind Princess Sisai, afraid that others would see her heart. You really don't need me to do anything? Yu Yang asked for the last time. No need, I'm already very happy to have a friend like you send me off. If there's anything I regret, it's that I'm not outstanding enough, not strong enough, I can't meet the requirements in Pearl Light's heart. If I can be half as outstanding as you, perhaps she will fall in love with me, and not someone else. The Still Wind Monarch's voice gradually weakened. Although she appears to be restraining herself on the surface, I can tell that she would often sneak a peek at Mingri Hao by your side. Perhaps, the ones who are truly a couple are her and him. Young Master Titan, if you really want to do something for me, then I want to say, please spare her life, let her live well, the happiness that I don't have, let her. The Lord of Still Wind Kingdom didn't finish his words. He had already breathed his last. However, Yu Yang already understood what he wanted to say at the end. Even though he knew that his lover didn't love him, this idiotic Lord of Still Wind Kingdom still didn't feel jealous. Instead, he gave his blessings, hoping that the lover in his heart would be able to live happily. Yu Yang didn't speak for a long time. His heart was touched by the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom's words. What is true love? The idiotic Lord of Still Wind in front of him said it. True love is priceless, true love doesn't talk about conditions, true love has no reason, true love is to sacrifice for one's lover, and still give blessings for them. Princess Sisai walked forward, and used her slender hand to gently hold Yu Yang's big hand. Usually, she very rarely expressed her feelings in front of others. However, at this moment, she wanted to tell him that he also had such a precious true love, and it was even more perfect. Because she and he loved each other, the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom's corpse gradually melted under the power of the laws. He was the same as the Green Wolf Kingdom. Because of the obsession of his will when he was alive, his energy had condensed into crystals, forming a rare heart of true love. Yu Yang picked up this heart of true love, and took the heart of repentance left behind by the Lord of the Green Wolf Kingdom from a man. He sighed slightly. Why did you choose to leave when you clearly could have lived on? Although death is a kind of release, it's also a very irresponsible act. You all died, and died very naturally, but instead caused trouble for this young master. I really didn't know how to make friends. His words gave Yu a fright. Afraid that her brother's heart would be touched, and he wouldn't be able to extricate himself, she hurriedly rushed forward and hugged him tightly, pressing her face against his back. She hurriedly advised, Little San, don't let your thoughts run wild, we will always be with you. Don't have any thoughts of committing suicide at any time. Yu Yang didn't expect Yu to be so nervous, and originally wanted to make a joke. When he looked back, he saw that her eyes were red. He felt very apologetic in his heart, and used his arms to hug her and Princess Sisai. Although he didn't speak, he responded with a hug. In an instant, Red, Man, Duo and the hornless dragon Jiangying all rushed over, and tightly hugged him with open arms. Sun King. He stood quietly in front of the Golden Palace, like a gentleman who kept his promise to his friend. Even if his friend didn't come, he insisted on waiting. Ming Rihao sat on the steps of the Golden Palace with his hands on his knees and his head lowered. And Sun King. There was only a layer of golden barrier between them. The light on his body was dim, as if he was at the end of his rope. Surprisingly, Ming Rihao's body didn't have any injuries. On the steps not far from him, there was another person lying quietly, as serene as a sleeping beauty. It was the Freedom Queen who came in earlier. Other than a bloody red finger mark on her forehead, there was no other abnormality. However, her body was slowly dissipating. It seemed that other than the cleansing power of the divine grimoire, there was another kind of energy that was silently devouring her body. Yu Yang floated over from the divine grimoire space. Although he saw Ming Rihao and the Freedom Queen's abnormality, he didn't retreat. Instead, he increased his speed and flew to Sun King's side. "You're here?" Sun King's tone was as if he saw an old friend he hadn't seen for many years, and not an enemy. "I'm sorry, there was a traffic jam on the way, so I'm a bit late." Yu Yang apologized sincerely. "It's alright, it's good enough that you can come. If I were you, I might not have the courage to come back." Sun King looked at Yu Yang with admiration and sighed. "If you weren't so outstanding, if you didn't have such courage, if you weren't the new prison emperor of Tongtian Tower, I would really want to be friends with you. In the Heaven Realm, there are many enemies, but few friends. It's rare to meet a young man who is worth befriending, but I have to destroy him with my own hands. Although I'm not a sentimental girl, I still feel a little regretful. Maybe, this is fate. No one knows what fate is like before the truth is revealed." Yu Yang laughed and shook his head. "We have a saying, fate is unpredictable, those who flourish will fall. Some people look like the sun in the sky, unstoppable and awe-inspiring, but they might be the product of fate's ruthless elimination. Until the end, who knows? That person has power close to that of a god. What do you think will happen to him in the end? Elimination or victory?" The Sun King also laughed. "Even gods will fall one day, not to mention near gods." Yu Yang retorted bluntly. "Give it a try then." The Sun King's smile grew wider and wider, just like his killing intent. "Old Hao, you're not dead yet, right?" Yu Yang suddenly shouted towards Ming Rihao. "Almost there." As Ming Riwu spoke, he coughed non-stop. Fresh blood spurted out from his mouth and nose, staining the white jade steps in front of him. However, in the blink of an eye, the nomological power within the divine grimoire was eliminated and disappeared without a trace. "At first, I only thought that your ability was lacking. I didn't expect that your brain wasn't that good either." Yu Yang shook his head and said, "I told you to lead the Sun King here and run as fast as you could. I didn't expect that not only did you not listen to my advice, but you even attacked the Sun King. Old Hao, this is not the way to show off, okay? If you can defeat the Sun King, why should I run? I might as well stay and watch your performance. F***ck, there's a reason why I did that." Ming Rihao was furious. However, he couldn't straighten his back anymore. Although he didn't look injured on the surface, his body seemed to have suffered a huge internal injury. "Sun King, aren't you being a little mean?" Yu Yang turned to look at the Sun King and criticized him. "Tell me, how am I being mean?" The Sun King pretended to be confused and asked. "With your status as the master of the Solar Divine Palace, it's already degrading to challenge a nobody like Ming Rihao alone. Yet, you ganged up on him. You might as well be called a street thug. Why are you still calling yourself the Sun King?" Yu Yang sneered and mocked. "Actually, it's a little exaggerated to call it ganging up on him. We were only fighting 2 against 2. The Sun King calmly explained, "Ming Rihao and the Freedom Queen teamed up to fight me and the Palace Master of the Water Divine Palace. We had the same number of people and the same conditions. I even let her have the first move out of respect for a lady. On the battlefield, how many martial artists in the world can still maintain their poise like me? I think even young Master Titan might not be able to do it, right? Of course young Master Titan can't be like the Sun King." An old man's voice slowly sounded behind Yu Yang. That voice was like a rusty steel gear that was turning with time. It gave off an indescribable feeling. According to the information this palace master has obtained, no matter if it's in Tongtian Tower or Heaven Realm, young Master Titan's actions can only be described with one sentence. Despicable is only young Master Titan's nickname. Shameless is young Master Titan's real name. If we are to compare methods, this palace master is simply a good and kind person compared to young Master Titan. There was an old man with a round head and a snow-white beard that reached his chest. He appeared behind Yu Yang. He was holding a dragon head walking stick that was carved out of purple gold sandalwood. He was wearing a wide-sleeved robe with a gold collar. The color of the robe was dark purple. There were a few silver cloud patterns on the sleeves and the bottom of the robe. Other than the bald head and the beard that reached his ears, the biggest characteristic of this old man was that he had a pair of eyes that were filled with wisdom. That pair of eyes were blue and as deep as the sea. Even if it was Yu Yang, when he saw this pair of eyes, he couldn't help but admire them from the bottom of his heart. Definitely, only after countless years of accumulation, after thousands of years of precipitation, could one possess such a pair of eyes of wisdom. Yu Yang knew so many powerful people, from Tong Tian Tower, Southern Heaven Realm, Western Heaven Realm, there were countless of them. However, there was only one person who could be mentioned in the same breath as this old man. That person was Old Man Nangong. Other than Old Man Nangong, who didn't forget to read a book before going to bed, there was no one in the world who could match this old man's wisdom. That kind of great wisdom, not to mention Yu Yang, even an ordinary person could see it with a glance. As long as one looked into this old man's eyes, no one would doubt the knowledge in his mind. Although Grandma Wu Ting, the old fox, and Yu Yu's mentor, Elder Jing Hu, and other seniors were also sages with vast knowledge, they were still inferior to this old man. New Water Temple Master? Yu Yang frowned. He never thought that the new Water Temple Master would look like this, nor did he think that he would appear here. Ah, not the new Water Temple Master, but the Water Temple Master. The old man with a pair of wise eyes smiled kindly like a kind and understanding elder. I have been serving as the Temple Master of the Water Temple for thousands of years. During my tenure, I have made modest contributions to the region and the temple. If I were to say that I am the new Temple Master of the Water Temple, wouldn't that be irresponsible of me? Young Master Titan, perhaps you have just heard about this Temple Master not long ago, but this Temple Master has long heard about you. And has always been interested in you. Before today, I always wondered what kind of young man could kill the 9 Light Clan's Heavenly Empress. You should know that the 9 Light Clan's Heavenly Empress is the most qualified candidate to challenge the Western Heaven Realm's great leaders. If it was the Sun King, he wouldn't dare to say that he could easily take her down. But what about you, young Master Titan? Not only did you kill the 9 Light Clan's Heavenly Empress, you even annihilated her entire clan. This Temple Master sincerely admires you. The younger generation will surpass the older in time, this saying is absolutely true. If I'm so fearsome, then why did you come here to compete with me? Yu Yang smiled. Yingluo, the Queen of Freedom that you know, is actually my granddaughter's granddaughter. My family is unfortunate. In order to restore the family's prestige, this Temple Master had no choice but to straighten my old bones and make a trip here. Although this Temple Master and the Sun King are on the same path, our goals are different. The Sun King pursues the Divine Codex, his ambition is lofty, and he is in existence like the future pillar of the deity's Templar. As for this Temple Master, I don't have much time left, I'm old and weak, and I'm satisfied to be able to guard this small manor in the Tianhua region. If this Temple Master has a little selfishness, it would be to completely eradicate your Tong Tian Tower and the Ming clan. After all, you young people grow too fast, squeezing us old fellows until we have no place to stand. The benevolent-looking old man stroked his beard as he spoke slowly and calmly. I've seen many annoying old men, but I've never seen anyone as annoying as you. Yu Yang couldn't stand this kind of person. He had talent but no virtue. This was the kind of person the new Water Temple Master was. If this old fellow didn't have any ability, then it wouldn't matter. If he didn't have any ability, no matter how bad his heart was, he wouldn't be a disaster. However, this old fellow had talent and ability, but his heart was evil. He was simply a nightmare. Towards this kind of person, Yu Yang felt that it was useless to say anything. The best way was to beat him up. Beat him until he cried for his parents, then beat him until he looked for his teeth all over the floor. That was the right thing to do. Yu Yang rolled up his sleeves angrily. Don't think that just because you're an old man, I don't dare to beat you up. Lowly people are asking for a beating. What's the point of beating a lowly person's skin and flesh? Young Master Titan, looks like you're prepared to fight the two of us alone. The old man glanced at Ming Ri Hao, who was within the golden barrier, and smiled with great confidence. I don't deny that you have an extremely powerful strength. You, who can kill the Nine Lights Empress, are an existence that no one can ignore. However, I've collected all the information in the Tianhua region and researched for thousands of years just for this day. Here, in this divine grimoire space, you might be able to defeat the Nine Light Clan's Empress, or even a Heaven Realm great leader. But you definitely can't defeat me. Is that so? Yu Yang snorted coldly. He didn't believe in superstitions. If the old man wanted to play tricks on him, then come. The current Ming Ri Wu will be the next you. The new water temple master slammed his dragon-headed walking stick on the ground, his words filled with confidence. With Elder Tsang taking action, I'll just be in charge of holding the fort like before. The Sun King seemed to have a lot of confidence in the new water temple master. Although he had been carefully plotting against Yu Yang and had been staring at Yu Yang all the time, he was deeply afraid that he would relax for even a second. However, at this moment, he was even willing to let the new water temple master be the main attacker. When Yu Yang heard this, his eyes turned cold. In an instant, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on top of the new water temple master's head. It was a huge saber that he had obtained from the Nine Light Clan's strongest warrior, Li Pan. It was a platinum-ranked heavy weapon. With its weight combined with Yu Yang's earth-splitting slash, its power was unimaginably terrifying. It truly had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The saber and sword chi exploded in the air like a heavenly dragon swallowing the sun. Even though this was the divine melody space protected by the power of the laws, it was still shocked by Yu Yang's destructive attack. The golden barrier trembled violently, and the ground here, which was harder than diamond, had already been cut deeply by the saber and sword chi. Not to mention a person, even if it was a mountain, the current Yu Yang could still cut it in half, an unstoppable and invincible slash. It came down from above. The new water temple master, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to it and waited quietly. Only when the Zamedeo, which carried the power of thunder and lightning, was 1 centimeter away from his head did he slowly raise his left hand. With his other hand holding onto the crutch, his body was as still as a mountain. Raising his hand, he used his skin to forcefully receive Yu Yang's earth-shattering chop. Die. Yu Yang felt that even if this old man's body was made of steel, he would still be able to cut him in half. What a joke. The new water temple master snorted with a fake smile. He did not change his action of raising his hand and did not even make a second move. However, this action alone had completely broken Yu Yang's full-powered slash. That Zamedeo, which could destroy heaven and earth and split mountains, was like a light smoke when it hit his palm. It turned into mist and disappeared in the blink of an eye. All that was left in Yu Yang's hand was a bare hilt. How could a platinum-ranked weapon be destroyed just like that? What kind of innate ability was this? Wasn't it impossible to use innate abilities in this divine grimoire space? Yu Yang looked at the broken saber in his hand and was stunned for a moment. Damn, isn't this old man's ability a little too strange? To be able to corrode a weapon instantly and turn it into nothingness, and it was even a platinum-ranked weapon. This ability of the new water temple leader was indeed a headache. It was not that Yu Yang did not have a better weapon, but he could not bear to take it out. Even if it could not be corroded, if it was damaged, it would be too late to regret it. Ming Ri Wu, you are such a bad friend. Why didn't you tell me earlier that this old man had such an ability? This was the first time Yu Yang had officially ordered someone to destroy his weapon. He had nothing to complain about. Hence, he vented his anger on Ming Ri Hao, blaming him for not reporting what he knew. I don't know either, the information was wrong. Ming Ri Wu replied weakly. He felt that he was going to die soon and could not be bothered to argue anymore. Damn it, you think you won't die after being hit by a weapon? I will use Kamehameha. Yu Yang definitely did not know how to use Kamehameha, but he could easily condense a ball of energy. Could an energy ball smash the new water temple leader to death? Of course, Yu Yang wouldn't do that. With a thought, the ball of energy condensed into energy quickly changed shape under the power of his small law, instantly becoming a huge energy blade that was exactly the same as the platinum Zamedeo. If the new Water Temple Master's innate ability was to decompose metal, then this saber formed from energy would definitely cause him to suffer the consequences, Yu Yang sneered and slashed again. Second slash, heaven and earth collapse. Just as the energy blade was about to hit the head of the new Water Temple leader, Yu Yang raised his other hand and quickly condensed a second energy blade. This second energy blade was bigger and faster. It was formed in an instant and surpassed the first energy blade the moment it was formed. With a long tail, it burst out with a special skill that Yu Yang rarely used, third slash, Lord of Rivers and Mountains. Yu Yang's abnormal attack, super fast energy formation, and familiar usage of the minor laws were all seen by the Sun King. Although he did not show it on the surface, he was amazed in his heart. This young man was truly a formidable opponent. Even Ji Wuri, who was recognized as the most talented person in the Divine Hall, could not achieve this at his age. Who would believe that a human warrior in his 20s could challenge the Temple Master of the Water Temple of the Central Shrine? It could even directly cause a crisis for the Master of the Solar Divine Palace? Although the growth of humans was extremely fast, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't possibly be this fast, right? What do young people in their 20s usually do? The Sun King had read the clown's investigation report and found that before the appearance of Yu Yang, a human warrior in his 20s who could reach the standard of the Tower of Babel could be regarded as a once-in-a-century genius. As for reaching the innate realm in his 20s, he was probably a peerless genius that only appeared once in a millennium. However, while others were still struggling in Tong Tian Tower's innate realm, which was equivalent to Heaven Realm's Earth Realm, Yu Yang was still struggling. This Yu Yang had far surpassed the heavenly stage, surpassed the innate supremacy, and was approaching the godly state. A baby who was only in his 20s had actually managed to catch up to him. Except for the adjective abnormal. The Sun King could no longer think of any other words to describe him. What made him most curious was, what kind of person and what kind of power had trained him to be where he was today? The Sun King would never believe that it was born naturally without the protection of a peerless powerhouse. The question was this peerless expert by Yu Yang's side? If not, then he had to kill him as fast as he could. If he was, then where was he? How strong was the peerless expert guarding him? The Sun King's mind was surging like a stormy sea. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. However, in the outside world, time passed by in the blink of an eye. The new Water Temple Master was successfully deceived by Yu Yang's attack. This was because other than Yu Yang, who never played by the rules, no one else would attack like this. Just as the new Water Temple Hall Master raised his hand to block the first energy blade, Yu Yang's second energy blade had already cleverly bypassed the old man's raised right hand and miraculously broke through the old man's mental defense, ruthlessly slashing at the side of the old man's neck, right in the middle. In terms of age, Yu Yang's entire family was no match for the new Water Temple Master. However, in terms of battle techniques, even if all the martial artists of the new Water Temple were added together, they would still be no match for Yu Yang's imagination. The diversion attack, the feint attack, and the second attack had caused the Hall Master of the new Water Temple to be unable to react and could only watch as the energy blade sliced towards his neck. The Sun King almost used time reversal to eliminate this fatal blow for the new Water Temple Master. However, when he saw the astonished expression on the face of the Hall Master of the new Water Temple, he suppressed his disdain for everything in the world. The two energy blades, one after the other, slashed at the new Water Temple Master's neck and hand. Under the watchful eyes of the Sun King and Yu Yang, the two energy blades, which were not made of metal but were formed by Yu Yang's will and energy, instantly turned into nothingness. They disappeared without a trace. The new Water Temple Master did not lose a single strand of his beard. The skin on the side of his neck was as good as new. It did not look like he had taken the third slash at all. Yu Yang was dumbfounded. It was as if he had seen a ghost. F***ck. These blades were formed by his own will. How could they be melted like that? Melting metal could be described as corrosion. What kind of ability was this? Moreover, these were energy blades that contained his own will. F***cku. What kind of bullsh*t heavenly game company is this? I want to complain. How can a solo boss in a dungeon have such a ridiculous ability? I don't have any teammates, how can I clear the dungeon alone? Moreover, this guy is not even the strongest boss. There's still the final boss that hasn't appeared yet. How am I supposed to survive? Yu Yang almost cried. The difficulty was too high. This kind of game was not fun at all. Shouldn't a solo dungeon be easier? The Sun King was confused. He did not understand, but he could understand that this Titan Prince was angry. Usually, people who were about to lose were like this. In fact, even he did not know that the new Water Temple Master had such an inherent ability. He did not understand why Elder Tsang could melt Titan Yu's energy blades even though this was not his inherent ability. Even if he had such an inherent ability, he could not use it here. Why could Elder Tsang use his inherent ability under the restriction of the laws? There must be some unspeakable secret. Golden Palace's Sun King, the godly grimoire belongs to you. This young man can be dealt with by this old man. There's not much time left. In order to prevent any more problems, Sun King should quickly enter the Golden Palace and contract the godly grimoire. The new Water Temple Master was very proud of himself, but a wise and kind smile appeared on his face. It was as if he was the legendary great sage who had educated countless people and had many disciples. The Sun King understood. This Elder Tsang planned to take all the credit for killing Titan Yu. The godly grimoire, this cunning old man, knew that he was unable to inherit it. Thus, he calculated that the Sun King valued the godly grimoire more and prepared to take all the credit for killing Titan Yu. Sure enough, it was worthy of being recognized as the most sinister sea dragon in the heaven realm. The Sun King snorted in his heart. He actually schemed against him? It seemed that this old man's hidden strength was not bad, his appetite was also big. Thank you, Elder Tsang, for your help. I am very grateful. A trace of coldness flashed in the depths of the Sun King's eyes. His voice became gentle. Titan Yu, this young man is very outstanding. Elder Tsang, are you sure you don't need me to support you? The Sun King's contract with the godly grimoire is the most important thing. How can we waste too much time here? It's fine for this old man to spend a little more effort outside. The new Water Temple Master replied with a smile. He predicted that the Sun King was not willing to have too many changes at this time. He was mainly concerned about the godly grimoire. As for the credit of killing Titan Yu, the Sun King would most likely not snatch it. Moreover, without his ability, the Sun King would definitely need to spend a lot of time to kill Titan Yu. Would the Sun King take the risk to kill him when he could plunder the godly grimoire at any time? If that's the case, I will take my leave first. Here, old Zhu Tsang, you have succeeded. The Sun King snorted and bowed slightly. Then, he turned into a ray of golden light, penetrated the golden barrier, and appeared on the platform where Ming Riwu was sitting. With another flash, he disappeared without a trace. Humph. The new Water Temple Master sneered secretly. If it wasn't for the support of the elders of the deity's temple, how could you, the Sun King, be where you are today? Back then, you were just a servant with average talent. Moreover, you were a servant that was kicked out by Jiwori. You want to get the godly grimoire? Even Jiwori, who was born with a noble bloodline and was the most favored disciple of the deity's temple, did not dare to say that he could contract the godly grimoire. A third-rate servant dared to be arrogant and covet the godly grimoire? What a joke. The elders had spent a lot of effort to cultivate the Sun King. His name was very famous, but could he really compete with the three temple masters? Even if he could barely catch up to Jiwori now, what about in the future? The Sun King, who had exhausted his potential, could only look up to Jiwori, who had infinite potential? Trying to subdue him with a shabby place like the Tianhua domain, too childish. Other than the deity's temple's venerable, no one else could get his loyalty. Although the old guys in the elders group were jumping up and down, it was useless. Sun King, you are just wasting your time. You don't even know what conditions are needed to contract the godly grimoire. The new Water Temple Master's lips curled into a cruel smile. He knew the answer, but he did not say it out loud. Wasn't it the best thing to see others hit a wall? You have two gifted abilities? Yu Yang suddenly asked tentatively. Oh? The new Water Temple Master was a little confused. How did this kid know? According to the legends, this godly grimoire space would prohibit the gifted abilities of those who entered. In order to truly integrate into this space, one must have the unique primordial dual talents. Warriors with primordial dual talents, that is, warriors who were born with dual talents, only existed in legends. However, if they had a breakthrough in some aspect, or received a reward from the ancient gods, they would gain wisdom. Very few martial artists were able to develop a second innate ability. On the surface, it seemed easy for Xianxia to produce a second inherent skill, but in the deity's Templar, there were no more than 5 people who possessed 2 inherent skills. In the entire Heaven Realm, including the Heaven Realm's 4 great clans and various sects, there were no more than 10 genius warriors. Apart from these 2 kinds of people who had 2 gifted abilities, there was another kind of person. That was the quasi-gifted ability that was personally activated by the deity's temple's sovereign with the power of the ancient code. This kind of quasi-gifted ability was infinitely close to a second gifted ability. The new Water Temple Master, Azure Dragon, who was loyal to the deity's temple's sovereign, was one of the few lucky ones who was able to activate it because of his loyalty and suitable conditions. On the surface, no one could tell, but having a second quasi-gifted ability would definitely greatly increase one's strength. With his second quasi-gifted ability, Azure Dragon was often invincible in certain environments. At the very least, he was infinitely close to being invincible. For example, right now, the only problem was, how did this Titan you guess that he had a second gifted ability? Strange, how did this kid's brain work? Was he really that smart? This kid figured out the situation that even the Sun King could not understand with a single sentence? I guessed correctly. Yu Yang saw the uncertain expression on the new Water Temple Master Azure Dragon's face and laughed. Since that's the case, I have an idea. What did you call me just now? Despicable is my nickname, and shameless is my real name? Alright, I've decided to let you see what true shamelessness is. If the Sun King was still here, I would be afraid of using my ultimate move and letting him see through my flaws. But since he's not here, I can rest assured. Old man, have a taste of my treasured blade. This slash is called Universe Reversal. Yu Yang took out the crescent moon from his storage ring and rushed towards the disdainful Azure Dragon, the new Water Temple Master. A slash came right at his face. The new Water Temple Master stood proudly and raised his hand, just like before, to welcome the slash. However, the result was completely different. This slash caused blood to splatter. When Yu Yang slowly retracted his blade, a severed hand fell to the ground with a thud. Not only did Yu Yang chop off one of Azure Dragon's hands, but he had also shaved off most of his beard with his saber chi. His robe was torn open and blood oozed out. Impossible. Azure Dragon, the new Water Temple Master, exclaimed. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. You are very cunning and know how to hide. However, I want to tell you that your time is over. A smile brighter than the sun appeared on Yu Yang's face. Moreover, victory cannot be won through tricks. That is not the right way. The person with the strongest strength could obtain the final victory even without using any tricks. On the contrary, no matter how good one's tricks were, without the corresponding strength, in the end, they would become a laughingstock. Yu Yang did not attack again. He just stared coldly at the cunning old man. Azure Dragon stared at his severed hand for a long time. Suddenly, like a madman, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, this is too funny. Do you think that by using some kind of domain power or the power of the law to break my second talent and cut off one of my hands, you can really defeat me? Too naive, ? Yu Yang looked at the old man strangely. Let me tell you some bad news. Azure Dragon stopped laughing. He bent down to pick up his severed hand from the ground and put it back on his wrist. In an instant, the severed hand and wrist healed, no different from before. The wound on his chest had already healed at some point in time. Even his beard had slowly grown and returned to its original appearance. The Azure Dragon, the palace master of the new Water Temple, paused for a moment with his dragon-headed walking stick and lectured in an old-fashioned tone. Young man, don't think that every race in the Heaven Realm is as weak as you humans. Take this palace master as an example. As a member of the Water Clan, let alone breaking my limbs, even if you cut off my head, I wouldn't be hurt at all. We do not have the weakness of your human body. We are half-elemental. As long as we exist, we are immortal. You don't know the true benefits of the human body. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Yu Yang did not want to argue with this old man. The human body was indeed the most fragile, but it also had the greatest potential. Moreover, the speed of cultivation was also the fastest. Young man, you have done well to be able to break my second talent. However, as long as you are a human, your weak and pitiful body will always be your fatal weakness. Azure Dragon, the temple master of New Water Temple, brandished his dragon-headed walking stick and a layer of white mist spread out from his body. This white mist seemed to have a life of its own as it spread in all directions. Yu Yang realized that it was getting harder and harder to breathe in this strange white fog. Although it was gas, it was too humid. Staying in there felt like being suffocated in water and unable to breathe. However, this was not water, so it was useless to breathe in water. The Hall Master of the New Water Temple, Azure Dragon, was very pleased. This white mist was his domain, the tidal mist domain. As long as one stayed in this tidal mist, all living beings would be restricted by him. Azure Dragon was very pleased with himself. This white mist was his tidal mist domain. As long as one stayed in this mist, all life would be restricted by him. He could directly suck the water out of the opponent's body. He could turn the opponent into a salted fish. However, with Titan Yu's willpower and strength, he could not do this. Even a god might not be able to directly take away Titan Yu's life. He did not need to directly take away a life because he was familiar with the human body's weaknesses. The human body had 3 major weaknesses. The first was the head, which was protected by the sovereign's willpower and could not be easily harmed. The second was the heart. If the heart did not beat, no matter how strong the human body was, it would soon collapse. The problem was that the opponent's heart was protected by a huge amount of energy. It was very difficult to stop it from beating. The third was the internal organs, especially the lungs, which needed to communicate with the outside air to absorb energy. If one did not breathe for a few minutes, the human body's condition would plummet. Titan Yu was very strong, but no matter how strong he was still a human. No matter how strong he was, he could not escape from the weakness of breathing. The Azure Dragon's tidal mist domain could not take away the opponent's life, but it could not take away the water in the opponent's body. However, he could take away the air in the domain and filled a space with his own tidal mist. As long as the tidal mist filled the opponent's lungs, he would be able to wreak havoc in Titan Yu's lungs. Yu Yang raised his hand, waved the crescent moon blade and slashed forward. The Azure Dragon was clearly in front of him, but the blade chi deviated strangely in the white mist. It floated behind Yu Yang and disappeared into the white mist vortexes. The second slash, Yu Yang slashed towards the ground. Logically, there should have been a deep mark left on the ground. In the worst-case scenario, the crescent moon blade should have cut into the white jade tiles on the ground. However, an even stranger thing happened. The crescent moon blade in Yu Yang's hand did not even touch the ground, but his entire body had already floated upwards. It was as if he was floating in the air, as if he did not feel any force at all. In the tidal mist domain of the Azure Dragon, everything was under his control. Even if Yu Yang wanted to attack or escape, he could not do so. If this is not a grimoire, I still can't do anything to you because you can hide in a summoning grimoire. I don't have the patience to wait for you. The kind-looking Azure Dragon, the temple master of the New Water Temple, showed a trace of malevolence at the corner of his lips. Unfortunately, you can't summon your grimoire here. So, I'm dead meat? Yu Yang did not panic at all. You will suffocate to death in this white fog that is like a tidal current. I know it's not easy for someone like you to suffocate to death. Maybe a day, maybe a month. But no matter how long I have to wait, as long as there's hope, even if it's a year, 10 years, or 100 years, I will wait patiently. The Azure Dragon grinned. Not a bad domain, but don't you want to know what my domain power is? Yu Yang asked back. His breathing was getting more and more difficult. I don't need to know what your domain power is. The Azure Dragon laughed and explained, because my tidal mist domain is slightly different from other people's domains, ? Yu Yang did not understand. As long as I activate the tidal mist domain, my enemy will not have a chance to use it. It's a domineering domain. The Azure Dragon laughed. Did Jizun of the Divine Palace also teach you this? Yu Yang was finally a little moved. Maybe you don't know, but this is an ability that every Divine Grimoire warrior with the rank of Temple Master must master. The Azure Dragon saw that Yu Yang could barely breathe and was in a good mood. It was not that he had never tortured an opponent like this before, but he had never felt as satisfied as he did today. How could killing an ordinary opponent compare to the hope of killing Tong Tian Tower? How could killing the new prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower give him such a sense of accomplishment? Is this the beginning of comprehending the power of the ancient code? Yu Yang muttered to himself. He now understood a little why Jizun of the Divine Hall required all the hall masters under him to grasp the domineering domain. The reason must be to use this to train his subordinates, allowing them to continuously grow and improve in battle. From domain power to domineering domain power. And then to the power of the ancient code. Yu Yang felt that although the central shrine did not have places like Tong Tian Tower and Gate of Life and Death, it did not directly require its subordinates to follow the path of innate Jizun. However, this kind of extension of talent or race ability into domain power, and then to the domineering domain power, and then to the absolute existence of the ancient code power. This was also a kind of growth model. This kind of growth model was even more acceptable for the majority of Heaven Realm warriors. Like Tong Tian Tower, it had to rely on personal comprehension. It was too difficult to break through. Tong Tian Tower walked the path of absolute geniuses. If they did not succeed, they would return to mediocrity. The central shrine walked the path of elites. Although there might not be geniuses, there would at least be a large group of elites. It was very necessary to maintain the ruling position. Yu Yang suddenly understood the venerable deity temple's intention. It seemed that this guy had put in a lot of effort to ensure the outstanding status of the central shrine. Breathe hard. New Water Temple Master Azure Dragon laughed out loud. The more you breathe, the more water will fill your lungs. My tidal mist domain not only fuses with the air, it can also fuse with your body. Before long, your body will be filled with water and swell up, just like a corpse that has been drowned alive in the water. I have to say, you have studied the weaknesses of humans very thoroughly. Yu Yang praised, then changed his tone and snorted. However, there are always exceptions. My body is not an ordinary person's body. Not understanding this is your biggest failure. Yu Yang kept the crescent moon blade and spread his hands. A piece of earth Guayin fire was scattered around his body. What made the new Water Temple Master Azure Dragon dumbfounded was that these terrifying flames, which would explode at the slightest movement of energy, were now as still as a lake, without any ripples. You still don't understand? Yu Yang slowly walked towards Azure Dragon. No matter how Azure Dragon activated the tidal mist domain, it could not affect Yu Yang's movements at all. On the contrary, when Azure Dragon wanted to retreat, the tidal mist domain restrained him, not allowing him to move easily. It was as if the owner of the tidal mist domain was Yu Yang and not him, the new Water Temple Master. Impossible, this is clearly my domain. Azure Dragon's expression really changed. Wrong, this is my creation domain. Ever since the Sun King left, you have been dreaming, do you understand? Yu Yang put on a bracelet and grabbed Azure Dragon's throat before the new Water Temple Master could call out, elemental disaster. If the Sun King didn't leave, I wouldn't have dared to use my domain so easily, and I wouldn't have been able to extract so many secrets from you in your dreams. Now, it's all over. I'm very happy that I've obtained a lot of Supreme Temple secrets. Thank you for your contribution. Even if you have elemental disaster, don't even think about killing me. Azure Dragon desperately resisted with energy. I won't kill you. Yu Yang smiled. I just want to turn you into a ball of fire and let you burn forever. I think you will feel very warm. No. Azure Dragon's face turned deathly pale when he heard this, and he stared at Yu Yang's left hand in despair. On that hand, there was a ball of nirvana fire. Because you are too powerful, the conversion may take a long time. I hope you can cooperate. Also, don't think that this hidden snake, which looks like a dragon head crutch but is actually a guardian war beast, can help you. This is fake, understand? Everything you see is fake, but of course, it is also real. Yu Yang pulled the dragon head crutch out of the sea dragon's hand as if it was a small earthworm. At this moment, the sea dragon truly believed that it had really fallen into this Titan-used dream trap. Spare me, I am willing to surrender. Azure Dragon shouted at the end. I'm very sorry, I didn't hear what you said. why don't you say it again? Yu Yang's face revealed a smile more terrifying than that of a demon. Azure Dragon opened his mouth and spat out a ball of fire. Yu Yang and the new Water Temple Master fought for a long time, but in fact, in the creation domain, only a few seconds had passed. Under Ming Riwu's gaze, he saw Yu Yang grab the new Water Temple Master's throat with one hand and turn this unkillable old man into a ball of fire. Then, Yu Yang threw him in front of him like he was throwing rubbish. The shock in his heart was even greater than seeing an ancient god descend. How did you do it? Ming Riwu obviously knew that Yu Yang could win, but he never expected him to win so quickly and in such a carefree manner. Yu Yang snorted arrogantly. It's a secret. Yu, who floated over from afar, covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Actually, it was only against the semi-elemental Azure Dragon. If it was another one, even if Yu Yang could win, it would not be so easy. In addition to the natural restraint of attributes, there was also the overwhelming suppression of the domain. Nirvana Flame, Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, Twilight Flame, Scarlet Sky Divine Flame, Earth Guayin Flame, Creation Domain, and even the energy absorption bracelet known as Elemental Disaster. If Yu Yang still could not defeat the new Water Temple Master, he would not be Yu Yang's third young master. Most importantly, in the creation domain, Yu Yang used a few days to turn the Azure Dragon into a ball of fire. How could it be done in a few seconds? It was just that the creation domain was more mysterious than the gate of life and death. Time and space, life and energy, everything was under the control of Yu Yang. In the creation domain, Yu Yang was the creator of that small world. What should we do with this woman? Princess Xianxia saw the Freedom Queen lying on the steps. She raised her head and glared at Yu Yang angrily, as if a certain someone had been caught red-handed. The Golden Palace. They crossed the white jade stairs, passed through the front hall that towered into the clouds, and passed through the passage of the Golden Palace that was even more unbearable to look up at. Reflected in his eyes was a brilliant and extraordinary enormous square. It was richly ornamented and magnificent, and any imperial city in the world was simply like a tiny ant's nest when compared to it and was inferior in comparison. Even the wondrous Sky Island, which was suspended in the sky and protected by the Golden Shield, had as many as 9 of them. In front of them, there were 3 avenues that were nearly a kilometer wide and tens of kilometers long. Then there were countless golden stairs. The tens of thousands of golden stairs were all made of pure gold. If Yu Yang had not entered the stairway to heaven and seen the even more incredible stairway to heaven of the World Tree, he would definitely be shocked by such a miracle. You go after the Sun King first. We'll check around, and then catch up with you. Princess Sisai had a hunch that she had to be separated from Yu Yang for a while in order to really help him. She did not know what would happen around here, but she found that after entering the Golden Palace, the 6 records talent that was originally forbidden by the power of law could play a role again. I'll go east. When Yu came here, she also had a feeling that there seemed to be some kind of invisible voice that was constantly calling her. Could it be that she was really like what Princess Sisai had said, that she would eventually become the key to her brother's victory? Then I'll go west with Xianxia. Drunken Cat pondered for a moment and made a decision. This Golden Palace was facing the north and south. From the south, it was facing the north. Left to the west, right to the east. Originally, Princess Sisai's strength was much stronger than Yu's, but Drunken Cat was more worried about Tigress than Yu, who was meticulous, calm, and aloof from worldly affairs. If they were to encounter a powerful enemy, Yu would be able to protect herself better than Princess Sisai. If Yu couldn't win, she wouldn't force herself to accept the challenge. However, Princess Sisai was different. She would do everything in her power to defeat her enemy. Drunken Cat felt that it was necessary for her to stay by Princess Sisai's side and provide support when necessary. If Yu could accompany Red or Man, it would be safer for them to search together. Yu Yang got Red, Man, and the others to stay behind temporarily and spread out to see if they could find any crucial information about the Golden Temple. As for the battle against the Sun King, it was not a battle that could be decided in a short period of time. He brought everyone here mainly to overwhelm the Sun King with their collective strength at the last moment and obtain the final victory. If they joined forces to fight against the Sun King from the start, it was very likely that a few of them would die. Although Man, Red, and Duo were all guardian beasts and wouldn't really die, Yu Yang didn't want any accidents to happen to them. If they were killed, it would just be a decrease in strength. What Yu Yang was most afraid of was that their intelligence, willpower, and potential would greatly decrease. If they didn't have to die in battle, Yu Yang still hoped that everyone would be safe. It's not okay if you don't bring anyone with you. Princess Sisai knew that Yu Yang was protecting her, but she was also worried about his safety. After all, his safety was the most important. Little Wenli and Yao Yu sisters follow Xiao San. Yu Yu originally wanted to bring hornless dragon Jiangying and Yvonne. But when she saw Yu Yang waving his hand, she didn't bring it up. If too many guardian beasts followed and charged in, the Sun King would realize that something was wrong. That would definitely ruin the original plan. For the final victory, Yu Yu decided to bring Ma Man, Red, and the others outside to find the biggest secret of the Golden Palace as soon as possible. At the same time, they had to set up an inescapable trap to prevent the Sun King, who was defeated by her brother later, from escaping. The Sun King must be killed. If he escaped, not only Yu Yang, but the whole Tongtian Tower would also suffer unimaginable consequences. You guys, be careful. Yu Yang hugged Princess Sisai and Drunken Cat one by one. The last one was Yu Yu's turn. Before the battle, Yu Yu couldn't care less about her shyness. She hugged her brother tightly and pressed her cheek against his, trying her best to hold back the tears that were about to fall. Xiao San, you have to be more careful. We will catch up soon, you must wait for us. Seeing him bringing little Wenli and the Yao Yu sisters up the golden stairs. Yu Yu even chased a few steps and warned with a crying voice, don't fight recklessly. Be careful. Remember the weakness that Her Majesty Fei Wenli told you. Yu Yang didn't dare to look back. He was afraid that if he did, they would burst into tears and pounce on him, refusing to let him go first. He hardened his heart and ran all the way up hundreds of steps. After confirming that Princess Sisai and the others weren't chasing him, he raised his hand and waved it gently, indicating that he understood. Princess Sisai bit her lips. She waved her hand firmly. Let's go, we have to act as soon as possible. Little Wenli and Yao Yu, the dragon sisters, followed closely behind Yu Yang. From the golden stairs, they ran up tens of thousands of steps before they gradually saw the official hall behind the clouds. This hall was purplish gold in color. It was magnificent and beautiful. It was hard to describe with words in the world. At the end of the golden stairs, white clouds floated about, as if it was a fairyland on earth. In front of the purplish gold hall, there were 4 giant pillars. The trees arched a white jade archway that was 100 meters long and wide. In the middle of the white jade archway that emitted a dense treasure light, there were 4 words, Purple Gold Divine Hall, written in ancient runes. In the distance, the Purple Gold Divine Hall, at the head of the 3 gates, also had a plaque. It was written Supreme Hall. Yu Yang slowed down his pace and carefully entered the golden door in the middle with little Wenli. Yao Yu and Yao Yu were still a dozen meters behind, in case of any changes. The interior of the Purple Gold Divine Hall was extremely large. It was several hundred meters tall. There were giant pearls that were like stars in the sky, shining resplendently. There were also dozens of coiling dragon pillars in the middle. Each pillar was so large that it would take dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. Yu Yang estimated that just the front hall of the Purple Gold Divine Hall was as big as a dozen football fields. On the throne in the front hall, there was a person standing. It was the Taiyang King. So fast. The Taiyang King looked back. His expression was abnormally serious. He carefully sized up Yu Yang. When he found that Yu Yang didn't have any injuries or signs of fighting, his gaze turned even colder. He shook his head and sighed. I knew that the Azure Dragon couldn't defeat you, but I never thought that he couldn't even stop you for 10 minutes. Titan Yu, are you really so strong that you can kill a temple master in 10 minutes? Furthermore, your inherent skill is restricted by the ancient code and you can't summon your grimoire? He's a fake, you should know that. Yu Yang pretended to be relaxed and laughed. If the Azure Dragon is a fake, then how many people in this world aren't fake? Even someone as strong as Ming Ri Hao couldn't easily take revenge against his old enemy. But you, Titan Yu, only took 10 minutes to kill a water temple master. This is something that I can't do easily. So, I really have to say respect to you. The Taiyang King said as he increased his strength. Although the Taiyang king was impressed, he didn't hold back. Other than quickly increasing his strength, he also secretly observed the Yaoyu sisters from the corner of his eyes. Yu Yang naturally wouldn't be at a disadvantage. He increased his strength while observing his surroundings. He even paid extra attention to the table in front of the throne. On the table, there were a few items. There were brush, ink, paper, inkstone, imperial seal, and even a huge grimoire that seemed to be a godly grimoire. Due to the distance, Yu Yang couldn't see if the huge grimoire that occupied a third of the table was a divine grimoire. He also couldn't tell if it was a godly grimoire or a holy grimoire. However, based on what he saw before, he felt that this magnificent grimoire was at least a holy grimoire. It was very likely to be a legendary godly grimoire. Was it really a godly grimoire? If it was, why didn't the Taiyang king try to contract it? If the Taiyang king didn't contract it, did it mean that it couldn't be easily contracted? Even though Yu Yang was experienced and knowledgeable, when he saw this grimoire that seemed to be a godly grimoire, he couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry and his heart beat faster. I also have a beast, but for now, I think it's better for us to fight. If you win, I, the Taiyang king, can die without regrets. Everything will belong to you. The future of the heaven realm will also belong to you. If you lose, I can promise you 3 wishes. If it's within my power, I will definitely fulfill them for you. The Taiyang king's body emitted a glow that was even more intense than the sun. At the last moment, he paused for a moment and said sincerely, I have never had such an exciting opponent. If it wasn't for fate forcing me to make a choice, Titan Yu, to be honest, I don't want to be your enemy. Taiyang king, I don't want to be your enemy either, but I don't have a second choice. Yu Yang imitated the Night Empress' starry sky domain and steadily lit up the surrounding stars. Together with the blazing light emitted by the Taiyang king, it formed a strange scene of the stars and the sun intertwining. Everything depends on the choice of fate. The Taiyang king rushed over. At this moment, all methods, schemes, and strategies were useless. In the face of absolute power, the only thing Yu Yang could do was to fight head-on. He had no choice. This wasn't a battle with the Azure Dragon, the temple master of the new water temple. This was the Taiyang king, whose domain, laws, and willpower were all above him. Rumble, the direct exchange of the two's strongest powers shook the entire purple gold divine palace. When Princess Sisai, who was running, looked up, she found that the whole sky was shrouded by the light of the sun. It was so dazzling that she couldn't see it. The shockwave transcended space and came crashing down. It was like the end of the world. Yu Yu's beautiful face turned pale, and her heart trembled in fear. In the face of this doomsday scene, other than closing her eyes and praying desperately for her brother, she found that she couldn't do anything else. The rumbling of the duel in the violet gold divine palace continued without end. It sounded like both sides were evenly matched. Evenly matched. However, both Princess Sisai and Yu Yu were very clear about the biggest difference between Yu Yang and Sun King. It was the most basic strength. No matter how talented Yu Yang was, no matter how hard he worked, he couldn't catch up to the current Sun King. A person's talent was far from being able to make up for the gap in time, because that was a gap of tens of thousands of years. Princess Xianxia clenched her teeth and no longer looked at the purple gold shrine above her head. Instead, she buried her head and rushed forward. Rather than staying here worrying and wasting her time, it was better to find the relevant secrets of the divine grimoire as soon as possible and help him as soon as possible. Passing through the incomparably spacious royal garden, a huge wall that separated the inner and outer palaces came into view. There were 3 layers of gates in the wall. In front of the city gate tower, there was a woman dressed in dazzling golden clothes. She was so dazzling that it was hard for people to look at her. She stood there quietly, waiting for Princess Xianxia. Seeing this woman, Princess Sisai felt bitter in her heart. Although she didn't know this woman in a golden dress, she was extremely powerful. Based on Princess Sisai's senses, she might be slightly weaker than the Empress who led her clan to conquer Tong Tian Tower, but she was definitely much stronger than the 9 brilliants. King. Such a strong opponent was right in front of her, but she didn't have many helpers by her side. It seemed that the situation was not good. You are Titan Yu's wife, right? I think your goal is the same as mine, to find the secrets of the godly grimoire and help my husband win. Little girl, before we fight, let's exchange our names. I am Wu Lan, from the Tang Valley's three-legged Golden Crow clan. I am my husband's second wife. Little girl, what about you? This Golden Crow clan's woman, whose strength was only slightly weaker than the Nine Brilliance clan's empress, looked at Princess Sisai from top to bottom, as if she wanted to see through the prison emperor divine sword in Princess Sisai's hand. I am also my husband's second fiancée. My surname is June and my name is Yuan. I am the daughter of the June family in the soaring dragon continent of Tong Tian Tower. Princess Sisai didn't mention that Yu Yang was acquainted with the 8th prince of the Golden Crow clan. She knew that in this kind of life and death battle, personal relationships were useless. Mentioning it would only damage their morale. As this concerned her husband's life and death, this woman named Black Orchid would not show mercy just because she knew Wu Hai. Of course, Princess Sisai would not do that either. Moreover, this Wu Lan's strength was comparable to the Empress. Her position in the three-legged Golden Crow tribe should be extremely high. 8th Prince Wu Hai was probably her junior. Wu Lan had married very early, so she might not even know Wu Hai. Black Orchid, her entire body shining with golden light, suddenly smiled sweetly. What a coincidence, you're the second as well. Looks like that gentle and kind little girl is the real wife. Princess Sisai immediately shook her head in denial. That's not it. Sister Yu is his elder sister. If the one ranked first comes, you'll definitely die in her hands. She's not as easy to talk to as I am. If it was any other time, Princess Sisai would definitely not admit that Shui Wuxiao was ranked higher than her. At the very least, they should be the same. However, the current her had no choice but to take advantage of the situation to attack her enemy. Princess Sisai didn't know if Shui Wuxiao could kill this Black Orchid. However, she knew that if Shui Wuxiao were to awaken from her deep slumber after melting her godhead, her strength would definitely increase greatly. She would definitely be stronger than herself. Although she didn't know if Shui Wuxiao would be able to awaken in time, it didn't stop her from using Shui Wuxiao as her trump card. With a trump card, she could speak with more confidence. Oh, she didn't come? Could it be that she's the number one person in Tong Tian Tower, Jizun, mentioned by the clown? Black Orchid asked with a smile. She's not Jizun. Princess Sisai naturally wouldn't let the other party trick her. Tong Tian Tower is indeed Tong Tian Tower. Once it rises, it's unstoppable. Black Orchid shifted her gaze and looked at Drunken Cat, Hornless Dragon Jiangying and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo who were behind Princess Sisai. She nodded continuously. I'm also my husband's wife. However, I don't know what my ranking is. That guy is too fickle. Drunken Cat stepped forward and greeted politely. Each one is more outstanding than the other. Furthermore, all three of you are guardian beasts. This is too shocking. Can Titan you have 3 guardian beasts at the same time? Furthermore, there are 3 completely different races. One is a dragon lady, one is a flower queen, and the last one. You're not an earth divine soldier, nor do you look like a human divine soldier. Could it be that you're the legendary sky divine soldier? Black Orchid of the Golden Crow clan looked at IKA, who was the last to fly over, and asked in shock. I'm a human. IKA snorted coldly. Other than her own people, IKA was absolutely ruthless to her enemies. She was designed in ancient times and was born to kill enemies. IKA was not a human. She was a battle angel. The crystallization of ancient wisdom and the mutation created by Yu Yang. Originally, she was only a saint-ranked battle angel. It was unknown whether it was because of Yu Yang's blood or some unknown mutation during the manufacturing process, but the IKA that was born was far beyond the saint-ranked. Everyone originally estimated that she might be a god-ranked existence. However, with her wisdom and growth, everyone's judgment was shaken. This was because Ika's growth speed was too fast. Originally, her strength was far inferior to Red and Aman. She was also inferior to Hornless Dragon Jiangying and Duo. Now, after training in the Heaven Stairway, she had already caught up. Except for Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo who had the fastest growth and unlimited growth. IKA had already caught up with Red, Aman and Jiangying. Even if Red, Aman and Jiangying had all comprehended and possessed their own unique power of the ancient code, and had already completely absorbed and started to use the divine power bestowed by the ancient gods, they could no longer leave her, who was naturally good at killing. Looks like there are benefits to being a playboy. At least when fighting, there will be many helpers. Golden Crow Clan's Black Orchid laughed softly. Originally, I thought it would be very simple. I did not expect that each of you would be more outstanding than the other. Today is destined to be a bitter battle. Come, little girls, I am doing it for my husband. You are also doing it for your husband or master. Let's fight to the death together. Sister Yi, bring Jiangying and Ika first. Duo and I will follow later. Princess Sisai knew that since Black Orchid was the second concubine, then there must be the first and third concubines. The first and third concubines must have already entered. Golden Crow Clan's Black Orchid was just an obstacle at the door. Having confidence is a good thing, but sometimes one should not be too confident. Golden Crow Clan's Black Orchid finished speaking. She raised her hand. She quickly condensed an energy ball with a diameter of 100 meters. It was as powerful as the sun and smashed on top of Princess Sisai's head. Princess Sisai shouted and charged forward bravely. She waved her divine sword and completely ignored the energy ball above her head. She made a posture of fighting to the death with the enemy. Hornless Dragon Jiangying, who was standing in the back row, stepped out from the crowd. Her hands formed an ancient rune circle. The Supreme Dragon God's divine power exploded and forcefully stopped the energy ball that was comparable to the sun above Princess Sisai's head. She stomped her feet and countless energy emerged from her body. Under the guidance of the power of the law and will, it turned into a water dragon that shot straight into the sky. This water dragon first shot furiously into the sky and became bigger and bigger. Then it looked down. It swooped down and swallowed the energy ball into its stomach. It tried its best to burn the giant dragon so much that it kept twisting and spinning. It vomited on the spot. However, in an instant, it was swallowed by the water dragon again. After swallowing and spitting a few times, the energy ball became much smaller and turned into a dragon pearl. The water dragon swallowed and spat in the sky, completely breaking away from the control of its original owner, Wu Lan. It no longer had the possibility of killing Princess Sisai. On the other side of the battle, Princess Sisai waved the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and slashed down. A sword that could destroy heaven and earth. It was actually caught by Wu Lan's index and middle fingers. I've said it before, being too confident is not a good thing. Wu Lan of the Golden Crow clan caught the Prison Emperor Divine Sword with one hand and condensed 9 energy balls that were a few times stronger than the one just now. She exploded them in front of Princess Sisai. Not good. Drunken Cat screamed. So Wu Lan's move just now was a trick to lure the enemy. Protect. With a cold snort, 100 times faster than lightning, Ika had already appeared in front of Princess Sisai. In her third battle form, she opened her wing like angel's blade and protected her mistress. Even if the planet exploded, before she was destroyed, no one would be able to harm a single hair on Princess Sisai. The 9 sun balls exploded, shaking the heavens and earth. Other than hitting Ika, there were 3 more that flew towards Hornless Dragon Jiangying, Drunken Cat and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo under the command of Wu Lan's will. The Drunken Cat Big Sis had the most trouble catching it. She was originally the weakest. She did not dare to take them head-on and instantly teleported behind Duo. When Jiangying's second water dragon rose up and swallowed the sun ball in front of her into a second dragon pearl, a strange flower had already grown behind Duo. It opened its mouth and swallowed the 2 sun balls in one gulp. Then, it continued to evolve and turned into 2 blazing sunflowers. Wu Lan was stunned when she saw Duo's swallowing method was even easier than Hornless Dragon Jiangying's water dragon. A plant-type beast could also restrain her Golden Crow clan's 99 brilliant sun? Arrow. Ika took 5 consecutive hits from Wu Lan's sun ball. She, who was protecting Princess Sisai, was knocked back 100 meters. She could not help but fly into a rage. Her guardian beast Wishing Little Angel appeared in a flash and immediately blew its horn, giving its master the greatest boost. A war statue rose above Ika's head. It was similar to her image. It was hundreds of meters tall, looking extremely solemn and dignified, like a god. That incomparably huge battle angel drew her arm like a bow and used vengeance as an arrow, nailing the Golden Crow clan's Wu Lan's body. Wu Lan was stunned again. She was hit by this arrow of vengeance. Only then did she realize that this was an existence that could not be resisted by normal laws. No power could evade or defend against it. She did not know that IKA had the hatred inherent skill. When the hatred inherent skill was triggered, IKA would immediately gain 10 times the power of hatred and go berserk. At the same time, she would be immune to all negative states. The target she attacked would be nailed with the arrow of vengeance, which could not be dispelled by any external force before the enemy died. In other words, unless IKA was killed or the time limit was up and the hatred was eliminated, this state of hatred would not disappear. Boom 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 boom, in an instant, IKA had already fired hundreds of cannons, and the light pillars were like rain. Drunken Cat and the hornless dragon girl were so scared that they quickly dodged to the sides to avoid being accidentally hit by the energy cannons. As long as Duo continued to cooperate with the summoning of various thorny flowers, letting those thorny flowers greedily devour energy to evolve. For Duo, the more intense the battle, the more thorny flowers she would have, the stronger they would be, and the faster she would grow. Destroy. Ika's eyes were red. She raised her arms and condensed a terrifying giant energy cannon behind her, allowing her to hold it above her head. The energy light in the cannon's muzzle was condensing crazily. Although the power of the sun ball just now was terrifying, compared to the energy of this giant cannon, it was like the difference between an eagle and a sparrow. If this cannon hit, not to mention a person, even a mountain would be instantly wiped out. Wu Lan, who had opened her palm to defend against Ika's intensive attacks, changed her expression, shouted crazy, and hurriedly jumped to dodge. A destructive beam of energy spewed out from the cannon's muzzle. It surpassed the sound. It shattered the space through which the beam of light passed. Whoosh, in just a second, it blasted a giant hole with a diameter of 10 meters on the unbreakable city wall that had not been damaged by the explosions of several sun balls and nearly 100 energy cannons. It was unknown where it had hit inside. Only after a dozen seconds, after the terrifying shockwave came, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Wu Lan's face instantly turned pale. It was not that she did not know the sturdiness of the city wall. She had tried before, and with almost half of her strength, it had only caused a slight crack in the wall. The internal buildings protected by the divine grimoires and the power of the rules were practically indestructible. Now, the opponent's cannon had blasted a giant hole in the entire city wall. Wasn't this heavenly divine soldier's highest destructive power above hers? Fortunately, the opponent's cannon was a little slow, and it could not be fired at any time. Otherwise, wouldn't she be smashed to pieces if she was hit directly? Looks like I have to go all out. You little girls are really too dangerous. Wu Lan looked at her palm that was faintly aching. Although the opponent's high-speed shooting could not break her defense, it could not continue like this. She would definitely lose if she dragged this on. Don't be a companion anymore. She had to kill these little girls as fast as possible. Wu Lan of the Golden Crow tribe started to look serious. Her eyes turned blood red. Just the power of her blood red eyes was enough to force the hornless dragon Xianxia to take a few steps back. Her jade-like palms flew and slashed across the sky. Tens of hundreds of feather-shaped sword chi slashed down in rows, forming numerous sword chi vortexes in the sky, engulfing Princess Sisai, Drunken Cat, Xianxia, IKA, and Duo. Before the sword chi finished, Black Orchid raised her arms high and raised her claws towards the sky. Facing the girls within the sword chi, she pressed down heavily. 2 golden claws that were 1,000 meters long came crashing down, covering the sky and covering the earth. Her target was the weakest Drunken Cat Big Sis on the left, and Princess Xianxia on the right. Although Princess Xianxia had yet to display her top-level combatability, out of caution and a woman's strong intuition, Black Orchid felt that this sword-wielding woman was actually the most difficult to deal with out of all the women in front of her. If she was not killed as soon as possible, this female warrior with the divine weapon would definitely be a disaster in the end. Divine weapons must not be underestimated, no matter whose hands it was in. There's an opening, counterattack. Princess Sisai screamed. The hornless dragon Xianxia turned into a water dragon and accompanied Princess Sisai as they charged towards Wu Lan. Duo summoned thousands of thorny flowers, forming a sea of flowers that resisted the golden claws in the sky. She also used a wall of flowers to block the sword chi and opened up a path through the sword chi vortex for Princess Sisai and Xianxia to attack, Kill. IKA was even faster. She had already waved her angel's blade and attacked Black Orchid from the side, who had just cast 2 big moves. On the other side of the royal garden, Yu, Red, man, the spirit of chaos, and the Reaper Mantis had also encountered an enemy. If Princess Sisai was here, she would definitely be surprised by this person's appearance. The enemy standing in front of Yu looked exactly the same as the 3-legged Golden Crow tribe's Black Orchid at the West Tower. There was no difference. The only difference was that this enemy's tribe was different. She was not a 3-legged Golden Crow, but a 3-legged Golden Toad. Both of them were from the Eastern Goblin tribe, but their innate abilities and battle styles were completely different. I don't have the patience of Black Orchid. Come at me together. I hate those boring cat and mouse games the most. The Golden Toad tribe's beauty looked exactly the same as Black Orchid in terms of appearance and attire. Other than the difference in attitude, even her voice was hard to distinguish. She waved her long sleeves and pointed at Yu coldly. You will be the first to die by my hands. For Xiao-san, I will definitely kill you at the foot of this tower. Yu was a very kind person. She was the kind of person who would not even step on an ant to death. However, for the sake of her brother, she decided to go all out and kill the enemy at the front. Her eyes showed a kind of determination that had never been seen before. She unconsciously bit her lower lip to dispel her nervousness. The angel's blade that Yu Yang had specially made for her spread out like a pair of silver wings. At the same time, her summoning grimoire appeared in the air. Her guardian beast, Tsunami Witch, flew out from the golden light. She opened her arms and fused with Yu's body in the form of energy, ready to fight alongside her master. Aside from that, the beautiful silk umbrella that the beautiful silk celestial maiden had gifted to her also quickly spun through the air before drifting into Yu's hand. Yu had originally wanted to give this umbrella to Anan, but the lass said that she already had the spirit mirror and was unwilling to accept the umbrella. And Fallen Beauty also thought that it would be more comfortable to use the Death Aurora and Nirvana Sunflower. Yu had also wanted to give this umbrella to Impatience, but Sky Law had always been cultivating in the Heaven Stairway, so Yu hadn't had the time to change hands. Right now, the beautiful silk umbrella, a powerful quasi-god weapon, seemed to acknowledge Yu more. During the battle, he did not even wait for Yu to summon him. They automatically flew out to assist in the battle. How arrogant. When Red heard the words of this 3-legged golden toad race enemy, she was so angry that her navel was crooked. What kind of people were they? You're so arrogant just because you have some ability. What do you take us for? Roar. Man, the Earth Divine General was different from Red. She didn't like to use her mouth and preferred to use her fists directly. The Reaper Mantis sister had been reborn from the Door of Rebirth and obtained a human body. She also received the enlightenment of the Wisdom Sacred Fruit and the deity's radiance. She already possessed extremely high intelligence and EQ. When she saw Man and Red protecting Yu, she had a thought and silently slid backwards, blocking the spirit of chaos that was preparing to charge together. She changed to leading the spirit of chaos and secretly flew towards the small door at the side, preparing to cross the enemy's line of defense and sneak in. The spirit of chaos was extremely unwilling. She preferred to fight directly, but the spirit of chaos was the one that Yu Yang scolded the most. He had stipulated that no matter when, as long as Red, Jiangning, and the others were by her side, she had to listen to other people's opinions. Unless there was no one by her side, then she could make her own decisions. The 3-legged golden toad race beauty seemed to have noticed the Reaper Mantis sister and the spirit of chaos crossing the boundary. She snorted coldly, "Two little mice, you want to ruin my plans?" She waved her long sleeves. A golden toad appeared at each of the 3 doors below the city gate tower. The golden toad in the middle was the biggest. It was 100 meters tall. When it opened its mouth, it seemed like it could swallow the entire world. Although the golden toads at the 2 small doors were smaller, they were still close to 60 meters in size. The Reaper Mantis sister was shocked, such a big toad. The spirit of chaos was a little confused. It was obviously a 4-legged toad, why was it called a 3-legged golden toad? With her intelligence, it was already not easy for her to think of this question. It was probably not possible for her to find out the answer. Go and die. Red was furious. You dare to be distracted when you are facing me and Aman's joint attack. She slid at high speed and pressed one of her hands on the golden-toed race beauty's ample chest. Her divine power shook. The golden-toed race beauty's expression changed drastically. Because she just realized that the woman who attacked her was actually a god's messenger? Her sternum was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to crack. However, the golden-toed race's super strong defense and innate talent of soft breath allowed her to negate most of Red's attack. Red's second palm attack arrived. The golden-toed race beauty leaped into the air with a shocking jumping force. Aman charged forward like a train. She was unstoppable. She fiercely crashed into the golden-toed race beauty's body. As the golden-toed race beauty screamed in pain, Aman's head smashed into her face, shattering the golden-toed race beauty's nose bone. The golden-toed race beauty was like a cannonball as she crashed into the city wall. That unbreakable city wall was cracked by Aman's terrifying strength. In terms of strength, who could be compared to Aman, who possessed the heart of earth and the 5 elemental pillars' divine power? In terms of battle techniques, Aman was not the best among the many guardian beasts. But in terms of brute force, if she was ranked second, no one would dare to rank first, at the moment when the golden-toed race beauty was still in so much pain that she couldn't move. Aman charged forward again. At this moment, her 5 elemental pillars' divine power was fully unleashed. She didn't hide anymore and was invincible. She crashed into the big and small golden toads that came to save her like a hot knife through butter. She sent a 100-meter large golden toad and a 50-meter small golden toad flying into the air and crashed heavily into the golden-toed race beauty's body. Rumble, the golden-toed race beauty's tongue stuck out for half a foot. Her eyes bulged and almost popped out. Her sternum had collapsed and she was almost killed by Aman in one move. If she wasn't from a special race like the golden-toed race, she would definitely die from Aman's attack. So painful. You guys have guts, how dare you hurt me like this? Since it's like this, fine, I'll eat you guys even if I don't have this beautiful appearance. The golden-toed race beauty slowly raised her head from the inlaid part of the city wall and roared. Her stomach bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her face quickly became ugly. It was 100 times uglier than when Aman broke her nose. Many red warts densely grew on her skin. The skin on her arms and legs became rough. Layers of old skin overlapped each other. The muscles underneath also looked like there were hundreds and thousands of rats moving around, gathering crazily. The biggest change was her stomach. In less than half a minute, the golden-toed race beauty had already turned into a golden-toed person with a bulging stomach. Because her stomach was too big and her limbs were too thick, she couldn't stand anymore. She could only lie on the ground. As she breathed in and out, her sternum that was broken by Aman's divine power instantly recovered. Seeing the enemy's abnormal transformation, Red quickly turned around and secretly protected Yu, who was increasing her strength. Aman was not afraid at all. She turned around and took a few steps before charging forward again. The biggest golden-toed person's stomach bulged and blocked Aman's charge. Another golden-toed person opened its huge mouth and vomited green smoke that made people dizzy. Aman continuously punched the ugly golden-toed person's head, but found that her strength seemed to be completely useless against this enemy. Aman, let me. Yu suddenly understood that this was not an enemy that could be defeated with strength. To kill this enemy, she had to contribute her greatest strength. Although she was kind-hearted, this was related to her brother's safety. At this moment, she would not hold back. I'll eat you. The golden-toed person was surprised to find that Yu was the weakest among the women. Rather than fighting a divine general with unparalleled brute force, it would be better to get rid of the weakest human woman. Her body swelled up, her mouth opened and a long tongue dripping with mucus was thrown towards Yu like a milky-colored ribbon. It was prepared to wrap around this human woman and swallow her. Everything in the world, as long as it entered the stomach of the golden-toed person, no life form would be able to escape. This was the golden-toed person's most terrifying predatory ability. When you use Angel's blade slashed down, heaven and earth seemed to split apart. Her long tongue was cut into two, falling to the ground. Just as the golden-toed person looked in disbelief at her toughest tongue being cut off, Yu flew over like lightning. She spun the beautiful silk umbrella to block the poisonous smoke that the golden-toed person crazily breathed out. The tip of the umbrella pierced deeply into the enemy's head. She then closed the umbrella and sent the screaming golden-toed person flying into the air. Red stayed in the air for too long. Her scream exploded and shook heaven and earth. The golden-toed person's hidden eardrums exploded. 2 blobs of blood and countless amounts of white poisonous liquid flew out. Although the scream was not fatal, the golden-toed person's eyes rolled back. Her severed tongue hung weakly outside her lips. A man sent the large golden toad flying. She leaped into the air and grabbed the slowly falling golden-toed person with both hands, smashing it heavily into the ground. The other golden-toed person opened its mouth to bite. Yu opened the beautiful silk umbrella and spun it. The golden-toed person flew back 100 meters. Return to Earth. A man released all her 5 elements divine power. She raised her fist and punched the spot that Yu had pierced through with the beautiful silk umbrella. No matter how good the ugly golden-toed person's skin was, it could not withstand this blow. Brain matter spurted out from the small hole in the head. The entire head was flattened by a man's punch. The large golden-toed person hurriedly tried to save its master. It leaped into the air, opened its huge mouth and flicked its long tongue, wanting to swallow a man in one bite. A man turned around and stared at it angrily. Her eyes instantly became blood red. A ball of raging flame quickly ignited on a man's body. The large golden-toed person who leaped into the air suddenly lost its life. Its eyes lost its color in an instant. Its huge body fell powerlessly in front of a man. That long tongue could not be extended anymore and fell to the ground with a thud. It was less than half a meter away from a man. The golden-toed person who was on the verge of death. He also let out a scream. His head split open and blood flowed out from all his orifices. His 2 bulging eyes dilated rapidly and his heartbeat stopped. A man's doom eyes had not been activated for a long time. In today's battle, even blood pupil double kill had appeared at the same time. This time, the golden-toed person was really unlucky, the little golden toad that was being beaten by the Reaper Mantis sister and the chaotic spirit, and the golden toad that was forced back by Yuyu's beautiful silk umbrella. He let out a scream at the same time and fell to the ground dead. A gold summoning grimoire exploded from the golden-toed person's body and instantly dimmed. At this moment, the Sun King who was beating up Yu Yang in the purple gold palace suddenly stopped attacking. He suppressed his anger and shouted, "Titan Yu, you are so cunning. So Jizun was always by your side. She actually killed my queen. What kind of power is this? Is this the power of Jizun? A kind of peaceful and tranquil divine power." Yu Yang gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips and smiled. "If Jizun was here, you would have been defeated long ago. Do you think that the information that the clown gave a year ago is still useful now? We are no longer the us from a year ago." The Sun King was about to step forward and attack this cunning brat. Suddenly, he realized that there was a huge rune circle under Yu Yang's feet that was slowly forming a wheel. He couldn't help but be shocked. This is the eternal wheel? Didn't you also hide your ultimate move? I was beaten up badly by you just now, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. This time I will let you have a taste of my fist. Yu Yang stretched out his arms and the eternal wheel expanded to a radius of 50 meters. The Sun King realized that it was useless to struggle with the ancient code. He was firmly nailed to the ground. Other than thinking, he couldn't move anything else. Yu Yang's left hand ignited the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, and his right hand was the Twilight Flame. In the sky, the red heaven divine flame fell like a waterfall, and the earth Guayin fire on the ground had quietly covered the soles of the Sun King's feet. Whether the Sun King moved or not, as long as Yu Yang launched an attack, it would cause a huge explosion. The Sun King could not move, but he was not afraid. No matter how powerful the fire energy was, it could not hurt him. Even if it could hurt his body, he could use the sun clock to reverse time and eliminate all the energy. Unless it was divine power, Yu Yang would not be able to hurt a single hair on his head. The Sun King had enough confidence. He, who had the body of a demigod, was not afraid of any fire in the world. Even the most powerful red heaven divine flame and earth Guayin fire would only cause pain when they exploded. Sword. However, Yu Yang did not attack with flames. He stretched out his big hand, as if he was asking for a certain sword from his followers behind him, just like a knight who was about to fight in front of a battle. What kind of sword was there that Yu Yang could not carry with him? The Sun King was a little confused. Yu Yang had a grimoire and a storage ring, why did he not even bring a sword with him? For the first time, the Sun King realized that he still did not see through Yu Yang. While he was surprised, he suddenly saw 3 girls at the entrance of the Purple Temple. One was the Lamia Loli that the Sun King had known for a long time, and the other 2 were the Eastern Goblin tribe's dragon sisters that the Sun King did not know, even in the clown's intelligence. This pair of dragon sisters was completely different from the ordinary Eastern Goblin tribe. Their bloodline seemed to be pure, and faintly, they had a transcendent temperament. This temperament, could it be? The Sun King's heart trembled. There was a hidden super strong tribe in the Heaven Realm. The men and women there were extremely similar to this pair of dragon sisters. Could it be that they were also one of them? One of the dragon sisters flew forward and shouted. Amidst a burst of colorful light, his body began to transform in a mysterious and boundless manner, transforming into a dazzling double-winged sword. The sword of Bai naturally floated into Yu Yang's hand. When his large hand held the hilt of the sword, it was immediately like blood, flesh, and veins. His energy was instantly connected and integrated. Yu Yang didn't need to circulate his qi. As long as he willed it, the energy in his body would immediately transform into astral swords and shoot out. With the support of the war god servant's infinite swords, the astral swords were at least 100 times more powerful than when Yu Yang unleashed them at full strength. War god guard, humanoid divine weapon. Sun King finally understood that this damned Titan Yu not only had that demon-like earth deity weapon, but he also had a humanoid deity weapon. Although there were many capable people in the central shrine, there were very few who knew how to wield a humanoid divine weapon. Even if they could wield a humanoid divine weapon, how could they be like Yu Titan, who actually used a dragon lady, a humanoid divine weapon? Damn it, he was trapped in the eternal wheel and couldn't escape. Sun King didn't think that the Sun Bell and recovery innate skill could reverse everything. It was absolutely impossible to recover from an injury caused by a humanoid divine weapon. It was the same as the power of the laws. Yu Yang waved his sword and slashed forward. What he used was not a combat technique like the earth-splitting slash, nor was it a fatal strike that used all of his strength. It was just a casual slash made with his mind and heart. However, the pillars and roof of the entire purple gold shrine were slashed into 2 halves by the slash. The brilliance of the sword penetrated through the roof and shot into the sky. The space of the eternal wheel was also slashed open with a crack that was tens of meters long. For the first time since the battle with Yu Yang, there was a deep wound on Sun King's shoulder. Although blood couldn't be condensed because of the eternal wheel, Sun King knew that he was injured by the slash and it was irreversible. Originally, with Titan Yu's strength, no matter how he attacked, he wouldn't be injured. The small damage on the surface could be completely reversed by the Sun Bell and recovery innate skill. The huge gap between their levels was a gap that Titan Yu couldn't overcome. Now, with the humanoid divine weapon in hand, he had the qualifications to fight with him as an equal. Now, it wasn't just him who injured him. Now, he could also injure him. What was even more strange was that Sun King discovered that the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, Twilight Flame, Scarlet Divine Flame, and Earthly Een Flame that were slashed by Yu Yang didn't explode no matter what kind of characteristics they had. Instead, it was like flowing water. Under the command of Yu Yang's will, it followed the sword chi and crazily drilled into the wound on his shoulder. Within a few seconds, Sun King felt a burning pain in his heart and soul. Hot, extremely hot. How did this cunning guy know that his Sun Bell and recovery innate skill couldn't remove the energy in his body? Sun King didn't have time to think too much. While Yu Yang had finished his move, he struggled with all his might. The eternal wheel cracked, shattered, and disappeared. The 4 types of flames that had crazily drilled into his body from the wound were also instantly blocked out by Sun King's protective energy. Don't even think of hurting me with just a little trick. Sun King roared and forcefully spat out the 4 types of flames from his throat despite his internal organs being shaken. Bao, come. How could Yu Yang give Sun King a chance to adjust? At the same time that he returned to his human form, he reached behind him again. Feather, one of the dragon ladies, had already flown up. In the dazzling brilliance, she transformed into a beautiful and unparalleled treasure bow and landed in Yu Yang's palm. As soon as the bow was in his hand, Yu Yang's innate qi, which had been consumed by more than half, rose again. With the help of Feather's energy, Yu Yang's willpower, battle intent, and innate chi energy all exploded. At first, Sun King wanted to rush up and counterattack, but now that he saw that Yu Yang still had a humanoid divine weapon, he immediately retreated, summoned his grimoire, and raised his shield. He didn't want to take it head-on. In addition to the shield, Sun King also raised a Raging Inferno Divine Shield with demonic flames in front of him. Although the Raging Inferno Divine Shield was a holy ranked treasure, in terms of defense, it was comparable to a divine weapon. Some divine weapons might not even be as powerful as it. Whether it was close combat or long-range attack, as long as it was within 10,000 meters, any attack on the Raging Inferno Divine Shield would only cause its owner to suffer half of the attack's power. The other half would be reflected back to the attacker by the Raging Inferno Divine Shield. Ordinary swords and arrows could not break through the defense of a holy ranked treasure. Anyone who wanted to attack the owner of the Raging Inferno Divine Shield would only be rebounded to death. If it wasn't for the terrifying power of Yu Yang's humanoid divine weapon, Sun King wouldn't have wanted to take out the Raging Inferno Divine Shield so quickly. These were all life-saving trump cards that he didn't want to take out easily. Eat my arrow. Yu Yang pulled the Bai Bao into the shape of a full moon and put on the purple lightning condensed from his own energy. This Bai divine arrow, with ice as the arrowhead, purple lightning as the shaft, divine flame as the feather, and the power of law as the power, was already aimed at Sun King's heart. Yu Yang let out a cry that was louder than thousands of troops and horses. He pulled the bowstring with all his strength and shot this arrow with the will of destruction. Hell! The bowstring exploded like a thunderbolt. Faster than the sound, under Sun King's gaze, the purple lightning flashed and disappeared. When it appeared again, it had already passed through the grimoire's shield, then through the Raging Inferno Divine Shield, and even through Sun King's physical defense, through his heart, and through his back. The purple lightning arrow came out from the other side of the shield. It went beyond sound waves and pierced through several giant pillars in the hall. Finally, it successfully broke through the wall and came out. Other than a string of holes, there was no trace of the purple lightning arrow, as if it had never existed in the first place. Sun King's face was full of disbelief. He had already used the Raging Inferno Divine Shield. How could he let Titan Yu's arrow pierce through his heart? The grimoire's shield was completely ineffective, and the Raging Inferno Divine Shield did not reflect anything. How could this arrow be so fast? Forget about him, even a god wouldn't be able to withstand this arrow. It was too scary. No wonder Titan Yu dared to fight with him even though he knew that he was the Sun King of the Sun God Palace in the central shrine. He had such a terrifying humanoid divine weapon. The Raging Inferno Divine Shield let out a buzzing sound, like an injured beast. It was crying out in pain. Kill you. Sun King did not bother to check the Raging Inferno Divine Shield. He exploded with all his strength and rushed forward to fight Yu Yang, who had just finished using the Bai Bao. He definitely couldn't let this brat use his humanoid divine weapon again. It was too dangerous. He had to get close to him and use his strongest power to exhaust his stamina. He had to use endless attacks to torture him to death in this purple gold hall. His own power and level were far higher than Yu Yang's. As long as Yu Yang didn't have the chance to use his humanoid divine weapon, the final victory would definitely belong to him. Ah! Little Wenli screamed. She was so angry that her eyes were about to crack. Open. Her binding chains inherent skill was activated to its limit. Blood flowed out of her eyes. This is the interest I'm paying you back. Yu Yang ignored the Sun King Arena's heavy punch on his chest. When Xiao Wenli's binding chains inherent skill took effect, he immediately unleashed his world-exterminating wheel. Forming a wheel with his hands, he slashed the Sun King's chest that was already heavily injured. Sun King immediately felt the shadow of death creeping into his heart. It had been a long time since he felt the fear of death. It was very clear now, causing his soul to tremble. This Titan Yu actually had such a terrifying ultimate skill like the world-exterminating wheel. He was waiting to ambush him. How could a young man like him have so many unique skills? Other than divine weapon, divine equipment and earth divine weapon, this brat also had the humanoid divine weapon that belonged to the Eastern Celestial Tribe's Dragon Lady sisters. He also had the Eternal Wheel and World-Exterminating Wheel. Just where did he come from, to actually receive such favor from the heavens? This was too unfair. Originally, he thought that Ji Wuri was the world's most favored child. Who would have thought that this young man was even more favored by the heavens? The Eternal Wheel and World Exterminating Wheel were all in one person. He also had a dragon lady as his master, a divine equipment and a divine beast as his companions. Who exactly was this person? Sun King used all of his strength to break free from Little Wen Li's binding chains, inherent skill. The moment the World Exterminating Wheel passed through his body, he jumped back and escaped pathetically, dodging the World Exterminating Wheel's fatal attack. He did not look at the damage that the World Exterminating Wheel had caused to the purple gold hall. He only stared blankly at his own fingers. 3 bloody fingers silently proved how terrifying his opponent was. With his strength as the Sun King, he still ended up in such a state. If it was another person who came, wouldn't that be sending food to tighten you? Do you think you can kill me like this? Sun King's expression was very calm, but he was angry in his heart. He was angry as if he trusted a friend but was heartlessly deceived by the other party. Originally, Sun King thought that he had seen through this brat and believed that this brat still had trump cards, but definitely not many. As long as he was careful, he would be able to take him down. The Sun King felt that as long as he paid a certain price, he would be able to win the entire battle. When he stood high above in front of the enemy's corpse, he should sigh at how difficult it was to win this battle, or at how rare it was to meet such a difficult opponent. However, it was no longer a question of victory. Titan Yu's actions showed that he didn't just want to stubbornly resist. This kid wanted to kill him, he wanted to kill the Sun King. The humiliation of being deceived and provoked maliciously exploded in his heart. Good fellow, you brat, you are crazy enough, you want to kill me, Sun King, you are not qualified. Sun King took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. He snorted and said, even if the Conqueror Queen came personally, she would not be able to kill me. I am no longer the coward who ran away 10,000 years ago. I am the Sun King of the Solar Divine Palace. Yu Yang did not speak. He gently wiped away the 2 bright red streaks of blood that flowed down from Little Wen Li's eyes. He gently kissed the little baby's slightly pale little face due to overexertion. Sun King clenched his fists tightly. No matter what technique you have, you will definitely die because the gap between us is too big. His body erupted with a glorious light like that of a god. Even if he had to use up the divine power that he had not been able to gather and use all the sun divine power that he had accumulated for 10,000 years, even if he had to destroy his perfect body, even if his strength would drop after the battle, he was determined to kill this hateful young man in front of him. It was too hateful. Even in the central shrine, that high and mighty heaven's favored one, Ji Wuri, had never looked at him with such a murderous gaze. This Titan Yu did not want to win. He wanted to kill him. Die. The Sun King angrily expanded the time domain and the law of time, enveloping the entire purple gold divine temple. He then condensed the ultimate sun divine power in his hand. Then, he aimed at Yu Yang's heart and attacked with an unstoppable force. You pierced my heart with an arrow? I'll also smash your heart and return that punch to you. Yu Yang pushed away Yao and Feather who were in front of him. With the support of Little Wen Li's energy, his arms turned into a whirlpool, hoping to weaken the Sun King's fatal blow. Suddenly, the Sun King retracted his golden fist in a strange way. At the moment when Yu Yang's spinning arm missed, the Sun King's golden fist suddenly stopped. Then, with the help of the law of time, he launched a second attack. This time, there were no more obstructions. The punch, which was imbued with divine power, landed heavily on Yu Yang's chest, directly breaking his sternum, and his fist sank deep into his chest. Die. The Sun King roared happily. With the help of the time domain and the law of time, any defense would become a joke. This was because the entire space field was controlled by his own time field. I'll give it back to you. Yu Yang spat out a blood arrow, which splattered towards the Sun King's face. Little Wen Li's 2 blades slid over from behind like fish, sticking close to Yu Yang's skin, passing through the tattered clothes on his body, and fiercely slashed at the Sun King's fist that carried divine power. The sunken fist shook, and the divine power emitted a golden light. Nothing could hurt it, but the skin above his arm was instantly frozen, greatly slowing down the speed at which the Sun King retracted his arm. The whip legs of the 2 war god guards, Yao and Yu, heavily kicked the Sun King's knee. Although they were unable to cause serious damage, they successfully caused the Sun King's center of gravity to shift slightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Yang counterattacked. With both hands, his 10 fingers were like swords. Inserted into the left and right ears of the Sun King, He Guizong and Qi Xiaolian erupted at the same time. How powerful was the innate invisible sword Qi? In the past, Yu Yang had yet to become a sword Qi, but it was already invincible. Even the Sun King would not be able to resist the 2 swords that he had condensed today. Moreover, most of the Sun King's divine power had already struck Yu Yang's heart with a heavy punch. Like 2 sharp daggers piercing through a bag filled with sand, He Guizong and Qi Xiaolian successfully broke through the protective energy of the Sun King and pierced straight into his ears. The Sun King only felt a pain in his head, and his vision was already pitch black. He didn't have time to retract his right fist, so he punched out with his left fist again. A huge golden fist. Carrying divine power, it was as powerful as lightning. With a single punch, it sent the rescuing Yao and Yu flying, blasted away Little Wen Li's double blade protection, and smashed into Yu Yang's chest like a cannonball. Originally, his goal was to shatter Yu Yang's head. However, due to the pain of the 2 swords piercing through his ears, he was no longer able to accurately capture his target. Yu Yang didn't dare to take it head-on either. He leaped backwards and tried his best to dispel the opponent's fist aura. Puff, an arrow of blood spurted out from Yu Yang's throat. He felt that the place where he was punched had completely shattered his sternum, and the lungs below had been turned into a sea of blood by the damned sun god's power. It was as if a volcano had suddenly erupted there. Suffocating, unable to breathe. Whether it was the pain or the injury to his lungs, Yu Yang was unable to breathe. Yu Yang had never experienced such pain before. The divine power blasted into his body. Even if the innate sword Qi had been reborn and the nirvana flames had cleansed his marrow many times, it was still difficult for him to withstand such a blow. If it weren't for the innate sword Qi, the nirvana flames, and the devouring instinct consuming the sun god's power at the same time, Yu Yang had no doubt that he would fall to the ground and die if he was punched by the Sun King. At this moment, Yu Yang felt his mind go blank. Other than pain, there was still pain. He couldn't come up with any plans or reactions. So tired, so painful, I really want to fall down, even if he knew it was impossible, his body really couldn't bear it. Ah. Yu Yang aimed at his left chest and fiercely hit the white Xianxia sword. The heart that was punched had already stopped beating. Because of the opponent's time domain and the law of time, as well as the torture of the sun god's power, as long as the heart stopped beating, it would never automatically recover, and would only continue to weaken forever. The reason why Yu Yang didn't use the Xianxia sword just now was to keep it to disperse the remaining divine power in his body. If it was in normal times, it would be fine to endure more pain and let the devouring instinct absorb the divine power. But now, he couldn't waste even a second. Jump. Yu Yang found that the power of the Xianxia sword couldn't completely offset the attack of the sun god's power on his heart. His heart recovered a little, but it still couldn't beat. Little Wen Li screamed. 2 streaks of bloody tears flowed out of her eyes. Her pair of small hands, disregarding her life, urged the pure light energy to form a healing light ball, and pressed it on Yu Yang's chest. Sun King's body swayed a few times. He, who had Guizong and Xiaolian's swords penetrated his ears, was still able to stand. His face was stained with Yu Yang's blood, as well as his own. That slightly distorted face looked somewhat sinister. It's useless. My divine power shattered your heart. Any healing is useless. You're dead. Little Wen Li heard this. Shock appeared on her face. She suppressed her fear and allowed her tears to flow freely. She bit her lips tightly, suppressing the urge to cry. At the same time, she frantically condensed a ball of light, hoping to disperse the divine power that was still wreaking havoc in Yu Yang's chest. Yu Yang, on the other hand, calmed down. He stopped Yao and Yu from helping, and even made them stand further away. Sun King wiped away the blood in his eyes, and found that this Titan Yu's expression was unusually calm. That kind of calmness was the sign of a storm, not good. This brat wanted to perish together. For some reason, Sun King, who thought he could win for sure, felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. In order to suppress the fear in his heart, Sun King suppressed the dizziness and pain in his head, stepped forward again, and waved his golden fist toward Yu Yang. Boom! A kind of divine power that Sun King had never felt before appeared on Yu Yang's body. That kind of divine power was filled with resentment and hostility, as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. That kind of hatred that cursed the heaven and earth made even Sun King's soul tremble. Compared to this kind of divine power, the sun god's divine power was like the setting sun in the cold winter, powerless. Fortunately, Titan Yu could not truly unleash the power of this divine power. All he could do was drive a trace of it. Sun King retracted his fist, and realized that his golden fist had turned pitch black. His opponent's divine power had cursed his own divine power, and like a plague, it spread from his fingers to his arm, then to his shoulder, and then to his heart. His entire body felt as if it had fallen into an icy hell. Sun King turned around and retreated hurriedly. Since Titan Yu was going to die, why not retreat to the side and watch quietly before that? Yu Yang, along with little Wenli, was sent flying 100 meters away. After forcefully taking a punch from Sun King, the bones in his fist cracked. In terms of absolute power, he was indeed several levels lower than Sun King. Yao Yu and Yao Yu hurriedly helped Yu Yang up. Yu Yang pressed his chest, and his heart still did not beat. The blood in his body was barely circulating under the guidance of the innate sword qi, but even so, his body was getting weaker and weaker. Kill! Yu Yang roared silently, his eyes filled with killing intent. As long as he killed Sun King, there would be a possibility of stopping the healing. Otherwise, he would die for sure. Little Wenli suddenly threw Yao Yu and Yao Yu out of the purple gold palace. She wanted them to call Yu Yu and the others to come and save him. Sun King waved his hand, and shot out dozens of light pillars. Yu Yang leaped into the air and shot towards Sun King like a soaring dragon. Other than refracting all the light pillars, he also charged towards Sun King with his divine power. Sun King already had battle experience, so he did not take the attack head-on anymore. Instead, he threw out a ball of light that was extremely flexible. It looked like it was alive, but it was not. It was Sun King's special beast, Echo Light. Yu Yang flicked his finger, and flicked the Echo Light, which had a stronger attack power, away without expending any energy. He stepped down from the sky, forcing Sun King to fight head-on. Sun King turned his body and kicked sideways. He was still unwilling to fight head-on with Yu Yang. However, this contact made Sun King completely numb. This was because the divine power of Yu Yang's attack was no longer the divine power of disaster. Instead, it was a kind of chaotic divine power that made even the heaven and earth turn gray. It was a kind of primal energy from the beginning. Sun King realized that his mind was in chaos, and his whole body was numb. In the sky, a huge golden snake demon image appeared, just like the invincible conqueror queen in the past. That golden snake demon image waved the weapon in her hand. An all-out attack. It slashed the body of Sun King, who was still in the posture of a side kick. Blood splattered from Sun King's waist, and his whole body was almost cut in half by little Wenli's golden image. He couldn't help but scream in pain. At the same time that little Wenli's sneak attack was successful, there was also a huge golden image behind Sun King. It was as powerful as a god, and with one slap, it sent Yu Yang and little Wenli flying. The moment Yu Yang fell to the ground, Sun King, who was still screaming just now, had actually caught up. His golden fist punched Yu Yang's chest for the third time, with the intention of punching through Yu Yang. I'll send you on your way. At this time, Sun King's ferocious butcher face was full of murderous intent. In order to fight to the death with Yu Yang, he even used the last quasi-god golden body. Yu Yang didn't speak, but his eyes didn't have the fear that Sun King expected to see. Instead, there was a kind of chilling mockery. The moment he hit Yu Yang, Sun King suddenly felt a sense of horror. He hurriedly retracted his fist and retreated. But it was too late. A pillar of fire formed by nirvana flame soared into the sky, wrapping Sun King's whole body in it. With a rumble, it broke through the dome of the purple gold temple. In front of the western city gate, the three-legged golden crow tribe's black orchid could no longer maintain her carefree demeanor. She returned to her original form, a golden crow with a wingspan of tens of meters, fighting against Princess Sisai and the others. In this battle, Princess Xianxia's estimation of her was very high, but it was still too low. She did not expect that Black Orchid alone would be able to fight against herself with her divine sword, aka who was in a berserk state, and hornless dragon Jiangning who had completely fused with the dragon god's supreme divine power. If not for the strongest golden crown thorny flower queen duo supporting them, they would not dare to say that they could win. On the contrary, Golden Crow tribe's Black Orchid was at a disadvantage. She had never thought that Titan Yu's two wives and guardian beast would actually be this strong. With her strength, she was actually suppressed by her opponent's storm-like attacks to the point that she couldn't even breathe. Her golden feathers were damaged, her golden claws were burnt black. Black Orchid had never been beaten so badly by the enemy when she returned to her original form. The worst thing was that the opponent had not sent out all of their forces. There was still the strongest and a girl with unknown special abilities guarding the side. If the strongest thorny flower queen attacked, she would be defeated in less than 10 moves. What should she do? Why was the golden toad queen Jin Miao not here to support? Could it be that her opponent was even stronger? How many guardian beasts did Titan Yu actually have? Just here alone, there were already 3. He was obviously a human male from Tong Tian Tower. How could he be more outstanding than the geniuses and elites from Heaven Realm? Black Orchid became more and more afraid as she fought. She could not fight against the 3 girls. She retreated step by step. The battle above Purple Gold Divine Palace was earth-shattering. Black Orchid could faintly hear the Sun King's miserable howls, and not just once. The Sun King must also be in a tough battle, otherwise he would not last for so long. Black Orchid originally wanted to retreat to Purple Gold Divine Palace, but now she gave up on that idea, her heart filled with worry. Black Orchid, aren't you too useless? You can't even take down a few girls. Just as Black Orchid was retreating, a ray of light suddenly flew out from the depths of the palace. A tall, beautiful, and noble woman with horns on her forehead appeared behind Black Orchid. Behind this woman, 4 ugly iron-armed golden apes walked out with large strides, carrying a huge golden coffin on their shoulders. Quick, come help. Black Orchid was usually the enemy, but she could not care about it now. Qi Yan, Black Orchid said. Sister, Orchid laughed coldly, Orchid and Jiangning. Jiangning little sister Qi Yan, no, elder sister, quickly come and lend me a hand. My strength is almost depleted and it is hard for me to maintain my body. When we return, little sister will definitely give way to elder sister and willingly become the 3rd concubine. Black Orchid flapped her wings with all her might, forcing Ika and Jiangning to fly away and retreat. As for Princess Xianxia, she had already retreated to the drunken cat Big Sis and Duo side the moment the new enemy appeared, deeply on guard. Drunken Cat saw that Princess Sisai was very rational and didn't let her anger get to her head. She praised her in her heart. As expected of Tigress, who became braver and more shrewd the more she fought. Other than that Xuanyou, who else could compare to him? Ika wanted to continue to attack, but Princess Xianxian blocked her attack with her sword. Hornless Dragon Jiangning also quickly returned after Princess Sisai made a defensive gesture. Seeing that the enemy was full of misgivings towards her, the noble and beautiful woman very proudly snorted, "You were originally the 3rd, if not for you, His Majesty, how could it be your turn to be the 2nd concubine? Actually, if it wasn't for that bitch Jin Miao helping His Majesty when she was young, her position as Empress would have been mine. Black Orchid, you have to remember what you said today." Black Orchid lowered her head, her attitude respectful and submissive. Princess Sisai, with her 6 records inherent skill, keenly discovered that Black Orchid's eyes flashed with an unexpected light. Sister Qi Yan, I am tired from fighting for a long time and I am worried about His Majesty. I would like to ask Sister to take control of the situation and come to Purple Gold Divine Palace to take a look. I promise that I will definitely not compete with Sister for merits. Black Orchid pleaded humbly. You won't be able to compete with me. I have already obtained the golden coffin for His Majesty. With the god's bones and the divine grimoire, His Majesty will definitely be able to subdue the divine grimoire. What can you do for His Majesty? Don't cause trouble, go to the side and recover from your injuries, lest you become a dirty cat with an ugly appearance and embarrass His Majesty. The noble and beautiful woman's neck was raised high like a proud swan. Yes, I will go to the garden to rest for a while. When my injuries have recovered, I will come back to pay my respects to sister. Black Orchid flapped her wings hard and flew high, intending to leave. Ika still wanted to aim with the energy cannon. However, Princess Sisai secretly asked her to pay attention to the proud Qi Yan in front and let go of the extremely tenacious Black Orchid who had fought for a long time. Almost at the same time, Jiang Ying and Duo also reached out to dissuade Ika. Drunken Cat, who was in the center of everyone's protection, saw this, smiled slightly and nodded secretly. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that they were working together while the other side was fighting openly and covertly was enough to determine who was stronger. If Black Orchid had stayed and teamed up with the proud Qi Yan, they might have been able to fight to a draw. However, not only did the other side not do so, they were like fire and water. Drunken Cat also felt that Black Orchid's departure had the faint intention of framing the other side. Black Orchid definitely knew the opponent's strength, but even she, who had used up all her secret powers and returned to her original form, could that Qi Yan be able to? Black Orchid did not say it clearly, but it was obvious that she wanted to frame her rival in love. Sometimes, a rival in love was even more terrifying than an enemy. Drunken Cat secretly thought that it was a close shave. Fortunately, none of her sisters were as easily jealous as Black Orchid and Qi Yan, or else they would be in trouble. Of course, that bad guy Yu Yang also did a good job. He took care of everything and did not favor one over the other. Thus, everyone was able to maintain unity and fight side by side against external enemies. Growing up together, training together, and fighting together, the love and friendship born from this were especially strong and hard to be separated by external forces. Drunken Cat guessed that the Black Orchid and Qi Yan in front of her, as well as the Queen Jean Miao whom she had never seen before, must have known each other halfway. That was why they were so jealous and fighting for fame and fortune. Whoosh, with a few flaps of her wings, Black Orchid had already disappeared without a trace. She left behind that noble and beautiful woman called Qi Yan, who stood there arrogantly, coldly sweeping her gaze across Princess Sisai and the others as if they were a group of servants. Princess Sisai did not say anything. She stretched out her hand and the soul energy knot spread out, connecting with Jiang Ying, Ika, Duo, and Drunken Cat. In an instant, she shared her 6 senses, thoughts, and plans with everyone. Jiang Ying and the others nodded, and at the same time, gave their opinions back to Princess Sisai. Ever since they cultivated together under the World Tree's Heaven Stairway with Yu Yang and broke through the limits of the godly state, they had obtained different soul energy ribbons, which were also known as soul energy knots. As long as they were connected, their thoughts would be mutual and there was no need for them to speak directly. Princess Xianxia had deliberately used this heart knot in order to keep it a secret and to better cooperate with each other, allowing them to have a tacit understanding. The arrogant Qi Yan did not care. She only curled her lips and snorted disdainfully, insignificant tricks. You don't even know how to use directional sound transmission, and you dare to show off in front of me? What a joke. Big idiot and second idiot, you two go and tear that weakest slut apart, third idiot and fourth idiot, you two trample that flower to death. Even if plant-type beasts transform into humans, what kind of battle power do they have? Just because their faces have become beautiful, does that mean they will definitely be strong? Ika was furious. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo laughed and shook her head. Of course, having a beautiful face has nothing to do with battle power. On the other hand, an ugly freak like you will easily make people vomit and affect other people's battle power. Slut, you're courting death. The arrogant Qi Yan was so angry that her face twisted. Without waiting for the 4 steel-armed golden apes to come forward, she had already flown up. She held a ball of fire in each hand, intending to kill Duo in one move. Duo's laughter was like a bell. Not only did she not retreat, she charged forward. She leapt into the air and when the opponent's ball of fire was about to hit her face, she waved her fists, like a normal girl fighting, randomly punching out. When Qi Yan saw her posture, she simply laughed her head off. She somersaulted, with her head down and her legs up, she executed a beautiful roundhouse kick, aiming straight for Duo's forehead. If this kick landed, even a heaven-rank ruler would be killed on the spot. The smile on Duo's face became even wider. She turned a blind eye to the collision and explosion of the ball of fire. Qi Yan's beautiful roundhouse kick was also completely ignored. She looked like a silly little girl who did not know what danger was. Just as Qian's foot hit Duoduo's head, Duoduo's body suddenly blossomed with countless flowers. Her beautiful posture was the best in the world. A kind of deterrence energy that was even more terrifying than that of a divine beast, a kind of terrifying energy that was even more powerful than the minor law energy that Yu Yang usually used, burst out from her body. The entire world seemed to have become a fresh flower. No one could stop this fresh flower from blooming, just like no one could stop the laws of nature. The flower crown on Duoduo's head sank slightly, blocking Qian's kick. The two colliding and exploding balls of fire drowned the fresh flowers on Duoduo's body, like a clay ox entering the sea. There was not the slightest ripple. Qian's face was full of astonishment. She had never expected this. She wanted to turn around and retreat, but found that her calf had unknowingly been grabbed by the enemy's hand. With a burst of dizziness, Qian found that her body was falling rapidly. An irresistible force carried her and smashed her to the ground. Rumble, Qian felt as if all the bones in her body had been shattered. She did not even have the time to groan in pain. The moment her body bounced up from the ground, another foot stomped heavily on her back, almost breaking her spine. This time, Qian could no longer endure the pain and screamed. The scream had just started. Duo raised her sky-piercing blade and slashed across Qian's throat with incomparable elegance. Her neck split open, and blood spurted out like a waterfall. Qian painfully covered the wound on her throat. She supported herself with one arm, anxiously trying to escape from danger. However, Duo, who was behind her, did not let her go so easily. She raised the sky-piercing blade high up and stabbed it heavily into Qian's back, directly piercing through her chest. The arrogant Qian held in pain after receiving this heavy blow. Her body crazily transformed into a blood-red dragon amidst the bloody light. The sky-piercing blade pierced deeply into her back. Transforming into a dragon did not mean that the danger was over. The blood-red dragon frantically flapped its two wings, anxiously wanting to fly up like Black Orchid and escape from this place. It did not expect that in the sky, the hornless dragon Jiangying had been waiting for a long time. Jiangying first threw down a silver spider web, then condensed a slender water dragon. She shouted delicately, "Let's see if your dragon or my dragon is stronger." The water dragon covered the sky and swallowed down, directly knocking the already heavily injured blood-red dragon to the ground. On the ground, Ika raised the angel's blade. She slashed with all her might. The blood-red dragon's left wing was silently separated from its main body and flew out. Dragon blood splattered all over the ground. The blood-red dragon opened its mouth and spat out a ball of dragon breath. However, before it could leave its mouth, it was horrified to find that Ika's energy cannon had already shot out an energy beam, blasting the ball of dragon breath back into the blood-red dragon's throat. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. The shockwave sent Drunken Cat, who was fighting 4 steel-armed gold apes, flying 100 meters away. The steel-armed gold apes also rolled on the ground, each of them in a sorry state. Ah! The blood-red dragon with a large hole in its head finally realized the strength of the enemy and Black Orchid's humble attitude. It turned out that these enemies were existences that could not be defeated. Black Orchid appeared to be retreating, but in reality she was shifting the disaster. Qian, who had transformed into a blood-red dragon, struggled with all her might, wanting to fly up. However, one of her wings had been cut off, her head had been blasted black, and there were a few large holes in her body with blood gushing out. She struggled a few times, but still could not fly up. "Do you still have a pretty face now?" Duo floated down from the sky. Her small hands grabbed the dragon's tail and pulled Qian's huge body up. After swinging her back and forth dozens of times, she asked with a bell-like smile, "Look at me, who has a pretty face? Don't you think I'm just an empty shell? Spare me." The blood-red dragon vomited blood non-stop. At this moment, she thought of begging for mercy. It's already too late. Princess Sisai, who had condensed her strength for a long time, carried the power of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise. With the ultimate support of her saint energy inherent skill, the prison emperor divine sword slashed down heavily. The sword was about to chop off Qian's head. At the same time, a person flew out of the purple gold divine palace. It was Yu Yang, who was covered in blood. He was punched out of the palace door by the Sun King. He fell on the golden steps with great momentum, rolling non-stop. The Sun King wasn't having a good time either. First, he was restrained by Little Wen Li's binding inherent skill for the second time. Then, he was sent flying by A Man's 5 elemental pillars' divine power. He fell 10 times further than Yu Yang. If it wasn't for the Sun King. If it was someone else, they would definitely explode and die on the spot after taking a punch from A Man. However, Red gritted her teeth and held on. She blocked the attack of the Sun King's quasi-god golden body with both hands, preventing it from helping the main body. Yu Yang and the Sun King both fell on the golden steps. Both of them fought until their eyes were red. They didn't care about their injuries, their surroundings, and other attacks. They were like madmen. Once their bodies regained their mobility, they immediately pounced on each other like raging bulls. They didn't defend themselves at all, and their fists rained down on each other's body. The Sun King's quasi-god golden body rushed down to help the main body. Of course, Yu Yang also had the help of Little Wen Li, Red, and A Man. The great battle continued. The chaotic battle was endless. Before one side fell, the battle would never stop. Under the West Gate, Wu Lan snuck back to the battlefield and found that Qi Yan's corpse had already become fertilizer. The other 4 iron-armed gold apes had suffered the same fate as her. Only the golden crown thorny flower queen Duo was left. She had a sweet smile on her face, looking cute and harmless. No matter how you looked at her, she didn't look like a warrior who was about to start a massacre. Instead, she looked like a princess who was waiting for a warrior to save her. The battle at the Royal Garden Plaza rumbled like thunder. The terrifying shockwaves were like the eruption of a tsunami. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. "If you like it, I'll gift this golden coffin to you, sister." Duo's words were filled with sugar. No matter what she said, it sounded very pleasant to the ears of others. It couldn't be helped, this little girl was a naturally likable person. "If I take this golden coffin, I'm afraid I'll have to live in it forever." Wu Lan of the 3-legged gold crow tribe suddenly sighed. "How could that be possible? Sister is very powerful." Duo smiled and shook her head. Her voice was like a bell, extremely pleasing to the ears. "I am not that idiot Qi Yan. I don't want to fight with you at all in this battle. Our 3-legged gold crow tribe has no enmity with Tong Tian Tower. In fact, our ancestors had some relation with them. Whether Titan Yu leads you to power or not has nothing to do with us, and is not a threat to our gold crow tribe. If not for the Sun King, why would I fight? That year, for the sake of peace in the Valley of Tang, I replaced my sister and married the Sun King far away. I've never felt happiness for a single day, but I don't have the ability to resist fate, nor the possibility of struggling. Right now, I'm already tired, I don't want to struggle anymore. If Titan Yu wins in the end, I'll return to the Valley of Tang and live the life I want." Wu Lan muttered to herself with a hint of longing in her voice. "Unfortunately, compared to Qi Yan fertilizer, I'm more interested in you." Duo placed the ancient golden coffin into her summoning grimoire. Without looking at Wu Lan again, she stepped on the blossoming flower and floated away. "I hope I can regain my freedom." Wu Lan paid attention to the battle at the plaza, but didn't want to go near, afraid of being discovered by the Sun King who was locked in a bitter battle. Purple Gold Divine Palace, plaza below the Golden Stairs. The Sun King was caught in a bitter struggle. In terms of level and strength, he was far superior to Yu Yang. However, the problem was that Yu Yang had too many unique skills, and his right-hand men came one after another. First, it was A Man and Red, followed by the hornless dragon Jiangying and Ika. Finally, it was Duo who absorbed Qi Yan as fertilizer and scared off Black Orchid. The Sun King's only help right now was the golden body quasi-godhead, but with Little Wen Li's golden snake demon battle statue blocking it, it was impossible to rescue the main body in time. At the back of the hall, Princess Sisai and Drunken Cat, who were gritting their teeth and dashing forward, had already met up with Yu, who was carrying the Reaper Mantis and the Spirit of Chaos. This was the place where Qi Yan moved the ancient golden coffin. Different from Qi Yan, who only cared about moving the coffin, they came here mainly to find the secrets of the Divine Grimoire or the Purple Gold Shrine. Princess Sisai had a hunch that they had to find some key to defeat the powerful Sun King. The Sun King had the quasi-godhead and a strong recovery talent. It was not easy to kill him. They had to find the secret of the divine tune and kill him with the ancient law. Moreover, Princess Sisai felt that the key person might be Yu Yu. Not herself. Where is the secret? Quickly find it. Yu Yu was so anxious that she was about to cry. She knew that the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for her brother. After all, the Sun King's strength and level were there. The longer the battle went, the more dangerous it would be. Oh my God, there is an even higher shrine behind. The Reaper Mantis flew out and was surprised to find that the purple gold shrine was only the first shrine in the entire Divine Grimoire world. There was another one behind, and even more. This back of the hall was far from the end of the Divine Grimoire world. It was unimaginable how big the Divine Grimoire world was. There is another one? Then how can we find the secret of the Divine Grimoire? Princess Sisai was also anxious. She did not know what to do. Should she continue to move forward or stay in the back of the purple gold shrine to search? Calm down, there must be a way. Drunken Cat desperately comforted others, but her own tears were streaming down. Yes, I need to calm down, I need to save Xiao-san, I must think of a way, I need to calm down. Yu Yu suddenly muttered like a madwoman. Her eyes began to lose focus, and her mind was a mess. She fell into a state of chaos, as if she was repeating an endless loop of thoughts. Princess Sisai held her with trembling hands, trying to cheer her up, but found that her throat had become hoarse. 2 lines of hot tears rolled down, and she could no longer speak. Seeing the state of the 3 women, even the chaotic spirits, who were full of enthusiasm for energy and wanted to leave the team to absorb the space energy from time to time, also calmed down. She would not persuade them. She just quietly floated there, waiting quietly. Maybe the secret of the Divine Grimoire is in the ancient golden coffin. Sister Reaper Mantis was also anxious that she could not help, but she had a bright mind. The idea flashed in her mind, and she said it out loud. I'll go back, you stay, take care of Sister Yu first, pay attention, don't let her be in any danger. Princess Sisai saw that the shrine in front of her was too tall and too big. If she went to explore it again, she was afraid that there was not enough time. She hurriedly went back to the ancient golden coffin to see if there were any secrets in it. Previously in the Tower of Babel, Yu Yang had taken everyone to the periphery of the Divine Grimoire. Qilin girl Bing Yin had once moved a similar ancient golden coffin for Yu Yang. The secret stored in it had not been fully excavated until now. Perhaps the secret of the purple gold shrine was really in the ancient golden coffin. Mistress, I just thought of it, it may not be correct. Sister Reaper Mantis saw that Princess Sisai took it seriously, and was anxious. I don't have a premonition like you. I just thought of it casually. What if it's wrong? Don't go back, think of another way. There's not enough time, no matter what the possibility is, I have to fight. Princess Sisai kept the prison emperor divine sword, wiped her tears, and ran back. Don't be impulsive, Xianxia. Drunken Cat was afraid that she would be in danger, and quickly chased after her. Now, what should we do now? Sister Reaper Mantis looked at the spirit of chaos. The spirit of chaos had no opinion at all. With her intelligence, she did not know how to think about these problems. She just waited there quietly, and waited for other people's decision according to Yu Yang's instructions. I want to save Xiao-san, I want to save Xiao-san. Yu Yu fell into a state of confusion. Because of the shock she saw in the back hall, her spirit almost collapsed. What should I do? I can't do it alone. I can't make a decision. I also want to save Master, but I don't know what to do. Mistress Rain, please wake up, I'm only good at fighting, I don't have the ability to make that kind of decision that can change fate. The secret might be in the Divine Palace in front, or in the ancient golden coffin, or in the purple gold palace. Sister Yu said that there's a summoning grimoire up there. It looks like a holy grimoire, but it also looks like a godly grimoire. Maybe the real secret is in there, maybe there's a lot of strange energy here, and even the twisted power of the ancient code and a strange energy field. Oh my God, my head is going to explode. Where's the secret of the purple gold palace? There are so many spaces around us, and they all have golden barriers. It's a world of its own inside. Where is the secret hidden? Mistress Rain, I beg you, please wake up quickly. Sister Reaper Mantis was getting more and more nervous. The pressure in her heart was too great, and she cried out loud. She hugged Yu, and cried harder and harder, her tears splashing everywhere. Because of her crying, Yu's eyes gradually regained their spirit. As if the crying had awakened her from her muddled state, Yu's body glowed with a holy light. In this life and death situation, she broke out from the muddled state of endless loop of thoughts, and successfully gave birth to a new consciousness. At the same time, her clear and calm mind was instantly restored. Yu closed her eyes gently, and tears fell down uncontrollably. Because of the golden light shining on her body, it looked like sparkling golden beans were falling from her body. When she opened her eyes again, a kind of light of wisdom shone in her eyes like a divine light. The brilliance of the light made Reaper Mantis sister dumbfounded. Breakthrough, leveling up, the light of wisdom shining, I understand now. A smile appeared on Yu's lips. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then, she turned around and flew back quickly. Reaper Mantis sister hurriedly chased after her with the chaotic spirits, guarding her left and right. While suppressing her surprise, she asked anxiously, Mistress Rain, what did you understand? What do you want us to do? I can't explain it right now, let's go back first. Yu opened her semi-god silk umbrella, and her speed increased by 10 times. She floated in the air like a fairy. Below the west gate, Princess Sisai and Drunken Cat had already rushed back, but they found that the ancient coffin was gone. Where's the golden ancient coffin? Princess Sisai's vision darkened. There was no time to clean it up just now. Could it be that Wulan who ran away had stolen it? If it was true, it would be terrible. Maybe Duo took it away. Calm down, Duo wouldn't leave such an important thing behind. Drunken Cat quickly comforted her. Then let's go and find her. Princess Sisai took out the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and flew forward to meet up with Duo. At this time, the battle at the Purple Gold Plaza had reached its climax. The Sun King had used his ultimate skill, Sun Explosion, on Yu. The energy that engulfed the heaven and earth could completely annihilate all living beings on the battlefield. The Sun King risked his life to kill Yu, even if he was severely injured. As for Yu, other than the Nirvana Flame, Eternal Wheel and innate invisible sword chi, he still had his ultimate skill. That was the Golden Giant's ancient code that was born from the enlightenment of the Card of Fate. This was the only power that Yu couldn't control. However, as long as Yu's life was in danger, it would usually be activated. The Golden Giant's feet, body, and head were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps it represented the power of the Law of Fate, a power that had never been defeated and only made its enemies feel inferior and insignificant. When it appeared, all beings bowed their heads. From the Black Tide at the beginning, to the Empress of Heaven, and now the Sun King, there was no exception. When Yu was hit by the Sun Explosion's divine flame, his body immediately gave birth to a golden giant. In front of it, any power would fall into stillness. The soaring Yu, the sprinting Princess Sisai, all floated in the air. Time also stopped. When it was born, there was only this kind of irresistible ancient code of fate in the world. In an instant, Yu, who had returned from the east, and Princess Xianxia, who had rushed over from the west, resumed their movements. However, they were extremely slow, as if there were thousands of heavy burdens on their shoulders. In fact, they did not feel heavy pressure, but they were unable to move smoothly. The Sun King screamed as he was stepped on by the Golden Giant. At this moment, his quasi-divine godhead golden body couldn't even resist for a second and was completely shattered. The sun clock stepped on the ground, the golden hands of the hour and second twisted, and parts of unknown origin splattered on the ground. Black Orchid, who was far away on the city tower, was suffocated. From her angle, she could only see a giant foot that was as tall as a mountain, piercing through the clouds. She didn't know how tall it was, but it was at least a few thousand meters. Such a huge golden giant couldn't see its body or face at all, and its true appearance was unknown. On the contrary, Little Wen Li's golden snake demon statue, which was almost shattered by the Sun King's quasi-divine godhead, instantly recovered. Jiangying and Red, who were exhausted from the battle, also felt full of energy. IKA screamed, and the angel's blade spiraled, a man shouted, and the divine power of the 5 elemental pillars erupted. Countless flowers bloomed on Duoduo's body. Yu Yang's heart that had stopped beating for a long time started beating again. Thump thump thump, it became the only vibration in the entire battlefield. The golden giant disappeared in a flash. The moment Yu Yang's heart started beating again, he immediately fainted and fell to the ground. The golden giant that exploded also disappeared because of Yu Yang's consciousness, as if it had never appeared. Only the giant footprint on the ground silently showed its invincible power. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, you who possess the strongest power of the law, you are completely the favored child of fate, Titan you. Even like this, you still can't defeat me, the Sun King. The bones in Sun King's body were broken, and blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. His face was hideous, and his blood stained the ground. His guardian beast, the Sun Clock, exploded with a bang, and its parts flew everywhere as it died. After being killed by the golden giant, even if it was reborn in the future, it would probably drop in level and its power would be greatly reduced. Kill. Princess Sisai saw that the Sun King was on the verge of death and immediately raised the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. No. Yu kept her beautiful silk umbrella and flew over like an arrow. She carried Yu Yang who was lying on the ground and shouted, "Don't care about him, we just need to save Xiao-san. Sun King, he has his own destiny." What did you say? Princess Sisai heard Yu's words and seemed to understand. Her eyes lit up. She immediately threw down the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and rushed over. Using her chest as a cushion, she supported Yu Yang's head so that Yu could save him. Little Wenli who was covered in blood also rushed over too. Help with the help of the Yaoyu sisters. Duo and Jiangying also had some healing abilities. As for Ah Man and Red, they were in charge of guarding the surroundings. Reaper Mantis Sister and Chaotic Spirit had just returned. Everyone was working hard to save Yu Yang. No one cared about the Sun King who was laughing crazily and climbing the gold stairs with all his might towards the purple gold shrine. The Sun King was laughing crazily until tears of blood flowed down. Ha 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 ha, I won. Titan you, I won in the end, I won against you. The Divine Grimoire belongs to me, Tong Tian Tower, Central Shrine, everything belongs to me. From today onwards, no one will dare to look down on me. No matter if it's you, the new prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower or the Central Shrine's favored one, Ji Wori, none of you can win against me. I am the victor. The Divine Grimoire belongs to me, the Divine Grimoire. After an unknown period of time, the Sun King who was dragging a bloody path climbed all the gold stairs and entered the purple gold shrine. With his blood-stained hands, he made a contract with the giant summoning grimoire. His face was filled with fanaticism and satisfaction. A kind of unsuppressible joy after winning twisted his face. At the same time, it also twisted his mind and mind. It's mine, you belong to me. Divine Grimoire, I have you, I am a god, I will be a god in the future. I will be a god in the future. When the Sun King placed his bloody hands on the giant summoning grimoire, a golden light flashed. At the bottom of the purple gold plaza, Yu and Princess Sisai looked up and saw a golden light flashing, followed by a loud explosion. Boom! Some broken bones, flesh and blood flew out of the shrine. The golden light disappeared and everything returned to nothingness. A summoning grimoire was blown out of the shrine and fell on the gold stairs, quickly dimming. It was the Sun King's own grimoire. Inside the purple gold shrine, the gorgeous summoning grimoire that looked like a holy grimoire and a godly grimoire sat quietly on the table, as if no one had touched it since ancient times. Wu Lan, who was hiding and watching the battle from afar, immediately burst into tears when she saw this scene. There was a sense of relief on her face. Without wasting another second, she transformed back into her original golden crow form, spread her wings, and flew away at the fastest speed in her life. Princess Sisai and the others actually knew of Wu Lan's existence, but at this time, they only cared about Yu Yang, and couldn't be bothered to care about an enemy like Wu Lan who had no desire to fight. The Sun King was dead, and their greatest threat had fallen. That was better than anything else. For people like Wu Lan, who was not their enemy's opponent, and was also the descendant of the Eastern Goblin tribe, or even the three-legged Golden Crow tribe who had been on good terms with Yu Yang before, if there was no need to kill them, Princess Sisai really wouldn't want to make an enemy out of the Valley of Tang. After all, their greatest enemy was the Central Shrine. Drunken Cat grabbed Yu's little hand excitedly. and asked repeatedly, "How did you know that the Sun King would die under the grimoire? Whether he could contract the grimoire?" No one dared to say, and no one could say for sure. The grimoire had a spirit, and chose its own master. Even a confident and gifted child like Yu Yang didn't have the confidence to contract a grimoire. But not being able to contract a grimoire didn't mean that one would definitely die or explode. The grimoire wasn't evil, it didn't recognize its master, and just ignore it. It didn't mean that it would kill the person who contracted it. However, everyone witnessed the Sun King's death when he tried to contract a grimoire. How did you know that he couldn't contract a grimoire? For a moment, everyone's hearts were in suspense, and they all looked at her curiously. That's not a grimoire. Yu found that her brother's heartbeat was strong, and his injuries were slowly recovering with everyone's energy. Even though he couldn't wake up immediately, his condition had improved, and she was relieved. She gestured for everyone to sit down. She also sat on the ground tiredly and half-hugged Yu Yang's body, letting him rest on her thighs. She took a sip of the fairy spring water that Jiangning passed to her and explained to everyone, "Feather had told us that there was a book in the Purple Gold Divine Palace that looked like a holy grimoire and also a divine grimoire. At first, I didn't pay much attention to it. However, when my mind was in a mess, I suddenly realized that the book on top was definitely not a divine grimoire. After I realized this, I have to thank Future for waking me up. Or else, I don't know how long I would be confused. No, it has nothing to do with me. I didn't help at all." The Reaper Mantis sister blushed and waved her hand. She was most afraid of being praised. "Not the grimoire?" The drunken cat Big Sis frowned. Could it be a grimoire? Princess Sisai still didn't understand. How did you know that the grimoire was not a grimoire? She didn't even go up to take a look, so how did she know? No, it's definitely not a grimoire. Yu waved her hands and smiled. Actually, everyone's thinking is too complicated. Let's think about it. When we first contracted a grimoire, what did our teachers or elders teach us? Everyone's grimoire is unique, and one person can't have two grimoires. If someone wants to contract a grimoire endlessly and covets the quantity, they will suffer the backlash from the grimoire's protective power. Even if the backlash from the grimoire's protective power, it would only cause a headache, or a drop in power, but not an explosion. Drunken Cat felt that this was too serious. That's why I said that the grimoire that caused the Sun King to explode was not a grimoire, nor a grimoire, or even a grimoire. It should be a pseudo-grimoire. Yu smiled and revealed the truth. What is a pseudo-grimoire? Red and Jiangning did not know much about grimoires and were surprised. A pseudo-grimoire is not a grimoire, or rather, it is no longer a grimoire. A pseudo-grimoire, how do I put it? In Tong Tian Tower or Heaven Realm, there are some talented geniuses who, because of their environment or fate, gradually deteriorated and finally became warriors who had fallen to the extreme. Because these people did all kinds of evil, their nature had fallen to the extreme. Their actions went against the most primitive laws of the grimoire, and there were even serious conflicts. In other words, the grimoire no longer recognized this person. However, the grimoire was not a person, it would not say things like "I'm leaving, you're on your own." However, the grimoire's protective power would indeed remove the polluted grimoire. Under the situation where it could not get rid of its owner, it completely gave up on its polluted body. The grimoire did not disappear, but some of the ancient code's power disappeared, leaving only the polluted parts. On the surface, it still looks like a grimoire, but it is already a fallen grimoire that is completely different from a normal grimoire. Are there still innate abilities and guardian beasts? Jiangning asked curiously. The original grimoire itself did not disappear, but some kind of mutation occurred. Guardian beasts and innate abilities, as well as all kinds of ancient code's power to promote the owner, some protective powers would gradually disappear, leaving only an empty shell of the grimoire. Of course, that kind of fallen grimoire still has some primitive functions. For example, some contracted beasts, if they did not defect, would also be polluted. They could also live in the grimoire. Some of the abilities obtained from the grimoire might not disappear, but they would be distorted and mutated. In short, the real grimoire had actually disappeared. That empty shell of a grimoire gradually became a pseudo-grimoire that was not recognized by the ancient code. Yu's understanding of the pseudo-grimoire was partly from listening to her teacher, partly from Xingyang, and partly from what she had seen and heard when she was with Yu Yang. Why would there be a pseudo-grimoire in the Purple Gold Palace? Sister Yu, how did you know that it was a pseudo-grimoire? This was the last question that Princess Sisai could not figure out. The reason is very simple. Yu glanced at Yu Yang, who was sleeping quietly. Seeing that his face was gradually recovering, and that his sternum, which was broken by the Sun King, was also being healed by the energy, she let out a long sigh of relief. After her consciousness returned, Yu calmed down and saw that Princess Sisai's face was full of confusion. She couldn't help but feel a little amused. You can also think of it, but you are too worried about this battle now, so you have neglected some details. Because Wu Xia is not here, you have to shoulder the worry on your shoulders and become the one who suffers the most. In fact, there are many details that have already shown abnormalities. I was also too worried and did not discover it in time. In fact, the Purple Gold Palace in front of us is not the real Purple Gold Palace at all. This is actually only the periphery of the grimoire. We have not really entered the grimoire yet. What? Drunken Cat was stunned. So that's how it is. Oh my god, I understand now. Princess Sisai was so smart that she completely understood after hearing what Yu said. Isn't this the grimoire? We clearly walked in from the outside. Red didn't understand. Previously, Yu Yang killed the new Water Temple Master Azure Dragon outside the Divine Temple and led everyone into the grimoire. The two laws inside and outside were different. Why wasn't this inside the grimoire? Before, outside, no one could summon the grimoire, and no one could use their inherent ability. The war beasts must also be brought in from the outside. Inside, anyone could summon the grimoire at will. It was obviously different. Princess Sisai now understood and clapped her hands happily. I'm confused. In fact, a long time ago, we have seen what the real grimoire shield is. Remember when the Black Hell Emperor desperately knocked on the grimoire golden shield? If you are not recognized by the grimoire, it is very difficult to enter the grimoire space. At that time, we could not enter no matter how hard we tried. Yu Yang used sword qi, but he could only teleport Little Wenli inside. Later, he even thought of a method to use Lu Ye's perforate deer and teleport. Other than Bing Yin, I don't think anyone else can enter the grimoire so easily. This is indeed the grimoire space, but it is only the outer space, just like the outer space of the grimoire space that we entered before. It's just that there are different laws and restrictions here. We actually did not enter the real core. Yu nodded, indicating that this was the truth. Drunken Cat also suddenly understood. No wonder, I was wondering why this grimoire space was so easy to enter. I thought every grimoire's laws were different. That is to say, the real grimoire, the real Purple Gold Temple, is still inside? Jiangning happily hugged Red and IKA. I don't know why, maybe it was the intention of the ancient gods. There is a lot of outer space here, which is very confusing. Moreover, in order to test people's hearts, there are also many traps. We should have thought of this long ago. No matter how easy it is, the ancient gods would not leave the grimoire on the table for future generations to inherit. No matter what, there must be a test. I also remembered something. Fourth Mother once advised Xiao San not to easily try to contract the grimoire. She must have known that it is not so easy to inherit. Think about it, in order to obtain the grimoire, Ji Wori did not hesitate to put in all his effort and risked his life to enter the trial grounds. He has been breaking through for tens of thousands of years, but he still has not obtained the grimoire he wants. Now, is it really so easy for the Sun King to obtain the real grimoire here without much effort? Ji Wori is definitely not a fool. If the grimoire here is so easy to obtain, why would he go to the trial grounds to take the risk? The dangers there could endanger his life at any time. After hearing what Yu said, everyone completely understood that the grimoire was indeed not so easy to obtain. If it was placed here for people to contract, how could it be the Sun King's turn today? Alright, now that we've figured out the truth and defeated the Sun King, let's go back and rest. When this big bad guy wakes up, we'll explore the real divine grimoire. Princess Xianxia relaxed, feeling very tired. This proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone. In order to fight the Sun King, he was indeed exhausted. Now the Sun King was dead. Although he did not know whether his body exploded because of the pseudo-grimoire, or because his body was so heavily injured that he could not bear the contract, it was no longer important. In fact, even if he did not contract the pseudo-grimoire, he would definitely not be able to survive. In the end, the Sun King had completely gone crazy. Fate had eliminated him. This self-abased and arrogant man died because of his wrong pursuit. Of course, a person like him could still be considered as a dazzling brilliance in his life. He was able to work hard from the bottom and struggle to reach the position of the Sun King in the Sun God Palace of the Central Shrine. He was already very amazing. In the heaven realm, there were not many people like him. However, he was unwilling to accept his fate and challenged something that he could not bear in his life. In the end, he was eliminated miserably. If he hadn't insisted on killing Yu Yang and had obediently continued to be the Sun King, he wouldn't have fallen today. Unwillingness and self-improvement brought him from the bottom to the peak. However, it also brought him away from the peak of his life and fell into an abyss from which he could not recover. The Sun King could stand at the peak, but it was destined that he could not leave the peak and soar to a higher sky. If he insisted on doing so, the result would be like this, falling to pieces. "Mistress, there are 2 little mice outside." Red reminded Princess Sisai that the clown and the pearl beauty were still outside. "That's nothing to be afraid of. Why don't you go and take a look?" Princess Sisai was not interested in these things. In the Tianhua region, who betrayed who framed who sacrificed for who took revenge for who, everything had a cause and effect. No one was completely right, and no one was completely wrong. It was not that outsiders did not want to help, it was their own stubbornness that caused this tragedy. Princess Sisai's attitude was that whoever wanted to care, she would not interfere. In Tongtian Tower, the warriors of the Soaring Dragon Continent and the Demon Abyss fought until blood flowed like a river, but they could all join forces and resolve their grievances. Why couldn't the Tianhua region do the same? In fact, in the Tianhua region, those who fought and killed each other were actually a family. They all had some kind of kinship. How could others care if they fought among themselves? "Ah man, let's go." Seeing that Princess Sisai was not going to care, Red decided to go out and take a look. She hoped to help Yu Yang take over the Tianhua region. Even if this place was not very useful, it was at least a territory. Okay. A man was always the most obedient, a person of action. "I will go too, duo. I will bring back a lot of fertilizer for you." The Reaper Mantis sister flew over, chasing after Red and Aman. She always hoped that she could fight more, learn more, and improve more. Only then could she help her master fight the bad guys, right? I wonder how Anan and Bing Er are doing. Yu carried Yu Yang and returned to the grimoire world under the guidance of Little Winli and the others. I am not worried about them, but Sky Execution and the others who are fighting against the double-faced king are a little dangerous. But there is Hui Tai Lang. Forget it, there will always be difficulties. There are opportunities and risks. If they can fight against the double-faced king, they will definitely improve greatly. Let's not think about it, I am so tired. Let's sleep, Xianu help me massage my shoulders. Princess Sisai was so tired that she fell asleep immediately. Jiangying and Duo also went to rest. In the end, only Yu, who was carrying Yu Yang, was left. Yu was also tired, but there was no other way. She could not bear to just leave him like this. She could only sigh and carry him to the bath. If she did not wash the dirty and blood-covered Yu Yang clean, she would not be able to sleep no matter how tired she was. Who asked her to owe him in her previous life? Luckily everyone was resting, or else it would be really awkward. On the steps outside, Ming Rihao was still sitting there. The fatal blow from the Sun King had severely injured his body. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was strong enough and his vitality was as tough as a cockroach, he would have already fallen to the ground and died. The clown and the pearl-glowing beauty suddenly appeared. Seeing Ming Rihao's appearance, the clown's eyes flashed. The pearl-glowing beauty didn't have any change. She even smiled, as if she was gloating. Look at you. Aya, so many years have passed and you're still the same. If you don't act tough one day, will you die? The pearl-glowing beauty clicked her tongue. She went through the golden barrier and walked towards Ming Rihao. She circled around him twice and suddenly burst into laughter. My beloved Lord Marshal, you are known as the most powerful man in the Ming family. You abhor evil and will not tolerate even the slightest bit of betrayal. Have you not come to Green Willow City to capture me? Why aren't you doing anything? I missed my chance. But no matter, I still have a chance. Come, capture me and hang me on the Moonlight Plaza to be judged. A traitor like me should at least be sentenced to death. Ming Rihao was dead silent. I'm right in front of you, why aren't you doing anything? Let me see. You're already heavily injured. Who was it? Who beat the strongest man in the Ming clan into a coward? Who beat the bravest man in the world into a coward? The pro-glowing beauty sneered. Ming Rihao still didn't say anything. Don't you hate me a lot? That's right, I betrayed you. No, I betrayed the entire Ming clan. I even betrayed the Ming clan's supreme saintess Ming Yuguang. Aren't you a good brother who protects your sister the most? Why are you silent when you see a traitor like me? Ha ha ha, I've waited for thousands of years. I thought I would meet a vengeful demon. I didn't expect to meet a coward. What caused you to become like this? Let me guess, it must be the prison emperor. It must be the prison emperor who scared you out of your wits and turned you into a coward. The pro-glowing beauty continued to mock him. She was simply asking for trouble. Pro-glowing. The clown seemed to dislike the pro-glowing beauty getting too close to Ming Rihao and shouted. Go grab your divine grimoire, don't worry about me. The pearly beauty was inexplicably angry. She turned around and glared at the clown, don't worry about me. You'd better disappear and care about the god's blood, the god's body, and the holy canon that you've been dreaming of. I do like those things, but you know who I'm doing this for. The clown's eyes were also filled with anger. He was no longer calm. What a good excuse. Do you think I'll believe it? The pro-beauty sneered. The clown was seething with anger, he rushed over, raised his right hand, and wanted to slap the pro-beauty. The pro-like beauty was not afraid of the clown at all. Not only did she not lie down, she even moved her charming little face closer to the clown, gesturing for the clown to hit her. Hit me, I know you have wanted to hit me for a long time. Anyway, I am not your opponent, there is no need for you to pretend, just slap me directly. The clown raised his hand, waved it, and several times tried to strike. In the end, he put his hand down. With a gentle voice that no one had ever heard before, he said gently, Pearl Light, you should understand me. I can be the enemy of everyone in the world, but I will not touch a single hair on your head. Whether it is Ji Feng or Ming Ri Wu, these guys are just tools. You and I are both smart people, you should know what is the most suitable. You said I'm doing it for the god's blood and the divine grimoire, I want to say that these things are not suitable for us. Pearl Light, if you are willing to come with me, I can put down the divine grimoire and give up everything in the world. The pearl-like beauty laughed, good, so you are so free and easy. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go, wait for me outside. I will take the divine grimoire and immediately go find you. How about this? The clown's body shook, the expression in his eyes changed a few times, and said with a bit of bitterness, Pearl Light, in the end, you still don't believe me. The pearl-like beauty shook her head, her expression was full of disdain, believe you? You don't even believe yourself, your left hand doesn't believe your right hand, and you want me to believe you? What if I can really give up the divine grimoire? The clown clenched his teeth, and forced out this sentence. Then you have no value to be used, scram. The pearl-like beauty coldly replied. You. No matter how good the clown's temper was, he couldn't help but explode. He was so angry that his chest heaved up and down, his fists clenched tightly, and the three-colored ball was crushed by him. His eyes were so red that it seemed as if blood was about to drip out. Clown, please don't treat me as a retard, okay? Don't bully yourself anymore, who do you think you are? The world's most trashy scum, the most deranged dog sh*t, compared to you, they are like saints. Did you forget, how did you come from? It was through constant betrayal. You betrayed your hometown, betrayed Tong Tian Tower and that heroic prison emperor, and then you betrayed your master Black Prison. If you want to talk about your history of betrayal, there are too many. Do you still remember the fire in Ginkgo Valley? Who was the one who pointed the way? Ha 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 ha, I think Green Wolf and the others, even until their deaths, they wouldn't know that everything was done by you. Who killed Ginkgo Queen? Was it Green Wolf, Luluo, and Wanjiao? How could they have thought that it was you, the one who purposely made them roast in the fire and then pretended to take revenge? You were chased by the warriors of Tong Tian Tower who stayed in the Heaven Realm and escaped to the Ginkgo Valley. It was the kind Queen of Ginkgo who took you in and cured your dying injuries, but you raped her in return. The pearl-like beauty pointed at the clown and mercilessly ridiculed him. You, the one who made me feel disgusted, pretended to repent and knelt in front of Ginkgo Queen to beg for forgiveness. When the kind Ginkgo Queen forgave you, you became a beast again and raped her again, enjoying her pain and humiliation. You pretended to repent countless times and repaid kindness with enmity. Ginkgo Queen forgave you so many times, but you enjoyed the pleasure of scheming against her from the bottom of your heart. Clown, you are such a disgusting person. Until Ginkgo Queen got pregnant. In order to eliminate the people of Ginkgo Valley who hate you, you purposely lured Green Wolf and the others and poisoned their food with the sheep demon poison, making them the scapegoat to cover up your sins. The clown's whole body trembled. He pointed at the pearl-like beauty with a trembling finger. You, how do you know all these? Laughing, the pearl-like beauty's face instantly darkened. She stared at the clown. I saw it with my own eyes. That year, I saw you stab Ginkgo Queen's stomach, killing her and her child who had reached out to you for help. Clown, you want to say that you are sincere, right? Ask yourself if you believe it or not. The clown collapsed on the ground, covering his face with his hands. For a long time, he did not say anything. Only when the pearl-like beauty was about to leave did he stretch out a hand towards her. I am sincere to you, believe me, I love you. If I am not sincere to you, why would I share everything with you? I have done many things to play with women in the past, but pearl-like beauty, I am sincere to you. I admit that this is crazy, this is unbelievable, but I love you more than Ji Feng. The pearl-like beauty smiled. She slowly walked towards the clown and stretched out her hand. You, who love me so much, hurry up and hug me. I can't wait for your kiss. The clown jumped in fright, as if a poisonous snake had bitten his butt. His whole body bounced up. Facing the pearl-like beauty's hand, he took a few steps back in fright. Haha, this is how you show me you love me. The pearl-like beauty laughed loudly. I do love you, but you will steal my ability. If you don't use that ability, The clown tried his best to defend himself, but before he could finish his words, the pearl beauty slapped him across the face. Just as he was about to react, another resounding slap landed on his face. Don't say that you love me anymore, it makes me feel disgusted. The pearl-like beauty spat mercilessly, her eyes filled with disdain. I really. The clown's whole body was trembling. Scram. This was the pearl-like beauty's reply. You are too heartless. I have done so many things for you, and you treat me like this? Back then, who helped you? The entire Ming group wanted to kill you, and only I helped you. If it wasn't for me, would you still be alive today? The clown roared crazily. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have seen the central shrine attack my hometown and kill all my brothers and sisters. Although I don't like those people at all, if you don't show it, I will praise you for your enthusiasm. You helped me, didn't you use me? Between us, there is only mutual use, there is no more relationship. You said you love me, fine, I feel disgusted from the bottom of my heart. The pearl-like beauty's voice was colder than ice. The clown couldn't help but slap the pearl-like beauty away. With his strength, he was far stronger than the pearl-like beauty. This slap was full of hatred. The pearl-like beauty's face was swollen, and her lips were bleeding. The clown seemed to be very regretful, but he didn't dare to approach the pearl-like beauty. He only apologized guiltily. Sorry, pearl-like beauty, I didn't mean it. I was too angry. I was wrong, don't be angry. Let's go, I don't want the divine grimoire anymore. As long as you are willing to go with me, I don't care about anything else. The pearl-like beauty wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and laughed. If I was only 3 years old, you would have successfully convinced me. Unfortunately, I am the pearl-like beauty who even doubts myself, not a 3-year-old child. Don't ever think of deceiving me. In this world, there is no one who can deceive me. If you think you can coax me with some tricks and sweet words, I am sorry, I am not the kind of person you think I am. The clown roared, "You have to go even if you don't want to. Pearl-like beauty, you have to go with me." The pearl-like beauty combed the messy hair in front of her forehead. Her movements were very elegant, and she asked lightly, "What if I say no?" The clown's eyes flashed with murderous intent, "Then I will kill you. Not only will I kill you, but I will also kill your elder sister, the Queen of Freedom, and your beloved man, Ming Ri Wu. Look at him, he is just like a dead dog. I can kill him anytime. If you are willing to go with me, I might spare his life." The pearl-like beauty laughed loudly. She laughed so hard that even her tears flowed out. After a long time, she finally stopped laughing with great difficulty. She pointed at her chest, "Do you want me to give you an even more vicious suggestion? Why don't you rape me in front of Ming Ri Wu? Just like how you raped Queen Ginkgo in the past. Come, I promise not to resist, I promise not to use the divine solution that Queen Ginkgo gave me. Back then, she believed that you would change, so she didn't use the divine solution to kill you. Today, I will give you a chance." The clown swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He seemed to be very tempted. But in the end, he still shook his head. The pearl-like beauty revealed a strange smile. "Why would a scum with animal instincts turn into a gentleman who doesn't like women? Let me guess, when you killed Queen Ginkgo in the past, you were punished by the divine solution? You became a eunuch? No, Queen Ginkgo is such a benevolent person, she wouldn't do that. Even if you killed her and her child, she still prayed that you would change one day. Ha ha ha, clown, do you know why you became an inhumane trash? It was because of me. I used Queen Ginkgo's divine solution to curse you. I'm very sorry, I didn't tell you this secret until today. How is it, clown? Are you very angry? Do you want to kill me immediately? Alright, you who love me very much, you can do it now." After the clown heard this, his silver mask fell to the ground uncontrollably. His expression was even uglier than death. His entire face was distorted beyond recognition. There was anger, resentment, fear, bewilderment, madness, and depression. He raised his hand and slapped the pearl-like beauty 100 meters away. He suppressed his voice and used the most terrifying voice to curse with incomparable resentment. "Whore, I'm going to throw you into a herd of beasts. Let every kind of beasts in heat ravage your lowly skin and flesh. Finally, I'm going to peel off your skin and use 3,600 knives to cut your flesh into cubes for dinner. If I cut less than one knife, then I'm not a clown. Ha 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 ha, this is your love? Not bad, I kind of feel your love." The pearl-like beauty viciously mocked, "Look, you've shown your true colors. Clown, this is you. Whore, I love you so much, but you've destroyed me." The clown crazily roared. "The king of Still Wind Kingdom can die for me, but you can cut me 3,600 knives because of my words. Is this love? In the end, you only believe in yourself, you've never believed in anyone." The pearl-like beauty could still laugh. She wiped away the blood stains on her face, once again tidied up her appearance. She took out a small mirror to look at herself, adding some powder to her swollen face. Finally, she put away her makeup box and hooked her finger at the clown. "Come, Xiaoqing, what are you waiting for? Come and kill me. You think I don't dare?" The clown quickly rushed in front of the pearl-like beauty, his blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. The pearl-like beauty fearlessly looked back at him. The clown suddenly lowered his eyes, and his voice became gentle again. "Pearl-like beauty, I really love you. Let's go, as long as you're willing to go with me, I don't mind what you've done to me. I love you more than Ji Feng. Really, I swear, I'll only be good to you in the future. You can test me, when you feel that I've truly repented, then you can help me break the curse. I won't kill you, I love you more than anyone else in the world. Yes, after I'm touched, I'll help you break the curse, then you'll tell me what lies." The pearl-like beauty smiled very sweetly. "Clown, you're a smart person, but don't treat me like a fool, okay? This kind of lie, I knew how to tell when I was 4 years old. Smelly whore, you're simply looking for death." The clown raised his head, his blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. He took a few steps back and pulled out a long, curved, silver, oddly shaped blade. He pointed the sharp blade at the pearl beauty. "I'll count to 3, if you don't help me break the curse, I'll peel off your dirty skin. Don't think that just because you have the power of the divine solution, you can resist me." If I want to kill you, it'll be easier than killing an ant. Then what are you waiting for? Count to 3? The pearl-like beauty spat out a mouthful of saliva. I'll help you count. 1, 2. Bitch. The clown waved his blade and chopped down on the pearl-like beauty's arm. He could kill her with one slash. But he didn't want to kill this woman so quickly. Before killing her, he wanted to torture her as much as he wanted, let her suffer all kinds of humiliation and pain, and most importantly, force her to break the curse. Her strength was far weaker than him, there was no way she could resist. Now, he would first chop off one of her arms, then torture her while forcing her to break the curse. After chopping off her limbs, he could still skin her. After skinning, he could still cut off her flesh. After cutting off her flesh, he could still scrape off her bones. The torture methods were endless. She wanted to die? Not so easy. If he didn't break the curse, then he would let her live in pain and torture forever. The pearl-like beauty's face showed no fear. She looked at the blade slashing down, the corner of her lips slightly hooked up into a strange smile. She even stretched out her arm to block. It was as if she wouldn't be satisfied until her arm was cut off by the blade. A huge hand reached out from behind her, and lightly caught the clown's curved blade. At the same time, a sigh sounded out. Thousands of years have passed, why are you still like this? Is there any meaning in competing like this? I haven't changed, I'm exactly the same as before, it's just that you think I've changed. You can say that I'm greedy for beauty and unscrupulous, but you can't deny my heart. I'm a vicious woman, I'm not that good-looking, I'm not that beautiful. In order to become beautiful, I wear the semi-god weapon prayer pearl every day, am I wrong? I'm a woman, chasing after beauty, am I wrong? Even if I'm wrong, my heart is still the same. Even when I heard that you died in battle in Tong Tian Tower, I'll still protect you, waiting for your return every day. It's just that you think I betrayed you. Did I betray my people? No matter how crazy I, pearl-like beauty, am, I wouldn't kill my own brothers and sisters. Don't you know that cunning enemies will sow discord? You big fool, what did I wait so long for? I was waiting for a promise from you. You said that when I bring reinforcements, you'll marry me. I happily went back, broke through the encirclement, went to ask for reinforcements. I've always remembered your promise, but did you keep it? You're like a turtle, hiding from me. I've maintained my virginity for thousands of years, waiting for you to marry me, but you? You're like a coward. Could it be that even you think that I'm a whore who can take any man? You really think that I can go and die, right? Shut up. Ming Ri Hao, who had appeared behind the pearl-like beauty, roared loudly, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. The shockwave sent the clown flying, his body flying like a leaf in a hurricane. His strength, in front of Ming Ri Hao, was not even worth mentioning. Even if it was the injured Ming Ri Hao. I won't. The pearl-like beauty screamed and stared at Ming Ri Hao fearlessly. You're a coward, a gutless man. Divine Ancestor has been dead for so many years, but you still can't let it go. There's a woman who loves you, but you don't even look at her. What kind of man are you? It's because of people like you that the tragedy of Tianhua region is repeated. I'm not as beautiful as Divine Ancestor, and I'm not as gentle as her. I'm naturally lively and active, I just like to scheme and scheme. I've inherited the second Divine Ancestor's personality. What's wrong with me? Could it be that all the women in the world have to be like Great Divine Ancestor? You fool, look at you Titan's women, every one of them has a different personality. Why is he so happy? Why are you so unlucky? It's because you're blind, a heartless and cowardly tortoise. He's sincere to his lover, and life rewarded him with happiness. What about you? You're indifferent to your lover, and life rewarded you with pain and sorrow. You asked for it. Finally, I want to say, if you're willing to let go of your sorrowful past, love me, accept me, and fulfill your promise, you'll be happy immediately. If not, you'll repeat the tragedy of the past. Divine Ancestor is already dead, and it's impossible for her to revive. Even if she revives, she wouldn't want to see you in such a dispirited state. Ming Ri Hao didn't know how to reply to the pearl-like beauty's question. Didn't you say that I'm hypocritical? Alright, I'll return to my true self. I won't covet my beautiful appearance anymore, and I won't face you with a fake face anymore. If you're still not satisfied, I'll die in front of you. The pearl-like beauty took off the semi-god weapon Wish bead on her forehead and threw it on the ground without hesitation. She took off the wish bead. A golden light flashed, and the pearl-like beauty suddenly turned from a delicate beauty to an 8 m tall female giant. The muscles on her body bulged, and the contours of her face were clear, as though it was carved from stone. It was completely different from how she looked previously. It was completely different. Tears flowed out from the pearl-like female giant's eyes like a waterfall. I'm so ugly, if you don't want me anymore, I'll kill myself immediately. Pearl-like light, will do what I say. Do you dare to say that you don't want me anymore? Ming Rihao was a little shocked by the pearl-like female giant's determination. One must know that the wish bead was her lifeline. Others couldn't even touch it. I've already done this much, what else do you want me to do? The pearl-like female giant covered her face and cried. Ming Rihao sighed. Silence. He took a step forward and opened his huge arms. Slowly, he hugged her. And the female pearl-light giant's body trembled violently. When she felt Ming Riwu's actions, she immediately threw herself into his embrace and cried loudly with all her might, as if she had suffered all the grievances in the world. Red, a man and Reaper Mantis sister who were hiding at the other side of the passage and watching this scene, all had red eyes. They were extremely touched. The clown moved quietly, wanting to sneak away. A man quickly flew over and stepped on him, flattening him to the ground. She then picked up the wish bead from the ground, thought for a while, then passed it to Red. This treasure, Master might not be able to keep it. Red took it and looked at it while muttering to herself. Why? Reaper Mantis sister did not understand. When Mother Xianxia and Mother Yu find out about this, they will definitely give it to Pearl Light as a wedding gift. Red explained to her. Reaper Mantis sister suddenly understood, then tilted her cute little head and asked, is it okay to use other people's things as wedding gifts? It's already rare for Master to be able to give away something that he already has. Red covered her mouth and snickered. Yes. Even A Man agreed with this point. By the time Yu Yang woke up, it was already a day later. When he heard Drunken Cat say that the Sun King had already died, although he did not kill him personally, Yu Yang was still very happy. After all, the Sun King, a formidable opponent, had died tragically under the pseudo-codex's body explosion. But when he thought about it, Yu Yang immediately felt like he was going crazy. Damn it, killing such an awesome boss, but it didn't drop anything, and it didn't even level up. What kind of bullshit game was this? Where is the GM? I want to complain. In total, he had fought almost 10 battles, and his life was in danger a few times. Let's not talk about killing monsters above his level. Even if it wasn't, would it be easy for a boss like the Sun King to drop? There was no reward at all. What was the meaning of this? Princess Sisai was already used to Yu Yang's reaction. It would be weird if it wasn't like this. Yu comforted her brother, Xiao San, didn't you get half a god's body before? It's already very good to have a god's body as a reward. Yu was absolutely right. How many people in this world could obtain a god's body? Not to mention a god's body, even a drop of god's blood was enough to make people fight for it. Yu Yang thought about it and finally felt better in his heart. But he was still a little unwilling. The Sun King actually died and didn't drop anything. What a fake. Who said it didn't drop? It dropped. The Sun King dropped a grimoire, and Han has already picked it up for you. However, whether you can obtain the items inside, you have to think of a way yourself. Drunken Cat knew that Yu Yang had a habit. Every time he killed a strong enemy, he would always want to obtain something in order to balance his heart. She didn't know where this strange habit of his came from. Other than a dull grimoire, is there anything else, like a divine weapon, a demi-divine weapon or something? Yu Yang asked again. No. Everyone shook their heads. The Sun King shouldn't be this poor, right? Yu Yang was very doubtful. Maybe there is, but he didn't have time to take it out and use it. He was trampled by your giant of fate until he went crazy. When he went crazy, he climbed up the purple gold temple to contract the pseudo-codex. I couldn't stop him, and in the end, he exploded with a bang. Can you think of a way to find it in his grimoire? Drunken Cat pretended to be serious, but in her heart, she was overjoyed. Forget about the grimoire. Yu Yang shook his head. Grimoires were not like storage rings. No matter what was placed inside, it would be very difficult to take it out. It had to be owned by someone else. Without an owner, it would have to find a new owner. Once it was contracted by a new owner, if the owner's strength was insufficient or if the owner's attributes were different, the grimoire would return to its original bronze grimoire form, and everything inside would disappear without a trace. Yu Yang also guessed that the Sun King didn't have anything good. After all, at the last moment, the Sun King had used all the divine weapons and demi-divine weapons. If he didn't use them, it meant that the things he had wouldn't be of much help. But then again, Yu Yang wouldn't believe that such a powerful person like the Sun King, who held such a high position, didn't have any good things. Maybe, when the Qilin girl Bing Yin woke up from her deep slumber, he could ask her for a favor and see if he could enter the ownerless grimoire and plunder it. Not now. This girl was in a deep sleep. She didn't respond when he asked her to help fight the Sun King. She was probably in the most important stage. Red passed the prayer bead to Yu Yang and talked about Ming Ri Wu and Pearl Light. Yu Yang pretended to be surprised. What? Pearl Light is actually a female giant? Aha, this young master is a little sympathetic to Ming Ri Wu now. No wonder this bitter uncle didn't nod his head. He looked down on Pearl Light. But speaking of which, with Ming Ri Wu's bitter look, if it weren't for a female giant like Pearl Light, no one would be able to match him. Now, ha ha ha, they look like a couple. Princess Sisai rolled her eyes at him, indicating that he shouldn't go too far. Drunken Cat couldn't help but tease Yu Yang, don't be so proud. If you have the guts to say that to Raging Flames, Captain Raging Flames, cough cough, I have a very pure friendship with her. Yu Yang still wanted to quibble. Xiao-san. Yu was angry when she heard this. Even if it was a joke, he couldn't just make it. If Raging Flames heard it, how sad would she be? Yu Yang quickly raised his hands in surrender. On this issue, everyone let him off a little and gave him a way out. Everyone knew the inside story. They just took care of Raging Flame's face and saved everyone from embarrassment. Although he hadn't fully recovered, Yu Yang couldn't wait to clean up the battlefield again. Things like the golden ancient coffin didn't count. He had to find the equipment dropped by the Sun King before he could feel at ease. The Sun King was so awesome, there was no reason for him to not drop anything. There were no weapons or armors, and there were no accessories like necklaces and rings. Yu Yang searched for a long time in the fake purple gold temple. In the end, he let out a long sigh. It's not easy to get a dungeon. Who doesn't want to be a water pig? Ah, no, this guy is even poorer than a water pig. A water pig drops some potions, but this guy doesn't have anything. Princess Sisai glared at him with her eyes. Even if there was, it would have been blown to pieces long ago. You're wasting time. Hearing what she said, Yu Yang held his chin and pondered, could it be that we didn't kill him in the end, so everyone didn't even improve? If it was in the past, killing such an awesome opponent, even if there was no law reward, the one who contributed the most and fought the longest would always get a big or small increase. How could there be nothing? Drunken Cat suddenly said, could it be that the battle isn't over yet? This sentence gave everyone a fright. Even Yu Yang's back was sweating a little. One Sun King was already terrifying enough. If there was another one like him, he really didn't know what else he could do other than run away. Fortunately, Yu comforted him softly, don't be nervous. Maybe Grey Wolf and the others are still fighting, or maybe there are other reasons, such as leaving this divine grimoire space. Otherwise, we will always be considered to be still fighting. I think there won't be many people like the Sun King, even in the Central Divine Palace. We've killed one, which is already a heavy blow to the Central Divine Palace. I don't think there will be another one like him in a short time. Xiao-san, after we go back, you can completely focus on the trial ground challenge. Don't worry too much. I think the Sun King probably didn't report the matter of Tong Tian Tower, but did it himself. Now that he's dead, we have won a certain amount of time to develop. Princess Sisai nodded in agreement at first, then shook her head. Sister Yu is right. The Sun King won't report it easily, because he is confident that he can win against us. Now, I only worry about one person, and that is the clown. This guy, even if Duo turns him into flower fertilizer, I think he still has a certain threat. He likes to set up ambushes, and it's very likely that he has some hidden chess pieces somewhere. If he's dead, there might be someone else who's going to carry out his plan. Yu Yang nodded. It was indeed possible that the clown had set up such a plan. If the Sun King won, he would naturally use the follow-up plan to promote the Sun King to increase the Sun King's reputation in the central shrine. However, if the Sun King lost, and if the clown didn't survive, the chess pieces he left behind could report the matter to the central shrine's elder group. It's okay, we won't announce it to the public for now. The chess pieces left by the clown won't be able to confirm the death of the Sun King and the clown so quickly. They might also think that the Sun King and the clown are thinking of ways to contract the Holy Grimoire. Before the elder group finds out that the Sun King is missing, we still have time before they get suspicious. Besides making use of the time to improve, we will also get strong reinforcements, such as Ming Ri Wu and Ming Yuguang. Most importantly, Queen Vivian Li will come out soon. As long as we destroy the Holy Grimoire that Ji Wuri obtained from passing the trial ground, we have nothing to worry about. After thinking about it, Yu Yang felt that they still had time. The only thing they had to do was to stop Ji Wuri from passing the trial. We have to keep a low profile in the Tianhua domain, or else the central shrine will eventually become suspicious, Princess Sisai added. Let's talk about that when we get out of here. Now, why don't we go and see the real Holy Grimoire? Even if we can't contract it, we can at least enjoy it with our eyes. Drunken Cat couldn't wait to pull Yu Yang away. As for the fake Holy Grimoire, she felt that it might be dangerous to even look at it, let alone want it. This was the fake Holy Grimoire that killed the Sun King. Just by looking at it, it looked even more powerful than the Holy Grimoire. God knows who was the one who possessed this Holy Grimoire and fell into evil. The group of people passed through the garden, passed through the city gate, and arrived at the back hall of the fake purple gold temple. Looking into the distance, they were shocked to find that there was a tall purple gold temple behind it. Similar to the fake purple gold temple, there was also a city gate passage in front of them. The only difference was that the purple gold passage at the back did not have a golden shield. The golden shield only covered the purple gold temple. Walking up the white jade stairs, Yu Yang found that the scale of the building behind was even bigger. It was at least 3 times bigger than the one in front. There was originally a passage that was 100 meters tall, but when he looked up, it was actually a few hundred meters tall. The passage was extremely long. In the middle area, there was a space that was several times bigger than a football field, dividing the passage into 2 halves. When Yu Yang and his group arrived at the middle area, a metal puppet that was lying on the ground suddenly stood up, giving Yu a big shock. At first, she thought that this puppet was an inanimate object. She didn't expect it to be able to move. When it was alive, this puppet was probably a titan. Or, at least, it was a human creature that was as big as a titan. Because this puppet's body was extremely big, even without a physical body, it still made people feel small. It was like a ghost, but not a ghost. It was an existence that was completely like a special kind of energy. On this puppet's body, there was still an enormous armor that it was wearing when it was alive. It looked like a humanoid enormous energy floating in the air, wearing armor that was as thick as a city wall. In its hands, there was also a broadsword that was as wide as a road and a shield that was as big as a city square. Just by standing in front of Yu Yang and his group, it blocked all the paths of Yu Yang and Princess Sisai. Most importantly, the will of this enormous energy puppet resonated with the whole purple gold passage, forming a kind of rule similar to the one Yu Qiu used to protect the Heaven Stairway World Tree. This kind of rule was not inferior to Yu Qiu's. If it wasn't for the recognition of this energy puppet, no one could enter unless they were a god. Want to fight? Yu Yang wouldn't waste his energy. Smart people always have ways, such as using diplomatic skills. Yu Yang pretended to be polite and saluted. Sleeping giant, we are adventurers. In response to the call of the Divine Grimoire, we have gone through untold hardships, overcome countless difficulties, defeated the most powerful enemies, and finally arrived in front of the Divine Grimoire. Loyal guard, perhaps you already knew that your loyal mission is about to end. Rejoice in the welcome of freedom, we are the new masters of the Divine Grimoire. Admirable guard, please allow us to pay our respects to you. Your loyal duty and your glorious name will forever be passed down in the world. Princess Sisai almost fell to the ground. My goodness, this kid's mouth is really slippery. When did you become the new master of the Divine Grimoire? asking others to get lost, and you can regain your freedom with a good reputation. I have never seen someone like you, the drunken cat big sis expressed her adoration. As expected of my little husband. Cheating people to death without paying for it was a small matter. Cheating the divine grimoire, that was the real skill. Yu was a little speechless. This mistress, whether it was coaxing little girls or fooling outsiders, his mouth was just as nimble. Of course, they tacitly remained silent, watching Yu Yang's eloquence performance. Shui Wuxiao was not here, otherwise she would definitely cooperate with Yu Yang. Only she would think that wisdom was the first choice to solve all problems. You are adventurers? Ah, there are adventurers here, Babu is so happy. The energy puppet, which was probably a titan when it was alive, let out a thunderous roar, shaking the whole passage. It bent down, its huge head looked down at the human man in front of it, who was as small as an ant in comparison, and suddenly said, "Adventurer, Babu used to be like you." In order to pursue the ideals in his heart, in order to sharpen his combat power, he once traveled all over the heavenly realm, until he was shot in the knee, puff. Yu Yang vomited blood and fell to the ground when he heard it. Damn it, you can't afford to hurt a guard who was shot by an arrow above the knee. No matter what he said, this damned guard refused to give way. Because the guard's will was combined with the ancient code. He couldn't use force even if he wanted to. Yu Yang had no choice but to go back first. The condition for the guard was that he had to have the strength of innate elder level 8 or above before he was allowed to enter. Damn it, if he had the strength of innate elder level 8 or above, why would he need to contract the grimoire? He could just kill his way into the central shrine. Yu Yang was speechless. Before he left, he decided to plunder the fake purple golden hall outside the grimoire, as well as the many independent spaces, until the ground was as high as the sky. Only then would he be able to relieve some of the depression in his heart. Actually, if you bring Xiaoxiao here, since they are both from the same clan, that guard might be willing to let you in. Drunken Cat comforted Yu Yang. The Xiaoxiao that Drunken Cat mentioned was the giant loli who had the bloodline of the ancient Titan King. Yu Yang never thought about why the giant loli was called Xiaoxiao. To him, the giant loli was a loli girl. As long as she was cute, it didn't matter what she was called. Princess Sisai disagreed, that guard might not be a titan. It might be a mutated race. Using Xiaoxiao to open the way is a bit unrealistic. A stubborn guard like this, not to mention that it might not be a titan, even if it was a titan, it would not give way. The ancient gods would not find a flexible guy to be a guard. Yu also supported Princess Sisai's opinion, but she didn't want to hurt Yu Yang's younger brother. She just smiled and said, "We are not entering a treasure mountain empty-handed. Don't we still have the golden ancient coffin? It might be filled with treasures." Yu Yang decided to keep the golden ancient coffin for later research. There was no need to rush the things that he had. As long as it was something that didn't belong to him, he would snatch it right away. After a round of looting by Yu Yang, he had managed to find quite a few good things in the dozens of independent spaces outside. For example, drinking the sweet dew spring that could slightly rejuvenate a person's youthful vigor. There was also the wisdom leaf that could slightly increase a beast's intelligence. Although it wasn't as powerful as the wisdom fruit, there were quite a few of them, so the total amount was still quite impressive. Among the many treasures he had plundered, the most valuable one was a chest full of sky dragon crystals. The sky dragon crystal was not a dragon crystal, but a type of ultra-pure energy crystal that was comparable to a dragon crystal. It could only be used to create battle puppets, because it didn't have any attributes at all, and it had a huge amount of energy. If it was fed to a beast, it would cause the beast's body to mutate. Losing some of its abilities was considered light, but it wasn't impossible for its body to explode. If it was someone else, the chest full of sky dragon crystals would be useless. After all, not everyone was like Yu Yang, who knew how to create ancient battle angels. The technology of battle angels had long been lost in the heaven realm. Rich. Yu Yang was very happy. With hundreds of sky dragon crystals, he could do many experiments. The battle angels already had IKA, so they probably wouldn't be made again in the future. But other battle puppets could be tried. The most important thing was that these sky dragon crystals could be combined with other energy crystals and special metals to make the super top-grade beast bracelet that Yu Yang had been having a headache about. look at how happy you are. Princess Sisai felt that Yu Yang was sometimes still a big child. His Majesty is in danger. Drunken Cat didn't dare to say this, but she felt that if Yu Yang was allowed to further develop the beast bracelet, His Majesty seemed to be in danger. Things like pretending to be excited and breaking into the bedroom in the middle of the night might happen again. For the sake of His Majesty's face, Drunken Cat pretended not to know anything. Sky Dragon Crystal, did it appear before? Yu sighed secretly. It seemed that she would be busy again. She didn't know how many times she would have to cooperate with her brother to research the super top-grade beast bracelet. But it was better to do something for him than to do nothing. At least, she could stay by his side and take care of him. Open the ancient golden coffin and get the treasure. Then let's go back. Yu Yang also wanted to go back and see the situation of the battle. Not finished yet? Could it be that something had happened somewhere? It shouldn't be. The most dangerous one was the Sun King, and he had survived. For example, the double-faced king had Hui Tai Lang and Sky Execution, and the poet's 8 generals had Impatience, Fallen Flowers, and Anan to deal with them. There was no reason that they couldn't win. But why didn't they level up? Yu Yang also had some doubts in his heart. He really couldn't understand. If it's empty, I can imagine someone's face. Princess Sisai laughed and attacked Yu Yang. Ever since she defeated the Sun King, the burden on her shoulders had been lifted. Her mood was relaxed, and she also started to joke around with Yu Yang. Tigress, if this ancient golden coffin is empty, be careful of your butt. If I don't beat it until it's swollen, it's not called Yu Yang. Yu Yang snorted as a warning. You dare? But how could Princess Sisai be afraid of him? She immediately rolled her eyes at him. Pervert. I support you. The drunken cat Big Sis secretly reached out her hand and touched Princess Xianxia's little butt, exclaiming that it felt good. This angered Hunyo, who immediately retaliated and fiercely slapped the drunken cat Big Sis's plump butt. Because the drunken cat Big Sis was wearing tight-fitting clothes, this forceful slap actually caused a beautiful wave of seductive, soul-stirring waves. Seeing this, Yu Yang's anger flared up, and he almost turned into a pervert and held towards the sky. This ancient golden coffin is a little different from the previous one. Yu pretended not to see it. She carefully observed the ancient golden coffin and changed the topic. With the experience of opening the first ancient golden coffin, this second one was much easier. Yu Yang spent 10 minutes to understand the ancient golden coffin's secret rune formation. He then used his energy to attract it. Amidst the flickering golden light, the ancient golden coffin's lid was silently opened, revealing the scene inside. A golden light, as fast as lightning, escaped from inside. Yu and Drunken Cat reached out their hands at the same time, but caught nothing. Princess Sisai stood a little further away. When she wanted to chase, the golden light had already escaped more than 100 meters away. Fortunately, Little Wenli and the others were there. They were faster than IKA. Red and Aman Duo reached out her hand and caught the golden light in her palm. She raised her hand and released it. A ball of golden light floated in front of her. In the center of the ball of golden light, there was a tiny little thing, looking at everyone with a little fear. Yu Yang carefully observed it with his heaven eyes divine vision. Suddenly, he cried out involuntarily, "This is a metal life. How is it possible? Puppet war dolls can also create life?" From the appearance of this tiny thing, it was impossible to tell that it was a puppet war dolls. It looked like a little elf. On its back, there were thin wings that were a little transparent like a dragonfly. Its body was small and slender. Although it was only half an inch tall, it looked like a woman. Even outside its body, it was wearing a gauze dress made of some unknown metal. It looked soft like silk. But even Drunken Cat and Yu could see that this dress was made of metal. It was not ordinary silk or cotton. It was not woven, but a very special metal that could change shape at will. In Yu Yang's eyes, the image he saw corresponded to the information that came out from the inheritance of knowledge in his mind. Ancient Guide Elf, an ancient metal life. Saint level. High intelligence. Energy supplied by the space energy will automatically recover. Never aging, never tired. Only serves the gods. Once a master-servant contract is signed, It will serve for life until the master dies or abandons it. Special skills, tracking, break mystery, guidance, 1,000-mile blink, space-time return. Don't kill me. The guide elf in the golden light pleaded weakly. She could speak, but she did not know the Heaven Realm's language or Tong Tian Tower's common language. She could only speak the ancient language. Safe. Yu Yang did not know how to speak the ancient language, but he understood runes. He drew a rune circle and signaled for Duo Duo to let go of her. This kind of ancient guide elf could not be killed. Although she did not have any combat power, no matter how her body was destroyed, she would automatically recover. If he wanted to kill her, it would be a waste of energy. It would be better to seal her in the golden coffin for 10,000 years. Duo Duo seemed to be a little reluctant to let go of this little thing. However, since Yu Yang had spoken, she did as he said without hesitation. She let go of her hand, and the divine beasts will no longer suppress this little thing. With a flash of golden light, the guide elf, who had just regained her freedom, was teleported 10,000 meters away. After a few flashes, she disappeared without a trace. Princess Sisai was a little regretful. She stretched out her hand and punched Yu Yang, complaining, "You are usually not this generous." Yu Yang laughed, "Girl, this kind of thing only serves the gods. Talking about conditions with her is simply nonsense. You might as well let her go." Princess Sisai was startled. "Only serves the gods," she shook her head and did not pursue the matter. There was no point in forcing things that did not belong to her. Yu Yu and Drunken Cat looked at each other and smiled. No wonder this brat Yu Yang was so generous. It turned out that it was impossible to contract it. Otherwise, how could he be willing to let that little thing go? The treasures in the golden coffin were more than the golden coffin that they had obtained previously. Other than the ancient era's battle puppet illustrated booklet, there was also a small bottle of ancient god's blood. Although there were only 3 drops in the bottle, it was enough to make Yu Yang ecstatic. This was ancient god's blood. Compared to it, the god's blood that he had obtained previously was simply nothing. With these 3 drops of ancient god's blood, Yu Yang could finally do many things that he could not solve previously. After pressing on the ancient battle puppet book and ancient god's blood, there was also a giant soul stone that had a slightly dimmed color. It might have been absorbed by that little thing's guide elf, but the remaining energy was still incomparably rich. Yu Yang hesitated slightly. Should he give it to a man to level up and let her go to the next level, or give it to the spirit of chaos as a host for the soul stone? Or give it to someone else? He had to think about it carefully. Yu Yang, who could not make up his mind for the time being, continued to search. In the end, he found an unknown ancient beast skin and a small metal ball. Needless to say, the ancient beast skin was a treasure map. Not to mention whether the treasures left behind from ancient times were still there. Just looking for the terrain of the heaven realm that had been constantly changing over the past tens of thousands of years would probably give him a splitting headache. Of course, no one would complain about having too many treasures. If he could accurately find the hidden treasure on the map, Yu Yang would not mind taking some time out to search for it. The small metal ball was very strange. Yu Yang held it in his palm and felt a strange slight vibration. He estimated that it was the core of an ancient battle puppet. The ancient battle puppet's body was driven by it, which was equivalent to a human's brain. However, Yu Yang could not guess the specific appearance of this ancient battle puppet. It seemed that he still had to study the ancient battle puppet book to find the real answer. Not to mention other things, just 3 drops of ancient god's blood was enough for this trip's reward. Yu Yang was currently in a very good mood. He hugged Tigress and rewarded her with a kiss on the spot. Princess Sisai was extremely embarrassed and rebuked him for his rude actions. After struggling to no avail, she accepted it and shared the joy of the moment with him in the hot kiss. However, the moment he loosened his lips, she bit him harshly with her little white teeth to punish him. Yu Yang sighed. In the end, she was Tigress, she just liked to bite people. Everyone burst into laughter. Before leaving the grimoire, the little guiding spirit seemed to have understood what space she was in. It stuck its head out and followed behind Yu Yang's group. It seemed that it wanted to leave with everyone, but it also seemed to be afraid of Yu Yang. She watched as one by one walked into Yu Yang's grimoire world. She was a little anxious. In the end, she saw Duo Duo waving at her. After a slight hesitation, she quickly teleported over. Her small body hid under the flowers on Duo's head, thinking that she had escaped from Yu Yang's gaze. She used her small hands to gently pull up a petal on Duo's head and silently covered her body. Then, she slept soundly in the cluster of flowers. Duo nodded slightly towards Yu Yang. Before entering the grimoire world, Yu Yang rewarded her with a thumbs up. Before turning into a stream of light and returning, Duo's face revealed a brilliant smile. Leaving the divine grimoire space, Yu Yang used the three-realm compass to return to the 5th floor of the heaven stairway. Just as he stepped on the blood altar, before Yu Yang could even stand firm, countless golden pillars of light had already risen from his body, shooting straight into the sky. Princess Sisai, Drunken Cat and Yu, who were still resting in the grimoire world, all automatically came out of the grimoire world. One by one, they floated in the air, their bodies and minds immersed in the wonderful energy field of leveling up. It turned out that it wasn't that they couldn't level up after the great battle, but because they were restricted by the laws inside the divine grimoire, they couldn't level up. Now that they had left the divine grimoire space. Other than Xianu, who didn't participate in the battle, everyone had benefited and leveled up in this difficult battle. What made Princess Sisai, the Rouge Tigress, most moved was that after joining hands to repel the Sun King, she had finally broken through the realm that she had yearned for a long time. From the original innate realm, she had broken through to the innate elder realm, officially possessing the innate elder realm and indestructible will. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword had further fused with Princess Sisai's leveling up this time. Although it hadn't been completely fused, there wasn't much left. Princess Sisai could already see the dawn of complete fusion and officially turning this divine weapon into her own unique divine weapon. Tigress, I will help you. Yu Yang congratulated and fawned on her. I need to consider carefully whether I should give you this chance. Princess Sisai said arrogantly on the surface, but in fact, she knew that without Yu Yang's cooperation, she would never be able to completely fuse with the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. After all, this divine weapon originally recognized him as its master. Only if he completely gave up and completely transferred the ownership of this divine weapon, could the Prison Emperor Divine Sword become her own unique divine sword. Princess Sisai treated Yu Yang well in private, but in front of everyone, she naturally maintained her arrogance as tigress. We're finally back. Fourth Mother brought Luohua City Mistress, Yinan, Yu Bing, Yu Shuang and the others to the periphery of the blood altar. When she saw that Yu Yang had brought everyone back, and that everyone had leveled up, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Brother Xiao-san. Yu Shuang, this little thing, immediately threw herself into her brother's embrace. She was even faster than Yu Bing, who was charging towards them. You're so annoying. You killed the Sun King without bringing me along. Phoenix Fairy Beauty's tone was a little sour. She knew that Yu Yang did this because he was worried about everyone's safety, but seeing how happy Princess Xianxia was, she couldn't help but feel a little envious. He treated her very well, but he treated that bad-tempered Hunyo the best. Forget it. The Southern Demon King rolled her eyes at the impatience. What she meant was that she, Sky Law, was already Yu Yang's woman. Who didn't know that he was the best in bed? She's already so spoiled by her husband, yet she's still going to argue with us who haven't pushed her down yet. Look at how Shui Wuhan did it, that's called magnanimity. The impatience covered her mouth and giggled. She secretly winked at the Southern Demon King, implying, let's fight tonight? How could the Southern Demon King not understand Sky Law's meaning? Her jade-like face instantly turned red. Although she had the intention, she still shook her head. She thought that it would be better to be alone with him for the first time. Anyway, her father had already discussed it with Fourth Mother, Yu Hai, and the other elders. Shui Dong Lu, Jun Wu Yu, Grandma Wu Tang and the other elders would be the matchmaker, and Elder Nan Gong would be the host. Later on, when the wedding day comes, she would also wear her wedding dress and be a beautiful bride. She wouldn't need to be like Bai Lu and Lai Yan, who had to do things secretly and couldn't announce it to the public. The impatience spread her hands. Get married? She didn't care about those customs, no ceremony? When he took her away from the succubus hall, he had already obtained everyone's witness. Why did he have to do it again? Moreover, no matter if it was announced or not, the marriage between the demonic palace and the Yu clan had already been written in the Yu clan's genealogy book and the Dixia Empire's book. Perhaps, in the soaring dragon continent, who didn't know that she was his wife? Forget it, I can't explain it to you. The Southern Goblin King sighed. Skylaw naturally didn't need to worry about her. She had already been pushed down by that bad guy and everything was a fait accompli. However, she was different. He didn't even have time to talk to her. What kind of treasures did you get? Brother-in-law, I want this one too, and this one. This was Sky Disaster. I want one too. I like this wisdom leaf. Give me another one. Stingy fellow, you have so many, give me another one. It's just one leaf. Sky Disaster has already snatched 3 of them, don't snatch mine. This was the golden elf Bow Air. Ah, I don't want it. Give it to Sister Bow Air. This was the kind Lu Yi. Something to coax a child. Humph, I don't want it. This was Xia Yi who said one thing but meant another. Seeing this scene, Phoenix Fairy Beauty smiled. She turned around and walked towards the Heaven Stairway's world power that was guarding the passage. At the same time, she pretended to be mature and sighed, tisk tsk, how carefree. Hearing this, the Southern Demon King rolled her eyes. Please, you're not that much more mature than them. If it wasn't because there were so many people here and you were the only one waiting for Yu Yang, it would be weird if you didn't take off your clothes and fight. As the price for everyone waiting here, the sweet dew spring and the wisdom leaf that Yu Yang obtained were all divided by Sky Disaster Bow Air and the others. No one wanted the Sky Dragon Crystal, but the top-quality beast bracelet had already been reserved. Of course, they didn't dare to touch the important treasures. For example, the ancient god's blood. Other than clicking their tongues in envy, no one had any ideas about it. Most of them asked about the process of fighting the Sun King and exploring the grimoire. Yu Yang and Drunken Cat were in charge of explaining. Princess Sisai and Yu would occasionally add a sentence to explain. Not only Yu Bing, Bao Air and the others who were still young, but even the mature Fallen Flowers and Southern Demon King were stunned. This was because this bitter battle was really beyond their expectations. Fourth Mother listened quietly, maintaining a smile on her face. When she heard Yu Yang said gloomily that there was a terrifying guard outside the grimoire, she couldn't help but laugh. Yu noticed it and asked softly, are there guards in all the grimoires? Or is it only the grimoire that we met? Fourth Mother waved her hand, I don't know. Although she denied it, Yu felt that Fourth Mother definitely knew some secrets, but she just didn't say it. Maybe it was not the right time yet. Yu didn't think too much about it. Anyway, Fourth Mother wouldn't hurt Xiao-san. She would definitely tell him if there were any benefits. She didn't say it, but she loved him the most in her heart. After the reunion, the Southern Demon King and the others continued to cultivate in the World Tree. Fourth Mother brought Yu Yang, Yu Bing and the little girl home. Princess Sisai declined to go with Yu Yang because she wanted to cultivate and consolidate her innate elder realm. Drunken Cat also said that she wanted to cultivate properly. In the end, under the persuasion of Fallen Flowers and Anan, Yu decided to go home and rest. Other than the exhaustion from the battle, she needed a good rest. Yu also felt that Yu Yang needed her in the research and development of the beast bracelet. If she and Princess Sisai went to the Heaven Stairway to cultivate, he would definitely make a mess without anyone's help. Fallen Flowers, Anan and Yu returned to the Tian Luo Palace's Mirage and waited for Yu Yang there. Fourth Mother brought Yu Yang, Bing Air and Shuang'er back to the Yu Clan Castle to report their safety. One must know that Elder Yu Hai, the old cunning fox and Jun Wu Yu were also anxiously waiting for Yu Yang's news. The Sun King has fallen? Jun Wu Yu and the old cunning fox were overjoyed when they heard the news. Good, good. Elder Yu Hai roared towards the sky. Yu Yang's growth had far exceeded their imagination. However, even if they knew that Yu Yang was a genius that only appeared once every 10,000 years, they didn't dare to think that he could kill the Sun King who came from the Central Shrine's Sun God Palace. The Sun King was an existence that was close to the level of a god. He was a rancor that couldn't be killed by humans. Now that they heard that Yu Yang had successfully killed the Sun King, this good news had far exceeded their expectations. How could they not be excited? Jun Wu Yu and the old cunning fox prepared to discuss with Elder Nangong whether they should temporarily suppress this news and not spread it out, so that the spies from the Heaven Realm wouldn't know about it. If there were some spies who could successfully pass through some unknown spacetime crack and send this news back to the central shrine, then Yu Yang, who would definitely start a war with the central shrine in the future, would be alerted. Yu Yang needed time, and Tong Tian Tower also needed time. For the time being, it was better to keep a low profile. The good news of the war could also be the killing of the Sun King's 8 generals. Anyway, to the ordinary people, the Heaven Realm's rankers were all unbelievably powerful existences. Where are Fatty Hai and the others? Yu Yang realized that Fatty Hai and Yi Kong were nowhere to be seen, so he asked curiously. Because they were too proactive in chasing the enemy, they were all heavily injured. Also, the Demon King from the Demon Abyss and the rankers from the Eastern Goblin tribe were almost the same. Only the people from the Demonic Palace were slightly better. If it wasn't for Sky Law and the others, they definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the 8 generals. The poet and the fool surrendered conditionally. This was agreed upon by Fallen Flowers and Anan. The dwarf was captured, the savage and the hanged man died on the spot. The long-bearded old man escaped for a day before he was caught by the Sky Law and Sky Calamity sisters and killed together. That fatty was captured by the 2 seniors, Bei Feng Jia Sua and Feng Zhu. Because he refused to surrender and was very loyal, he was surrounded and killed by the people from the Demonic Palace, the Demon Abyss, the Eastern Goblin tribe and Shui Tan Lang. Even though he was surrounded, he still fought for a day and a night. That fatty was very strong. Fortunately, the stronger poet and fool surrendered conditionally. Otherwise, our people would have suffered unavoidable losses. The old cunning fox still had some lingering fear when he talked about the war. Yi Kong and the others went to the elven forest to recuperate. There is a special elven spring water there, which is good for their recovery. Jun Wuyu expressed that there was no need to worry. In short, we are still too weak. Yu Yang didn't have any better ideas. Growth needed time. Haha, let's not talk about you. Even their performance had far exceeded our expectations. If that's the case, where do you want us old fellows to put our faces? Rest well. We old fellows can't fight a war. Rest assured and leave these trivial matters to us. The old cunning fox patted Yu Yang's shoulder. After bidding farewell to Jun Wuyu, the old cunning fox and elder Yu Hai, Yu Yang returned to Tianluo Palace. Before returning home, he went to see His Majesty first. His Majesty seemed to have received the news and was in a good mood. He praised Yu Yang a little, but still refused to see him, giving him a cold shoulder. Fourth Mother personally cooked a table full of dishes. The little girl secretly ate a few times, but forgot to wipe the grease off her little mouth. She thought that no one knew and pretended to be obedient as she sat on her seat. Fallen Flowers and Anan also put on a good performance and cooked a dish each. Only Yu Bing still persisted in her brother's daily training plan. Before Yu Yang returned, she still practiced her combat skills for an hour. Inside the god's ruins, would there be that infuriating guard? While Yu Yang was eating, he suddenly thought of something. He forgot about Fourth Mother's previous denial and directly opened his mouth to ask Fourth Mother. Ah. Fourth Mother looked at Yu Yang's face full of expectation and sighed. Well, although I have never entered the god's ruins, there are some things that can be deduced with common sense. Why did the ancient gods set up a guard at the entrance of the Divine Grimoire? If the Divine Grimoire was absolutely safe, then there seemed to be no need. Or maybe this Divine Grimoire didn't want people to contract it, so they just sealed it. Why did they need to set up a guard? Could it be that a Divine Grimoire with a guard was actually the easiest to contract? And setting up a guard was also to find the best contractor? I think, not every Divine Grimoire is exactly the same. Some of them should be very strict. Why was there a guard at the entrance of the Divine Grimoire? Could it be that it was the doing of the great god who sacrificed her life to open the passage? Did she open the passage for future generations and deliberately set up a guard? In the god's ruins, I think, there should be many gods with different personalities buried, so the way to deal with them is also different. Fourth Mother said very vaguely, trying to ignore her own factors, and pushed her understanding to common-sense reasoning. However, whether it was Yu Yang, Yu Yu, Fallen Flowers, Anan, and Yu Bing, they all understood at once. Except for the little girl who was engrossed in eating, everyone understood a principle through Fourth Mother's guidance. That was, a Divine Grimoire with a guard was actually the easiest to contract. It was also looking for its master. Yu Yang was ecstatic. But on the surface, he didn't show it. It was already very rare for Fourth Mother to guide him to this step. He couldn't force her to say what she was unwilling to say. Moreover, if one didn't experience it personally, one wouldn't be able to understand what Fourth Mother had said. Only by experiencing it personally would one understand that everything that the ancient gods did had some kind of deep meaning behind it. Some of them were hard to understand with a human's way of thinking. Only when one stood at the height of the gods, or was close to the height of the gods, would it be easy to understand. After the meal, everyone relaxed and sat together, chatting and laughing, enjoying this rare peaceful life. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Yu quickly found an excuse to go back to her room to rest. But Bing Er didn't know the reason. She felt that it was rare for her brother to be by her side, so she could report the various situations of her training to him. Fourth Mother carried the little girl who kept yawning back to her room, and called Bing Er a few times. But Yu Bing was too happy, showing that she wasn't sleepy at all. She kept pestering her brother to talk about training. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Anan secretly laughed, but they waited patiently, smiling to see how Yu Yang, this brother who doted on his sister, would accompany his sister to practice martial arts. Isn't it too late? When Yu Bing came to her senses, it was already close to midnight. She was worried that she would disturb her brother's rest. It's okay, brother isn't sleepy. Your training is the most important. Yu Yang patted Bing Er's little head, slightly messing up the soft hair on her forehead. Sister-in-law Nan, sister-in-law Fallen Flowers, I'm going back now. Oh right, Mother said before that after the war ends, Tong Tian Tower will not be in danger temporarily. She wants you to hug your baby as soon as possible. Yu Bing obediently said goodbye, but she suddenly remembered something and immediately ran back to warn Fallen Flowers and Anan. This time, the two girls were so embarrassed that their faces turned red. Actually, according to Yu Bing's simple understanding, brother and sister-in-law slept in the same room at night. If brother and sister-in-law slept in the same room at night, then they would have a baby. As for how the baby came about, she had not thought about it for the time being. She ran back to warn Fallen Flowers and Anan, mainly to remind them not to forget to sleep with her brother. They must not be like Princess Sisai and Sister Shui Wuxia, who stayed with her brother during the day but had their own rest at night. Yu Yang was speechless. He almost wanted to say that his sister couldn't be so cute. Speaking of pure thoughts, other than Yu Bing who didn't have too many distracting thoughts, Yu Yang had also influenced her. This was because Yu Yang often used his innate qi to cleanse Yu Bing's body, allowing her to be reborn and cleanse her bones. Her body had always been in the most active early stage of youth. She hadn't matured with time, so naturally, she didn't pay much attention to her body. Cleansing the body, not only could one stay young forever, it could also slowly cleanse the distracting thoughts. This was also the reason why Yu Bing's thoughts were becoming more and more pure. Alright, being pure wasn't a bad thing. When Yu Yang saw his sister dashing back, he immediately hugged the extremely shy Nan. He then turned around and kissed the Luo Hua beauty who had already embraced him from behind. Cough, now was the time to enjoy the manufacturing process. As for whether there would be side effects like a baby, he didn't need to think about it. In any case, if he enjoyed the manufacturing process too much, there would definitely be side effects. Yu Yang lived a blissful life for the next 3 days. Especially when Aquamarine heard the news and rushed down from the meteor shower sea to meet him, it added to the passion of their reunion. The only pity was that Sickly Beauty was bringing the little guys from the death class out to train and couldn't find time to come back. Are you forgetting something? Impatience and Southern Demon King came back from the heaven stairway. When they hugged, Skylaw asked softly in Yu Yang's ear. Oh? Yu Yang was stunned when he heard this. Forgot something? Nothing. He had defeated the Sun King, the Silent King was killed by Queen Vivian Li, the Lion King and Golden Crown King had entered the Demon Sealing Tower, and the 8 generals under him had either died or surrendered. He didn't forget anything. Ming Ri Hao had gotten together with Pearl Light. The unconscious Freedom Queen and half of the unknown god's body were brought back by Yu. He didn't have time to deal with them. The treasures around the Divine Grimoire were all plundered. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Xue Tan Lang and the others were recuperating. The whole Tong Tian Tower was under control, How could he have missed anything? Even the biggest worry, that annoying clown, had become fertilizer for the flowers. Wait, the battle where Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, Emperor of the Underworld and Hui Tai Lang attacked the double-faced king. No wonder he felt that something was missing these few days. It was Hui Tai Lang, that dog, running around and fawning on him. I'm going to faint. Yu Yang was shocked. He hurriedly brought Sky Law and Southern Demon King with him and used the three-realm compass to return to the stone world. In the stone world, everything was the same as before. It was as if there had never been a battle. However, Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld all looked like sick men who had just recovered from a serious illness. It seemed like the battle with the double-faced king was really a fierce one. Even now, they had not recovered. Only Grey Wolf was not injured. This glutton was currently eating to his heart's content under the service of Manager Yi, Class Leader Jean, and the others. The ones competing with him were the barbarian Bull brothers. In addition, there were also Zhongguan, He Tu, Bai Ma, Feng Ji, Fiery Ai Jin Yun, and other subordinates. They were sitting in a circle and gambling out of boredom. Grey Wolf was the first to sense Yu Yang's arrival. It opened its big mouth and swallowed the food in front of the barbarian Bull brothers. Then, it ran over with puffed cheeks, shaking its head and wagging its tail to welcome its master. God's Retribution and the others were ecstatic to see Yu Yang. Zhongguan and the others cheered in unison. Teacher Jean and the others were moved to tears. God, Titan Yu, who had fought against the Sun King, had actually returned safely. What did his appearance signify? It meant that the Sun King had been defeated. He was already mentally prepared, but when he saw Yu Yang appear, he still felt that it was unbelievable. Let alone outsiders like Chief Manager Yi and Class Leader Jean, even subordinates like Heavy Crown He Tu and White Horse found it hard to believe. The Sun King had been defeated? That was the master of the Central Shrine, the Sun God Palace, the Sun King who was known as the #1 in the Central Shrine, Jiwori, the Sun King whose strength was on par with Jiwori, had actually been defeated by Titan Yu? He's already dead. Yu Yang's words shocked everyone even more. They couldn't believe their ears. It was already exaggerated enough to say that he had defeated the Sun King. But now, Titan Yu said that the Sun King was already dead. If this was not said by him, the new prison emperor of Tongtian Tower, others would definitely laugh their heads off. Sky Execution was startled. He wanted to probe further, but when he saw impatience walking out from beside Yu Yang, he immediately believed that this was a miraculous fact. The Dragon Emperor was so excited that he couldn't speak. He let out a long roar, but he still felt that it wasn't enough. He shouted happily, "Good, good, you're a good lad." The Emperor of the Underworld gave him a thumbs up. He was convinced. He prostrated himself in admiration. He didn't know how strong the Sun King was, but he had personally experienced how strong the weakest of the 4 kings under the Sun King, Double-Faced King was. If it wasn't for Hui Tai Lang, the world-exterminating demon wolf, and Yu Yang's deceptive domain that sent Double-Faced King into Hui Tai Lang's grimoire world, they wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Even if Double-Faced King was trapped in the grimoire world and was restricted by the divine beast's will, he would still need Hui Tai Lang, Sky Execution, the Dragon Emperor and himself to fight for a day and a night to finally defeat him. If it wasn't for the fact that Hui Tai Lang would have sent the participants out of the grimoire world to heal their injuries, even Sky Execution wouldn't be able to last until the end. However, the Sun King, who was many times more powerful than Double-Faced King, who was almost as powerful as a god, was actually killed by a young man like Yu Yang with the help of Silent King, Lion King and Golden Crown King. He was indeed the most abnormal person in the history of Tongtian Tower. The 3 kings of Jifeng, Qing Lang and Lu Luo are already dead. Qing Lang left a heart of remorse, while the king of Jifeng left a heart of true love. Yu Yang explained to Chief Butler Yi. "Young Master Titan, please have mercy on us ants." Chief Butler Yi and Class Leader Jean knelt down. "I can help you remove the curse on your bodies, but I'm very busy and don't have time to be your king. Why don't you look for Sky Execution or the Dragon Emperor?" Yu Yang couldn't be bothered to clean up the mess in Tianhua region. Removing the curse was very easy for him. He could even use Pugui to absorb it. However, Tianhua region was in a mess, so Yu Yang didn't have the time or mood to care about it. If he had the time, he might as well chase after Ji Zun at the Heaven Stairway World Tree. Moreover, after killing the Sun King, his next target would be Ji Wuri. No matter what, he had to stop Ji Wuri and kill him before he passed. Don't look for me. Sky Execution was also a martial arts fanatic. He couldn't waste any time on training. We can't manage our own people. The Dragon Emperor also shook his head and refused. I'm not interested in being a king. The Emperor of the Underworld refused. Actually, what they meant was that they wanted to train harder in the remaining time and strive for a higher level. With enough power, would they be afraid of not having a territory? Not to mention the Heaven Realm, even the Western Heaven Realm was vast and boundless. Who could manage so many places? Tianhua region was huge and troublesome. Just the countless starving people alone were enough to give them a headache. Yu Yang secretly scolded these guys for not being loyal, but it didn't seem like he could forcefully share the task. After all, they were considered elders. In the end, he could only comfort Leader Jean, Chief Steward Ji and the other servants. Don't worry, the Vengeance Region Emperor didn't die, right? There's also the snake-haired devil man, Mr. Everlasting Wind. Let them be the Region Emperor and King. If you don't feel at ease, I can introduce another person to you, the Ming clan's commander, Ming Rihao. He is extremely powerful and can definitely help the Vengeance Region Emperor to stand firm and become a stable Tianhua Region Emperor. Before he finished, Chief Steward Yi, Leader Jean and the other servants cried as if their fathers had died. Mr. Titan, they are all gone. Yu Yang heard and frowned. Gone? Leader Jean kowtowed with tears streaming down his face. The Vengeance Region Emperor said that he was blinded by hatred in the past and did many wrong things. He gave up on hatred and exiled himself to travel the Heaven Realm to train. Mr. Everlasting Wind also went with him. Mr. Ritian, when he left the Stone World with a giant clan girl, he said that he wanted to return to the Ming clan's hometown and rebuild it. He said that Tianhua region will be revived under your rule. That damned bitter uncle. Don't think that I will give you a gift when you get married. Just hug that muscular girl for the rest of your life. Yu Yang was furious. Mr. Titan. Chief Steward Yi and the others looked as if they would commit suicide if Yu Yang didn't agree. He doesn't have time to manage you, but it doesn't matter, I do. Phoenix Fairy Beauty suddenly stood up. Her beautiful face carried a smile that could charm all living things. Do you know who I am? I am his wife, Sky Law. In the future, I will take over Tianhua region. You are all under my rule. This? Chief Butler Yi, Class Leader Jean and the others didn't even dare to look at Phoenix Fairy Beauty. When it came to beauty, they had always thought that Lady Pearl Light's beauty and temperament were the best in the world. However, looking at her now, if Lady Pearl Light was compared to the Titan Prince's wife, she was like a sparrow beside a giant swan. They were on completely different levels. Most importantly, the Sky Law Beauty's strength was unfathomable. She seemed to be as strong as Mr. Titan, and even stronger than the Dragon Emperor Heavenly Execution and Emperor of the Underworld. If she became the Region Emperor of Tianhua region, it would naturally be the best. But what would Mr. Titan's attitude be? Without Mr. Titan's approval, who would dare to worship Sky Law Beauty as their master? Aren't you afraid of trouble? Yu Yang looked at Impatience strangely. It's okay, I'm just here in name. It's been so long since I came up to take a look. Naturally, I'll still accompany you, you little rascal. Moreover, as the Region Emperor, there are so many countries under me. Why do I have to worry about myself? I just need to know how to use people. Impatience didn't care. She felt that managing Tianhua region wasn't difficult at all. I can't be the Region Emperor, let me be the country's ruler. Southern Demon King also joined in the fun. Her jade-like hands gently played the pipa, and the sounds of nature descended from the sky. People who heard it were mesmerized. For a long time, they didn't want to wake up from the ocean of music. The Southern Goblin King stopped and mischievously blinked her big eyes at Yu Yang. The name Still Wind Kingdom is too unpleasant to hear. Let's call it Breeze from now on. I want to let hope emerge in the hearts of all the citizens, and then let this hope spread to every corner like a breeze. Hey, are you interested in the treasures left behind by Zhifeng and the others? Impatience couldn't help but ridicule. Sister, are you the kind of person who treats your citizens kindly? I also want to do something big once in a while, okay? Southern Goblin King stuck out her tongue, looking as if her thoughts had been seen through by someone. It's really unfortunate for the citizens to be ruled by you. Impatience couldn't help but sigh. Same to you. Southern Demon King snorted when she heard that. What she meant was that Sky Law wasn't that great either. Moreover, even if she couldn't manage it well, it would only be the matter of Gentle Breeze Kingdom. But if she couldn't manage it well, it would be the tragedy of the entire Tianhua region. Chief Butler Yi, Head Jean, and the rest looked at each other. Having someone to manage it was better than having no one to manage it. In the Heaven Realm, if one didn't have a strong backing, it was equivalent to being bullied by others. Now, there were two. Although they were women, they were the wives and concubines of young Master Titan. They were also powerful enough. It was great that they were willing to take over the authority that young Master Titan had no time to manage. If they took over, wouldn't it be the same as young Master Titan managing it? It would be the same anyway. Young Master Titan had great ambitions. He didn't care about the small Tianhua region. His target should be the Heaven Realm. Therefore, it was already a great fortune for the two of them to manage the Tianhua region. When Zhongguan secretly transmitted a message to them, he hinted that the beauty of Sky Law beside young Master Titan was actually Sky Execution's younger sister, and that the Southern Demon King was the daughter of the Dragon Emperor. Chief Manager Yi and Class Leader Jean were even more overjoyed. Great, so they were all family. They immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Impatience, calling her Her Majesty Sky Law Empress. Then, they kowtowed to the Southern Demon King, calling her Her Majesty Queen of Gentle Breeze. Although the ceremony was very simple, it could be considered as acknowledging their master-servant relationship. Alright, since that's the case, let's go home. The Southern Goblin King smugly revealed a beautiful smile that could melt all ice and snow. I wonder if I, the Queen, would have the honor to invite young Master Titan to my Green Willow City as a guest? My birthday is coming soon. Young Master Titan can't just give me a drop of God's blood, you have to give me at least 100 treasures to make me smile from the bottom of my heart. I'll give you my whole body. Yu Yang couldn't help but pinch her little nose when he saw her smile mischievously. I need to think about it before I decide whether to accept it or not. The Southern Demon King raised her little fist, as if she was dissatisfied with Yu Yang's teasing just now. However, she couldn't bear to really hit him, she was just putting on an act. Seeing a pair of young lovers flirting, everyone naturally turned their faces away, pretending not to see. Hui Tai-Lang put them into the grimoire world one by one. Yu Yang activated the three-realm compass and brought them all back to the Green Willow City that they had been away from for many days. Although the Green Willow City didn't change much in just a few days, everyone knew that the whole world had changed. Furthermore, it was a change that reversed the universe. Green Willow City. The king's residence had a new master today. It was no longer called Still-Wind Kingdom, but Breezy Kingdom. The king of Breezy Kingdom was a beautiful queen. This was the first news that all the residents of Green Willow City knew. In the Tianhua domain, whether it was a city lord, or a king, there was nothing strange about it. After all, as long as there was a fierce battle, there would be many changes. Although the king of Still-Wind Kingdom had ruled for a long time, everyone knew that this day would come and had long been mentally prepared. To be precise, it was a good thing that a new master was stationed in the king's residence of Green Willow City. Many new kings would set up benevolent policies such as reducing taxes when they first arrived to increase their popularity as quickly as possible. But when the residents of Green Willow City heard the second news, they were completely stunned. Because the second news was that the Divine Light and Wrath Region Emperors had died in battle, and the Vengeful Region Emperor had exiled himself. The current successor was a Divine Punishment Empress that no one had ever heard of. The chaos in the Tianhua domain was because there were too many experts with the qualifications of region emperors, and they fought each other. That was why it became like this. But no matter how chaotic it was, people could not imagine that the Tianhua domain with 3 region emperors would lose 2 region emperors in just a few days, and one would leave. The most unbelievable thing was that a new Tianfa empress had arrived in the Tianhua domain in the blink of an eye. Where did so many region emperors come from? Also, who was this Divine Punishment Empress? All the changes were like a mystery. No one could figure it out. Even the branch leader of the Heaven Realm Mercenary Guild in Green Willow City only knew a little inside information. The Divine Punishment Empress was living in the king's residence in Green Willow City, and she was sisters with the new king of Breezy Kingdom. The Tianhua domain is going to be in chaos again. The branch leader of the Mercenary Guild sighed. Chief Steward Yi received countless guests that day. He felt that even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to split himself. He had to be busy with external affairs, and he had to deal with internal affairs immediately. The dozens of wives and concubines of the King of Still Wind naturally could not stay in the king's residence anymore. He had to arrange a place for them immediately. The loyal guards of the King of Still Wind were also a problem. Fortunately, they had all accepted the death of the Lord of the Still Wind Kingdom. Otherwise, when the new king took office, there would probably be a bloody purge. None of this was important. The most important thing was that the new master would definitely have different interests and hobbies from the Lord of Still Wind Kingdom. What if he could make her fall in love with Green Willow City and Breezy Kingdom? Chief Manager Yi felt that this was a difficult problem. Yu Yang had no interest in managing the country. He was the kind of person who would not care about anything as long as he had a beauty in his arms. Others had their own ways of living, and he only needed to take care of himself. Naturally, he did not object to the fact that the Impatiens and the Southern Demon King were willing to share his burden. As long as you don't fight in the Flower Sky domain, the scenery is pretty good. Moreover, there are many secret areas to explore. For example, the sunken floating continent under White River City is definitely not as simple as the Water God's Palace. Other than the secrets under the water, there is also the mysterious Smoky Wave Sea and the legendary hidden fog that devours everything. The Impatiens laid in Yu Yang's arms, lazily flipping through the map while enjoying the frozen purple jade grapes that the charmed demon queen had peeled for her. When she realized that Yu Yang, who was engrossed in studying ancient runes, was ignoring her, she immediately turned around and stuck out her tongue, sending the grapes in her mouth into his mouth. Actually, being a king is very simple. As long as the people can eat their fill, it's fine. The Southern Demon King sat at the side. However, she did not dare to be as intimate as the Impatiens, at least not in front of everyone. The problem is that we don't have much food. Chief Manager Yi and Class Leader Jean knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Although they felt that the new policy that the Southern Demon King had proposed and that the commoners would be exempted from taxes and the slaves would be paid, and the soldiers would be given a holiday, they, as servants, did not dare to open their mouths to persuade her. They could only tactfully say that not only the Breezy country, even a small country like Green Willow City would not be able to implement this policy. It was fine if the commoners were exempted from taxes and the slaves were paid. However, if the soldiers who had no war to fight returned home on holiday, those warmongers who thirsted for blood would definitely gather to plunder. At that time, the flames of war would not only spread to the front lines of the war, but also to the rear like the Breezy country. Moreover, the Tianhua domain had been fighting against each other for thousands of years. Between cities, between countries, between races, and so on, how could a truce be able to resolve the enmity between them? Even if the most powerful region emperor issued an order, it would probably take hundreds or even thousands of years before this unprecedented war could be calmed down. We have plenty of food. The Southern Demon King waved her hand nonchalantly. Tongtian Tower was now ushering in a rising era. The leaders of the various races had purposely calmed down the war between them. Even the expansionist races like the Demon Abyss had stopped attacking. Therefore, there was no place to store the food and materials that were originally reserved for war. If Tongtian Tower's resources were insufficient, the large area around the Emerald Territory in the Southern Heaven Realm had also become a commercial area because of the arrival of Yu Yang. The Lionheart King and the nearby kings had already given up control of the Emerald Territory. They had no intention of opposing the forces behind the Nightless City. Currently, the flow of materials in the Nightless City was like a tide. If it was not guided, it would definitely decline. The profits would continue to decline, and it would become a place of commercial decay. The Tianhua domain urgently needed food and various materials. It was the best place to digest them. It could not only alleviate the plight of the Tianhua domain, but also allow the businesses of the Tongtian Tower and the Emerald Territory to continue to develop crazily. If Yu Yang was willing to work harder, If he used the three-realm compass a few more times, then the Breezy Nation, the Tong Tian Tower, and the Emerald Territory could all heave a sigh of relief. All three parties could benefit a lot. The leaders of the various clans in Tong Tian Tower and the various city lords of the Emerald Territory were already prepared. As long as Yu Yang, the Titan Prince, nodded his head, then the ships of food and materials could be loaded into the storage rings of the envoys like an assembly line and transported to the breezy country through the three-realm compass. If the war in the Tianhua domain calmed down, the merchants from the surrounding regions would also move. Therefore, the Impatiens and the Southern Demon King had never worried that the Tianhua domain would not be well governed. If the Breezy Nation were to promote it, it would be easy for anyone who disobeyed orders. The warriors of the Tong Tian Tower were already ready to go. Without the three region emperors of Divine Light, Wrath, and Vengeance, the new Water Temple Master Azure Dragon, and the subordinates of the Sun King, who in the Tianhua domain would be a match for the warriors of the Tong Tian Tower led by the Tianzhu Dragon Emperor. Alright then, I'll have to be a labor for a while. Yu Yang saw that the Impatiens and the others had decided, and the elders at home, such as Fourth Mother, Jun Wu Yu, the Old Fox, and Elder Yu Hai also agreed, so he could only temporarily put down this task. The Tianzhu Dragon Emperor and the Emperor of the Underworld did not return. Instead, the people of the Demonic Palace, the Demon Kings and Demon Generals of the Demon Abyss, the Eastern Goblin Tribe, the Dark Nether Tribe, and the elite warriors of many races in the Tong Tian Tower all came to Green Willow City under the leadership of Yu Yang. They brought the resources that Green Willow City desired, and also brought the opportunity for them to grow quickly. In the Green Willow City of the Breezy Nation in the Tianhua domain, the base of the Tong Tian Tower in the Western Heaven Realm, they could cultivate and grow in relative safety. Because of the large number of trades, the various races in the Tong Tian Tower had obtained the resources of the Heaven Realm that the Tong Tian Tower did not have. As for how the various clans used these resources, it was none of Yu Yang's business. On the site of the Emerald Territory, there was also an accumulation of countless food supplies. With the crazy pouring of the bottomless pit of the Tianhua domain, the business income of the Emerald Territory made all the participants' eyes red. They had never seen a business that required all kinds of supplies, and it was a business that no matter how much they traded, it was not enough. A few days later, the Emerald Territory became the craziest gold mine in the Southern Heaven Realm. Under the legend of even picking up a stone can be sold for money, a gold rush-like business exploded here. Even a super strong person like the Lionheart King personally came to meet Yu Yang and asked for cooperation. I'm very busy. I can cooperate, but it won't be too long. I can't do this every day. Yu Yang was not interested in making money. The reason was that he was too rich. Money had become meaningless to him. If it weren't for the fact that money could be exchanged for a large number of treasures, crystals, and exotic plants, he wouldn't have bothered to go to Tong Tian Tower and the Emerald Territory every day. He didn't need to carry goods like a coolie. Everyone used storage rings to load the goods and waited for him to arrive. As long as he took a trip, everyone would be willing to give him half of the benefits. Except for Yu Yang, no one had the ability to travel from the Southern Heaven Realm to the Western Heaven Realm in an instant. Of course, there were teleportation gates. Not to mention that taxes would be deducted halfway, it would take as long as half a year. If he encountered a robbery, he might lose everything. With this kind of convenience, who would want to be an unlucky traveling merchant, who didn't know that Master Bao Gu of Nightless City had his current position because he had joined young Master Tai Tan? As for Tong Tian Tower, there was no need to talk about it. The merchants of Tong Tian Tower might not know their parents, but they definitely knew the third young master of the Yu clan, who was called the new prison emperor by the various kings. Do you want to rise? Do you want to go to the Heaven Realm to broaden your horizons? Do you want the elite warriors and talented juniors in your clan to have the best opportunity to grow? Go, the third young master of the Yu clan is waiting for you in the Heaven Realm. As long as you go to his side, you may become the second Shui Tan Lang. You may become the second Yi Kong, the second Hai De Fu, the second, what are you waiting for? The Warrior Guild, Thief Guild, and Mercenary Guild of Tong Tian Tower all posted such slogans. Hence, under Yu Yang's leadership for a few days, at least tens of thousands of Tong Tian Tower's elites and Chamber of Commerce's representatives had flooded into Green Willow City. The originally lifeless Green Willow City was like a withered tree that had been given a new lease of life. The flourishing scene simply made great manager Yi, class leader Jean and the other locals dumbstruck. The Southern Demon King didn't need to govern at all. She didn't need to do anything. The talents of all races in Tong Tian Tower were fully taken over. The only thing she had to do was accompany Yu Yang to study ancient books and the treasure map depicted on ancient beast skin. Impatience, this Sky Law girl had already sent out the first decree of the region emperor. She ordered the 10,000 monarchs and the leaders of the super races in the Tianhua region, who originally belonged to the three factions, to come to Green Willow City to see the new region emperor within a month. Otherwise, it would be seen as treason and they would all be punished. We still have to stay here for a month? So boring. Yu Yang sent someone to send a letter to Ming Rihao, scolding him for not having any loyalty. Why don't we go and explore the Water God Palace under the White River City? Maybe there are divine weapons left there. The Southern Goblin King felt that Yu Yang was actually quite pitiful. It wasn't easy to be a coolie who carried goods to earn money. Furthermore, he had to do it for a month. Hence, she suggested to explore the legendary Water God Palace during the day to see if they could find some treasures to comfort Yu Yang's broken heart. Why don't we bring that girl Lu Yi along? With her perforate deer, it would be much more convenient. The Impatiens also felt that treasure hunting was a good plan. Explore the Water God Palace? Yu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a feeling that maybe the treasure depicted on the ancient beast skin was also on the floating continent. If they explored the Water God Palace, they might be able to find even more ancient treasures. There was also the mysterious Smoky Wave Sea and the legendary Hidden Fog. Those had to be cleared up. Could it be a divine power inheritance like the one the Supreme Dragon God left for Jiangying? Or some other type of power? In the center of the Tianhua domain, White River City. White River City was a city built on water. For thousands of years, it had been the center of a fierce battle between the divine light, wrath, and vengeful domain emperors. What was strange was that although White River City had been at war for thousands of years, it had a strange rule. No one was allowed to use force in White River City. Any warrior who entered the city, whether they were soldiers or adventurers, would agree to this rule. In the city, people who were enemies could sit at the same table and eat together. Once out of the city, they could immediately fight each other and kill each other. In this water city that didn't even have a city lord, it was a miracle that the war filled with blood and anger could be avoided. White River City could be said to be the safest place in the entire Tianhua domain. However, White River outside the city. It was the most terrifying place in the Tianhua domain. Who knew how many corpses of soldiers and adventurers were buried underneath? If it wasn't for the deep White River blocking the way, the pile of corpses from thousands of years of battle would have been even higher than the famous Hanging Mountain Range in the Tianhua region. Anyone who had visited White River City would understand that the White River was not a river. Rather, it was a boundless inland sea. This inland sea, which submerged 1/3 of the land of the Tianhua region, was named the White River because of the strange milky white haze on the surface of the sea. It was even said that there was a hidden fog that could devour all things. The depth of the White River was unfathomable. Even if the entire floating continent fell into it, it would not be visible at all. Originally, there had been several countries and nearly 1,000 cities on the floating continent. Now, only the several hundred extremely tall peaks of the Hanging Mountain Range remained. They had become pitiful little islands, and later generations had built cities on them. In the hazy sky, a long and narrow crescent-shaped merchant ship sailed over. From its deep waterline and bulging sails, one could tell that it was a supply ship, but no one knew which faction it belonged to. Because of the rumor that the Divine Light Domain Emperor and Wrath Domain Emperor had died in battle, and the Vengeful Domain Emperor had exiled himself, the Tianhua domain seemed to be taken over by a nameless woman, Sky Law. The chaotic situation made all the merchant ships that came to White River lower their flags. They didn't even know if their lord was dead or alive, and they still continued to fight for him. Wasn't that ridiculous? Welcome to White River City. You are safe now. Old Anchor, who was standing at the East Gate Pier, shouted loudly. He took the giant steel cable anchor thrown over from the ship and skillfully wrapped it around the huge steel pier of the pier. The first thing the dockworkers did was to greet and comfort the outsiders. This was the rule of White River City. No one knew when this rule had come into existence, but it had been passed down for thousands of years. In the end, it had become a specialty of White River City. Old Anchor was the best dock worker here, second to none. He worked here for hundreds of years. Knew everything like the back of his hand. It was said that he had led the boats of Divine Light, Wrath, and Vengeance, 3 region emperors. Other than him, who was the most senior, no one else had such an honor. Master actually has tips. Old Iron Anchor collected the money as usual. Then, he noticed that the fat toad-in Glamorous Clothes took out another small bag of money. He immediately shrugged and said, "It seems that you are trying to get top-secret information from me again. I will only ask 3 simple questions. After I ask, as long as you answer them honestly, whether you can answer them or not, it will be yours." The fat toad merchant smiled. He shook the bag of money, enticing Old Anchor. Old Anchor pretended to be drooling, waiting for the other party's eyes to shine with success. Then, he suddenly put on a serious expression. "I'm sorry, but can I refuse?" His companions were already used to this kind of teasing of foreign merchants. One of them, who was covered in hair and looked like a gorilla, pounded his chest hard, as if he couldn't laugh happily if he didn't do it. "Foreigner, put away your foolishness. In front of our boss Anchor, money is completely useless. Do you think he will succumb to you and become a poor slave to money? He will only succumb to good wine. In this world, only the liquor worm can defeat him." Ha 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 ha. Another prawn-like fellow with eyes on the top of his head waved his slender arms and pretended to be serious as he advised, "It's not that I want to talk too much, but rich foreigner, in White River City, you can do anything. Even if you make money like crazy, even if you empty everyone's wallet, you will still be fine. But if you know too many secrets that you shouldn't." "You're right. I was just about to kindly remind you, dear master, that here, the ignorant are the safest," Old Anchor said and laughed. "So that's how it is." The fat toad was not angry at all. He was still smiling. Instead, it was the 2 guards beside the fat toad who didn't look too happy. The fat toad waved his hand. "Feng Ji, Jin Yun, go back and report to young master and madam that we have arrived at White River City." Someone had already come out of the cabin. It was Yu Yang and Sky Law and Southern Demon King, who were wearing a cloak and veil to hide their beautiful figures. Unlike the 2 of them, Lu Yi still maintained her original appearance. She accompanied Yu Yang, her beautiful big eyes rolling around, constantly looking around, curious about everything. Those who didn't know would definitely mistake her for Yu Yang's maid. The fat toad was naturally Jiada, the big profiteer, Yu Yang's #1 money-making expert. He was even better than the slick Bao Gu. The guards in front were Feng Ji and Jin Yun, and behind them were the surrendered trio, Zhong Guan, He Tu, and Bai Ma. Hua Ban and Fei Huang were left in the cabin to watch the goods. Of course, there were also the barbarian bull brothers who couldn't walk as long as they had food and drink. Although Grey Wolf was also gluttonous, he was definitely not as unrestrained as the 2 brothers. He was absolutely outstanding as a watchdog. As soon as Yu Yang went out, he immediately followed. He would never miss the opportunity to show his loyalty. "Young master, why don't we take the sedan? It's too humid here." Although Jiada was not a dog, his nose was also very sensitive. He could smell the abnormality in the air. Other than the salty water vapor, there was also a half-hidden smell of blood. It was like the smell of a bloody battlefield where thousands of people had died. After a few days of rain, there was still the smell left. Yu Yang was silent. He, who had the Heaven Eye's divine vision, could truly understand. The smell of blood was definitely not coming from this White River, but from inside White River City. This smell of blood was not from slaughtering pigs or sheep. Although there were some concealment, most of it was human blood. Yu Yang was very sure of this. It should be some kind of blood sacrifice. The impatiens did not say anything. She directly communicated with Yu Yang and the Southern Demon King through the soul ribbon and told them her judgment. "Looks like this White River City is really a dangerous place. It is not as peaceful and stable as the rumors say. Blood sacrifice, what do we need to open that requires a blood sacrifice? The Water God Palace, or some other ancient ruins?" The Southern Demon King was not someone to be trifled with. It must be known that other than Shui Wuxia, the Princess Sisai had the most respect for this Eastern Goblin tribe princess. They must have received the news that the Divine Light and Wrath region emperors had died in battle, and the vengeful region emperor had left Tianhua region. It was impossible to say that the people in White River City had nothing to do with the central shrine. They should know that the Sun King had plotted against the three region emperors, but they were not the Sun King's subordinates. They only did this after the Sun King had set up the trap. It could be seen that if they were the Sun King's subordinates, they would have sacrificed their blood without hesitation, and would not have waited until now. As for whether these people are related to the new Water Temple Master Azure Dragon, it is still unclear. Let's go in and take a look. The White River City is really an interesting place, with just the dock laborers having the hidden power of Heaven rank level 6. Yu Yang's face was covered with a new silver mask. He did not show it on the surface and only communicated with the Impatiens and the Southern Demon King through his consciousness. As for Lu Yi, the less this girl knew, the better. Because she was too innocent, she was a person who could not hide her thoughts. As long as others looked at her face, they would be able to understand. Therefore, it was best not to tell her anything, and only arrange for her to do it when the time was right. Yu Yang did not look at the old anchor who was pouring wine into his mouth. He just walked forward and led the way. However, the Impatiens and the Southern Demon King understood the hidden expert he was talking about. It was this old drunkard. The fat-toed Jiada was good at doing business, but he could not see through people's hidden strength. Among the guards, only Jin Yun, who was known as the Fiery Eye, looked at the old anchor in confusion, shook his head, and finally gave up on his suspicions. Even the Impatiens and the Southern Demon King could only see through old anchor's hidden strength, but could not accurately judge the old anchor's strength. He was not someone a guard of Jin Yun's level could see through, even if he was called the Fiery Eye. As Yu Yang and the others walked over, the old anchor who was pouring wine into his mouth suddenly put down the bottle in his hand. His drunken eyes became extremely sober as he stared at the back of the Impatiens, as if trying to judge something. What's wrong? Just a bunch of small merchants. There are dozens of ships like them every day, the protruding lobster-like man asked. Apart from the woman in the middle who has some strength, the rest are all Earth class, not worth mentioning. The gorilla was no longer as boorish as it had been before. It was more like a meticulous fellow. The woman in the middle is definitely stronger than I am. The old anchor sneered. As for that young man, he doesn't look strong, like a gigolo who lives off a woman, but I feel something's not right. Before those big things are about to succeed, there can be no mistakes. Everyone must be on high alert, and not let anything go wrong. If there's a chance, send someone to find out why they're here. If they're here for business, then we'll welcome them with open arms, but if they're here for something else, then it's best to. Let's send Floater. That kid's definitely a smart one, the protruding lobster-like man suggested. I hope these people are real merchants. Old Anchor sighed softly. His sparkling eyes dimmed, and his imposing manner receded. He returned to being an old drunkard who led a befuddled life. He gulped down the rest of the wine from the bottle in his hand. In the distance, a few merchant ships, their waterlines almost touching the sides of their ships, broke through the smoke and sailed heavily towards White River City. The old anchor waved his large, rough hand. Everyone returned to being a bunch of dockworkers who reeked of alcohol, rushing to greet the ships. Welcome to White River City. You're safe. One day later, Yu Yang took the Impatiens, the Southern Demon King, and Lu Yi, and left by the East Gate Pier by boat. His departure surprised Old Anchor, who had been very suspicious of him. Why would he leave when he clearly felt that something was wrong? Could it be that he was really a merchant who came to White River City for business? But how could there be such a powerful merchant in the world? What kind of business do they do? Old Anchor could not help but look for Floater, who was in charge of gathering information from Yu Yang, and decided to get to the bottom of it. A gemstone business. They have countless gemstones. In White River City, they have found a dozen large chambers of commerce and sell gemstones of various colors at a price 30% higher than the outside world. In addition to selling the colorful gemstones from their hometown, they also buy ores of various attributes, such as electric flower ore, flame drop ore, and other rare ores. It's obvious that the sisters are the owners. That silver-masked gigolo, no matter if he's just the captain of the guards, isn't very strong, but he has sharp eyes and is very knowledgeable about gemstones and ores. A few traveling merchants tried to refine gemstones that are extremely difficult to distinguish, but he saw through them with a glance. Floater was the guide arranged by several large chambers of commerce in White River City. Although he had only followed them for a day, he had already obtained a lot of information. Did they say where they were going next? Old Anchor asked after a moment of thought, holding his stubbled chin. The itinerary of this group of people has almost no clear goal. It's completely up to the sisters. I didn't find out their next target, but I heard the maid mention to a Chamber of Commerce deacon that they came from 8 Desolation region. Floater, who had 2 long flagella tentacles on his head, reported in detail to Old Anchor. 8 Desolation region. There are a dozen remote mountainous areas there that do produce colorful gemstones. The gorilla-like man seemed to have a certain understanding of 8 Desolation region. But there don't seem to be any particularly famous female experts there. The lobster-like man with bulging eyes was a little troubled. It could be a hidden family. That pair of sisters are obviously from a famous family. Their temperament is completely different from ordinary people. Another bald man with octopus arms made his judgment. Is it possible that it is the Xianxia Empress who issued the summoning order for the region emperor? Someone quietly said this. Because this kind of suspicion was too absurd, in the end, he also felt embarrassed, his voice becoming weaker and weaker. The Heavenly Punishment Empress was currently in Wind Still Swamp's Green Willow City, waiting for the various rulers of the Tianhua domain to pay their respects to her. There was no way she would come all the way to White River City. First, she had no purpose. What was she doing here? The name of the Xianxia Empress had never appeared in the Tianhua domain before. She must be an outsider. How much did she know about the Tianhua domain? He guessed that she was a warrior secretly trained by the Central Shrine. Because the Divine Light Domain Emperor and the Wrath Domain Emperor died in battle, and the Vengeance Domain Emperor was forced to leave, she was sent here to take over the territory. A woman, no matter how strong she was, without the support of a powerful faction, could she take over the entire Tianhua domain? If it wasn't for the Central Shrine supporting her from behind, would she be able to secure her position as Region Empress? If it weren't for the Central Shrine, she wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant and send out the Domain Emperor's order to gather all the monarchs of the Tianhua domain before anyone was recognized. Second, the Xianxia Empress didn't have time to come to White River City. Although it was impossible for all the monarchs to be convinced, there would definitely be many monarchs who would go there to watch the show and accept the new Region Empress. With the Central Shrine behind her, she would definitely stay in Wind Still Swamp's Green Willow City to take charge of the situation. White River City wasn't the center of power. On the contrary, it was a rare peaceful place. Why would the Xianxia Empress come to White River City for no reason? Most importantly, White River City was the place that the Central Shrine didn't want to attract people's attention. The secret of White River City was forever hidden under the mysterious mist and fog. If the Xianxia Empress was really sent by the Central Shrine to take over the Tianhua domain, she would never set foot in this place. She would never even mention it, making this place a forgotten place. The result of guessing may not be correct, but bold guesses are worth encouraging. The truth of some things is often beyond people's expectations. If you think that everything is impossible, then you're making a big mistake. Old Anchor's face showed a wrinkled smile, like a generous elder. He reached out and patted his subordinate's shoulder, encouraging him. Although it's wrong, in the future, you still have to speculate boldly and use your flexible brain to find the answer, huh? While they were discussing, the sharp-eyed lobster man suddenly cried out. His slender arm pointed to the southeast and shouted urgently, "It's back. The curved boat that left just now has returned." Old Anchor's face darkened. In the faint mist, far away on the sea, a curved moon-shaped merchant ship quickly split open 2 white waves and hurriedly sailed towards White River City, as if some terrible monster was chasing after them. Not long after, in addition to the sister merchant ship that sold the colorful gemstones, there were more than a dozen large-bellied square-sail merchant ships that left one after another, also sailing towards White River City at the fastest speed they could reach. Seeing this, Old Anchor's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a little. He hurriedly led his team to meet them, flying in the air while shouting loudly, "You're safe, please don't panic." Welcome to White River City, you're safe now. Up ahead, what's going on? Is it a pirate ship or a sea monster? Fat Toad stood at the bow of the ship, but his face was pale. He didn't want to answer. The long and narrow moon-shaped merchant ship sailed directly into the dock. Old Anchor saw everyone disembark, including the pair of mysterious sisters who were presumably from a prestigious family, with their peerless beauty concealed by a light veil. Apart from the sisters, all the guards looked a little panicked, as if they had encountered some undefeatable monster. The answer was revealed by the great slave master, Shidong, who had escaped. Shidong's appearance was very strange. His limbs were surprisingly short, but he had a belly bigger than a pregnant woman's. His face was as majestic as a king's, especially the two curved and curled mustaches at the ends, which were even more distinctive. If one only looked at his face, then one would feel that this person was an incredible big shot. Unfortunately, his tragic height that even an ordinary person couldn't reach, and his big and majestic face, in contrast, seemed so comical and ridiculous. Hidden fog, damn it, there has never been a hidden fog on the outskirts of White River City, and now even the last safe sea route is gone. The great slave master, Shidong, cursed loudly. He had made an appointment with several large chambers of commerce in White River City to transport 10,000 slaves as quickly as possible. Now, because of the sudden appearance of the terrible hidden fog that devoured everything, he had to return to White River City and stay for a day or two. According to the experience and lessons of the predecessors, it would take at least a day or two to determine that the area where the hidden fog appeared was not dangerous. Deep in Old Anchor's eyes, there was a strange look that flashed and disappeared. When the lobster man, the bald octopus arm man, and the gorilla heard the words hidden fog, a strange smile appeared on their faces, as if they didn't believe it at all. However, they didn't correct it, allowing the great slave master Shidong to vent his unquenchable anger in his chest. In the end, Old Anchor, like a slick laborer, smiled obsequiously. Master Shidong, are you sure that is the hidden fog? You know, there has never been a hidden fog near our White River City. This is an incomparably safe paradise. Do you think I'm lying? What's in it for me? I'd rather the hidden fog never appear again. Do you know how much money I'll lose every day I stay? Damn it, I have to transport 10,000 slaves as quickly as possible. Every day I'm late, I lose 5% of the money I earn. Do you know how much that is? That's money you'll never earn in a lifetime. It's because of the damned hidden fog that I have to stay in this damned place. You peasants, you think I'm just trying to scare you? Heh heh heh, if you don't believe me, go ahead and try. Less than 20,000 meters away from here, I saw with my own eyes two ships sail into a black hole, instantly engulfed by the hidden fog. On the ships, whether sailors or unlucky merchants, there was nothing left of them. No, not nothing left of them, but evaporated. Everything turned to dust. And you dare say it's not the hidden fog? The more Shidong scolded, the angrier he became. He roared at Old Anchor. Master Shidong, we will send people as soon as possible to ascertain the safety period and restore the channel. Please do not worry. Old Anchor smiled obsequiously. Even if you tell me that the hidden fog has returned to peace, I wouldn't dare leave. Who doesn't know that the hidden fog is the most capricious thing? Although I like money the most, it's impossible for me to take risks with just a sentence from you peasants. Shidong scolded as he walked away. Old Anchor began to ponder. He did not speak for a long time. The lobster man whispered, "It's definitely not the hidden fog. It should be that thing that worked." The bald octopus man, the rough gorilla man, and the other coolies also nodded in agreement. At this time, their faces were filled with an irrepressible joy, as if it was a great thing that that thing had taken effect. Old Anchor glared. Shut up. Don't ever mention it in front of anyone. This is top secret. However, if it really worked, in addition to protecting this secret, we have to report it in time to avoid unexpected losses and unnecessary leaks. You stay here and warn every voyager. Remember, the words in your hearts must be strangled in your throats forever. Floater, known as Smarty, asked in a low voice, "What should I do?" The sisters are back again. They should have noticed that I'm in your group. They might be suspicious. This time, you can't go again. Find your sister, Fooping, to guide them. They're all women, so they'll be less wary. If they're not here for that, it doesn't matter. We just don't provoke them. In the next day or two, find a few more groups of people to talk business with them. They like electric sparks anyway, so we'll sell some of the electric sparks we collected. That way, their attention won't be diverted. Old Anchor did not forget to remind them, report their every move to me, especially the strongest sister. She's definitely not an existence to be underestimated. What about that pretty boy? Floater, with the flagellar tentacles, asked carefully. If he's lustful, give him a beauty. Whether it's beauty or money, as long as he's willing to accept bribes, we'll try our best to win him over and cater to his tastes. After Old Anchor gave his order, his shrewdness disappeared in an instant, replaced by a befuddled decadence. He became a drunkard coolie again. While pouring wine into his mouth, he staggered towards the East City gate. Such drunken steps. He had been walking for hundreds of years. White River City. If one only looked at the race and architectural style, White River City was a place that was different from the other cities in the Tianhua region. Although there were many disabled soldiers, adventurers, and traveling merchants of various races living here, the main race that resided in the city was the half-fish people, which were rarely seen in the Tianhua region. The half-fish people, numbering close to 200,000, formed the most primitive residents of White River City. Their history. It was said that their history could be traced back thousands of years. The ancestors of these half-mermen had been living here for an unknown period of time. The natives of White River City belonged to dozens of different sects and clans, and they all had similar characteristics. That was, the men were ugly, and the women were beautiful. No matter which sect or clan the men came from, they all looked grotesque and unsightly. Their appearances were especially similar to the fish, prawns, insects, and monsters that lived in the water, and the parts that were close to human bodies were severely missing. The women, on the other hand, did not have many of the characteristics of fish, prawns, insects, or monsters. Most of them had bodies that were close to human, and with a small amount of fish characteristics, they looked especially beautiful. The architectural style of White River City was also unique. No one could understand why these half-fish people liked metal and machinery so much. Just like how they stubbornly only married within their own race, these natives would rather not build houses, and would not use anything other than metal to build their own residences. All the shops and buildings created by the half-fish people had names that resembled metal and machinery, such as Iron and Steel Guild, Gear Hotel, Copper Gong Square, and so on. In short, if there was not a shop in White River City with a name related to metal and machinery, it was definitely not a native of the city, but a foreign merchant or immigrant. White River City had railway locomotives that could not be found anywhere else. They were driven by mechanical puppets created by the ancient half-fish people. They moved forward or stopped at fixed times. The locomotives were supplied to the natives of half-fish people who needed them. If foreign immigrants or tourists wanted to use these locomotives, they had to obtain permission from the local half-fish guild and pay a certain fee. Right now, Yu Yang was sitting on a four-seater, double-track, round-the-city motorcycle. Sitting beside him was Lu Yi, who was extremely curious about the strange things around her and frequently looked out of the window. As a qualified guard captain and a qualified maid, Yu Yang and Lu Yi had just represented the Titan Chamber of Commerce that they belonged to and negotiated a big business deal with the Silver Chamber of Commerce, one of the three major chambers of commerce of the half-merfolk people, regarding the electric flower ore. Although there was no deal in the end, considering the half-mermen's weak resistance to the colorful gem, this deal was definitely going to happen. Why don't we take the train back? It looks very peaceful. Miss Lu Yi was happy, but a strange thought suddenly emerged in her mind. The interest of the distinguished guests. The representative of the Silver Chamber of Commerce naturally tried his best to cooperate. They sent someone to the Iron Guild as fast as possible and helped Yu Yang and Lu Yi apply for real name passes. When they respectfully sent Yu Yang and Lu Yi off on the train, the polite representative, Sardine, still held Yu Yang's hand and joked, "Respected Mr. Yu Yang, if it wasn't for this, we wouldn't have known your names." Yu Yang smiled when he heard this. His smile was especially sincere. "Mr. Sardine, as the business between us develops, you will know more about me." Grey Wolf, the lazy dog that was lying lazily at its master's feet and dozing off, also raised its head and meowed. It seemed to want to say no, but everyone ignored it. Its action amused everyone present. The train's speed was very slow, but it was very punctual. Every 5 minutes, it would stop at a set platform. The time was half a minute, and then the doors on both sides of the train would automatically open for passengers to get on and off. Yu Yang and Lu Yi took the train back to the Iron Cross Hotel where they were staying. When the train stopped at a place called the Screw Station, a mermaid dressed in green got on. As soon as she came up, she immediately attracted the attention of Yu Yang and Lu Yi. None of the mermaids were ugly. All of them were beautiful and moving. Even the worst of them had above-average looks. However, it was the first time Yu Yang and Lu Yi had seen such a beautiful mermaid in green. This mermaid in green, who was holding a petal-shaped basket in her arms, exuded a fragrant fragrance. Needless to say, her appearance was definitely one of the best. Her big sky-blue eyes were even more beautiful than gems. Anyone who saw her beautiful face, even if they were extremely angry, would immediately dispel the resentment in their hearts and change into a happy mood with a face full of smiles. This green-cloaked mermaid's figure was extremely good, almost causing Yu Yang to reveal a lecherous look. Even Lady Lu Yi, who had a perfect figure, secretly felt inferior. Her actions were elegant, and she had an extraordinary air of nobility. She was clearly holding a basket and looked like a flower seller. She also looked like a commoner girl who was helping her mother to buy groceries on the streets. However, the feeling she gave was definitely not like that. No matter how outsiders looked at it, they did not think that it was awkward for her to hold a basket in her arms. On the contrary, it was like a noble princess holding a diamond ring. In the future, they would also be more generous and decent than her. "Hello, I wish you a safe journey." The green-cloaked mermaid gracefully sat in front of Yu Yang. She politely greeted Yu Yang, who was sizing up Yu Yang like a pervert. According to White River City's customs, she politely greeted a foreign guest. She was not angry at his rude gaze at all. She seemed to have long been accustomed to this kind of rude gaze. She was polite to Yu Yang, but when she sized up Lu Yi, who was of the same gender, she became happy. The mermaid in green's jade face blossomed into an indescribable moving smile. In that instant, the fresh flowers were overshadowed by her smile. She smiled at Lu Yi, who was secretly feeling inferior, and greeted her with a clear voice. "I also wish you a safe journey, cute Lu Yi." "Ah, how do you know my name?" Lu Yi was very curious. "That's because your name is written on your steel pass." The mermaid in green's smile became even more brilliant. "It really is." Lu Yi picked up the small silver pass hanging around her neck and looked at it carefully. She discovered that her name was really written on it. She couldn't help but admire. "Your eyesight is really good. The words are so small, yet you can actually see them clearly." "Of course, my eyesight is the best among my companions when I was young. I can see fishes hiding 10 meters underwater." The mermaid in green giggled and chatted with Lu Yi. After chatting for a while, her big eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Yu Yang. Suddenly, she smiled and said, "Mr. Yu Yang is very mysterious. Why do you like to use a silver mask to cover the upper half of your face?" "I'm sorry, if my question is very presumptuous, please forgive me." "Aha. How could that be?" "I don't have any secrets that I can't tell others. Especially for beauties, if possible, I really hope that all the beauties in the world can come and understand me." As soon as Yu Yang opened his mouth, he revealed that he was a big pervert that could not be concealed. Meow. Hui Tai Lang also raised its head and puffed out its chest. Unfortunately, due to its extremely weak strength, no one paid attention to this pet dog that dared to act cute. "Mr. Yu Yang seems to be very caring." When the mermaid in green said this, Yu Yang retracted his leg that was about to kick Hui Tai Lang. He laughed and said, "Of course, I'm the most caring person in the Tita Chamber of Commerce. If you don't believe me, you can ask around in a place with no people." The mermaid in green was speechless when she heard this. "My teacher is like this, please don't be offended." Lu Yi covered her small mouth and snickered. "Your teacher? Ah, Mr. Yu Yang is actually your teacher?" The mermaid in green expressed her surprise. Her red lips opened seductively, giving people the urge to feed her bananas. Of course, this was only limited to Yu Yang. The pure Lu Yi would never have such a thought. Lu Yi frowned a little at the mermaid in green's surprised reaction. It's my teacher. Although I didn't strictly acknowledge him as my teacher, and I didn't follow the seniority of the school's teachers, he is indeed my teacher. Many things were taught by my teacher, step by step. Lu Yi was a little unhappy that others doubted Yu Yang, no matter who it was. In her heart, Yu Yang was absolutely unquestionable. Yu Yang was now very proud. He put on the look of a good teacher. Only by teaching step by step can results be achieved, haha. Teaching step by step, the mermaid in green suddenly thought of some evil things. Looking at Lu Ye's innocent face, and then looking at Yu Yang's perverted look, she was speechless again. Her reaction was very fast. Seeing that Lu Yi was unhappy, she immediately apologized to Lu Yi, saying that she shouldn't have doubted Yu Yang, this great teacher. She flattered him a few more times and praised that it was rare to see a teacher as young as Yu Yang. Only then did Lu Yi become happy. After a small interlude, the two resumed their previous conversation of similar interests. They talked about clothes, gems, then about gems, then about marriage, then about marriage, then about life, then about life, then about marriage, then about gems, and finally about clothes. Sister, why don't you be our guide? Oh right, what's sister's name? I forgot to ask sister's name before. Lu Yi only remembered now and forgot to ask for sister's name. Yu Yang sighed at the side. What a pitiful child, the person who sold you and still helped you earn money was you. My name is Qing Ping, I live in the Xijing district. Sister Lu Yi, although I really like to chat with you, if you really want to hire a guide, you need to apply to the Iron Guild. Moreover, I don't have any experience as a guide. The mermaid in green declined. There's no need for any experience, as long as the guide is beautiful. Yu Yang's words were the legendary perverted theory. Anyway, we only need to be familiar with the terrain of White River City. We don't need to be too professional, we will apply. Sister, can you temporarily put down your work and be our guide for 2 days? Lu Yi felt that it was better to hire a guide who could chat. No matter what, it was better than yesterday's guide who had a glib mouth and a pair of strange flagellar tentacles on his head. Double the salary. Yu Yang's words fully displayed the power of money. Alright, if your application can be approved by the Iron Guild. Seeing the train slowly stop, the mermaid in green immediately stood up and waved to Lu Yi. I'm here, sister, see you tomorrow. Me too. Yu Yang was anxious. Why didn't the beauty bid farewell to him? Then, Mr. Yu Yang, see you tomorrow too. The mermaid in green smiled when she heard this. Waving her hands, she gracefully and lightly got off the train and left. Her beautiful figure soon disappeared from the train platform. Lu Yi didn't speak again until they returned to the Iron Cross Hotel. Before she entered her room, she suddenly smiled at Yu Yang and asked, How was my performance today? Yu Yang reached out his hand and touched the soft hair on the top of her head, silently giving her a thumbs up. Lu Ye's face turned red, as if it was on fire. She quickly hid in her room in embarrassment. Old Anchor returned to his home full of wine bottles. Using his feet, he casually made a small gap on the ground and lay down comfortably in the middle of the stinking garbage, as though he was lying on a fragrant garden lawn. No one had entered this house for more than 300 years. Ever since the one-armed female soldier who wanted to marry Old Anchor left in a huff because she despaired at Old Anchor's indifference, no one had entered his room since then. Before Old Anchor could fall asleep, a few rats had already crawled out of a hole in the corner of the wall and were crawling everywhere, causing a few wine bottles to roll and crash against each other. However, Old Anchor turned a blind eye to them. It was as though the few roaming in front of him were not rats, but invisible air. Outside the window, the immigrant businessman, Gonquan, who had rented Old Anchor's ancestral land to build the whale bar, was instructing his newly hired waiter, Shijiu, Big Brother Anchor is used to sleeping early. Don't knock on the door. Throw the food directly in through the window onto the highest iron hook. Remember to throw it accurately. This rope must be hooked on the hook, or else the rats will steal it. Oh, right, Brother Anchor will run out of wine every 3 days. You must place the wine at the door in time. He can skip meals, but he must have enough wine. Understood. Don't worry, boss. The new waiter, Shijiu, was a clever man. He only needed to be told once to remember many things. Thud, he went to the window and looked inside. He slowly reached in and gently tossed the cooked food wrapped in oiled paper and tied with a rope. The food landed on the hook hanging from the ceiling. If Old Anchor wanted to eat it or wanted to go to bed, he only had to stretch out his hand to get it. Finally, Xianxia thought for a moment and stacked a dozen bottles of wine on the left side of the door. He believed that Old Anchor would be able to see them the moment he opened the door. This service had started hundreds of years ago and had never been interrupted, be it rain or shine. Old Anchor did not collect rent. Although Gonquan, the owner of the whale bar, had consciously deposited most of the rent with the Iron Guild, he had sent someone to deposit it for Old Anchor so that he could collect it whenever he wanted. Old Anchor never went to collect money. He did not collect rent, but he made a request that Gonquan, the owner of the whale bar, take care of his wine. As long as there was enough to drink, everything was fine. Just like that, the habit of sending food and wine had been delayed for hundreds of years. Snoring loudly, Old Iron Anchor fell into a deep sleep. On the other hand, the few hungry mice were a little anxious. They had been looking forward to that bag of fragrant food on top of their heads for more than a day or two. They didn't have enough intelligence to obtain this food, so they were so anxious that they ran around in circles on the ground. When the mice were half dead from exhaustion and had tried all methods to no avail, they had no choice but to leave dejectedly. Old Anchor's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and they shone brightly. His nose was still snoring in sleep. He suddenly took out a small black box from under the bed and twisted the spring on it. The mechanical parts of the small box rubbed against each other and strangely made a snoring sound similar to an old iron anchor. It was extremely similar. Replacing his snoring with the sound of a small box, Old Iron Anchor moved like a wisp of smoke, like a specter, indescribably fast and nimble like a nocturnal tomcat. Without a speck of dust, he slid into the heavily rusted kitchen, which looked as if it had not been used for a very long time. Then, he gently pressed a button under the hidden stove. The entire stove cracked soundlessly. A dark underground passage was revealed, slanting downwards. Old Anchor gently touched the stove again, and in the instant that the stove was closed, he slipped into the underground tunnel as though he had no bones in his body. About a minute later, a faint light appeared in front of the pitch-black passage. When they got closer, they saw that it was a huge steel platform. On the steel platform was a steel door, with several huge steel gears biting into each other as the driving bearings for its entrance and exit. The gorilla and the protruding lobster man, who had changed into special steel armor, looked like dutiful guards. They stood in front of the steel door. Seeing that Old Iron Anchor had arrived, the two of them bowed respectfully. The protruding lobster man asked curiously, "Boss, why are you 3 minutes slower than usual today? You're usually punctual, not even a second off." Old Iron Anchor's face was as dark as still water, and he snorted softly. "There's a newcomer in Sweet Spring's shop. Maybe he already knows something and is a little suspicious. That newcomer, Xianxia, is most likely sent by them to investigate me. That Xianxia looks like a scum on the surface, but he secretly has the strength of a heaven rank. Why would such a guy come to White River City to be an apprentice?" That lame excuse was really hilarious. "Keep a close eye on him in secret. If there's any movement, kill Sweet Spring, Xianxia, and the others. At this critical juncture, no abnormalities are allowed." "Yes." The gorilla and the protruding lobster man answered solemnly, their eyes flashing with killing intent. At that moment, there was a person standing outside Old Iron Anchor's metal hut. It was that clever fellow, Xianxia. He disappeared from the window in a flash, as fast as lightning. When he returned to the inner room of the whale tavern, the boss, Sweet Spring, who was always smiling and amiable, was waiting for him with a solemn expression. "That person isn't here." Xianxia bowed respectfully to Sweet Spring, and made a gesture to signal him to go back. "You're too risky. You've only been here for a few days, and you haven't even dispelled the vigilance of others, and you're already investigating that guy's whereabouts. That's simply nonsense. You have no idea how terrifying that guy is. Before you, there were already 12 trackers who were as outstanding as you, or even better, who died in his hands. I understand what you're thinking now. You want to prove your ability to the higher-ups as soon as possible, but this kind of eagerness to succeed will only speed up your path to death. Young tracker, do you know how much time and effort we've spent to find this source? We've been working hard since 20,000 years ago. We've spent 3,000 years to successfully enter this White River city, but you, because of your eagerness to succeed, almost ruined all of our hard work. Boss Sweet Spring's voice was not loud, but it was extremely stern. I was wrong, Father, but I really can't wait any longer. They're killing people crazily now, and they're using the lives and blood of slaves as sacrifices. If they're not trying to open the Water God Palace, then they're trying to attack some ancient ruins. We must not let them succeed. Otherwise, we, the Chaser clan, will no longer be able to suppress them. Right now, the strength of our pursuers is getting weaker and weaker. If we let these traitors get the treasures of the Water God Palace or the ancient ruins, the consequences will be unimaginable. Xianxia knelt before Sweet Spring's boss, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, Father, hurry up and notify the Avengers and Adjudicators above us. Have them come here immediately and flatten White River City. Otherwise, we can only watch as they grow stronger and shake off our pursuit. They might even pursue us endlessly. Don't call me father. There are no fathers and sons here, only spies and trackers, only superiors and subordinates. Boss Sweet Spring corrected him seriously, but he suppressed his voice. Even in a secret room, he would never speak loudly. Yes. Xianxia nodded in response, but he did not get up. Instead, he reached out and hugged Boss Sweet Spring's legs. You're not a qualified tracker. Boss Sweet Spring slapped Xianxia angrily, you can't let your emotions affect your mission at any time. Father, now is no longer the era where the Conquest Queen and the Prison Emperor are famous in the Heaven Realm. Now that the Heaven Realm gate has been closed, we can no longer return to Tong Tian Tower. We have become a lone army, and Tong Tian Tower has already been suppressed by the central shrine to the point of collapse. We don't know when we will be able to produce another powerful existence like the Prison Emperor. The traitors' forces are getting stronger and stronger, and more strong warriors are emerging. As for us, our numbers are getting smaller and smaller. Our territory has been destroyed by the central shrine many times. It won't be long before we can no longer establish a foothold in the Heaven Realm. Even if someone is willing to take us in, we will have to live under someone else's roof. Father, now is the best opportunity. As long as we eliminate the traitors in White River City and kill all those cursed and mutated fishmen and monsters, then this territory will belong to us, the Chaser clan. With the secrets of the Water God Palace or the ancient ruins, we, the Chaser clan, will definitely be able to produce more powerful and outstanding descendants. Father, this is our best chance, we must snatch it before the traitors. Xianxia begged bitterly. You unfilial son whose heart and soul have been polluted by greed. Boss Sweet Spring pointed at Xianxia and trembled in anger, why are we different from those traitors? It's because we always maintain an untainted heart. Even if we are forced to stay in Heaven Realm and can no longer return to Tong Tian Tower, our hearts will not change. We are still the proud warriors of Tong Tian Tower. If we have no choice but to succumb to greed, then what qualifications do we have to call ourselves people of Tong Tian Tower? What qualifications do we have to call ourselves the inheritors of Tong Tian Tower's eternal will? The reason why we are the Chaser clan, not the traitors hiding in the central shrine, not the cursed fishmen hiding in White River City, is because we will never be confused by the material benefits of Heaven Realm. Our hearts will always belong to Tong Tian Tower, and we will never forget our roots because of some benefits. As your superior and father, I am warning you for the last time, son. Young Chaser, your way of thinking is very dangerous. If you don't change your mind soon, I will disqualify you from being a Chaser. Warriors of Tong Tian Tower can be defeated in battle, can die in battle, but it is absolutely not allowed to be cowardly without fighting. You are afraid of the enemy. This is not wrong, because you are an ordinary person, but as a Chaser left behind by Tong Tian Tower in Heaven Realm to eliminate traitors, you cannot be like a coward and be afraid of unpredictable things. My son, if you don't have the unshakable will of Tong Tian Tower, no matter what power you obtain, you will not be a qualified warrior of Tong Tian Tower. No, it can be said that no matter how strong you are, if you don't understand Jizun's state of mind, you will not become a true ranker. Boss Gongquan took a deep breath and waved his hand tiredly, you will leave tomorrow. With your current state of mind and strength, it is impossible for you to become a qualified Chaser. Because of your rash actions, the future may be very dangerous. You must leave as soon as possible. Xianxia was silent. After a long time, he stood up and asked softly, Father, have you understood what Jizun's state of mind is? Boss Gongquan shook his head. Xianxia's face suddenly turned red, and he argued in a low voice, maybe the higher-ups are lying to you. There is no need for Jizun's state of mind at all. If there is a need, why don't the rankers of the central shrine need to understand Jizun's state of mind to have such powerful strength? We trained according to the schedule, but we didn't get anything? The unchanging method may already be outdated. As long as there is strength, only then can one directly reflect the size of a person's ability. As long as we can obtain the strongest power, won't that Jizun's state of mind that is limited to the legends be achieved naturally? Boss Gongquan stared at him coldly, his expression as if he was looking at a stranger. After a long time, Xianxia lowered his head and said softly, Father, I was wrong, you haven't truly realized your mistake. I am very distressed. I originally thought that you, the smartest one, were the most hardworking one. Who would have thought that you are even worse than those blockheads of yours? Get lost immediately. With your strength, you dare to criticize the cultivation that has been passed down from generation to generation? This is simply absurd. You are just like an ant. Can you understand the mentality of a giant dragon that soars above the 9 heavens? Get lost immediately and reflect on yourself. Within 100 years, I don't want to see you again. Get lost immediately. Boss Gongquan couldn't hold back his anger and kicked Xianxia out. Yes. Xianxia crawled up in a sorry state, respectfully bowed to Boss Gongquan, and walked out with a face full of frustration. He quickly organized his personal belongings. He put some of the items needed for the journey into his storage ring, and then went to Boss Gongquan's room to say goodbye. However, after knocking on the door a few times, Boss Gongquan, who was already angry, simply ignored him. He could only kowtow a few times with a gloomy face, and then quietly slid out of the whale bar, flying towards the city wall. His movement technique was incomparably mysterious as he dodged the half-merman guards, and then dived into a remote corner where there was no one. He took out a rubber boat from his storage ring, carefully sensing the surroundings while cautiously paddling away. After the rubber boat slid out of the water for 100 meters, it was already out of the blind spot of the city wall guards. Xianxia took out a bottle of black medicine from his storage ring, preparing to release the fog to sneak away. However, at some point, a half-merman with a jellyfish-like body was already standing at the bow of his boat. Little brother Xianxia, you've only been here for a few days, why do you want to leave already? Are you blaming us, the traitor clan, for not treating you well as a tracker? TSK, we're all fellow countrymen from the Tower of Babel, how can I let you go back empty-handed? No matter what, I still have to let you find out some secrets, right? Little brother Xianxia, come, I'll bring you to our underground city. There, you'll be able to see all the secrets you've been thinking about for a long time. I guarantee that you'll understand everything at a glance. Please don't do stupid things. With your strength, if you think about other things, it'll just be a process of self-humiliation. You'll definitely regret it later. Even if I die, I can't. Xianxia's face was ashen, and he sneered as he pulled out a blue dagger. No. The jellyfish-like half-merman laughed incessantly. He waved his long arm. Xianxia found that his body was suddenly paralyzed. His whole body was stiff like a stone, and he could no longer move. Even breathing was extremely difficult. At this moment, the shadow of death struck his heart. It was only at this moment that he understood that his father's previous worries and reprimands were right. I'm sorry. He really wanted to go back and apologize to his father, to tell him that he was really wrong. However, he no longer had the chance. Small fries like you, I've killed at least 5 of you every year. Young man, don't think that you'll become a hunter just because you're hot-headed. The justice of Tong Tian Tower is not something that you can boast about. Even if we are traitors of Tong Tian Tower, what does it have to do with you? You've already settled down in the Heaven Realm, married and had children. Have you ever returned to Tong Tian Tower? Have you ever seen Tong Tian Tower? No, nothing at all. Tong Tian Tower is just a dream that only exists in legends to you. Do you think that there are any strong warriors there? What a ridiculous thought. The central shrine had already turned that place into ruins. Even if there are still people living there, they're just like ants. Young man, don't always treat legends as truth. If the prison emperor that your ancestors boasted about was really that strong, why would he be killed by the central shrine? Don't talk to me about conspiracies. You also know that in this world, there are only two kinds of people. One is a living person, and the other is a dead person. No matter how strong the prison emperor is, he's still a dead person. On the other hand, no matter how weak we traitors are, we're still living people. Can't you tell who's stronger and who's weaker between the two? Maybe the prison emperor is just an idiot with a wooden head. He's just the trash that you all boasted about. You people are just living in your own daydreams. What justice and judgment? I'm sorry, you're not qualified. Xiaojiu's skills were not as good as the others, so he had nothing to say. He could only close his eyes and wait for his death. He was a slightly impetuous young man, but he also had the most basic pride. That was the most basic principle of a warrior. If the other party wanted to persuade him to surrender or use violence to force him to reveal his secrets, he felt that the only thing he could say was "You're wrong. Open your mouth and speak." Right now, even if that idiot prison emperor comes back to life, he won't be able to save you. You better be more honest with me. Otherwise, I don't mind using all the torture methods on you to extract a confession. Smart young man, you should know what I need. The jellyfish-like half-merman laughed complacently. Xiaojiu responded with silence. His heart was beating slower and slower. He, who had undergone special training, would quickly die if the other party used torture on him. Although he might not be able to endure all the torture with a smile on his face, the other party wouldn't be able to stop the slow death of this young pursuer who had made a mistake. You pursuers really have the same morals. Alright, I'll send you on your way, so that you don't waste my time. The jellyfish-like half-merman stood beside Xiaojiu and said softly, "Don't you want to know our secret? I'll tell you then. This is a secret that only the dead can know. That's right, we are currently performing a blood sacrifice. We are currently reviving our ancestors. As long as our ancestors are revived, they will open the ancient ruins under White River City. At that time, we, the traitors, will rise up and become the pursuers. We will send all of you arrogant and righteous fools to the central shrine. Some of them are very interested in you. Isn't the secret very interesting? It's a pity that you won't be able to pass it back to your clan in this lifetime. Haha, shouldn't you be grateful to me? Young pursuer, before you die, please don't forget, my name is. Actually, I'm not too interested in your name, but can you tell me more about the secret just now? Suddenly, a handsome man wearing a silver mask stood behind the jellyfish-like half-merman and patted his shoulder in a friendly manner. He smiled and said, "I've been running for a whole night, even my clothes are wet from the humidity. I'm so tired that I finally heard a secret that only the dead would know. Do you think it's easy for me?" When he appeared, both the jellyfish-like half-merman and Xiaojiu were stunned. Who was this? When did he appear? The jellyfish-like half-merman wanted to attack the silver-masked man, but he was shocked to find that not only could he not move, he was even picked up by the other party like a little chick. He, who had the power of an emperor, was not even comparable to a pitiful little shrimp in front of the other party. You are. The jellyfish-like half-merman was scared out of his wits. Me? I seem to be the prison emperor who is as stupid as a piece of wood. The silver-masked man revealed a bright and handsome smile, and did not forget to add, "Of course, I am the new prison emperor." The jellyfish man wanted to commit suicide, but death was a luxury for him now. Unreachable. He didn't know who had captured him, but he knew that he was doomed if he fell into the hands of this silver-masked man. What was more terrifying was that if he was captured, all the hard work his clansmen had put in for thousands of years in the White River would go down the drain. Just like what you said to him just now, you don't have a second choice. Actually, I don't need you to say anything, because a small fry like you is destined to not know more secrets. The silver-masked man who followed Xiaojiu the whole night was naturally Yu Yang. He grabbed the trembling jellyfish man and threw him into the demon ceiling tower. He would let this guy stay in the demon ceiling tower for a while until he was free, then he would let him out to see if he could be of any use. You. Xiaojiu was shocked and doubtful that Yu Yang claimed to be the new prison emperor. I didn't want to care about you at first, because your performance was a little, how should I put it, it made me want to slap your face. It's already good enough that father didn't break your legs. Of course, you're still young, and young people are always impetuous. Seeing that you still have some backbone, I'll forgive you this time. You have to remember, I rarely forgive people for making mistakes twice. Yu Yang reached out his hand and picked up Shijio as if he was picking up a chick. He stuffed Shijio into his storage ring as if he was stuffing a can of sardines. Using the three-realm compass, he instantly returned to the bloody altar on the 5th floor of the heaven stairway. Once he returned, he greeted Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, and the others. He released Shijio, who was covered in heaven realm or fragments, and threw him on the ground like a broken sack. He didn't care about Shijio's reaction and teleported away. He had to make 3 trips a day, making him feel like a running merchant in an online game. He was so miserable that he couldn't complain to others. Yu Yang, who was forced to run his business, left. Fatty Hai and the others surrounded him with a lewd smile, looking very interested in Shijio's chrysanthemum. Shijio was so scared that his hair stood on end. He wasn't afraid of death, but his chrysanthemum couldn't take it. What do you want? Where is this? Shijio realized that this was an unfamiliar place. She had never been to this place before. In order to become a qualified tracker, a sense of direction and an understanding of the area were undoubtedly important. Shijio dared to say that in the entire Tianhua region, other than the hidden fog, the smokewave sea, and the underwater ancient ruins, there was no place he did not know. But where was this place? There wasn't even a drop of water in this godforsaken place. It didn't look like the Tianhua domain at all. If they weren't in the Tianhua domain, the ranker who claimed to be the new prison emperor would be able to bring him out of the Tianhua domain in an instant. What kind of terrifying ability was this? Could it be that he was a legendary god? This is the heaven stairway. Ah, that's right. It's also what you arrogant heaven realm residents call Tong Tian Tower. Since this is Tong Tian Tower, then we are naturally the natives of Tong Tian Tower. How about it? You've never seen such a handsome native before, have you? Fatty Hai's smile caused Shijio to sweat profusely. The legendary pervert who especially liked to burst other people's chrysanthemums should be this fellow in front of him. Tong Tian Tower? Shijio was dumbfounded. He never thought that in an instant, he would actually be brought to the Tong Tian Tower that his clansmen couldn't return from for thousands of years. What else do you have to say? Fatty Hai's sinful big hand pressed on Shijio's shoulder. I am that him just now. No, I am the subordinate of Lord Prison Emperor. He just took me in. I am one of his people. I am a remnant of Tong Tian Tower in the Heaven Realm. I am the tracker in charge of hunting down the traitor. When I was hunting down the traitor just now, I was saved by Lord Prison Emperor. Shijio used his fastest speed to briefly explain the ins and outs of the matter. He knew that the other party wouldn't kill him, but if he didn't explain it clearly and this wretched fatty exploded him, where would he go to cry out for his grievances? In order to protect his chrysanthemum, Shijio decided to pretend for once. Are you really young Master Titan's subordinate? From the crowd, a few people rushed out and enthusiastically held Shijio's hands. Are you really a new recruit? Welcome, I have been waiting for so many days. Heavens, there is finally a new recruit. Shijio was almost moved by these people's enthusiasm. The guy who called himself Jin Yun was actually so excited that he shed tears. He shook hands and hugged Shijio to show his welcome. Heavens, the people of Tong Tian Tower were actually so enthusiastic. Through these people's excited, messy yet passionate welcome and self-introduction, Shijio finally had a certain understanding of this group of people. The fatty who looked like a pervert with a despicable smile was called Hai Defu. Although he claimed to be the boss of the group, Shijio felt that he didn't look like it. Instead, the cool and silent guy Xue Tanlang was more likely to be the boss. Other than these two people, the refined and well-mannered Prince of Tianluo was like the brain of the group. The tall and skinny man with eyes as sharp as a blade but as heavy as a mountain was called Yi Kong. He should be the assistant in the group, in charge of bribing the prison emperor. There was no need to look at the two brothers Li Chia and Li Ge, they were definitely the guards. Moreover, they were the most loyal kind. Jin Yun, who was so excited that he shed tears, and Feng Ji, who was the first to rush forward to hug him, should be the thieves in the group. As for the others, some of them were slightly weaker, while some were slightly stronger. For example, they called themselves Zhongguan, He Tu, Bai Ma, and so on. They should not belong to the same group, because their strength seemed to be much stronger. Thank you, I don't know, you guys are really too enthusiastic. Shi Jiao was extremely touched. He thought to himself, as expected of the people from his hometown that his clansmen could not forget. This is passion. Fatty Hai hugged his shoulders, shook his head and laughed. That's not enough, you haven't truly experienced our passion yet. Before he finished speaking, Yi Kong had already punched Shi Jiao's nose, causing Shi Jiao, who was immersed in his emotions, to see stars and have a nosebleed. Fatty Hai rushed towards Shi Jiao, who did not know the situation, and threw him over his shoulder, smashing the pitiful newbie heavily onto the uneven rock surface. In the blink of an eye, before Shi Jiao could scream, 7 or 8 feet had already stepped on him, kicking him heavily. Shi Jiao felt as if his body was being run over by 1,000 wild bulls, all the bones in his body were groaning. Shi Jiao realized that the one who beat him the most fiercely was Jin Yun, who came to welcome him with tears of excitement just now. Feng Ji, who hugged him passionately, was not inferior in any way. Shi Jiao was 100% sure that if this damned fellow had a 10,000th of the passion he had when he was beating people up, he would also be the best employee in the world. You guys, what are you guys doing? Shi Jiao felt that there must be some kind of misunderstanding. This is a welcoming ceremony. Fatty Hai explained with a serious face as he kicked him hard, as if he would not be able to express his love for Shi Jiao if he did not beat him hard. Wait. Shi Jiao felt that everyone did not need to welcome him like this. Compared to shaking hands and hugging, although he was not used to it, it was much better than beating him up. We do not have any prejudice towards newbies. Come, let us use our greatest enthusiasm to welcome this newbie. Let us continue this beautiful tradition and never abandon our inheritance. Fatty, what are you doing? Why did you stop? Yi Kong looked at Fatty Hai, who had retreated from the ring in confusion. You guys can continue fighting. I'm hungry, I want to eat something to replenish my energy. If I don't have any strength, how can I let the newbie leave behind an unforgettable welcoming ceremony? When Fatty Hai said this, Shi Jiao wanted to cry. It's fine if you beat me up, but you want to eat before beating me up. Is there anyone who bullies people like you? He did not cry, but that Jin Yun cried. He beat Fatty Hai while crying. This damned fellow's explanation was, I was too excited. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Why am I the last newbie? Why doesn't young Master Titan recruit new people? I will always live in darkness. I never thought that my suffering would finally end today. You tell me, how can I not be happy? Shi Jiao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the newbies had to be bullied by the older members, who was the one who invented this damned welcoming ceremony. Wasn't this 2F** King evil? After fighting for an hour, everyone was a little tired. They all stopped to rest and eat something to replenish their energy. Only Feng Ji and Jin Yun, the 2 fake newbies, tirelessly carried out the welcoming ceremony. It was as if they would not die in peace if they did not inflict the pain they had suffered previously on the newbies by 100 times. Brothers, why don't we rest for a while before fighting again? Shi Jiao was a little resigned to his fate. Who asked him to be a newbie? Now that he saw Feng Ji and Jin Yun, these 2 fellows who were half dead from exhaustion, he could not bear to do it. It seemed that it was not easy to properly carry out this welcoming ceremony. Feng Ji and Jin Yun tactfully rejected Shi Jiao's suggestion. They expressed that no matter how tired they were, they had to continue. As an older member, if they could not leave the deepest impression on the newbies, that would be the biggest failure of their lives. Alright, let's ask around. When will there be more newbies joining? Shi Jiao asked the last question to Fatty Hai and the others who had regained their strength after eating and drinking. Let's wait patiently. There will definitely be more. At most half a year, at least 1 or 2 months. There should be newbies joining. Fatty Hai kindly answered the question. Hearing this, Shi Jiao realized that there was no hope for revenge in the short term. He was in despair. You can hit them, but can you not hit their faces? Before Shijiao could finish, he realized that everyone immediately picked this as the main point of attack. Damn it, this crow's mouth. Another hour passed. Yu Yang had already made 3 trips from Southern Heaven Realm's Nightless City, Tongtian Tower's Yu Clan Castle, and Western Heaven Realm's Green Willow City. After completing the task, he returned to the 5th floor of the Heaven Stairway. This time, he was bringing everyone to White River City. For a lazy person like Fatty Hai, if he did not bring him along to gain experience, it would be impossible for him to improve so much. When Shijiao returned to the whale bar, his face was even more swollen than a pig's head. Boss Gonquan could no longer recognize that this was his son. It was only when he spoke that Boss Gonquan realized that this pig head was his son, as if he had seen a ghost. He was almost scared to death. Boss Gonquan grabbed Shijiao into the secret room. What happened? Why did you come back? He thought that his son had escaped and was discovered, so he escaped from the siege. However, Shijiao looked at Boss Gonquan with tears streaming down his face. In the end, he knelt down with a plop. Father, I was wrong. Hearing this, Boss Gonquan's killing intent flashed in his eyes. He stared at his son with a sharp gaze. Unfilial son, you have already betrayed your clansmen? He thought that his son had been arrested and tortured to betray his clansmen. Shijiao shook his head desperately, tears streaming down his face. Father, no, it's a piece of good news. He told his father about how he was discovered by the cursed fishman, how he was captured, how Yu Yang appeared, saved him, and finally brought him to the Heaven Stairway. Not a single thing was left out. Boss Gonquan did not believe it at first, but at this time, Yu Yang, Fatty Hai, and the others had already appeared in the whale bar. Only when Yu Yang showed the prison emperor divine seal did Boss Gonquan completely believe that what his son had said was the truth. This was simply as wonderful as a dream. Tongtian Tower that could not be returned for thousands of years could now be returned. Because of the fall of the prison emperor, the passage between Tongtian Tower and Heaven Realm was sealed. All the Tongtian Tower survivors who stayed in Heaven Realm became the most despairing and helpless lone army. After despairing for thousands of years, they finally saw the light of hope. Not only could Tongtian Tower return, there was also a new generation of prison emperor who had inherited the legacy of their predecessors. Boss Gonquan's tears flowed down his face. He cried like a child. He was a descendant of Tongtian Tower who was born in Heaven Realm. He had never seen Tongtian Tower before, but the nostalgia of his ancestors and parents had affected his entire life. No matter how good Heaven Realm was, it was not his hometown, nor was it his roots. Boss Gonquan had never forgotten this sentence. He would never forget what his great-grandfather had said when he bravely stepped forward without hesitation to cover the retreat of his clansmen and fight to the death with the leader of the rebel clan. It's a pity that my corpse cannot be buried in the land of my hometown, otherwise, I will die without regrets. Now, someone from his hometown had finally come. His hometown had finally risen. His great-grandfather's last wish could finally be realized. Family members of Tongtian Tower who were left in Heaven Realm, you have not been forgotten. Tongtian Tower, our hometown, has not forgotten you. Elder Nan Gong, who came together with him, emotionally held Boss Gonquan's hand. Welcome, family, welcome home. Woo-woo. Boss Gonquan had shed more tears than he had in his entire life. At this moment, he completely understood in his heart. Why would his father's generation be so obsessed with their hometown? It turned out that only with a hometown would there be a home. With a home, that wandering heart would truly have a root. Yu Yang left everything to Elder Nan Gong to handle and ran back to continue being the captain of the guards. Boss Gonquan, who had discussed with Elder Nan Gong for an entire night, walked out of the room in high spirits. He felt that his and his clansmen's efforts for thousands of years had not been in vain. Furthermore, his body, which had originally felt that he was gradually aging, was now glowing with boundless strength. He could still work for a few more 100 years. Father. Standing at the door, Shijiao, who was a little hesitant, said weakly, I want to introduce you to Titan. You unfilial son. When Boss Gonquan heard this, he was surprisingly angry. You've been beaten up, and you actually want to introduce your father to be a newcomer. Do you want me to beat you up to calm my heart? Is there a son like you? He immediately rushed into the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife. Shijiao was scared out of his wits and fled in a panic. Shijiao actually didn't want to drag his father down with him. No matter how bold Shijiao was, he wouldn't dare to drag his father into the team as a newbie and beat him up. He was afraid that his father wouldn't be able to talk to the new prison emperor, so he took the initiative to introduce his father to the Titan commerce. Currently, the Titan Trading Company was in dire need of manpower. Meanwhile, his father just so happened to be an expert in financial management. If his father could step forward and assist the busy fat toad Jiade in establishing a branch of the Titan Trading Company in White River City and the clansman's territory, it would be the best of both worlds. That way, his father could quickly lead his clansmen under the prison emperor's command, and also display the greatest advantage his clansmen had after hiding in Heaven Realm for so many years. Unexpectedly, he didn't have the time to explain. This caused his father to misunderstand. Boss Gonquan knew the truth later on, but his anger still couldn't be quelled. He strictly forbade Shijiao from bringing any clansman into his team as a newbie, or else he would cut off their relationship. I say, Lord Lurker, even if I wanted to bring someone in, young Master Titan wouldn't be interested. That's not a place where anyone can join. Shijiao smiled bitterly. Yo, look at your ability. Boss Gonquan felt that something was wrong. Are you trying to say that I don't have the right to join? His anger rose, and he wanted to enter the kitchen to steal a kitchen knife. But when he saw Elder Nangong coming out, he restrained himself and decided to find a chance to deal with this brat in the future. Greetings, Elder Nangong. Shijiao bowed and quickly slipped away. If he didn't leave, he would be beaten into a pig's head by his father. Tongtian Tower is very busy right now and is lacking manpower. Little Yu Yang wants to ask for Elder Gonquan's help, but is afraid that it would be too presumptuous and affect your usual tasks, so he asked Elder Nangong to be his mediator. Elder Nangong and Boss Gonquan had finished their reunion, and now officially talked about work. Gonquan is willing to contribute to the rise of Tongtian Tower. Boss Gonquan was overjoyed and readily accepted Elder Nangong's invitation. Alright, little Yu Yang will come again later. At that time, Elder Gonquan can return to Tongtian Tower first, or you can bring little Yu Yang to the Heaven Realm clansmen's gathering place and bring them back together. With regards to White River City, this secret has already been leaked. There's no point in staying any longer. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Mr. Gonquan should make preparations early. After Elder Nangong finished speaking, he went out again and warned Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others to pay attention to their own safety, and not to be greedy and rash in their advancement. Fatty Hai might act arrogantly in front of others, but in front of Elder Nangong, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Otherwise, the old fox, Jun Wuyu, and the other elders would skin him alive. Shijiao blushed when she heard that. Mr. Nangong wasn't talking about him. But when he heard it, he was the one who said he was greedy and rashly advancing. He felt extremely ashamed. Yu Yang, Sky Law, and the Southern Demon King had finished their gathering. After discussing a new plan, he hurried over again. This time, he returned to the Thunder Fortress in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. He brought Octopus Man Boss, Whale Zhang, Swordfish Man Blast, Mudskipper Man Sui Zue and the others. Impatience and the Southern Demon King, these two girls were not to be trifled with. They would definitely be able to set up a trap for them. There were hundreds of thousands of Tongtian Tower's traders living in White River City. Because of their betrayal, they were cursed by a powerful ancestor of Tongtian Tower, becoming curse-possessed hybrid fishmen. Generation after generation, they were like this, and the curse could never be removed. It was precisely because of this that these cursed hybrid fishmen also used this characteristic to identify them. If they weren't cursed and weren't hybrid fishmen, then they would be outsiders, possibly enemies. No one could really get close to these traders, however, these hybrid fishmen would never think of it. In Tongtian Tower, there were actually some warriors who were sealed and cursed to become hybrid fishmen. Moreover, these hybrid fishmen were released by Yu Yang and became his followers. It would be very difficult to use Octopus Man Boss, Whale Zhang, Swordfish Man Blast and other hybrid fishmen to enter the core organization of the traders. In terms of time, it was already too late. However, if Octopus Man Boss and the others cooperated with Yu Yang to put on a show, then it would definitely work. No matter how wary the hybrid fishmen of White River City were of outsiders, they would never suspect their own people. They would never suspect Octopus Man Boss and the others who were very close to them. Too similar. Boss Gonquan muttered to himself. If it wasn't for Yu Yang bringing them here, he would have suspected that these were traitors and secret agents who had snuck in. We aren't similar, we are cursed enemies. Octopus Man Boss shook his head and smiled bitterly. Not only were we cursed, we were also sealed in the graveyard of the sea for thousands of years. If it wasn't for Titan Yu, we would have been sealed in the graveyard of the sea forever, unable to escape even after death. If we can do something to slightly reduce our sins, we are very happy. Although we have become like this, our hearts have never changed. We are not fish, nor are we monsters, we are humans. We will use blood to wash away everything in the past. Whale Zhang made a promise to Yu Yang. Blood will also prove everything. Swordfish Man Blast nodded solemnly. Mudskipper Man Sui Zue wanted to say something, but was covered by Fatty Hai. You don't need to say anything, you really don't need to. We all know what you want to say. Ah, you know me so well? Sui Zue couldn't help but struggle to say this. I know you like the back of my hand. Fatty Hai laughed loudly. You don't need to say anything, I already know what you want to say, because everything you say is nonsense. You're right. Yi Kong kicked Fatty Hai and Sui Zue away. Li Chia, Li Ge, and the others were already used to it, so they naturally surrounded them and kicked them. Shi Jiao, the newcomer, looked on enviously. He didn't dare to go up and beat up Fatty Hai, a senior who was known as the boss of the whole team. Not to mention him, even Feng Ji, Jin Yun and the others could only stand at the side enviously. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were just playing around, it didn't affect the proper business. Yu Yang discussed the plan in detail with Octopus Man Boss and the others, and left Hui Tai laying behind as the team's safety guarantee. Then, he brought Elder Nan Gong and Boss Gong Quan back to Tong Tian Tower. In order to welcome the clansmen left in Heaven Realm, if he didn't bring them back to take a look, he wouldn't be able to completely dispel the mystery in their hearts. This time, they returned to the entrance of the first floor of Tong Tian Tower. The old fox, Jun Wuyu and many other races' representatives rushed over after hearing the news. There was finally news of the Heaven Realm's clansmen who hadn't received any news for at least 6,000 years. How could they not be overjoyed? When Boss Gon Quan opened his eyes, he saw the towering pillars of Tong Tian Tower. Tears immediately flowed down his face. He knelt on the ground, grabbed the soil with both hands, and sniffed it again and again. It wasn't enough. This was the smell of home. The home that he missed day and night, the wanderer who was left in Heaven Realm without anyone to rely on, was finally back, White River City. Qing Ping arrived at the Iron and Steel Guild very early to wait. If it wasn't for the order from above, she would have disdained the lecherous gigolo guard on the train yesterday. Not only was his strength terrible, he even pretended to be mysterious. Did he think that wearing a silver mask would attract attention? Wrong, a true expert didn't need to do these things at all. They would also be noticed by millions of people. In Heaven Realm, strength was everything, no strength, needless to say, one word could accurately describe this person, and that was trash. Qing Ping waited for Lu Yi, but she didn't see the silver-masked man from yesterday. She felt very strange and couldn't help but ask, Sister Lu Yi, good morning. Ah, right, why didn't your teacher come? Because many jobs require him to operate, so he is very busy. Lu Yi expressed that Yu Yang had a very important business to discuss and couldn't leave. Otherwise, he would have been very happy to come. Qing Ping didn't doubt the latter half of this sentence. Just like that big pervert yesterday, if there was a beauty summoning him, it would be strange if he didn't come. However, it was so early, how could there be any big business to discuss? What big business is he talking about? Qing Ping pretended to ask casually. Thunder or, I'm not too sure either. In the middle of the night, a few Fishman brothers came to discuss business. Lu Yi said that she wasn't too sure either. Let's go in and settle the guide's procedures first. After the procedures are settled, I'll bring you around and taste the delicacies and scenic spots of White River City. Qing Ping understood. It should be 2 lines of light and dark at the same time. She was in the dark, and there was a line of light to cover her. Although she didn't know who sent them, she definitely couldn't take the initiative to expose her target. Qing Ping changed the topic. It wasn't a problem for her to deal with that lecherous silver-masked gigolo. Coaxing Lu Yi, this inexperienced little girl, was naturally a piece of cake. Qing Ping felt that she was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Could she get some more difficult tasks in the future? Wasn't it too easy to just accompany a little girl to go shopping? The most terrible thing was that this little girl was innocent and kind. She almost couldn't bear to deceive her. After shopping for 2 streets, the train in front stopped and a large group of people poured out. Among them, there was a fatty who looked like he deserved a beating. When he saw Lu Yi, he immediately rushed out from the crowd. "Lu Yi, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's really like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Master Hai is here too." Lu Yi greeted him very politely. "This beauty is?" When Fatty Hai saw Qing Ping, even his saliva flowed out. It was simply like a waterfall straight down 3,000 feet. Qing Ping suddenly realized that if there was someone in the world who deserved a beating more than the silver-masked gigolo yesterday, it would be this wretched and lecherous fatty in front of her. With this appearance, you don't hide at home and cry, but you still dare to come out and show off. Do you think that in this world, ugly is beautiful? Do you think that with such a scary appearance, not coming out and showing off would be the world's loss? Qing Ping almost couldn't help but question him. As a strictly trained secret agent, her performance was definitely up to standard. She held back her disgust and smiled in response. Although she really wanted to use her hand to slap him, the smile on her face was even more gentle, even with a bit of shyness that vulgar men liked to arouse their beastly nature. On the other side, she noticed that the tall and skinny guy that Lu Yi called Yi Kong was very similar to Lu Ye's greeting. She immediately determined that this group of people came from the same region. That tall and skinny guy named Yi Kong had a gaze as sharp as a blade. Just by looking at him, Qing Ping's face would feel as if it was being sliced by a knife. Qing Ping felt that this person was a formidable opponent. Compared to the silver-masked gigolo from yesterday, she did not know how many times stronger he was. Of course, he didn't seem to be the strongest in the group. The strongest was that cold and arrogant man. When he looked at people, he felt as if his whole body had fallen into an ice cellar. When he appeared, the temperature also seemed to drop to freezing point. Strong opponent, he was definitely a strong opponent. Such an opponent must be killed as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely become a disaster. Qing Ping looked at Xue Tanlang's cool face and secretly felt pity in her heart. Such a cool and powerful man, killing him would really be a waste. Moreover, in this group of people, other than that wretched fatty, there were many young people who looked good. For example, that refined and elegant noble young master, he was definitely a good candidate for a husband. His strength was not weaker than the strongest, the ice-cold cool brother. His appearance was even more extraordinary. Compared to the ice-cold cool brother, he was more gentle and considerate. Compared to the ice-cold cool brother, he was more noble and natural. Listening to Lu Ye's way of addressing him, he was actually a prince. Qing Ping saw this handsome and confident prince smile at her. Her heartbeat actually sped up uncontrollably. Heavens, did she really have to kill such a man? That was too wasteful. In White River City, it was not that there were no men who were more powerful than this prince, but their appearance was too miserable. Compared to this prince, all the men in White River City looked as if they had been disfigured. Not to mention this prince, even that ice-cold, cool brother's appearance could sweep away all of White River City. Forget about the damned fatty, even that tall, skinny man with a gaze as sharp as a blade was quite handsome as well. To the men of White River City who were half fish and half human, he could definitely show disdain for the entire city. If I recall correctly, his name was Yi Kong. This name wasn't unpleasant to the ears either. Where did they come from? Why were they all handsome men? The 3 handsome men each had their own strengths and characteristics. Although in her heart, she still felt that the prince was the best, she was a little reluctant to give up on the other 2. This was really hard to choose. If she could get all of them, Qing Ping's heart was a little confused. The more she thought about it, the faster her heart beat. Since Lu Yi hired a guide, then let's hire them together. Let's go shopping together. Come, let's pool some money. If not for Xue Tanlang and Tian Luo Prince standing behind Fatty Hai, Qing Ping would definitely not agree to his hiring. Now, forget about having an excuse. Even without this excuse, Qing Ping, who had never seen such a high-quality handsome man in her life, was reluctant to leave. As for that silver-masked gigolo? He had nothing to do with her now. Anyway, he was not a threat, who cared what business he was going to discuss? Idiot, the more beautiful the guide, the easier it is to cheat people. Yi Kong expressed his opposition to Fatty Hai's decision. I've just been a guide for a day. I'm not the kind of old guide who casually brings customers into the shop and gets ripped off, okay? Sister Lu Yi can testify for me. Qing Ping was not angry at all and even explained in a soft voice. It's okay, as long as it's a beauty, I am willing to be cheated. Please resist me, cheat me, ruthlessly ravage me. Please don't be lenient just because I am a delicate flower, oh yeah. Fatty Hai laughed so hard that the fat on his body trembled. In the blink of an eye, he was beaten to the ground. A large group of people surrounded him and kicked him again, causing Qing Ping to be dumbfounded. Master Hai can't look at beauties. Lu Yi apologized to Qing Ping embarrassedly. Qing Ping originally wanted to extend her leg and kick him a few times, but when she saw Tian Luo Prince looking at her, she quickly pretended to be a virtuous lady. Boring, let's go. Shui Tanlang snorted. His arrogant voice and cool appearance made Qing Ping's heart tremble. What a tyrannical little enemy. Somehow, the image of that gigolo flashed through her mind again. Why did she still care about him now? Of course, that gigolo was also quite handsome. Most of his face was covered, but his eyes and lips were very enchanting. When he smiled, it was even more amazing. It was just that he was too lecherous, just like that damn fatty. Otherwise, he would have gained a lot of points. If she could catch all of them in one fell swoop, including that gigolo, it would not be a lot, just 4. Yu Yang didn't care about how the honey trap worked. He guessed that the green-clothed mermaid Qing Ping, who had never seen any handsome men before, would still be able to move her legs when she saw Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tian Luo, and the other handsome men with different personalities and temperaments. Especially under the contrast of Fatty Hai's stupidity, this honey trap was even more lethal. Forget about handsome guys like Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo, even Yi Kong, who could be classified as an ordinary youth, would be able to make people's eyes light up in contrast with Fatty Hai, who was a fat, green leaf. Fortunately, Yu Yang was very busy and couldn't come. Otherwise, if he took off his silver mask and revealed his bright smile, Qing Ping would probably be wet on the spot. Yu Yang left Boss Gan Quan in Tong Tian Tower and slipped away. Homesickness, the return of the lost tribe. These kinds of matters were all left to the old fox and Jun Wuyu to handle. In this big world, picking up girls was the most important. It was very rare for him to have a chance to be alone with the Southern Demon King, the Peepa girl. Would the guy from another world, who was currently clearing the Eastern Goblin Tribe's Princess Dungeon, casually tell others about this? Being a king is not bad, there are a lot of treasures to collect. If other kings heard what Southern Demon King said, they would definitely vomit blood on the spot. Other than her, who else would have a treasure vault full of treasures waiting to be collected the moment they became a king? Which king didn't work themselves to death to collect them? On the other hand, once she took over, the countless treasures that the king of Stillwind Kingdom had collected for the Pearl Beauty, the treasures that filled the vault, all belonged to her. Just this alone wasn't enough. The most important thing was that Qing Lang, Lu Luo, Wan Jiao, and the other kings had died in this battle. In order to obtain protection, their relatives and subordinates all worshipped this Sky Law Empress sister as their master. They opened the treasure vault wide, waiting for her to collect them. In order to curry favor with the new ruler, countless lords and city masters presented their treasures to her. As such, the Southern Demon King, the Peepa girl, received so many treasures that her hands were sore. Isn't it good to have treasures? At this moment, Yu Yang and the Southern Demon King were soaking in a hot spring in the Eastern Goblin Tribe's territory. They were enjoying their time together, and they were extremely satisfied. It's good, but I don't have enough strength. I'm a little too confident. The Southern Demon King laid lazily at the edge of the pool. Because the temperature of the pool was slightly higher, the moist and alluring little face was slightly red. Her sharp chin was weakly propped up on her jade-like arms. Her snow-white skin was like a snow lotus blooming in the steamy water, exceptionally alluring. Although her perfect body was wrapped in a bath towel, one could still feel the power of the lethal weapon. The towel clung to her skin. Because of soaking in the water and her careless movements, the towel seemed to have opened up a small hole, faintly revealing half of the snowy hill. Although it wasn't clear, it was even more alluring. As expected of the boundless spring scenery in the snowy mountains, Yu Yang didn't dare to look for too long, afraid that his willpower wasn't strong enough and he wouldn't be able to control himself. He would claw the ground and howl at the sky. This girl was usually wrapped up tightly, he couldn't tell that her pair of lethal weapons were actually so ferocious. If it was another girl, Yu Yang would have already shouted loudly, transformed, and pounced on her, biting her and pushing her down. Would he tell anyone about it? However, he had to be careful when using this trick on this girl. It wasn't that he couldn't use it, but he had to be careful. It was easy to push this girl down, but it would be troublesome. If this girl's father knew that he had pushed this girl down and didn't plan to give her a title, he would probably immediately pick up a kitchen knife and fight with his life. If he decided to give her a title, then it would be even more troublesome. There would probably be even more brothers-in-law of Mount Tai who would pick up a kitchen knife and fight with his life. In short, before he officially married Wu Xia, Fallen Flowers, and Princess Sisai, giving them a title was a headache. Now, Fourth Mother and the other elders had helped to suppress it. If they caused more trouble, he really didn't know how to deal with them. Yu Yang swallowed his saliva. Forget it, he would endure it a little longer. It wasn't easy for them to raise a daughter. If he had a daughter, he would definitely not be willing to marry her off. He would definitely accept her now, but he had to control the timing and not mess up the sequence. Otherwise, those old fellows would go crazy. Furthermore, he couldn't just push her down the moment he met the Eastern Goblin tribe's princess. He had to build up a good impression of her first. People in H game still needed to talk to each other to increase their good impression of him. Only in love movies would they strip each other's clothes. That kind of movie was only suitable for virtuous female celebrities. Using it to woo the Eastern Goblin tribe's princess made Yu Yang speechless. It was better to talk to her first to increase her good impression of him. He could forget about going to the park for a date or watching a movie. Although talking to her would only increase her good impression of him a little, it was still an increase. With your strength, you can practically do whatever you want as a king in the heaven realm. What's there to be afraid of? Furthermore, as long as your majesty gives the order, I, as the guard leader, guarantee that I will not attack anyone. Whoever dares to provoke your majesty would just be asking for a beating. Your majesty, if there's anything you need, just tell me to do it. I'm an expert in massaging your legs. Yu Yang hurriedly flattered the king. But, I can't be a king forever. The Southern Demon King was amused by Yu Yang's words. Your majesty has lofty ambitions and great goals. I'm impressed. Yu Yang cupped his hands and flattered the king. This made the Southern Demon King even more amused. When her smile faded, he gave another suggestion. Actually, it's a good thing to keep suppressing your energy and realm. However, if you feel that you're reaching a bottleneck and leveling up is very slow, it's better to break through as soon as possible. After all, there's still a higher realm ahead of you. It's important to have a good foundation, but everyone's training method has its limits. You can't keep forcing yourself to grow at your limits. What Yu Yang said was the suggestion that the Night Empress gave to Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, Princess Fallen Flowers and Southern Demon King who were already close to the Elder Innate Realm. The Night Empress suggested that they should slowly break through to the Elder Innate Realm and try to build a good foundation. This was because when they merged with Yu Yang's mind, it was easy for everyone to understand the secret of the Elder Innate Realm. As long as their strength reached a certain level, it would be easy to level up. There were no obstacles at all. In this way, it wouldn't be as strong as the Elder Innate Realm that they had to go through many hardships to break through to. At least in terms of foundation, it wouldn't be as solid as cultivating alone. Everyone felt that the Night Empress suggestion was reasonable. Otherwise, they could do dual cultivation with Yu Yang. If they did it alone, it would seem too deliberate. There was no need. Moreover, dual cultivation with Yu Yang was the best way to improve. Therefore, whether it was Shui Wuxia, Fallen Flowers or Princess Sisai, everyone tried to slow down the speed of improvement and put more effort into the foundation. Breaking through was not a problem. Everyone focused on building the best foundation. Only the best foundation could support a higher realm and stronger power. The Southern Demon King had always cultivated like this. Otherwise, with her strength and cultivation speed, she would have long surpassed the Elder Innate Realm. If she didn't try her best to suppress it, Yu Yang estimated that she would have reached Elder Innate Level 2 long ago, or even higher. She would have reached the Elder Innate Realm earlier than Shui Wuxia, who was the first to advance. Her strength was already very good. It was just that the time she spent cultivating with Yu Yang was too little. That was why Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai surpassed her. Recently, I do feel that it's getting harder and harder to suppress my state of mind. However, humans are greedy. I always hope that I can gain more from my breakthrough. Perhaps this is not what a true expert pursues. The Southern Demon King smiled sweetly, warming up. The snowy land. Heaven's will is natural. On the path of cultivation, we should not care about the results. Otherwise, we will be stuck in the pursuit of power. We only need to have the heart to become stronger. Yu Yang comforted her gently. I'm actually ready. The Southern Demon King suddenly lowered her head shyly. Her voice was almost inaudible. But I don't know what someone wants. Are we going to your palace or somewhere else? Yu Yang would be an idiot if he still didn't understand and take action. Can we do it here? The Southern Demon King felt that if they returned to the palace, no matter how secretive it was, people would know. If they went to an unfamiliar place, they would be nervous. On the contrary, in this snowy hot spring, there was no one else other than him. It was just the two of them. How could it not be beautiful? Yu Yang heard this. He instantly understood her intention. Actually, this princess of the Eastern Goblin tribe, who looked like she had the air of a king and was independent, was actually a gentle little sheep when it came to love. She was extremely obedient. Of course, her gentleness was more proactive. She was a girl who dared to express her love. Just like the time when she played the pipa to express her feelings to Yu Yang. It was a courageous way to express her love, even though it was a little reserved. Yu Yang took the jade pipa from the side of the hot spring and passed it to the Southern Demon King. He first sat by the side of the hot spring, then reached out his hands and gently took the water droplet out of the hot spring. He placed it on his knees and kissed her forehead gently. I still want to listen to the song from last time. The Southern Demon King was a little shy, but she was also extremely happy. Her jade-like hands, which were still dripping with water, moved gracefully on the jade pipa. The sound of nature was as clear as a valley, resounding throughout the entire snowy hot spring. Even if he didn't understand music, he could still hear the love in her music. Even if he didn't listen to the sound of love, just by looking at her affectionate eyes, he could completely understand her heart. The music had stopped, but the love didn't diminish at all. Neither of them could remember when they hugged each other, but that was not important at all. Their lips were like dragonflies skimming the surface of the water. Both of them were carefully trying to express their feelings through this short contact. But this was completely unable to satisfy the desires of lovers towards each other. When their lips touched again and again, their lips never separated again. Only a passionate kiss could slightly soothe the flames of love burning from the bottom of their hearts. Kisses, no matter how much they kissed, it wouldn't be enough. No matter how much they asked or transferred, it wouldn't be enough. Her lips immediately swelled up, and her little tongue reluctantly withdrew from his mouth. You're too barbaric. She purposely acted like a spoiled child. Actually, she really liked his barbaric and overbearing way of plundering. Sometimes I'm quite gentle. For example, now. Yu Yang's hand had quietly slipped into the towel of a certain Eastern Goblin tribe princess, and boldly climbed the towering fragrant snow hill. Oh, you scoundrel. That's right, why are your hands trembling? She liked his naughtiness, but she didn't understand his little tricks, so she assumed it wasn't trembling. How can I not be nervous after offending a monarch? Yu Yang wanted to laugh out loud. This girl was too cute, but he wouldn't tell her what the tricks between lovers were. He had to let her slowly learn it, right? Of course, she wasn't an idiot. When his movements became bigger, she saw that her snow hill was constantly changing shape and trembling. She quickly understood and gave him a playful look. Bold criminal, you dare to offend the king. According to the law, you're sentenced to life imprisonment. You're not allowed to leave the king's side in the future. Don't bite, you. If you bite me again, I'll bite you back. Biting is a very easy skill to learn. Does your majesty want to try? A certain wolf started to seduce the pure Eastern Goblin tribe princess. Really? The Eastern Goblin tribe princess was about to take the bait. Of course, I guarantee that you'll be able to master it once you learn it. A certain wolf laughed like a little fox that had stolen a chick. Life would not always be smooth sailing. There would be ups and downs in life. For example, Impatience was going to be the region emperor of the Tianhua region, and Southern Demon King was going to be the ruler of the Breezy Kingdom. Both of them met with resistance from all sides. Some of these obstacles came from the original subordinates of the Divine Light, Wrath, and Vengeance region emperors. Some of these obstacles came from the subordinates of the new Water Temple Master. There were also the spies left behind by the Sun King who tried to sow discord. There were even some powerful financial groups who benefited from the war. These people did not want the war in the Tianhua domain to end. They also did not want the Tianhua domain to have a unified voice. Because they did not know how powerful Impatience was as the Divine Law Empress, and they did not know her mysterious background. The people of the Central Shrine even thought that they were sent by the Divine Light, Wrath, and Vengeance. So they did not do their best to stir up trouble. Instead, they were just trying to confuse the public and benefit from it. The subordinates of the three region emperors, Wrath, and Vengeance, as well as the commanders and generals who had been fighting for thousands of years, were naturally not hot-headed fools. The consortiums that benefited from the war were as cunning as foxes. It was impossible to oppose openly. If what the Divine Law Empress said was true, and she had the power of a region emperor, those who opposed her would be the target of her ascension to the throne. It was impossible to directly challenge the Divine Law Empress, who was about to become a region emperor. As a test, all the forces came up with an idea. That was to test the Queen of Breezy Kingdom. They wanted to see how powerful her younger sister, the Queen of Breezy Kingdom, was. They wanted to see how the Divine Law Empress would react after provoking the Queen of Breezy Kingdom, and what was her attitude towards the forces that were watching. They had to find out everything. As for whether the two region emperors, Divine Light and Wrath, had died in the war, except for a few spies of the Sun King, the others thought it was impossible. The region emperors were not made of clay. How could two of them die for no reason? If the region emperor of Divine Light and the region emperor of Wrath were really dead, then who did it? Who was powerful enough to kill two region emperors at once? Damn it. It's not easy for us to have some alone time. The Southern Demon King was furious. She was supposed to be passionately lovey-dovey with her lover, but they were interrupted by these idiots. There are a total of 3 parties that have been chosen to clamor. They are Flash representing the Divine Light Division, Black Flame representing the Wrath Division, and Mad Force representing the 10 consortiums. The strength of these 3 people is not weak. It is estimated that they have the average strength of the 8 generals under the Sun King. They are slightly inferior to the Fool Poet, but much better than the Savage Fatty. The Dragon Emperor took out a document and explained it to his daughter in detail. As her father, of course, he wasn't blind about his daughter's change. Ever since she came back from the hot spring, the relationship between his daughter and Yu Yang was completely different. They were extremely intimate and inseparable. However, for the sake of his daughter's happiness, he chose to ignore it and pretended not to notice it. No matter how much the clansmen needed a strong leader like Yu Yang to lead them. If the Eastern Goblin tribe wanted to return to the Heaven Realm and gain recognition, it would be extremely difficult. The Dragon Emperor wasn't willing to add any pressure to his daughter's love. If he loved his daughter, he would let her be carefree and live a carefree life. He had learned from the fathers in the Soaring Dragon continent what was the best fatherly love, and what the elders should do to give their children the greatest support. In terms of strength, Jun Wuyu and the Old Fox were definitely not as strong as the Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Goblin tribe. However, in terms of being a father, these few people were the best fathers. If Jun Wuyu and the others were willing, their daughter could stay by Yu Yang's side and bring more benefits to their family. However, they didn't allow their daughter to do so. On the contrary, as long as their daughter was happy, they would not ask for anything else. It was because of the influence of Jun Wuyu and the old fox that the Dragon Emperor felt that he should give his daughter more freedom. Let her fly freely, let her pursue her own happiness without any worries. She was his precious daughter. As long as she was happy, what in the world could be exchanged for it? When the Dragon Emperor saw his daughter sitting on the throne with joy and looking at the man she loved from time to time, he felt that he was a qualified father. At the very least, she didn't cry for love because of his interference. This smiling face was the biggest reward he had gained in his life. The rise of the Eastern Goblin tribe didn't require their princess to exchange her love and happiness. On the contrary, the warriors of the Eastern Goblin tribe could sacrifice themselves to protect their princess and their children's smiling faces. The Dragon Emperor didn't say anything. When his daughter looked at him, he nodded his head lightly, secretly showing his support. His declaration made the Southern Goblin King shy and happy at the same time. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone was in the palace, she would have jumped happily into Yu Yang's embrace and shared this good news with him that she was still a little worried about. What a silly little girl. When the Dragon Emperor saw his daughter, who was so moved that she was on the verge of tears, he felt a burst of ridicule and heartache. Even though she had grown up and become incomparably powerful, so much so that she was qualified to sit in the palace of a country in the heaven realm and give orders, she was still the little Nan that he had always been worried about. Who are the people behind them? Can we find out? Yu Yang asked after thinking for a while. The people behind these three challengers should be the eldest son of the Divine Light Territory Emperor, Ji Zhou, the first commander of the Wrath Territory Emperor and the first follower of the Wrath Territory Emperor, Lei Bao, and the younger brother of the new Water Palace Master, Ting Shi. Among the 10 consortiums, there are quite a number of monarch-level powerhouses. However, existences like Ji Zhou and the others are here for benefits. On the surface, they seem to be in an alliance, but they are actually in a state of disunity. As long as we get rid of the Divine Light Territory Emperor's son, the loyal follower of the Wrath Territory Emperor, and the younger brother of the new Water Palace Master, I believe that these consortiums will immediately smile and fight to cooperate with us. Ji Zhou, Lei Bao, and Ting Shi are quite powerful. According to the information we received, the weakest of these three is not weaker than the double-faced king. The strongest, Lei Bao, may be comparable to the Lion King under the Sun Monarch. The Emperor of the Netherworld was mainly in charge of gathering information. He was more experienced in gathering information, and at the same time, he was more interested in this aspect. The Dragon Emperor, on the other hand, was more in charge of diplomacy and politics. As for Sky Execution, he was only in charge of one thing, which was cultivation. He did not care about anything else. All aspects of the demonic palace were managed by Sky Wrath and Sky Crime. The boss, Sky Execution, was similar to Yu Yang. They were both bosses who did not have to do anything. When Impatience heard that the strongest among them, Lei Bao, was only at the level of the Lion King, she suddenly felt a little bored. She shook her head in boredom. Tianhua Domain is a small place after all. There are no masters. I don't think we need to go through so much trouble. Just kill these guys and be done with it. Her words almost made Chief Butler Yi and Monitor Jean, who were kneeling and listening, almost burst into tears. Your Majesty, you still think that Tianhua Domain is a small place? You have to know that Divine Light, Wrath, and Vengeance, these three domain emperors have fought each other for thousands of years and have not obtained anything. The entire Tianhua Domain has been conveniently picked up by you, and you still think that it's a small place. However, they did not doubt what Impatience said at all. The wife of the Titan Prince, the Sky Wrath Empress, was said to be even stronger than Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, and Emperor of the Underworld. It was normal for her to look down on Ji Zhou, Lei Bao, and Soaring Snake. Those who could go against the Titan Prince and the Sky Wrath Empress had to be at the level of the Sun King. Right now, Ji Zhou, Lei Bao, and Soaring Snake were not even at the level of the Domain Emperors. It would be strange if the Sky Wrath Empress took them seriously. These three people were probably just the targets that the Queen of Gentle Wind wanted to establish her authority. It's not good to kill them. If the trees above are cut down, the grass on the ground will desperately grow because of the loss of the shade. We have just arrived, and Tianhua Domain is not stable yet. Excessive cleansing is not ideal. If necessary, we can just kill one to warn the others. We still need to make use of those who can be used. Otherwise, it will be very tiring for us to work every day. The Southern Demon King's words were in line with everyone's thoughts. Then let's get rid of Soaring Snake. This guy is the younger brother of the new Water Temple Master, Azure Dragon. I don't think he is a good person. Impatience looked at Yu Yang and gestured for him, the guard leader, to say something. After all, he was the one who had the final say in this matter. Azure Dragon's people must be purged, and the Sun King's people must also be purged slowly. As for the others, those who can't be used, get lost. Even if you don't kill them, you must be expelled from the country. We came to Tianhua Domain to be the masters, not to be slaves. Who are they giving us face? Of course, they are allowed to change. We don't need them to be loyal, but at least they can't go against us. Otherwise, they will all be used as fertilizer. Yu Yang knew that a merciful person could not command an army. If the commander was merciful to the enemy, he would be cruel to his own soldiers. If he didn't set a good example, who would dare to follow him in the future? That's right. Everything is decided by strength. Sky Execution was also a supporter of Yu Yang's idea. In his eyes, the weak could survive, but they must have the awareness of being weak. If you don't want to be a pitiful weakling, then you must work hard to become stronger. If that's the case, then Chief Butler Yi, you will represent the Breezy Kingdom and make the strongest declaration. The Dragon Emperor laughed and said, "We will speak with strength." Yes. Chief Butler Yi and Teacher Jean were servants. Of course, they hoped that their master's attitude would be as arrogant as possible. If their master was strong, they, as servants, would also be proud. In the past, the Breezy Kingdom's king didn't dare to raise his head in front of heaven rankers who were one level higher or stronger, so they had to be careful. How could he be as happy as the Titan Prince now? No matter who came, whether it was the Regent Emperor, the Temple Master of the Central Shrine, or even the Sun King of the Central Shrine's Sun God Palace, they were all defeated. This kind of master was truly worth following for the rest of their lives. Chief Butler Yi, Teacher Jean, and the others took their leave. Shortly after, the Breezy Kingdom's king made a strong declaration in front of the representatives of the foreign envoys that surprised everyone. In view of the Radiant King, Dark Flame King, and Violent Force King's rude questioning of the Breezy Kingdom's king, the Breezy Kingdom's king would directly refute their words with great force at noon tomorrow. Unless the three kings knelt before the Queen of Breezy Kingdom and publicly whipped themselves 100 times to apologize with the greatest sincerity, what awaited the three kings would be an incomparably tragic end. The three kings would bear full responsibility for the consequences of rudely and wantonly offending the dignity of a powerhouse. Once this declaration was made, everyone was in an uproar. One had to know that the Breezy Kingdom, which was originally the Breezy Kingdom, was only a small kingdom in the rear. Most of its territory was still part of the uncontrollable Breezy Swamp. The original king of the Breezy Kingdom was only a king who was mainly in charge of the army's logistics. Compared to the real big kingdoms that participated in the war, it was basically a little brother level. Not to mention the entire Tianhua region, even among the more than 20 districts and more than 1,000 continents under the rule of the original Xinguang region emperor, there were at least tens of thousands of countries that were bigger than the Breezy Kingdom. In other words, the original king of Breezy Kingdom's strength was actually ranked behind tens of thousands of kings. Now, no matter how strong the successor queen of Breezy Kingdom was, she was just a small king of the Breezy Kingdom. How could she dare to make the three kings of the Tianhua region, the Radiant King, Dark Flame King, and Violent Force King, who were ranked in the top 100 among all the kings of the Tianhua region, beg for mercy, and publicly whip themselves to apologize? The most ridiculous thing was that she said it was 1 against 3. What right did this queen of Breezy Kingdom have, just because she was the sister of the Tianfa Empress? Did she really think that others would have to give in to her just because of that? The Heaven Realm was a place that emphasized absolute strength. Without sufficient strength, even if her sister was the Tianfa Empress who was preparing to take over the throne of the Tianhua region, she would not be able to protect her. Not to mention that her sister had not really succeeded the throne yet. Currently, she was only proposing such a ruling idea. Whether it would succeed in the end was still hard to say. The three kings, the Radiant King, Dark Flame King, and Violent Force King, upon hearing this news, were completely enraged. They immediately responded, "Fight." They had originally thought that they would be valued, meet and negotiate, and exchange benefits for support. Unexpectedly, this queen of breezy kingdom was so arrogant that she dared to say such wild words. "There's going to be a good show to watch." Countless people who had been quietly observing this situation, upon hearing this news, immediately rushed to the previously unknown Green Willow City to watch the first battle of the queen's ascension to the throne. Green Willow City. Even if the previous king of Still Wind Kingdom often held all kinds of banquets for beauties and guests, Green Willow City had never been so lively, and there had never been so many Heaven Stage rankers coming. Tens of thousands of Heaven Stage martial artists, city lords, monarchs, governors of some occupied area, CEO of some financial forces, or patriarchs of some famous families. In addition to these people in power who controlled wealth, armies, and power, there were also many mercenaries who came to watch the show. These mercenaries often had a certain level of strength, and were eager to make a name for themselves. But because of their strength and other factors, their current status was still unable to achieve the goal in their hearts, and they were still unable to get the recognition of their superiors. They hoped to use the opportunity of the Queen of Gentle Wind's ascension to the throne to see if they could find a lord who could truly serve them, and end the mercenaries' bloody life of running around. No matter what purpose they had in coming to Green Willow City. The Queen of Gentle Wind's decision to establish her power and ascend to the throne greatly stimulated many Heaven Stage martial artists. Opportunity, no matter who it was an opportunity. If tens of thousands of Heaven Stage martial artists entered the city, Green Willow City would not be able to stay. None of these people had a good temper, and many of them had just rushed over from the battlefield. Most of them were enemies, and had hatred for each other. It was estimated that within 10 minutes, they would start fighting with each other, and in the end, it was very likely that Green Willow City would be turned into ruins. Fortunately, the Dragon Emperor and the others had already expected this, and arranged all the guests outside the East City Gate. Near the city wall, there was a huge arena. There were nearly 20,000 seats under the arena, and those who liked to sit sat, and those who were willing to stand stood. The areas were allocated according to the forces and teams, and those who were enemies with each other did not gather together. The Heaven Stage martial artists with higher status and strength were invited to the front row, and the Heaven Stage martial artists with less fame and strength were asked to retreat to the area at the back. This greatly reduced the possibility of a conflict between the guests. Even if there was a grudge between the monarchs, they would usually not be willing to fight in front of the eyes of the public. At most, they would mock and ridicule each other and use words to attack each other. The juniors, elders, or bosses they brought were not around, and did not see their bosses fight. At most, they would glare at their enemies, or talk to their friends. Most importantly, these people knew that although the Queen of Gentle Wind wanted to show her power, she was still the sister of the Xianxia Empress. It might not be a big deal to offend her, but if the Xianxia Empress really became the Lord of Tianhua region, who would dare to slap her in the face? It would be a tragedy if they were to settle the score later. Therefore, no matter how arrogant a person was, they had to give him some face and not dare to behave atrociously in Green Willow City. So, no matter how arrogant they were, they had to give her some face. The dignity of a domain emperor was an existence that could not be challenged. Otherwise, why would Ji Zhou, Lei Bao, and Soaring Snake hide in the back and push Flash, Black Flame, and Mad Force to challenge Queen Breeze? In other words, they were afraid that the Empress of Tianfa would really become the Regent Emperor. If the Gentle Wind Queen wanted to establish her dominance, the mysterious sisters in White River City couldn't exist at the same time. Fortunately, this wasn't a problem for Yu Yang, who possessed the three-realm compass. As early as 2 hours ago, Yu Yang, the dutiful captain of the guards, had accompanied the mysterious sisters on the boat and left. This allowed Old Anchor, who was desperately gulping down wine on the dock, to breathe a sigh of relief. He felt that things were a little bad. One of his companions, Jellyfish, had made a move and was prepared to capture the spy from the whale bar, Shijiao. Something that was almost guaranteed to succeed had actually failed. Not only could they not get the man, but the Jellyfish had also disappeared. Jellyfish, a famed expert in White River City, had vanished without a trace before he could even send out a distress signal. He hadn't even left a trace of a fight. It would be strange if Old Anchor wasn't worried. Jellyfish had disappeared. Shijiao and Boss Oasis had also disappeared. It was as if these people had never appeared. Old Anchor had always suspected that their disappearance had something to do with this pair of extraordinarily powerful mysterious sisters. But to Old Anchor's surprise, the mysterious sisters had left as if nothing had happened. It was as if they had no interest in White River City at all. Once the electric sparkle ore had filled the boat, they immediately left. What puzzled Old Anchor the most was that when the mysterious sisters left, they left behind a large group of subordinates to continue purchasing electric sparkle ore. They didn't seem like enemies at all. Instead, they seemed more like a hidden family that urgently needed electric sparkle ore for some kind of demand. If they were really enemies, they wouldn't have left so many people in White River City. Even if they did, it wouldn't be those inexperienced juniors. According to the information obtained from the investigation, this pair of mysterious sisters had really been purchasing electric sparkle ore along the way. Aside from electric sparkle ore, they had almost no interest in anything else. Why were they buying electric sparkle ore in such large quantities? Old Anchor couldn't figure it out, and he didn't want to ask. In White River City, he only wanted to be himself. Old Anchor was the happiest that the mysterious sisters weren't enemies, because he really didn't want to provoke such powerful enemies. Seeing them leave on a boat early in the morning, Old Anchor's heart, which had been hanging in midair, finally relaxed and returned to its original position. He would never have imagined that not long after leaving White River City, the mysterious sisters would instantly return to Green Willow City in the Still Swamp, resuming their identities as the Empress of Divine Punishment and the Queen of Gentle Wind. Now, the Impatiens and the Southern Demon King were accompanying Yu Yang, enjoying the sumptuous lunch that General Manager Yi had meticulously prepared for the whole night. Usually, Yu Yang and the two of them would eat in the grimoire world. Xianu's greatest wish was to fill Yu Yang's stomach with delicious food every day. But they were servants. Sometimes, they couldn't refuse too much. They had to be given a little chance to show off. This dragon-whiskered grouper is steamed well. It's very fresh. Yu Yang gave a rare compliment. Yes. General Manager Yi was overjoyed when he heard this. At the same time, he made a mental note that the Titan Prince liked to eat fresh steamed fish. The two ladies didn't reject this dish either. The soup is not bad too. It's just that the dessert is a little too sweet. The fact that the Impatiens, who was extremely picky about her taste, could give such an evaluation was already the greatest gift. General Manager Yi was already prepared to listen to her criticism. He didn't think that he would pass this time. He really didn't waste the effort he had put in the entire night. There's quite a variety of dishes, and the taste is passable. There's only one problem. There are too many side dishes, and it's a little hard to distinguish the main course. Everyone's intention to serve us is still good. It's worthy of praise. Continue to work hard. All the related personnel will be rewarded. General Manager Yi, I won't reward you. I'll remember this for now. I'll reward you when you make new contributions. Southern Demon King's words made General Manager Yi quickly bow in gratitude. He didn't lack money, but he was most afraid that his master wouldn't remember him. As long as his master still remembered him as a subordinate, that was more important than anything else. However, Southern Demon King's next sentence made him break out in a cold sweat. He knelt down on the spot. Because Southern Demon King said, "Behead the chef who made us the honey-soaring sparrow." I don't know who sent him, and I don't want to know. However, since he dared to do something as senseless as poisoning, I won't forgive him. General Manager Yi was shocked and angry. He quickly kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. He swore to find all the assassins and return the Queen of Gentle Wind a safe royal chef. Yu Yang casually waved his hand and said, "There's no need to gather so many people. The poison in that dish must have been added the moment it was cooked. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been covered up. The one who poisoned the dish must be the chef. Behead him in public. There's no need to spread the news, or it will affect people's morale. Go back and tell everyone that as long as they do their job well, Her Majesty the Queen will not mistreat them. The one who poisoned the dish should be an assassin who was ordered by someone to sneak in. It has nothing to do with them." Impatiens laughed. "If those guys think that they can poison us with this trick, then it's too funny. The so-called experts of Tianhua region only have this little trick? I'm so disappointed." 10 minutes later. General Manager Yi brought in a fat assassin disguised as a chef who was tied up by a dragon-binding chain to beg for forgiveness. Other than Zhongguan, He Tu, and Bai Ma, there was also Ghost Wolf who volunteered to capture the assassin. He was Green Wolf's younger brother. Although he was only heaven-ranked level 3, he had good potential. Yu Yang decided to temporarily record him as a person to observe the newcomers. In this way, how could Ghost Wolf not work hard to become a permanent member? Behead him. Send his head to the East Gate for public display. It's time to slap someone's face. Otherwise, they don't know their place. Southern Demon King waved her hand and decided the guy's fate. My lord will avenge me. You women, sooner or later. Before the assassin could finish his insulting words, Ghost Wolf had already slapped him back. Do you have the right to speak here? As subordinates, Zhongguan and the others naturally hated others who verbally attacked their lord. They immediately dragged the guy out and beat him up. They directly broke his bones and beheaded him in public. After this small show of power, many people had a little understanding of Queen Breezy's strength. Sure enough, fierce dragons don't cross the river. The Queen of Gentle Wind dared to use her status as the ruler of Still Wind Swamp to directly crush 3 rulers who were ranked in the top 100 in the Tianhua region. How could she be intimidated by a lowly assassin who used such a despicable method? Although people didn't know who sent this assassin, it was clear that Queen Breezy didn't hesitate to execute him. This Queen of Breezy was definitely a hardliner. Unless someone had far more power than her, it was estimated that flash, black flame, and violent force would be disgraced. A bloody severed head hung above the eastern city gate. Anyone could see it at a glance. Ghost Wolf and a dozen other Heaven Stage castellans who also took the initiative to join the new queen formed the guards of Queen Breezy. They stood on the East Gate Tower to prevent someone from stealing the head. If that happened, it would really damage the dignity of Queen Breezy. In addition to them, there were also 2 female guards with veils flying out of the king's mansion. They were probably personally appointed by Queen Breezy. Although they didn't know Ghost Wolf, they were very respectful and didn't dare to neglect him. The 2 women looked indifferent. They just nodded in response and said no more. Looking at their surface strength, it was impossible to see it. They were completely hidden and couldn't be seen at all. They seemed to be very high, but also not Heaven Stage. Of course, no matter what, since they were personally appointed by Queen Breezy, they were real guards. Compared to Ghost Wolf, who was just a newbie, their status was naturally not on the same level. I was wondering who it was, so it's you, Ghost Wolf. Hanging a bloody head here is really affecting our appetite. A tall and skinny man with a wooden mouth and a wooden face stood in the crowd, laughing evilly and provoking them for no reason. This person's strength was at Heaven Stage level 4. Standing beside him, there were more than a dozen Heaven Stage warriors, all of them were Heaven Stage level 3 and above. They were all jeering together. If you have the ability, remove the transformation spell and speak with your original appearance. You hiding, do you dare to speak with your real face? Ghost Wolf was furious. He took a step forward and pointed at the tall and thin man with a wooden face. I, Ghost Wolf, will say the ugly words first. If you dare to touch this head, you are provoking the dignity of Queen Breezy. Kill without mercy. Io, I'm so scared. The tall and thin man who changed his appearance said sarcastically, with your Heaven Stage level 3 strength, you dare to show off? Are you trying to scare us to death? If you have the ability, come down and fight me. I will fight you with only one hand. One look and I can tell you are a coward. Ghost Wolf is a natural eunuch. Under Queen Breezy's throne, there are only dead warriors. She will definitely scare us away. I, Ghost Wolf, am not talented. If anyone dares to offend the dignity of the queen, only death awaits. If you guys dare to steal my head, I will dare to make a move. Do you really think that with the master behind you, you can challenge the dignity of Queen Breezy? The day when Queen Breezy ascends to the throne will be the day when Queen Breezy rules over our Tianhua region. If you guys don't surrender, you will be wiped out. If you don't believe me, come up and try. Ghost Wolf suppressed his anger and declared firmly. Who told you about Queen Breezy? Now it is Queen Breezy who is overestimating herself and challenging the 3 kings. Who are we? You are just a lackey, It is none of your business, stealing someone's head, that is so boring. What do you mean by offending the dignity of Queen Breezy? We will not do that. We are just spectators, can't we come and watch? Ghost Wolf, don't accuse us. Besides, with a useless person like you standing guard, maybe a gust of wind could blow this head away. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the crowd. In an instant, sand and pebbles were flying. The scene was in chaos. The tall and skinny man with a wooden mouth and wooden face had leaped onto the city gate tower. He did not reach out to the human heads, but to Ghost Wolf. Brother Ghost Wolf, long time no see. Big brother invites you for a drink, don't decline. Ghost Wolf roared and attacked the tall and thin man with a dozen heaven stage guards at the same time. However, the tall and thin man's body flashed with a golden light. Just the aura emitted from his body was enough to push Ghost Wolf and the others back. The tall and thin man laughed, haha, too weak, you can't even withstand a single blow. He did not finish his sentence. Suddenly, a deafening explosion came from the bottom of the city wall. It was like the tremor of heaven and earth shattering. A strong shockwave exploded, causing thousands of heaven stage experts to be blown tens of meters away, creating a circular space. In the center of the empty space, there was a masked girl. She was wearing a pair of exquisite silver boots and was stepping on a fat man with 4 legs facing the sky. His stomach was caved in and he was vomiting blood. He looked like a toad that was smashed by a huge rock. The eyes of the fat man who was vomiting blood turned white, and he was in a state of near death. Below him, there was a small hole in the ground. There were cracks in the hole, and they spread out like a spider web. They continued to spread for hundreds of meters. Because he had lost consciousness, the fat man who was on the verge of death could no longer hide his original appearance. The muscles on his face kept changing, and he gradually recovered his original appearance. When the crowd saw this person's face, they subconsciously exclaimed, Hippo Kwang Da? It's Kwang Da's younger brother, Kwang Da. Who is Kwang Da? Almost everyone present knew him. He was one of Kwang Da's 2 younger brothers. His strength was as high as Heaven Stage Level 5. Although he was not as strong as his elder brother, he was still a Heaven Stage expert. Unexpectedly, the Hippo Kwang Da, who was a king-level expert, could not even withstand a single move from the little girl in front of him. Who was this little girl? Was she the Queen of Gentle Wind? No, if she was the Queen of Gentle Wind, why would she come to guard the head of a man who was about to be beheaded? But if she was not the Queen of Gentle Wind, then what was her identity? Could it be that she was the maid of the Queen of Gentle Wind? A mere maid could instantly kill a king-level expert. If the maid was already so strong, then wouldn't the Queen of Gentle Wind be? Thinking of this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. My goodness, it turns out that this quiet little girl is actually the strongest among the 1,000 Heaven Stage warriors. Ghost Wolf and the rest broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, their attitude towards her was respectful enough. Otherwise, it would be too rude. The tall and skinny man shivered. This was too scary. He could not stay here for long. He immediately soared into the sky and used his movement technique. He flew as fast as lightning, intending to escape from the East Gate Tower. However, everyone could clearly see this scene. Before he moved, the other masked girl on the East Gate Tower did not move. But when the tall and skinny man soared into the sky, she was 10 times faster than him. She directly pressed her palm on the tall and skinny man's back. It was so fast that he did not even have the time to notice the attack. 2 shadows flew up from the crowd and attacked the masked girl. They wanted to save their companion. Courting death. The masked girl's figure flashed and appeared behind the 2 shadows. She pressed down on the back of their necks and mercilessly smashed their heads in front of everyone. The moment the 2 corpses fell down, the tall and skinny man smashed into the ground like a meteor. His hands were on the ground. Blood gushed out from his nose and mouth. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that his heart and lungs had long been shattered by the masked girl's palm. Moreover, that kind of destructive power contained supreme willpower. It was impossible to reverse and recover. The tall and skinny man tried his best to support his body. He wanted to stand up, but it was as if there was a mountain pressing down on him. It was impossible for him to straighten his back. His face gradually changed. The original wooden face returned to its original appearance, causing another burst of exclamations. It's the evil lizard. So it's this guy who is good at disguising. He obviously has the strength of Heaven Stage Level 5, but he pretended to be Heaven Stage Level 4. He's really cunning. No wonder Ghost Wolf couldn't move him at all. However, it's useless no matter how cunning he is. He met his nemesis. Hee, the evil lizard is about to die. The Breeze Queen of Green Willow City actually won another round. It seems that the wind in Tianhua region is really going to change, haha. I wonder who the two people who died just now were. It should be a king of the same level as him. Forget it, it's meaningless even if he's a king since he's already dead. I won't admit defeat. The tall and skinny evil lizard desperately raised his strength. He hoped to straighten his waist, but it was more difficult than carrying a mountain on his back. This was because the masked girl's foot was stepping on his back. With her stepping on it, the evil lizard's spine creaked, but it was useless. The masked girl casually stepped on it, boring. You're already a dead man, but you're still struggling. The evil lizard's spine was broken into countless pieces on the spot. Its ribs were broken, and its entire body was like a dead lizard that had been trampled into pieces. The evil lizard spat out blood and shouted with its last bit of strength, "I want to know who killed me." The masked girl coldly snorted and turned to leave with another girl who was obviously younger. "You're not worthy to know my name." After the tall and skinny evil lizard heard this, he vomited blood and died. He died with his eyes wide open. Ghost Wolf was touched by the feeling of worshipping her. The Queen of Gentle Wind was too powerful. Just two maids were powerful enough to suppress thousands of heaven rankers. Those heaven rankers who were once high and mighty were so weak that they trembled in front of the two maids of the Queen of Gentle Wind. That arrogant evil lizard country king did not even bother to say goodbye to him and died with grievances. What kind of attitude was this? This was the attitude of the strong looking down on all living beings. It was the right decision to submit to the Queen of Gentle Wind. Ghost Wolf could not help but straighten his back when he felt the admiring and respectful gazes of the heaven rankers below. Not only him, but the guards around him also did the same. All of them pulled in their bellies and puffed out their chests. Although they were suppressing their excitement, even a blind person could see their glory and pride. "Brother Ghost Wolf, after your shift, I would like to treat you to a drink. No matter what, you must do me the honor." A king who usually only looked at Ghost Wolf with his nostrils suddenly acted as if they were best friends for many years. It was as if the two of them had just drunk together last night. If Ghost Wolf did not have clear memories of this guy looking down on him, he would have thought that he had some kind of abnormal intimate relationship with this guy. "Ah, Brother Ghost Wolf is so handsome." A heaven ranker who was as strong as a bull pretended to be coquettish, but she had already vomited on the ground. What could Ghost Wolf say in the face of such a love-struck fool? In the afternoon, Flash, Black Flame, and Mad Force were finally alerted. They all rushed to the scene and came to the East City Gate to find out the truth. It would have been better if they hadn't seen it, but when they did, they were greatly shocked. Was the masked woman who could kill evil lizard and mad leopard in a second really a maid? How could there be such a powerful maid in the world? With this kind of strength, she could become the overlord of Tianhua region or any other place in the heaven realm. Let alone a country king, she could even rule a large territory. Someone raised a doubt. Could it be that it was not the maid of the Queen of Gentle Wind, but the Queen of Sky Law and the Queen of Gentle Wind? If it was them, then it would be more normal. The younger one was the Queen of Gentle Wind. She had successfully defeated the defenseless Kuang Fu with a sneak attack. The stronger one was the Queen of Divine Punishment. She had instantly killed the two of them and then killed the evil lizard. It was not strange at all. The Queen of Divine Punishment could compete for the Territory Emperor's position. That must be it. This suspicion gained the approval of many people. If the Tianfa Empress only has this much strength, then she is nothing more than this. The Radiant Flash sneered. Killing a monarch in a second was a piece of cake for the Regent Emperor. If the Empress of Tianfa really showed such strength now, then it proved that she was not qualified to compete for the position of Regent Emperor. Because, if a true domain emperor made a move, the destruction they would cause would be even more terrifying than what was happening here. I'll give it a try. Kuang Li's heart burned with rage. His younger brother had died, who would be in a good mood. But as an expert, no matter how angry he was, he didn't lose his rationality. Maybe he's holding back on purpose. It's better to be careful. Mo Yan was more cautious. He thought so. Even if the opponent had the strength of a domain emperor, he didn't have to show it all. Who said that one must show the strength of a domain emperor? As long as it was enough to kill the evil lizard and the others, it would be fine. No matter what, the Queen of Divine Punishment had to stand up to compete for the position of Region Emperor. Without enough strength, would she dare to issue the decree of the Region Emperor to summon all the warriors in the Tianhua region? No matter what the answer was, it would be revealed soon. Because it was almost time for the Queen of Gentle Wind to establish her authority and ascend to the throne. Although ascending to the throne was more like accepting the worship of the subordinates and an official announcement of the ruling power, it didn't necessarily need a complicated ceremony. In the heaven realm, as long as one had enough strength, even if the subjects were not convinced, they couldn't resist. This was a world where strength was supreme. As long as you had strength, you could have everything. For example, the Queen of Gentle Wind to set up a ring to ascend to the throne was actually quite grand. She probably wanted to establish her authority and intimidate the people. That was why it was so formal. If it was another king, when he sat on the throne in the king's palace, the lords and city masters below would bow to him. Then even if the handover of the king's authority was completed, it would probably be announced directly in the camp or even on the battlefield when the war was at its peak. There would be no coronation, scepter, king's ring, and so on. Everything was simple. It was said that the poor king had to go to the battlefield with an empty stomach. He didn't even have dry rations to eat. The Queen of Gentle Wind came out. In Green Willow City, there was a tsunami of cheers. Flash, Black Flame, and Mad Force saw the grandeur of the scene. It was 100 times more majestic than the appearance of the Divine Light Region Emperor. 100 flying dragons with the strength of Heaven Realm, the weakest of which was Gold Rank Level 10, were driven by the Heaven Realm Dragon Woman. They led the way in front. Behind each flying dragon was a rainbow strip. The rainbow ribbons exuded a refreshing, exotic fragrance of different colors, drawing a beautiful rainbow bridge in the air. And behind them, there were more flying dragons, no less than 3,000. Although their strength was Earth rank, they could be considered as quasi-heaven rank. Because of their large numbers, they could not be underestimated. The 3,000 flying dragon riders behind them were driven by young men and women of more than 10 races. They were almost all young people with unlimited potential. Riding on the flying dragon riders, in the sky, they formed the shape of the Queen of Gentle Wind's name and emblem, flying as if they were one. Behind them, tens of thousands of wyvern battle beasts flew over from all directions, creating a dazzling sight to behold. Among them was a gargantuan golden dragon king that threw its head back and let loose a thunderous roar as it swooped down from an extremely high altitude. Wherever it passed, all the flying mounts opened up a wide path for it to pass through. Its momentum was invincible. However, the one sitting on the golden dragon king's back was only a bronze-ranked level 3 mutt with extremely weak strength. It was even yawning lazily, causing people to be stunned. Escorted by hundreds of heaven-ranked city lords and lords on both sides, accompanied by thousands of Eastern Goblin tribe warriors, a red palanquin carried by 16 heaven-ranked rankers came slowly. The decorations on the palanquin were so gorgeous that none of the heaven-ranked rankers who came to watch the battle could recognize it. While they were in awe, they were secretly suspicious. They were afraid that the new Queen of Gentle Wind was related to the Eastern Goblin tribe. Look! Someone with sharp eyes noticed that there were a few masked women in front of the palanquin. 2 of them were the women who had killed Evil Lizard and Kuang Fu. From the fact that they were flying next to the palanquin, Shi Yan could tell that they were maids and not the Queen of Gentle Wind or the Queen of Divine Punishment. What did this mean? If they were maids, then wouldn't the Queen of Gentle Wind and the Queen of Tianfa be even more powerful? The red palanquin stood at the top of the east gate. Although the Queen of Gentle Wind had not come out yet, the tens of thousands of Heaven Realm warriors who came to watch the battle were already shocked by Her Majesty. Even other region emperors did not have such a grand ceremony. You are just a small Queen of Gentle Wind ascending the throne, is there really a need to make it so shocking? The most embarrassing thing was, what is the relationship between the Queen of Gentle Wind and the Eastern Goblin tribe? Why would the Eastern Goblin tribe send so many people to congratulate a small ascension ceremony? if it wasn't for the fact that the Eastern Goblin tribe had no interest in the territories outside, Dazzling would have suspected that the Queen of Gentle Wind was the princess of the Eastern Goblin tribe. If not, why would so many people from the Eastern Goblin tribe come? The Eastern Goblin tribe definitely did not care about a broken place like the Tianhua region. Only the Heaven Realm was what those arrogant clans pursued. Alright, no matter who this Queen of Gentle Wind was, she must have a close relationship with the Eastern Goblin tribe. If the Queen of Gentle Wind was closely related to the Eastern Goblin tribe, then what about the Queen of Tianfa? Could the Queen of Tianfa, who was determined to rule the Tianhua region, be the Queen of the Eastern Goblin tribe? If that was the case, everyone could go back and sleep. The situation is not good. Dazzling gave Wild Force a look. Brother, we are being used as a tool, and it is very dangerous now. The direction of the wind is not right. Should we save our lives first? Let's wait and see first. Wild Force was already sweating profusely. If he knew that the Queen of Gentle Wind had such strength and connections, he would not have come to Green Willow City. Or, even if he came, he would not be the first one to stand out. Now, the words had been spoken, the three of them had been secretly chosen by the Queen of Gentle Wind to establish her power, and tens of thousands of people were waiting to watch the show. What should he do now? Wild Force let out a sad cry in his heart, but he did not know what to do. He only knew that he could not retreat. If he escaped without a fight, he would be killed by the Queen of Gentle Wind, and his reputation would be ruined. Even if the Queen of Gentle Wind did not kill him, after he escaped, the people above him would not let him go. Now, he could only hope that the Queen of Gentle Wind could say something and give him a way out, so that he could surrender. Today is the day that I ascend to the throne and rule the Breezy Kingdom, and also the day that my sister announces that she will take over the Tianhua region. A heavenly voice floated out from the red sedan chair, clearly drifting into everyone's ears. The voice seemed to be very soft, but everyone present, no matter how far they were, could hear it clearly. We sisters are very straightforward when we do things. In one sentence, if you are not our friend, then you are our enemy. You can choose for yourselves. Long live our king. Officials like Chief Steward Ji and Head Teacher Jean all knelt down and cheered. There was no such ceremony in the Heaven Realm. But, there was in the Tower of Babel. Chief Steward Ji, Head Teacher Jean, and the other officials also felt that this kind of ceremony could better express their support and respect for the new king. They very warmly accepted this ceremony and secretly prepared to carry it forward. In the future, when the Empress of Tianfa ascended to the throne of the Regent Emperor, there would be an even grander ceremony. In the city and outside the city, hundreds of thousands of officials were worshipping and shouting. The sound was simply earth-shattering. Flash and the others' faces turned pale. The Queen of Gentle Wind had so many people supporting her. If they stood out to challenge her, wouldn't it be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot? But if they didn't stand out to challenge her, from today onwards, the three of them would definitely become the laughingstock of the Tianhua region. Besides, even if they didn't challenge her, would the Queen of Gentle Wind let them go? Impossible. She needed to kill these three unlucky fellows to intimidate them. Once she thought that she was the unlucky person who was going to be killed, Flash felt bitter in her heart. What kind of unlucky job was this? It was clearly the Queen of Still Wind Kingdom who was ascending to the throne, but why did it become like the Regent Emperor? This Queen of Gentle Wind was so powerful, why did she come to occupy such a small place in Still Wind Kingdom? Wasn't this asking for trouble? She should be like her sister and rule over the Tianhua region, so that she wouldn't misunderstand that she was not strong enough and recklessly come to provoke and cause trouble. Flash, Mo Yen, and Mad Force, as for your malicious challenge, if I don't accept it, others will laugh at me for being cowardly. But if I fight you personally, perhaps you will feel wronged, thinking that I am bullying the weak and winning unfairly. How about this? Pick one of my maids and guards, and if they can take 3 moves and not be defeated, I will forgive your rudeness. The heavenly voice floated again, and this time, no one doubted the words of the Queen of Gentle Wind. Maids or guards? Mad Force looked at Flash. Let's wait and see first. Flash felt that none of them were easy to deal with. Since the Queen dared to say that she would forgive them if they could take 3 moves, it was obvious that even the weakest one could definitely defeat her. It was better to wait for that Mo Yen to die first. When Mo Yen tested out the strength of the Queen of Gentle Wind, in order to save his life, he would have to be a coward. He would directly kneel and beg for mercy, sincerely apologizing. The Queen of Gentle Wind had a noble identity, and there was no reason to kill her. So, it was better to wait and see how the situation changed first. At this time, standing beside the red palanquin, in addition to a few maids with their faces covered, there were 3 men with calm expressions. One of them was arrogant, with lightning flashing all over his body, and his aura swallowing the sky. If she fought against this person, she felt that she would be electrocuted into a piece of coal. The man in the middle was tall and mighty, his body like a mountain, and his aura was so calm that even the sky could not collapse. If she chose to fight against this guard, she would probably be trampled under his feet, never to rise again for the rest of her life. The third one looked like a shadow, and his will was fluctuating. He had already silently demonstrated his power, and was definitely an expert who had comprehended the undying godly will. If she fought against this person, she would definitely die, but it was uncertain how badly she would die. According to the information, these 3 should be the newly risen Sky Execution, Lan Xian, and Yu Ming. Their specific identities were not very clear, but they were probably the guards of the Queen of Sky Law and the Queen of Gentle Wind. These 3 people were not easy to fight. In front of the red palanquin, there was a pretty boy. Although half of his face was covered by a silver mask, it was easy to recognize that this was a pretty boy who relied on his face to make a living. His strength was not high, and his equipment was only around heaven rank. According to the information, this guy seemed to be the Queen of Gentle Wind's most favored guard captain. If she could fight this pretty boy alone, it would undoubtedly be the safest. Shining's brain was the smartest, and her reaction was also the fastest. In any case, she could leave after taking 3 moves. Later, she would challenge this pretty boy's guard captain. Of course, she could not kill him, as the Queen of Gentle Wind would definitely be angry. But it would not be difficult to take 3 moves from him. With the strength of heaven rank, she could easily take his attacks without using any protective energy. I will choose this maid. Mo Yan was the first to stand out. He bowed slightly to the masked girl who had killed Quang Chi in 1 move. Too cunning, she actually knew that I was the weakest among the sisters. The masked girl flew out with a little shyness, and landed lightly on the stage. Ghost Wolf hurriedly asked Class Leader Jean. Class Leader Jean whispered, "Future little princess, she is actually young master's guardian beast. The one that was with her in the afternoon? How dare you, that is the Red Mistress. Even Her Majesty the Queen is very polite to her, forbidding her from inquiring about young master's matters in the future. The future little princess is really cute. To us, before the Queen of Gentle Wind gives birth to a little princess, you should just treat her as a little princess. She is really a cute and kind little princess. Last time when your sister's beast was on the verge of death, she was the one who cured it. Alright, I'll stop talking. Watch carefully and remember to keep it a secret." Ghost Wolf hurriedly nodded. He knew that if he did not have the qualifications to observe the newcomers temporarily, Class Leader Jean would definitely not tell him. Only the most important subordinates had the qualifications to know these secrets. Just as the Reaper Mantis sister and Mo Yan on the stage were about to fight, Shining suddenly stood out and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, in the next round, I hope to fight against that guard captain." Seeing that Kwang Li was about to speak, he hurriedly said. No matter if he was despicable or shameless, survival was the most important thing. If Kwang Li chose that pretty boy's guard captain, wouldn't he cry to death? There was only one chance. Shining decided to keep it for himself. Friendship? To hell with that kind of thing. Challenge me one-on-one? You really know how to pick. Yu Yang was a little speechless. Originally, he wanted to keep a low profile and accompany the Peepa girl in the red sedan, but Her Majesty said that he had to pay attention to his image during the coronation, so she chased him out. This was because she was worried that a certain guy from another world would do something to the sedan if he stayed in the sedan. Car shaking, sedan shaking, and so on. It was not impossible to try it secretly, but it was better not to perform it in public, especially on the first day of the coronation. It would really affect his image. Dazzling's challenge to a duel with Yu Yang, the guard captain, caused an uproar among the audience. No one was a fool, they naturally knew what Shining was thinking. He was just afraid of death, so he stood out to challenge the weakest guard captain. Kwang Li's face was ashen. He felt a sense of humiliation, as if he was about to introduce his sworn brother to his concubine, only to find out that the guy was sleeping on his bed. To think that he trusted this brother so much, who knew that at this moment, Shining would betray their cheap friendship. Nonsense. Quangli suddenly did not hate the Breeze Queen anymore. Instead, he felt a sense of gratitude. If not for her intimidation, he would not have been able to make this shameless guy show up. He really wanted to tear Shining apart. But Quangli was still a ranker of the Empire King level, he still had some self-control. Quangli clenched his fists, and in front of everyone, he stared at Shining angrily. Then, he walked out in big strides and knelt on one knee. Quangli misunderstood the words of a lowly person. I apologize for my previous rudeness. The Breeze Queen's coronation is majestic, and Quangli is willing to use his blood and honor to congratulate her. Before the Breeze Queen ascends the throne, Quangli overestimated himself and is willing to challenge the strongest person under the Breeze Queen's command. If I am lucky enough to survive, I will fully support the Breeze Queen and the Sky Law Empress in conquering the Tianhua domain. I am not lying. The Heaven Rankers who came to watch the ceremony were in an uproar again. Wild Force might look like a barbarian whose brain was stuffed with muscles, but in fact, he was very smart, even smarter than the crafty Twinkle. Brute Force had knelt down to apologize to the Queen of Gentle Wind, and had even shown his support for her. No matter how angry the Queen of Gentle Wind had been, she wouldn't have ordered her subordinates to kill him. He would definitely leave Quangli alive. In this way, Quangli became the safest one. At the same time, it also completely blocked off Flash's way of surrendering. After all, the same method wouldn't work a second time. Flash's face instantly darkened. She looked at Wild Force with a gaze that was even more resentful than someone who had killed his father or stolen his wife. She also wanted to swallow Wild Force, who had turned the tables on her and made a beautiful comeback. F***ck, we agreed to surrender just now, but you said to wait and see, and now I'm in such a predicament. You, on the other hand, are kneeling to gain everyone's sympathy. What do you mean? You deliberately made me a traitor to make people hate me, and then you pretend to be a good person, right? F***ck, don't think that you can keep your life by relying on the Queen of Gentle Wind. Think about how you're going to answer to your superiors. Your territory is so far away from Still Wind Swamp. Do you really think that the Queen of Gentle Wind can protect you? Flash secretly decided that as soon as she returned, she would immediately send troops to attack Wild Force's territory. Didn't you want to surrender? Then I'll make you a single commander. The two old friends who used to fight side by side and advance and retreat together suddenly broke up and became mortal enemies who hated each other and wanted to kill each other. Everyone's attention was on the two of them, and everyone had almost forgotten about Mo Yen, who was in the middle of the field. If it was any other time, Mo Yen would definitely be infuriated. Being ignored was definitely a first-class humiliation. But now, Mo Yen hoped that everyone would stop paying attention to him. It would be best if they forgot about him and put all their attention on Flash and Wild Force. Boom, boom, boom. Mo Yen didn't dare to attack the Reaper Mantis sister. Not to mention that he couldn't beat her. Even if he could, he wouldn't dare to really hurt the maid of the Queen of Gentle Wind. Mo Yen used the black fire cover to cover his whole body and let the Reaper Mantis sister break his defense with one palm. Then, with a beautiful flip, her heel turned upside down and a crescent-shaped arc of light swept heavily on Mo Yen's chin. A black meteor flew up to the sky. The afterimage of the Reaper Mantis sister's body disappeared, and her real body was already waiting thousands of meters high in the sky. She held her hammer with both fists. A heavy blow landed on Mo Yan's back. That black meteor suddenly flew down at an even faster speed, accompanied by a terrifying whistling sound. Her whole body smashed into the hard surface of the arena, and sank deeply into the arena made of boulders. Mo Yen felt like his whole body was trampled by 10,000 golden mammoths, and at least half of his bones were broken. His broken internal organs almost flew out from his throat. Fortunately, he was still alive. This was more important than anything else. As for the humiliation of being defeated on the spot, overestimating himself, reaping what he sowed, and losing Face, he didn't care so much anymore. Face could still be redeemed in the future. With the strength of a king, even if he was defeated, he could still be a king. There was no rule that a king couldn't be defeated. As long as he was alive, as long as he didn't have to fight against an unbeatable enemy, then all his glory would come back. King Mo Yan, I hope you remember this in the future. Don't stick your nose into things that you shouldn't meddle in. In the red palanquin, the southern demon king's melodious voice sounded again. She unceremoniously scolded Mo Yan. Thank you for your warning, Queen of Gentle Wind. Mo Yan is very ashamed, and hereby apologizes to the queen, and thanks for not killing me. Mo Yan wasn't a fool. He knew why he was still alive. It wasn't because of his strength, but because the little girl had shown mercy. The opponent's last move could have chopped off his head, but the little girl didn't. She only clasped her fist and punched him in the back. If it wasn't for Queen of Gentle Wind's warning, the result would have been different. If he still didn't know how to be grateful, then Mo Yan was a born fool. His friends flew onto the stage, first paying their respects to the red palanquin, and then to the Reaper Mantis sister. They were very happy to see Mo Yan alive, and quickly helped him down, leaving the stage to shine. If Mo Yan died, it would undoubtedly be the collapse of their biggest backer. Although Mo Yan's face was damaged, he was still defeated by Queen of Gentle Wind's maidservant after 3 moves. It could be considered an honorable defeat. One had to know that Hippomaniac was also a king, and it was the same maidservant who attacked, but that guy was killed on the spot. Shine felt a mountain of pressure pressing down on her. Mo Yan didn't die, which meant that Queen of Gentle Wind's anger hadn't completely dissipated. The most troublesome thing was that Maniac shamelessly knelt down and begged for mercy. Maniac shouldn't die. Even if his injuries were worse than Mo Yan's, his life shouldn't be in danger. If he didn't die, and Mo Yan didn't die, then wouldn't he be the one who Queen of Gentle Wind wanted to kill? With the strength of that pretty boy guard captain, he probably wouldn't be able to hurt me, but he wouldn't be able to withstand Queen Zephyr's tricks from behind. What if she used the excuse of protecting her subordinate to kill me in secret? Everyone would probably pretend that they didn't see it, and wouldn't I die a wrongful death? He had no choice but to fight, and he had already said it. What should he do now? Coward. Maniac sneered and suddenly jumped onto the stage before Shine. He respectfully greeted Red, who was beside Yu Yang. Although I don't know your name, I'm Maniac. I don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so please don't hesitate to give me some pointers. If people didn't see Maniac, they might even think that he was a scholar who spoke in a scholarly manner. Of course, in order to survive, Maniac even knelt down to apologize, so why would he care about being humble? Moreover, he was challenging a super expert who killed 3 kings in a row, including the evil lizard. This person's strength seemed to be much stronger than the little girl just now. If it was another one, he really wouldn't dare to challenge her. Red raised her hands. The sky was filled with feather-like flames that fluttered down. Not only was Maniac shocked, but all the warriors present were also scared half to death. This maid was definitely a super expert who had comprehended divine sense. Heaven rankers who hadn't reached heaven rank level 5 or comprehended divine sense couldn't possibly defeat her. No matter how many kings there were, in front of this kind of expert who comprehended divine sense, they would just be sending themselves to death. This gap was even bigger than the gap between heaven rank and earth rank. It was a gap that heaven rankers couldn't cross in their lifetime. Maniac knelt down on the spot. He didn't dare to resist. Of course, there was no point in resisting. Red slowly raised her right hand, as light as a princess in a garden picking up a flower. The flame feathers in the sky instantly converged, and before they could blink, they had already formed a flame whip. Pa! The flame whip hit Maniac's body. Maniac clenched his teeth and barely managed to endure it. The second and third whips brought with them a destructive power, whistling through the air. Maniac's eyes were already filled with despair. He closed his eyes and waited for death. In the following 2 whips, he felt that not only his body, but even his soul was being whipped. The pain was indescribable. He couldn't help but let out a heaven-shaking wail. His skin and flesh were torn apart, and he kept rolling on the stage, struggling in vain in hopes of relieving the pain. Blood stained the stage, but the flames that whipped on his body continued to burn. He wasn't affected by the rolling at all, nor did he speed up the burning. He only burned Maniac's soul and body at a moderate pace. Outsiders didn't know, only Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor and the other warriors of Tong Tian Tower knew. This was Red's whip of pain. Other than Yu Yang, she was the only one who knew how to use a whip that could directly lash one's soul. Violent Force's friends were in a dilemma. They wanted to save Violent Force, but they were helpless against the power of the whip. If this continued, even if Violent Force was saved, he would definitely die. Moreover, without the Queen of Gentle Wind's forgiveness, they didn't dare to save him. Wild Force's soul and body were burning to the limit, and he was about to be annihilated. Red snapped her fingers. The effective Whip of Agony's soul whip had disappeared. The painful flames that could burn even the soul were instantly extinguished, allowing Kuang Li, who had almost exploded to death, to narrowly escape with his life. Kuang Li's friends, who were eager to save Kuang Li, flew up to help him before they could salute the Red Palanquin where the Queen of Gentle Wind was. Red snorted in dissatisfaction and snapped her fingers again. People discovered that after a burst of blazing white light, those reckless fellows had actually turned into pitiful sheep. They surrounded Kuang Li and bleated, not knowing what to do. The crowd roared with laughter. After laughing, many heaven-rank martial artists who were disrespectful to the Queen of Gentle Wind bowed down to show their respect. They were afraid that this maid who had mastered divine power would turn them into sheep in a fit of rage. Heavenly Monarch Wild Force, I also hope that you will remember this. No matter whose subordinate you are, do not be an ignorant fanatic who intends to stop the flow of history. I believe that from today onwards, you will understand what it means to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Due to your previous attitude and the speed at which you changed your attitude, I have yet to see your utmost sincerity. Therefore, you are still not a monarch that we can trust. Please behave yourself in the future. The Southern Demon King did not hesitate to criticize Kuang Li. Although her criticism was merciless, her attitude was very strict. But the spectators all felt that Violent Force was very lucky, he was already fine. Violent Force and Black Flame were the same. Although they did not gain the trust of the Queen of Gentle Wind, at least their lives were no longer in danger. But what was there to be afraid of if one didn't trust her? One had to do things with utmost sincerity. Gaining the trust of the Queen of Gentle Wind was actually the best opportunity for someone else. Thank you, Queen of Gentle Wind, for your forgiveness. Violent Force is truly ashamed now. In the future, I will do my best to repay your majesty for saving my life. Kuang Li couldn't care less about his heavy injuries. He struggled to get up and kowtowed to the red sedan to thank her. He also thanked her for showing mercy at the last moment. If she had been 3 seconds late, he would have reached his limit and exploded. Damn, Violent Force is such a lucky bastard. I also want to submit to the Queen of Gentle Wind. I don't want to be a lousy city lord anymore. Anyway, I have to fight every day. If I can become a captain of the guards under the Queen of Gentle Wind, I don't want to be a lord anymore. No matter how many people I have to manage, it is not as promising as being under the Queen of Gentle Wind. Forget it. You are just a small lord, and you want to be the captain of the guards? She doesn't even care about monarchs. If I, as a monarch, can enter the guards, even if it is a reserve duty, I will accept it. All of you, get out of my way. You don't have the strength and you are still dreaming. Don't laugh at me, okay? There are more than 10,000 people here. Think about it, where are you ranked? You still want to be the captain? Get lost. The heaven-ranked warriors below the stage were discussing. They were both envious and uneasy. The maids of the Queen of Gentle Wind were already so strong. What about the Queen of Gentle Wind, and the Queen of Tianfa, who was even stronger than the Queen of Gentle Wind and was determined to unify the Tianhua region to become the new region emperor? Everyone did not even dare to think about these things. But they finally understood why the Queen of Gentle Wind's ascension had such a grand ceremony and why so many Eastern Goblin tribe and heaven-ranked warriors came to pay their respects. The reason was simple. The two sisters were existences on the same level as the region emperor. Even if the Queen of Gentle Wind was slightly weaker, she was definitely not an existence that a heaven-ranked warrior could challenge. Any of the maids standing beside them were super powerful warriors with divine sense. If there was anyone who did not think that the Queen of Gentle Wind and the Queen of Tianfa did not come from the heaven realm, then that person must be a big idiot. Although everyone didn't understand why this pair of sisters wanted to take over the Skyflower domain, they definitely had their reasons. Perhaps they didn't like the Skyflower domain, and felt that the Skyflower domain had been in chaos for too long, and no one was in charge of it, which affected the normal development of the Western Heaven realm. Or perhaps it affected something of their family. Perhaps there was no reason for them to just pass by here and suddenly have the idea to take over this place. It wasn't impossible. Since the Empress of Tianfa and the Queen of Gentle Wind wanted to take over this place, what else could everyone say? They could either support them or run away quickly. Who would be so idiotic to stand up and be the stubborn obstructor? Violent Force and Mo Yen were obvious examples. If it was not for the Queen of Gentle Wind's ascension today and her good mood, these two fellows would probably have chased after the evil lizard and reincarnated. Speaking of this, everyone suddenly remembered that Violent Force and Mo Yen were not the only ones who had a tragedy. Wasn't there a smart person shining? Then let's see how he will end up. Many people thought maliciously, would this guy pee in his pants on the spot? If Violent Force and Mo Yen did not die, the heavy responsibility of killing the enemy would inevitably fall on Shining. Would he still be lucky enough to survive? Probably not, because Shining's cunning had most likely angered the Queen of Gentle Wind. A powerful warrior like her hated little bugs playing tricks in front of her. Violent Force, who changed his position extremely quickly, was beaten to a pulp and almost died. Mo Yen, who was more honest, was not so serious. Now the most cunning Shining wanted to play tricks in front of the Queen of Gentle Wind. He was really tired of living. Okay, it's finally my turn to fight. Although I'm a bit lazy and don't like to fight, but since you have decided to fight me, as the personal guard captain of the Queen of Gentle Wind, as a very important person, I naturally can't back down. Yu Yang swaggered out. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Man, Red, the Reaper Mantis and the others quickly helped him change into a gorgeous armor and hung the crescent moon sword on his waist. Before he left, Red even boldly went up to him and lifted half of her veil. She quickly kissed Yu Yang on the lips, just like a gentle wife wishing him a victorious return. All the Heaven Rankers' eyeballs fell to the ground, but very quickly, they reacted. This young man who looked like a gigolo was not an ordinary person at all. If he was really the guard captain, he would not talk nonsense during the Queen of Gentle Wind's ascension. He must be in existence with the same status as the Queen of Gentle Wind, or even higher. Moreover, only then would those maids skillfully help him put on his armor, and only then would they kiss him and bless him. If this guy was an ordinary gigolo, it would be strange if those maids who could instantly kill the king of a country were interested in him. Not to mention anything else, the fact that Twinkle wanted to challenge this young man meant that he had kicked an iron plate. Hee, there's a good show to watch. Shining's face changed. He really didn't want to fight this battle. No matter if the young man in front of him was a super strong hidden expert or a pretty boy with a golden appearance but rotten inside, he wasn't someone he could fight just because he wanted to. How could he admit defeat in a more dignified manner? What could he do to save his face and his life at the same time? Shining's mind was frantically thinking about this idea. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, and the more anxious he was, the more he couldn't think of a good way. I can see that you don't really want to fight with me. Yu Yang was definitely considerate and saw through Shining's awkward thoughts in one sentence. Yes, I actually. Shining was overjoyed when he heard this. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and get out of the situation, but before he could finish speaking, he was stopped by Yu Yang's hand gesture. Yu Yang smiled slightly and signaled Shining not to be anxious. His voice was very gentle as he stated a condition: if you don't want to fight, I won't force you. How about this? At the beginning, I will count to 100. If you can get out of my attack range, then I will let you go. The condition that Yu Yang stated simply made Shining unable to believe his ears. He was ecstatic. Count to 100, with so much time, he could at least escape a few dozen kilometers. If that was the case, it would be better to get out of the opponent's attack range. Unless the opponent was a god, he didn't have time to doubt and immediately prepared himself. As long as Yu Yang opened his mouth to count, he would run away with all his might. As for what face, what honor, these things compared to life, they could all go to hell. Yu Yang confidently crooked his finger and gestured to the class leader behind him to come forward and help him count. Class leader Jean saw that the young master was helping him. Suddenly, he was so excited that the fat on his body shook. He took a few deep breaths and quickly adjusted his emotions. With a flushed face, he rushed up and bowed deeply to Yu Yang to express the respect in his heart. Then, he took out the aura of being the spokesperson of the young master and greeted the heaven-ranked rankers below the stage. Originally, with his strength, those heaven-rank warriors wouldn't even glance at him. But since he was favored, many heaven-rank warriors who wanted to join the Queen of Gentle Wind hurriedly showed a friendly smile and returned the greeting. Even the most conceited monarchs were not willing to show a trace of disdain on their faces. This old servant dares to disobey young Master Tai Tan's great trust. If the radiant ruler is ready, I'm going to start counting. Class leader Jin's eyes were filled with tears. Glory, there were at least a few thousand heaven-ranked powerhouses paying their respects to him. Normally, it would be a huge honor for any one of them to glance at him with only a fifth of their eyes. How could they be smiling like today? Runaway tortoise. Violent Force had already become enemies with Flash, so naturally, he wouldn't say anything nice. Humph. Dark Flame also looked at Flash with disdain. If he couldn't win, it was understandable for him to admit defeat. But he didn't even have the courage to fight, and he even had to ask the enemy to give him the condition of counting 100 times to escape. How humiliating was that. Violent Force was still alright, but when others talked about him with a coward like Flash, it was simply sullying his name. If he had known that Flash was such a person, he wouldn't have bothered to associate with him. Countless heaven-ranked powerhouses also showed disdain. Some of the more powerful monarchs even spoke up one after another to cut ties with Flash. Flash's face turned red and green. In the end, he suppressed his shame and anger and became gloomy as he coldly snorted. From his point of view, he felt that these people who looked down on him were just talking nonsense. If they were really that brave, why didn't they come out and challenge him? When the Queen of Gentle Wind ascended to the throne, he wasn't the only one who questioned it. Did they not have a part in it? Now that they saw how powerful the Queen of Gentle Wind was, they shrunk back and pretended to be the good guy. They weren't stupid, they wouldn't become scapegoats for them. Teacher Jean proudly coughed and counted, 100. Flash was dumbfounded. Damn it, did your math teacher die early or something? Who told you that the next number after 1 would be 100? You're not F** King pockmarked, you're cheating. The audience burst into laughter. Violent Force, who had yet to recover from his serious injuries, laughed until he rolled on the ground, completely ignoring his wounds. Even the serious Mo Yen revealed a smile. Although this was just a temporary trick that Teacher Jean came up with, it really had a comedic effect. Especially when he saw Flash's expression as if her father had died, he felt an inexplicable sense of joy. This was the way to deal with a villain like Flash. Yu Yang expressed that it wasn't his intention and hurriedly stopped him. Teacher Jean, we have to be honest. We can't let this become an enemy to attack the character of me and the Queen of Gentle Wind. Don't worry, King of the Shining Nation, this doesn't count. Prepare yourself, I'll let Teacher Jean continue to count, and I guarantee that he won't slip up. Count by count. Alright, let's begin. Class leader Jean hurriedly asked for forgiveness and apologized, saying that it was just a joke he thought of at the last minute to liven up the tense atmosphere. Finally, he even bowed to Flash. King of the Shining Nation, I'm sorry. Why don't you eat something before you go? Flash's face was twisted. Damn it, is this humiliation going to end? Can't you just hurry up and count? Why do you have to pretend to apologize? Will you die if you don't slap me in the face in front of everyone? For my life, I have to endure it even if I don't want to. No matter how angry Flash was, she couldn't explode at Teacher Jean. Since it's already like this, she didn't mind letting this hateful slave slap her in the face. 1, 2, 3, 4. Teacher Jean finally counted seriously. His counting speed was not fast, and he maintained a certain rhythm, not deliberately speeding up or slowing down. This time, as soon as Teacher Jean said the first count, Flash had already shot out like an arrow. Whoosh. In a second, he had already flown 1,000 meters away. Without waiting for Teacher Jean to count to 3, he had already burst out with all his strength and turned into a shining meteor. He had already passed through a broken wind tunnel and escaped 10 kilometers away. Flash's speed was really too fast. He was originally very good at acceleration, and under the pressure of death, his flying speed was far faster than usual. After escaping from Green Willow City, he flew past the forest and the small relay station. The Green Willow River that circled around the city was left behind in the blink of an eye. Flash passed through the clouds, even faster than Lei Yan, who was the fastest in the Tianhua region. Mountains after mountains came toward him, and rivers after rivers were left behind. Fields, hills, forests, swamps, and mountains. Flash did not know how many terrains he had flown over. In the time it took to count 100 times in his heart, he had escaped at least 100 kilometers. And Flash didn't just escape. Every 10 kilometers, he would also use the doppelganger technique to split into several clones that were similar to his real body. They would escape in different directions to confuse the enemy that might be chasing him. The most cunning thing was that the clones created by Flash could also pretend to be split. Within a range of 100 kilometers, there were clones of light and shadows that were splitting up. And Flash's real body had become transparent. Suddenly, he was cast into a lake that was as flat as a mirror. There was nothing strange about this lake at all, but no one knew that at the bottom of this unremarkable lake, there was actually a secret hiding place that Flash had set up long ago. In the depths of the lake, in an extremely secret underwater bush, there was an entrance. Flash was more slippery than a fish, and he disappeared into it. As soon as he entered, there was immediately a boulder inside, silently blocking the entrance. Flash listened for a moment, but there was no sound or aura from outside at all. Only then did he feel a little relieved. He flew into the cave and opened 2 more stone doors in succession. There was a faintly glowing teleportation circle inside. Stepping on the teleportation circle, at the moment when he was about to be teleported away, Flash left a little thing. It was an explosive puppet. Although the explosion power was not great, and probably the surface of the lake outside could not feel the slightest vibration, it could easily blow up the teleportation circle. Passing through the teleportation circle, Flash returned to his secret castle. The first thing he did was to destroy the teleportation circle. Finally, he patted his chest with his hand and exhaled with a little shock. That was close. Fortunately, that pretty boy was bluffing. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous. The Queen of Breeze is too powerful. She is probably a whore from the upper realm. Going against her is simply courting death. They can do whatever they want. Anyway, I won't go to Green Willow City to die. No, I have to hide for a while, or those guys will not let me go. Thinking of this, he shouted again, "Come, pack up all the things, count the valuable things one by one, don't lose anything." A few maids and guards who heard the news immediately scattered and prepared to move. Only one guy stupidly asked, "Your Majesty, aren't you going to eat something first before running away?" Running away, this sentence really stabbed Flash's heart deeply. He lost his mind in an instant and roared crazily, "Eat, eat, 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 all you know is to eat. Who said I was going to run away? What is that pretty boy who was bluffing? If it wasn't for that whore backing him up, I could have crushed him with one finger. Get out, if you mention running away or eating again, I will kill you." That guard seemed to be scared silly. There was no movement for a long time. Finally, when Flash was about to kill him, he reacted and revealed a strange smile. "King of the Shining Kingdom, if you really don't want to eat something before running away, then I will count to 100. What, count to 100? Flash was stunned. The entire space suddenly shattered like a broken mirror. Everything disappeared, leaving behind only the flickering light and the tens of thousands of heaven rankers quietly watching the arena. The wooden guard had turned into the smiling Gene class monitor. At this moment, he counted the last number, which was 100. No, impossible, what is going on? Flash was going crazy. How did she escape to the secret castle and return to the arena in Green Willow City? I clearly escaped, impossible, this must be an illusion, you are all illusions. I, Flash, will not be defeated by your illusions, all of you, disappear, no, I beg you, quickly disappear, I don't want to die, I can't die, quickly tell me, this is an illusion. No, you can't look at me like this, no, I don't want to do this, quickly disappear, you are all illusions, you are all lying to me, right?" Flash looked around in despair, and the more she looked, the more despair she felt. Countless heaven rankers were laughing at her, and the contempt and mockery in their eyes made Flash feel that the entire sky was about to darken. Looking at herself again, her feet had not left the arena at all. In her illusion and fantasy, she had escaped to 100 kilometers away, sneaked into the prepared teleportation circle in the lake, and returned to her secret castle. All of that was a real illusion. She thought she had escaped, but who would have thought that she had never left? In the process of counting to 100, she had just had a beautiful dream. Now, the dream was shattered. Flash felt something in his head shatter, and his rationality was instantly overwhelmed by the pressure. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and then laughed like a madman. Ah ha 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 ha, ha ha, I won, I escaped, no one can stop me, I am the fastest Flash among all the kings in Xianxia region, ha ha ha, I won, I won. The heaven rankers who were laughing at Flash quieted down. Their faces all showed a kind of disdain. Such a poor guy, with this kind of mentality, dared to call himself a strong person? It was really funny, he couldn't even bear a blow and went crazy. It was a miracle that such a person could become a king. How much help did he provide behind him to push such a person to the throne? Mo Yen turned around and no longer looked at Flash. He felt that looking at this kind of person was degrading his own status. Quang Li spat disdainfully. Originally, he wanted to kill Flash, but now it seemed that killing this kind of person was simply dirtying his own hands. It was better to let him fend for himself. The barbarian bull brothers dragged the crazy Flash away, and the arena was quiet again. The audience was dead silent. Everyone was looking at Yu Yang. At this moment, they all knew how terrifying this person was. Compared to those maids who had comprehended divine sense, this so-called guard captain was definitely a super strong person who was more than 100 times stronger. Let alone the flickering of the illusion, even the heaven-rank powerhouses below the stage, who could clearly see everything, couldn't help but fall into that realistic illusion. When Twinkle fled, no one doubted his truth, and no one wondered why they could see Twinkle's escape route and process. No one questioned why they could see what Twinkle's eyes saw and what he thought. At that moment, everyone, like Twinkle, was in a real illusion, and no one could clearly escape from its world. The only difference with Flash was that everyone knew that Flash had always been under control. But no one had ever thought that Flash did not leave at all. He did not even take a step out. Who was this young man who had the real illusion domain and could easily control the minds of 10,000 heaven rankers? What kind of strength did he have? No one present could figure out this question. They only knew that in front of him, they could only look up to a high mountain in humility. Now, thinking back, why did Breeze Queen and Tianfa Empress dare to say that they would take over Tianhua region? Perhaps it had something to do with his assistance? This young man, who was he? The Queen of Gentle Wind's ascension to the throne, after this battle, had already established her power in the world and was unstoppable. Among the tens of thousands of city lords, and kings who came from afar, although not all of them were willing to pledge allegiance to the Queen of Breezy Wind and the Queen of Heavenly Punishment, none of them dared to raise any objections. Even the subordinates of the Sun King of the Central Shrine and the Sea Dragon of the New Water Temple didn't dare to fight back under such pressure. Not to mention the former Emperor of Divine Light, Emperor of Wrath, and other old forces. Now, they all felt that the Queen of Gentle Wind and the Queen of Divine Punishment were probably not sent by the Central Shrine, but the rulers sent by the Central Shrine. It was impossible for them to know so many Eastern Goblin tribesmen, and it was impossible for the two famous sisters, as well as such powerful maids and guards, to be unknown. It was 90% likely that they were from a hidden tribe in the Heaven Realm. After traveling through the Tianhua region, this pair of sisters suddenly decided to take over this place. The Queen of Gentle Wind and the Queen of Divine Punishment were so powerful. Even if the subordinates of the Sun King and the Sea Dragon knew that their masters would be very dissatisfied with them, what could they say now? The Sun King and the Sea Dragon were not here, the Divine Light and the Emperor of Wrath were not here, and the Pole Day, Lei Bao, and the Flying Snake were still waiting for news, so, no matter how unwilling they were, they had to pretend to be sincerely convinced and congratulate them. Just bear with it for a while. Many people still hoped that their masters would be fine as long as the Sun King, the Sea Dragon, and the others returned to the Tianhua region. Later, they might go back and discuss countermeasures. But now, the masterminds behind the scenes had no other choice but to present gifts in a friendly manner. They pretentiously lined up with the others and joined the crowd to pay their respects to Queen Zephyr. Some of the heaven-ranked warriors who wanted to side with the Queen of Gentle Wind and the Queen of Divine Punishment were already eagerly surrounding Chief Steward Yi and Monitor Jean, hoping to get promoted. Some were more confident and felt that they had the strength, so they didn't need to be as impatient as the pawns. It was better to wait for the Queen of Divine Punishment to issue the order of the Emperor, and then join in openly. That way, they could get more benefits and keep their status. The heaven-ranked mercenaries did not have this worry. Mercenaries would follow whoever was the strongest and had the most promising future. This rule would never change no matter where they were in the heaven realm. If it weren't for Butler Yi and class leader Jean saying that promotion required a small test, they would have impatiently put on the uniform of Green Willow City's guards. So what if they had strength? It didn't matter. No matter how strong he was, it was useless. In the heaven realm, there was more than one powerful person. A region emperor only needed to wave his hand and countless people would fight to serve him. How could he not take the initiative? How are we going to test it? Power or skill? The heaven-ranked mercenaries anxiously surrounded Chief Manager Yi and asked. Don't worry, this test is very simple. The content of our test is mainly 3 points. 1. Courage. 2. Obedience. 3. Teamwork. These 3 are very important to the future of the Tianhua domain. They are indispensable. Thus, we have chosen them as the most important test items. Compared to power and skill, although they are also very important, they are not the most urgent to understand. We also have no way to understand everyone's situation in a short time. In order to pick out the most elite warriors, Queen Gentle Wind set up a topic, and that is capture the flag. Chief Manager Yi slowly stated the conditions to join the competition. Capture the flag? The heaven-ranked mercenaries were stunned. What was this? Everyone knows that we have a still swamp here. It takes about 10 days to travel from Green Willow City to the center of the still swamp at the edge of the stormy sea. Adding on the consumption of various situations along the way, we have a time limit of 1 month. Within 1 month, whoever can bring back the 100 flags from the edge of the stormy sea will be recognized as an elite with the 3 specialties of courage, obedience, and teamwork. We are willing to accept you as an official member of Green Willow City's guards. Class leader Jean explained the rules. 1 month, back and forth, and only 100 people? Many people secretly cursed. The time was too short, and 100 spots were too few. It must be known that there were at least 3,000 people competing for it. We are not just recruiting 100 people. We are recruiting 100 teams that successfully capture the flag. You can form a team of 10 with your friends, and use the strength of the team to compete with others. Here, we are testing your teamwork ability. Of course, obedience and courage are also required. After all, going to the still swamp is not a forbidden area that ordinary people can set foot in. If you want to conquer the still swamp, courage, obedience, and teamwork are all indispensable. Class leader Jean explained very clearly. 10 teams, each team must capture 1 flag. Return to Green Willow City in 1 month. The successful ones would become guards. The unsuccessful ones could become food for the monsters that ruled the still wind, or they could be disqualified. What choice should they make? Should they risk their lives to participate in the capture the flag, or should they stay safely in the rear and continue to use connections to get in through the back door? Capturing the flag with just 1 person's strength was definitely not enough, but if they had a group of teammates who could trust each other, they could really give it a try. Staying in the rear, there was nothing to say about safety, but they could only watch others succeed and miss out on such a great opportunity. The Queen of Breezy Wind and the Queen of Divine Punishment, these 2 beautiful sisters, wanted to conquer the Tianhua region. They desperately needed manpower, but they needed elite guards, not trash. Naturally, they would not recruit people without courage, obedience, and teamwork ability. Let's talk, brothers, let's have a drink and talk. This is a good opportunity to show off our skills. We must not miss it. We will succeed. Yes, of course we will succeed. We need to show our outstanding skills to the new master. Yes, this is a good opportunity to move up. The heaven rank mercenaries were not in a hurry to set off. Almost everyone first looked for friends to talk. Haste makes waste. Those who wanted to conquer the still swamp without preparation were looking for death. They had to find a team that could trust each other and make all the necessary preparations. Then, they would set off together, reach the Storm Sea, and successfully capture the flag. The subordinates of the Sun King and the new Water Temple Master Azure Dragon secretly complained. They did not know the specific situation, but they knew that the Sun King and the Azure Dragon's target was the Storm Sea on the central island of the Still Swamp. If this capture the flag competition affected the Sun King's divine grimoire plan, wouldn't it? But what could they do to stop it? Go back and discuss, many people behind the scenes sighed in their hearts. The Queen of Breezy Wind was too strong. Staying here would not only not add fuel to the fire, but it would also be easy to be exposed. It was better to quickly go back and report to the higher-ups and give them a headache. On the other side, under the witness of Elder Nangong and some elders of the Tong Tian Tower, the Southern Demon King, the Eastern Goblin Tribe's princess. She officially announced her ascension to the throne of the Breezy Kingdom. The ceremony was solemnly held. Nearly 10,000 heaven-rank mercenaries watched from afar. Awed by the strength of the Reaper Mantis sister, Red, and Yu Yang, these onlookers only applauded and participated in the worship. None of them dared to come close. As for Chief Manager Yi, Class Leader Jean, and other lowly servants, they arrogantly participated in it, causing those fellows to be extremely envious. They wished they could immediately seize the flag from the edge of the still wind swamp sea of storms and join in. They would not be able to make it in time for the Queen of Breezy Wind's coronation, but the Queen of Tian Fa's coronation definitely could not be missed, it's too grand. As expected of someone from the upper realm. Look at it now, the extravagance of the former Divine Light Region Emperor is like a country bumpkin going out on a trip. It's really incomparable. I will definitely become one of them. What? What kind of strength do you have to compete with me for the flag? Even if I'm not as good as you, my tacit teamwork is many times better than your scattered team. Who wants to fight you one-on-one? Her Majesty the Queen wants soldiers who follow orders, not a group of hooligans. Besides, there are more than 100 flags. If we cooperate with each other and don't drag each other down, we might even be able to achieve a win-win situation. If you fight to the death with me, it will only benefit others. Don't quarrel. We might be fighting in the same team in the future, what's the point of quarreling? The Queen of Breezy Wind's coronation ceremony was completed. After a few concise speeches, she was escorted back to the king's residence by the crowd. She did not ask too much about the heaven-rank mercenaries. Everyone knew that the heaven-rank mercenaries were not worthy of her attention. Only the elite teams that returned after capturing the flag would probably be able to receive an audience with her and be conferred a title. Some of the more powerful small teams that were used to working together had already set off for the outside of the city. The rest were even more anxious, busy looking for partners that they could work with, deeply afraid that they would fall too far behind. And those who wanted to watch the show, or those with ulterior motives, also quickly left to avoid being suspected. There were also some heaven-rank mercenaries who stayed, such as Quan Li, who had come to provoke but was seriously injured instead. He had completely turned to Green Willow City and was eager to be recognized by the new master. Those rich and powerful forces in the past, they could go and die now, compared to the hidden clan sisters from the Heaven Realm, compared to the Queen of Breezy Wind and the Queen of Sky Law. Those guys were not even scum. Okay, no matter what, Green Willow City had sent a signal to the whole Tianhua region. The day when the Queen of Breezy Wind and the Queen of Sky Law would conquer the Tianhua region was not far away. All those who did not cooperate with them would definitely be eliminated. Now, it was time to see who would be the first unlucky one, the king's residence. The interior of the residence had been completely renovated into the style that the Southern Demon King liked. Now, there were countless Eastern Goblin tribe maids running around in circles. Since the Eastern Goblin tribe's princess had ascended to the throne, how could the Eastern Goblin tribe of Tong Tian Tower not come out in full force? However, the official person in charge was not the Southern Demon King. It was her father, the Dragon Emperor. This girl was only a queen in name. She had already snuck into Yu Yang's grimoire world to enjoy the massage of his Wolfie Hands brand. If I knew that being a queen was so tiring, I wouldn't have done it. The Southern Demon King acted coquettishly to a certain wolf, saying that sitting in the palanquin was tiring. Furthermore, as a queen, she did not have a harem. She only had a personal guard captain who was always taking advantage of her. It's been hard on you. Your shoulders are sore, let me massage them. Is your waist? Alright, massage them too. Don't you need to massage the front? It's better to massage them so that they won't sag. I didn't use any force, I really didn't. I didn't steal anything either. This isn't eating. Alright, this isn't biting either. This is kissing. Your Majesty, with our iron relationship, we should be even more intimate. There shouldn't be too many barriers between us. How about we play a game of truth or dare? We are here to ask questions. We must tell the truth. If we lie or refuse to answer, then we have to take off one of our clothes. It's very exciting. Let's try it. A certain wolf suggested to play truth or dare. Moreover, it was truth or dare where they would take off their clothes. Truth or dare? A certain queen, whose body was already soft from the massage, was delighted. She immediately asked her first question, "My loyal and devoted personal guard captain, which girl do you like the most?" A certain wolf knew that if he answered truthfully, he would die a horrible death. It was not a good time to speak the truth. Hence, he made a difficult decision. Take off his clothes. A certain queen's second question came. Then when Sister Wuhan was doing it, did you think of Wu Xia in your mind? Or did you think that it was her? A certain wolf sweated profusely. He did not dare to answer this question truthfully. Losing face was a small matter. If Xuanyou knew about it, he would be done for. He could not say it even if he was beaten to death. Wasn't it just taking off a piece of clothing? Take it off. The third question, when you were with Anan, you channeled energy to her for dual cultivation. This kind of brother is naturally very noble. However, in your heart, did you have any evil thoughts? If he answered truthfully, he would become a beast. A certain wolf would rather die than say it. He could only continue to take off his clothes. Alright, he had already taken off his clothes. Now, he could only take off his pants. A certain queen looked at a certain wolf who was full of vigor and energy. She immediately reacted and asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me you want to take off your clothes without telling me?" In order to maintain his image, a certain wolf admitted with a face full of tears, "Yes, your Majesty is wise. I am such a person, alright?" Truth or dare was obviously not just silence. Otherwise, what would be the point? When Southern Demon King asked about some evil secrets, as long as he could tell her, Yu Yang would tell her honestly. It would be good to tempt this Eastern Goblin tribe princess who was extremely curious. Actually, after the snow-ground hot spring, their relationship had improved by leaps and bounds. Except for the last part. They had done everything that lovers would do. Of course, Southern Demon King, who was embarrassed, still used the excuse of lovers' pair training. After their relationship improved by leaps and bounds, she had tasted a lot of benefits, which made her more curious and longing. Of course, she had a thirst for knowledge about those things that she usually kept a secret. Even if Yu Yang didn't suggest truth or dare, she would still ask him about some things secretly. Between lovers, there was nothing that needed to be kept a secret, especially about each other's body, personality, interests, and hobbies. Scoundrel, I'm not interested in your boring things. Southern Demon King was afraid that he would laugh at her, so she couldn't help but act coquettishly. You've been asking me for a long time, is it my turn to ask you now? Yu Yang's smile was a little naughty, making her flustered. If you ask a question that's against the rules, then I have the right to refuse to answer. Southern Demon King was afraid that he would ask some evil questions. Even if she could confess all her secrets to him, how could she say such shy words? If that's the case, alright, your Majesty should have some special privileges. Yu Yang expressed that he was broad-minded and wouldn't argue with her. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. She raised her fist cutely. Although she looked proud and arrogant on the surface, she was touched that he had spoiled her. This scoundrel, why did he treat her so well? The princess of the Eastern Goblin tribe was touched. She didn't catch his naughty hand that had sneaked under her clothes and climbed up the fragrant snow hill. She even rolled her eyes at him when his other hand slid down her buttocks. What a greedy fellow. Yu Yang was an expert in picking up girls. Although he would never admit it, a real expert would never be as noisy as Fatty Hai. Alright, sometimes being low-key was the way to go. Would a rapist shout in public? It was obviously impossible. The guy from another world couldn't be considered a rapist, because no rapist would take responsibility. However, he had already pushed down quite a number of girls, so it could be said that he was very experienced. If it was in the past, he might not have been able to make the little beauty happy with just a few words. However, as a guy from another world who had gone through so many experiences with girls, if he couldn't even get his hands on the Eastern Goblin tribes. Little princess who had just experienced her first awakening of love, then he should have hung himself long ago. Very quickly, he whispered 10 questions into the Eastern Goblin tribe's princess ears. The first 3 questions. The Southern Demon King was amused. She covered her mouth and giggled, shaking her head unwillingly. She seemed to be denying his question, but it was clear that she was agreeing with his question. For the next 3 questions, the Southern Demon King stopped smiling and blushed. In the end, she even closed her eyes and refused to answer. It was as if she refused to discuss such matters with him. Then, Yu Yang asked 3 more questions. Although Yu Yang said that if she didn't answer or accept the punishment, she wouldn't play truth or dare anymore. But she was determined to play. The Eastern Goblin tribe's princess' attitude was that she wouldn't answer, but he must ask. Maybe she felt that his naughty hands were getting stronger and stronger. She used her small hands to press his hands on her breasts, stopping him from doing anything naughty, making it hard for her to breathe properly. After exploring for a while, she finally caught the naughty hands that had burrowed into her pants. Hatefully, she bit on it lightly. In the end, she realized that one of his fingers was stained with an unknown liquid that emitted a strange fragrance. She pretended to be angry and stared at him. Instead, he felt that the current her was extremely alluring. He couldn't help but lightly kiss her slightly open cherry lips, savagely capturing her naughty little tongue, and kissed the Eastern Goblin tribe's princess until she became a ball of soft dough. Of course, after the joyous kiss, she didn't forget to ask him one last truth or dare question. However, when he kissed her little ear and asked her the question, she didn't comply. She used her fists to hit him, saying that he had broken the rules and forbade him from asking such a shameless question. Then you have it? Yu Yang laughed out loud. No. She denied it with all her might. Those who don't tell the truth will receive the biggest punishment. Yu Yang threatened her pitiful little lamb. Anyway, I didn't. I really didn't think about it. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't touch you randomly. No, it's not that I don't dare to admit it, it's just that it's not like what you think. Don't think of me as a bad person, you're so annoying. The Southern Demon King was so embarrassed that she hid in his embrace, refusing to admit his question no matter what. Even if their hearts were connected and their thoughts resonated with each other, she still didn't want to say those shameful words out loud. It's not strange. Sometimes, it's not good to suppress it too much. After releasing it, you will definitely feel more relaxed. Yu Yang hurriedly comforted her. It was normal for him to touch her. If it was some other fierce girl, she would have used eggplants, cucumbers, carrots, and anything that could be used, causing those vegetables to lose their dignity. You're so annoying. I'm not that kind of person. The Southern Demon King was a little angry as she raised her fist to hit him. However, her strength couldn't even kill a mosquito. Really? Yu Yang pretended that he didn't know and asked for clarification. Of course not. After the incident with the world tree, I sometimes feel sad when I miss you. I tried it once, but I was very scared. I can't do it no matter what. Can't I be an idiot? The Southern Demon King was so embarrassed that she wanted to hide her face. She was afraid that there would be some obstacles when they were together in the future. If she didn't know how to cooperate with him, he would definitely be disappointed. One must know that Sky Law, Xianxia, and the others were all experts in serving him. Even Wu Hen, who was originally the weakest, could cooperate well with him, making him extremely happy. The Southern Demon King knew that there was nothing wrong with her body, but she didn't have the confidence to try it before. This is very easy to learn. Moreover, you don't have to solve it yourself in the future. Don't you have me? Let's research together. Yu Yang expressed that he was willing to learn and research together with the newly crowned queen of Gentle Wind Kingdom. What a studious child. It must be very painful. She wasn't afraid of pain, but she was afraid that the pain would affect her. I promise, I will be very gentle. Don't be afraid. Any virgin who had not experienced their first time would have this kind of worry. He understood and comforted her softly. Do they all feel pain during their first time? The Eastern Goblin tribe's princess suddenly felt a wave of passion. She originally wanted to try it a few more times and enjoy the feeling of being passionately in love with him. However, she suddenly changed her mind. Why don't I become his bride today? It's better to get the pain over with. As long as she bravely took this step, she wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. Come on, even Shui Wuhan's weak body didn't have any problems. She wouldn't have any problems either. She could definitely do it. Southern Goblin King plucked up her courage and stretched out her small hands, lightly touching his fiery naughty thing. She knew that Wu Hen, Luo Hua and Yinan could accept it without any problems, but she still had a feeling that it was too big. It was so big that she felt guilty, so big that she couldn't help but doubt herself. It was definitely painful, but she was afraid that it was too small, unable to contain it, unable to truly be with him. Yu Yang knew what she was worried about and kissed her forehead lightly. He kissed her forehead and comforted her. He then carried the newly crowned Queen of Gentle Wind Kingdom and said, Your Majesty, it's time to bathe. Please take off your clothes. She didn't know how she finished bathing, but the Southern Demon King only knew that she was extremely comfortable. Even her eyes were so comfortable that she didn't want to open them. She hugged him weakly, her heart beating like a deer. She was so shy that she avoided his eyes, not daring to look into his burning eyes. She knew that the important moment had arrived. Today was going to be a very important day in her life. Today was going to be the day that she would mature from a young girl. It was also going to be the day that she would integrate into his life, never to be separated from his companion again. Don't be afraid. Didn't you kiss me when we were in the hot spring in the snow? There won't be any problems, I promise. He kissed away her nervousness. That's different. It's too small down there. Moreover, my mouth is so tired after just a while. She was still worried. Don't worry, leave it to me. Just close your eyes and feel it. He took the initiative to guide her. The various techniques of dual cultivation for lovers were implemented one by one on her body. Almost in an instant, she was intoxicated. Not only was her body in resonance, but her soul was also in complete resonance, allowing her to understand his desire and joy. She accepted his guidance. Although she was clumsy, she was willing to learn. She was willing to improve through learning. Just like an awakened talent, she learned quickly and got better and better. She was even more confident about her performance. She passionately felt his happiness. She even felt a sense of pride in her heart. This scoundrel was her lover. She could also give him the greatest happiness in the world. She would not be any worse than anyone else. The final moment. This sacred fusion ceremony was finally coming. After this, she would be his wife, an indispensable part of his life. Although there were many worries, misgivings, and fears in the past, but after his guidance and the smooth transition of their dual cultivation, she was no longer afraid. Scoundrel, it's okay. You can do whatever you want. I can do it. In the end, she even comforted him, afraid that he would worry that she would not use her strength. Ha, you really are a little fool. He could not help but laugh. If you laugh again, I'll bite you. She was not angry, but she was just too shy. When the important moment arrived, she felt an indescribable pain in her body. This pain was not like the pain of being injured in battle. It was a kind of pain that went straight into the deepest part of her soul. It was painful and blissful, sad and comfortable, shameful and wonderful, repelling and unwilling, rough and gentle, damaged and merged. Even if she exhausted all the words in the world, it would not be able to describe a fraction of that feeling. At this moment, she did not know anything else. She only knew one thing. She would forever remember this only pain of happiness and imprint it in the deepest part of her soul. Because this was the beginning of her life merging with another life. From this moment on, this scoundrel, he was no longer a big boy playing truth or dare with her, but her husband. Tears flowed uncontrollably. This was definitely not because of the pain, but more because of the happiness in her heart. She could not explain it clearly. In any case, it was a very contradictory feeling. It made her feel as if she had grown up in an instant and matured a lot. He leaned down and gently kissed away her tears. The kiss was very gentle, as if a little bit of strength would hurt her. She was touched and smiled. She hugged him tightly with her arms and bit his lips hard. At the moment when he was in pain, she let go of her white teeth and gently licked the teeth marks left by her little tongue. Okay, I've got my revenge. I'm fine, scoundrel. Do whatever you want to do. I'm your queen of breeze, your princess, and your most gentle little wife. When he really started to do it, she frowned and said, Aya, you are simply trying to murder Her Majesty. It hurts too much. Who said it was comfortable to do this? Aya, if I have to do this for the rest of my life, I'm dead. How about we stop and take a break? The wolf pretended to be kind. It's been a long time since you said it. Don't pretend to be a good person. She scolded him while wiping away her tears. Well, the queen had ordered that he should not stop, so he could only continue to work hard until he was exhausted. Southern Demon King, the newly promoted Queen of Light Wind, had grown a lot and learned a lot after becoming a delicate wife. Both of them loved each other and were overflowing with happiness. Since it was the honeymoon period, she naturally couldn't bear to leave her beloved wolf. She stayed in his grimoire world every day, enjoying this sweet time that seemed like it would pass in a blink of an eye. She completely ignored the matters in Green Willow City, since there was someone else to take care of it for her. All she thought about every day was how to be a good wife and serve her husband well so that she could catch up to Tianfa and the others as soon as possible. Even if she couldn't catch up, she couldn't fall too far behind. That was what she thought. What made Southern Demon King the most proud was not her leveling up from Elder Innate Level 1 to Elder Innate Level 2 after the snow-ground hot spring. Instead, it was helping Yu Yang, who had a hard time leveling up, to break through to a new realm through the best couple training. Yu Yang's cultivation foundation was incomparably strong. His growth in all aspects was naturally greatly affected. Although in the eyes of others, he was growing at a godly speed, Princess Sisai, Impatience, and Southern Demon King, who were closest to Yu Yang, knew that if it wasn't for the fact that he had to put so much effort into his foundation, with his talent and cultivation speed, Yu Yang would have been on the verge of becoming a holy elder long ago. Of course, there were benefits to having a strong foundation too. Although his cultivation speed was affected, a good foundation could help him win in the future. Moreover, Yu Yang was stronger than others in all aspects when he was in the same realm. This was also one of the reasons why he was able to defeat people of a higher level when he was at a lower level. Not bad, you've actually reached Elder Innate Level 5. Just a little bit more and you'll catch up to me. Impatience was surprised to see that Yu Yang had leveled up. Isn't that obvious? With me around, he'll definitely level up quickly. Southern Demon King was so proud that her face lit up with joy. Speaking of Yu Yang's breakthrough, it was all thanks to her. Not long ago, Yu Yang had defeated the Sun King and managed to level up from Innate Sovereign Level 3 to Innate Sovereign Level 4 after much difficulty. He thought that he wouldn't be able to level up for a long time. Unexpectedly, after merging with the Southern Demon King, the princess of the Eastern Goblin tribe, and undergoing dual cultivation, as husband and wife, he was able to sense the true dragon's blood in her unique soul and bloodline. Under the guidance of the Heavenly Sword Goddess, he was able to comprehend and condense a true dragon's heart that would never tire. Therefore, he was able to break through to a new realm within a short period of time after leveling up. The true dragon heart was similar to Wild's earth heart, but there were some differences. It does not require external forces. It was an ability that the Heavenly Sword Goddess had awakened with Yu Yang's blood after he had reached a certain realm. It was similar to an inherent skill, but it had transcended the rules of Yu Yang's grimoire. The greatest advantage of the true dragon's heart was that it was condensed from Yu Yang's own potential. It would never tire, and no power could destroy it. Although he had not tried it before, and the Heavenly Sword Goddess did not say it clearly, Yu Yang reckoned that even the legendary gods would not be able to destroy his current heart. This true dragon's heart did not have any direct attack power, but it was a unique existence that could not be destroyed by the rules. Yu Yang suspected that the Heavenly Sword Goddess had used the true dragon's blood that was stored deep within the Southern Demon King's body to condense this true dragon's heart for him when the Sun King had injured his heart previously, causing it to stop beating for a long time. She was still very concerned about him, although she usually did not pay much attention to him. It did not mean that she would watch him being bullied by others. With a strong heart and a perfect body that had been remolded countless times by the Nirvana flame, Yu Yang had a feeling that if he were to fight against the Sun King again, he would not need the help of Red, Man, aka Jiang Ying, Duo, and Little Wenli. He would be able to fight against the Sun King one-on-one. He was not sure if he could kill the Sun King now, but at least he was not afraid of him. Innate Elder Level 5, Yu Yang had already caught up with Impatience, who was originally far ahead and had continuously benefited from their duo cultivation. He had caught up to Night Empress, who had advanced to Innate Elder Level 6 after cultivating with the World Tree. However, if he wanted to catch up to Jizun, Yu Yang reckoned that he still needed a long time. After all, Jizun was a martial arts fanatic. Her cultivation was too crazy. If he wanted to level up again, he would have to catch up to her on the World Tree's Heaven Stairway. Forget about 1 million steps, even if it was 10 million or 100 million steps, he would definitely catch up to her. Did you use him to awaken the ancient power? With Impatience's eyesight, she could immediately tell that Southern Demon King's body was completely different from before. It should be the ancient dragon power that was sealed by her ancestors that had been awakened. Otherwise, how could she immediately level up to Innate Elder Level 2 right after she had just advanced to Innate Elder Level 1? I am no longer a goblin clan. The seal on my ancestors' bloodline has already been removed by Big Baddie. I will definitely be able to return to the Eastern Celestial Tribe in the future. Southern Demon King knew that she needed to work hard to return to the Eastern Celestial Tribe. After all, she was a descendant of a traitor clan. However, at least there was hope. How did you remove the seal? Impatience looked at Yu Yang. I'm muddle-headed. Yu Yang spread his hands, indicating that he did not know. Actually, it was the Heavenly Sword Goddess who removed the seal. With Yu Yang's current strength, it was impossible for him to remove the seal on the Eastern Goblin tribe's ancient bloodline. Moreover, he did not know how to remove the seal. The Eastern Goblin tribe had been banished from the ancient era. Ever since the ancient era, they were no longer recognized as the Eastern Celestial Tribe. If one was not a supreme ranker, he would not know how to do it. He would not have the right to remove the seal. Yu Yang faintly thought that if it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to condense a true dragon's heart for him, the Heavenly Sword Goddess would not have removed the ancient seal for the Peepa girl so easily. However, since the Heavenly Sword Goddess had removed the seal, he did not care. He also helped the Peepa girl awaken the true dragon's bloodline that was stored deep within her body. Of course, he would not say this out loud. Some things were better kept a secret. Impatience did not question whether Yu Yang could remove the seal. She was a smart woman. She knew what she should know and what she shouldn't guess. Seeing the Southern Demon King's proud look, she was a little moved. She hugged Yu Yang and kissed him passionately. Then, she raised her own request. Little Baddie, help me remove the seal on my ancient bloodline too. Yu Yang was sweating profusely. Girl, you are not from the Eastern Goblin tribe. Moreover, I was just blindly thinking about it. I am still confused. Impatience twisted her waist and sat in his embrace. She breathed out. I am not from the Eastern Goblin tribe, but I am closer to the Eastern Immortal tribe than the Eastern Goblin tribe. We are from the Lost tribe, so we definitely have the ancient bloodline. You can experiment on me. With experience, you can help me remove the seal. Yu Yang was moved. If Jizun was willing to let him, it was really exciting just thinking about it. He secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and regained his rationality. He shook his head at the Skylaw Empress in his embrace. I really don't know how to do it. If I did, would I let you ask? Impatience was not angry at Yu Yang's rejection. Instead, she giggled. It's okay if you don't know how to do it. We can slowly study it. Even if you don't know how to do it now, you will definitely find out one day. I'm not in a hurry. Southern Demon King felt a sense of danger when she saw Skylaw acting like a spoiled child in front of Yu Yang. With Skylaw around, he would not be aware of her existence. She hurriedly stood up and shouted. Wait a minute, didn't you say that you will accompany me for the next 3 days? Sister Skylaw, we are sisters, but we can't change our promise. You can go back now. Big Baddie will slowly study it with me. I will tell you when he is clear. Why don't we do it together? Impatience's bright eyes flashed with a hint of evil. Let's compete and see who is the strongest. I object. Southern Demon King felt that there was no need to compete at all. She would definitely lose. Not to mention that she had just entered the sect. Even if she trained for a long time in the future, she might not be a match for Sky Law. According to the gossip, Sky Law's battle prowess far surpassed everyone else's. She was ranked first, and no one dared to dispute it. Behind her, Luo Hua, Yinan, Hai Lan, Lai Yan and Bai LV added up couldn't compare to Sky Law. From this, one could see how powerful the Bed Queen was. Besides, it was not fair to compete with Sky Law. She had the support of the Succubus Empress who was equally powerful. Apart from Xianxia who had Pandora's body, who else could fight two against one like her? It could not be helped that Xianxia and Pandora were in the same body. But this Sky Law and the Succubus Empress were definitely two against one. Even if she was stupid, she would not compete with her. It's not good to work behind closed doors. I still need to learn from everyone. If you are stubborn, you will only fall to the last place. Impatience pointed her pinky at Southern Demon King. I will definitely not be the last place. Southern Demon King was furious. She was looking down on her too much. It's fine if you don't dare to compete. Impatience expressed that she did not want to compete with a girl whose combat strength was less than 5. Who's afraid of who? If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Southern Demon King hated it when people said that she was weak, especially in front of Yu Yang. It hurt her self-esteem too much. She could admit defeat in anything except this. Actually, Yu Yang wanted to remind him that if he wanted to compete in this, he would have to first get his consent, right? It's none of your business. I want to fight her today. I will fight her one-on-one. You will be the witness. If she loses, she has to call me sister. Southern Demon King was so angry that she did not realize her mistake at all. Without Yu Yang, what was the point of competing? Of course, it was not the time to pursue her mistake. Impatience giggled. You are so smart. If I lose, I will call you sister. What about if you lose? Call me sister? I am the sister anyway. This bet is too disadvantageous for me. Unless you lose, I can come to your place whenever I want. It's decided. Southern Demon King agreed. Girl, don't be rash. Yu Yang wanted to remind her. Things were different now. In the past, Sky Law could come whenever she wanted, and it wouldn't affect them. But now, if they didn't set up a forbidden zone and Sky Law came here often, the two of them would be affected. Hai Lan, Lai Yan and Bai Lu all lost just like that. Only Luo Hua and Yinan were smarter and didn't bet with Sky Law. That was how they managed to keep a small room where they could have their own world. Don't worry, I won't lose. The Southern Goblin race felt that they had to fight till the end. It was indeed a little impulsive to not set a forbidden area, but they had already set it. At most, they would go to her room and cause trouble. Who was afraid of who? As for the result of the competition, a certain empress who had declared that she would conquer Tianhua region went back to sleep in a good mood. And a certain goblin princess who had unsealed her ancient bloodline cried to the guy from another world. Next time, the guy from another world who became the final winner encouraged her. Would he casually tell anyone that he had condensed an inexhaustible heart of a true dragon, which would greatly increase his battle power? Yu Yang accompanied the Southern Demon King for a few days, making this new daughter-in-law feel very comfortable. She was radiant and happy all day long. Later, maybe someone secretly reminded her, or maybe she was conscious, this girl obediently accompanied Yu Yang back to Tong Tian Tower and greeted forth Mother respectfully as a daughter-in-law. Although it was not a formal greeting, it was still a greeting to the elders of the family. Because she had reached innate elder level 2 and unsealed the ancient bloodline seal, Fourth Mother and Night Empress, who just returned to Tianluo Palace, felt that she should concentrate on training during this period of time. The unsealing of the Southern Demon King even alarmed His Majesty, who didn't like to meddle in other matters. The Southern Goblin King, the intelligent Peepa girl, naturally accepted all of the elders' love and suggestions. Since she had already become his concubine, it didn't matter if they were separated a little. After all, a short absence makes the heart grow fonder. Moreover, he had the three-realm compass, so he could come and go as he pleased. It wasn't as if he couldn't see her for half a month. The Southern Demon King stayed behind and was guided by Night Empress. Yu Yang was preparing to speed up his research on the beast bracelet made from Sky Dragon crystal. With this top-grade beast bracelet, wouldn't he have an excuse to see His Majesty? However, before he could officially start, Duo quietly ran over and brought a piece of good news to Yu Yang. The guiding spirit that she secretly had actually recognized the ancient symbols. Not only did it recognize most of the words on the ancient battle puppet book, it also recognized the secret markings on the ancient treasure map. After Duo's persuasion, she agreed to temporarily accept Yu Yang's protection. Although she refused to recognize him as her master, she could still serve him. The condition was that she needed the giant spirit stone that could allow her to continue absorbing energy. Yu Yang was still thinking about whether to give the giant spirit stone to a man or the chaotic spirit. If it was given to a man, she could increase her strength. If it was given to the chaotic spirit, she might be able to reconstruct her body. If it was given to the guiding spirit, it was fine too. A man could enter the stone world in the storm sea and absorb the energy there. There would definitely be better opportunities for the chaotic spirit in the future. As long as she translates the ancient treasure map, the giant spirit stone will be hers. Yu Yang knew that it was not easy to translate the ancient treasure map. As for the ancient battle puppet illustrated book, that kind of terminology was not something that could be understood by those who knew how to read. There was no need to rush it for now. He could slowly study it in the future. Moreover, Sister Rain was still cultivating on the stairway. She could not conduct the experiment alone. After Duo knew of Yu Yang's decision, she happily went back. The guiding elves were also overjoyed. The two little things were full of enthusiasm. They immediately divided the work and immersed themselves in translating. Yu Yang naturally did not stay idle. While they were translating the ancient treasure map, he used Nirvana Flame and innate sword chi to purify the giant spirit stone. After exhausting himself for a long time, he finally purified the giant soul stone, which was already slightly dim on the surface. The giant soul stone had shrunk a lot, but it shone with a dazzling light again. It looked like a small sun. It was filled with incomparable energy. Although the guiding elves did not dare to see Yu Yang, when it received the giant soul stone from Duo's hands, it was so touched that it almost cried. It really had no way to vent its emotions. It kissed Duo's face a few times and happily flew around the sky with the giant soul stone, so it's just as I expected. The location of the ancient treasure map is really near White River City. Yu Yang took the translated ancient treasure map and discovered that the location was less than 500 kilometers away from White River City. According to the map, if one wanted to enter the ancient treasure map, they must unlock the seals in the surrounding 8 directions. Only then would the treasure door in the center open. Is this White River City? Duo discovered that there was a place that needed to be unlocked in the southwest direction. It was under the water 10 kilometers away from White River City. Why are the 8 seals so far apart? Yu Yang was a little confused. The straight line distance between the 8 seals was close to 1,000 kilometers. Do you want Duo to go treasure hunting with you? Duo really wanted to go treasure hunting with Yu Yang. It won't be that fast. I'll call you after I've unlocked all the seals. Yu Yang laughed, indicating that she should not be impatient. Okay, then Ling Ling and I will continue to translate the ancient battle puppet atlas for you. Duo took the initiative to give the guiding elves a name like Ling Ling. Her naming skills were similar to that of Yu Yang, who was too lazy to think of names. This was really not a problem. Anyway, it was fine as long as the guiding elves liked it. It's a pity that Traceless is still leading the class. If she was here, you guys wouldn't have to work so hard. Yu Yang caressed Duo's little head. Alright, raising a lowly was one of the most fulfilling jobs in the world. The evil guy from another world left Tianluo Palace and returned to White River City. These few days, Li did not go out to play much. She had been training very hard. She and Yubing were the most diligent and obedient children. Other people really couldn't compare to them, at least their self-awareness was not as high. Because Lu Yi stayed in the Iron Cross Hotel to train every day, Qing Ping usually went to look for her, but most of the time, she hid in the grimoire world to train. Especially after Yu Yang left, she did not go out easily. She would never give the enemy a chance to take advantage of her. On the contrary, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and Shui Tanlang went out to play all day without rest. In order to monitor and get close to them, Qing Ping completely put aside this completely harmless sister Lu Yi and focused on joining Fatty Hai and Yi Kong's group. As a tour guide, she led them around White River City in the name of leading the way. Because these fellows were not a threat, Old Iron Anchor was nervous for a few days. Nothing abnormal happened, so he gradually relaxed. At this time, the news of the Queen of Gentle Wind ascending the throne had already spread. White River City's vigilance shifted more towards Green Willow City. Sister Lu Yi, we are going to go fishing at noon. Are you coming? Qing Ping came to Lu Yi every morning as usual. She knew that even if she came early, this diligent sister Lu Yi would definitely be sweating all over from training. At any time, as long as the doorbell puppet's button was pressed, Lu Yi would come out of the grimoire world after sensing that she had disappeared from the outside world. Qing Ping would even suspect that this Lu Yi had secretly sneaked out to be a spy. In fact, she hadn't. After a few days of observation, Qing Ping found that this Lu Yi was really diligent. Every morning, before dawn, this Lu Yi would already get up to train until Qing Ping came to greet her. Then, she would stop to rest for a while, cook her own food, and then continue to train. If she had nothing to do in the morning, she would train. If she had nothing to do at noon, she would train. If she had nothing to do at night, she would continue to train. Qing Ping had never seen anyone more diligent than this Lu Yi in her life. If those so-called training maniacs in White River City were compared to her, they would be so ashamed that they would kill themselves. In response to Qing Ping's question, Lu Yi's explanation was that she was not strong enough, so she had to catch up, otherwise she would drag everyone down. Moreover, Lu Yi said with certainty that she was not the most diligent, and that there were many people who were more diligent than her. Qing Ping did not believe this answer. But she could not see that Lu Yi was lying. In the end, she could only sigh that the people Lu Yi knew were all training maniacs. Later, the reason why she believed Lu Yi a little was that she found out that, including that Fatty Hai who was smiling so cheekily, Yi Kong, Shui Tanlang, Prince of Tian Luo, Li brothers, and the others, all of them were training maniacs. They played very crazily, but when they did not go out to play, training was definitely masochistic. In terms of training time, they could not compare to Lu Yi. But they were definitely extremely diligent people. Alright, that was the tradition of the family. Qing Ping helplessly reported the speechless result to her superior. Training was simply a tradition in these people's hometown. Could it be that they had the habit of immediately sitting down to train when they had nothing to do? After Old Iron Anchor heard the news, it was said that he was speechless for half an hour. Behind the door, Lu Yi was wiping her sweat with a snow-white towel. The fine sweat wetted her forehead, and her soft hair also stuck to her white jade skin, making her look particularly delicate. Her small face, which had just been washed with water, still showed a pink blush. Even though she had just stopped training, her chest was still moving up and down, and she was still panting. Drops of water and sweat interweaved into sparkling crystals, continuously sliding down her small neck. The shallow collarbone could not be kept at all, and then they converged together, drawing long wet marks, sliding into her collar. Even if she washed her face with water, she could not stop it. Her body was hot, and her body was fragrant. Qing Ping was not jealous of the appearance of this younger sister Lu Yi. Compared to the mature Qing Ping, this Lu Yi had not fully grown up yet. She was obviously still a virgin. Although she would definitely be a great beauty in the future, she was still slightly inexperienced now. Moreover, whether it was body transformation techniques or makeup techniques, the hybrid mermaid had absolute confidence in them. However, she was secretly envious of Lu Ye's fresh and natural body fragrance. Lu Ye's body fragrance was not very obvious. Only when she had just finished training and was sweating profusely would she have a feeling of it. It was just that Lu Ye's virgin body fragrance was emitted naturally, and was not the smell of any artificial perfume. From this fragrance, Qing Ping could feel that Lu Ye's body was growing healthily and vigorously, and was full of vitality. An unhealthy or lacking body would not be able to produce such a fragrance. At the same time, this was also the rarest virgin body fragrance, and was completely different from those manufactured perfume. Perfume could be made to captivate the soul, and make a man smell it like a male dog in heat. However, it would never be possible to replicate this virgin fragrance. It had to be natural. Qing Ping rarely smelled this kind of body fragrance from the hybrid mermaid. This was because the hybrid mermaid not only liked perfume, but also matured very early, and had a very open personality. They did not care about the chastity and ethics that human women valued. The outside world did not know much about the hybrid mermaid, and thought that they were very conservative. In reality, they just never showed their other side. Because of the restrictions of ancestral rules and regulations, the hybrid mermaid would only party in the exclusive circle of the hybrid mermaids. Therefore, outsiders, unless they were the old residents of White River City, really did not understand them at all. A few days ago, Fatty Hai was still crying and saying that it was hard to strike up a conversation with the women of White River City. Qing Ping secretly laughed. If this Fatty was a hybrid mermaid, even if he looked like a stupid pig, there would still be countless hybrid mermaid women fighting to have sex with him. Compared to the male hybrid mermaids who looked neither human nor ghost, that damn Fatty at least looked a little like a human, right? Sister Qing Ping is here, I'm not going fishing anymore, I have something to do later. Lu Yi did not expect that in just a few seconds of opening the door and wiping her face, the hybrid mermaid opposite her had already had thousands of thoughts flashing through her mind. Ah, alright. Qing Ping was already used to Lu Yi's rejection. Sister Qing Ping, have fun. Lu Yi nodded politely and was about to close the door. Wait, you want to go out? Qing Ping suddenly reacted. Didn't Lu Yi not go out? Why did she want to go out today? Master came yesterday, today he is going to the Iron Guild and a few places to discuss business. Lu Yi accidentally revealed big news. Qing Ping was stunned for a long time before she asked in surprise, Your master? Is it that Xiao Bai? Ah, sorry, Mr. Yu Yang? He came yesterday, why didn't I know? Other than him, who else came? Master came back alone, and he came back very late. It's normal that you don't know. The higher-ups temporarily transferred a sum of money and a few boxes of colorful gems to let us collect more ores. Lu Yi easily got the information from Qing Ping. Then I wish you success in your work. Do you really not need me to be your guide? Qing Ping hesitated for a moment and asked again. No need, it seems that there is a manager called Xianxia who is making arrangements at the Iron Guild. Lu Yi casually said a name. When Qing Ping heard this name, she immediately smiled, It's a pity that I can't help you. I originally wanted to go and cheer for you, but since there are arrangements, it's fine. I will bring back the spoils of war for you tonight. Although I can't do business, I am an expert in fishing. Sister Lu Yi, I won't bother you anymore. Say hello to Mr. Yu Yang for me. If you have time, let's go shopping together again. Goodbye. Lu Yi closed the door, put the doorbell puppet back to its original position, then summoned her grimoire and returned to her own grimoire. Yu Yang was already waiting inside. When Lu Yi saw him, she cutely stuck out her little pink tongue, So I also know how to lie. That's not a lie. Yu Yang was overjoyed. This little girl didn't know how to lie at all. At most, she didn't tell the whole truth and let the suspicious people misunderstand. Anyway, I've already lied to her. Lu Yi happily rushed in and brought out the breakfast that she had prepared for a long time for Yu Yang. Then, she ran back to take a shower. After washing up, she changed into a fresh warrior suit, combed her hair in front of the mirror, tied up her ponytail, and then quickly walked out. She couldn't wait to rush to his side. Thus, that curled-up ponytail swayed energetically. As she approached the water and snacks that Yu Yang handed over, she quickly ate them. From time to time, she peeked at him from under her long eyelashes. When he looked over, she quickly avoided it. Usually, she didn't have the chance to be alone with him. Now, she really didn't know why, but none of them actually followed him. Only her master and herself were left to go treasure hunting. Lu Yi inexplicably felt a little sweet. After drinking a mouthful of water, it seemed that the water had also become sweet. White River City. The water source around White River City was slightly turbid due to the double pollution of domestic water and machinery factories. This was especially so for the East Gate Pier where there were the most ships. It was even more serious, and some places could be seen black. But as long as they were 3,000 meters away, the water surface would be a large patch of blue. Most of the water in White River was clear. And it was bottomless. Yu Yang and Lu Yi went out and went to the Iron and Steel Guild and a few small shops. After walking around, they only managed to negotiate a very small business. But this was not the main point today. This was just a cover-up. He brought Lu Yi to the iron hut of the Octopus Man boss and the Swordfish Man Blast. He pretended to talk business and understood a little about the information they had gathered. Although the Octopus Man boss and the Swordfish Man Blast were unable to infiltrate the core of the hybrid fishmen and could not gather any important information for the time being, because of their special identities, no one suspected them. And who would know that in Tong Tian Tower, there were existences like the hybrid fishmen that were left in the Heaven Realm? Moreover, the news of Tong Tian Tower had already been cut off a few thousand years ago. So, no one would suspect the identity of the Octopus Man boss and the others. As long as it was a hybrid fishman, in White River City, they were their own traders. Don't worry, some things can't be rushed. We still have enough time. Yu Yang felt that the best choice was to take action at the last moment and accept the fruits of victory. The hybrid fishmen could be allowed to jump around for a few days. The Sun King had already been killed, and the Azure Dragon, the new Water Temple Master, had died without a complete corpse. Why would they be afraid of a mere Tong Tian Tower trader? The Octopus Man boss introduced a few good friends he had made in White River City. These hybrid fishmen patted their chests and said that they would definitely give face to the Octopus Man boss and promised to take care of Yu Yang if there was any business in the future. Seeing how Yu Yang was suddenly so bored that he wanted to go fishing, they laughed even louder. One of them, after pretending to decline, accepted one of the colorful gems from Yu Yang and went out to pull out his family's small yacht, hinting to Yu Yang that he could play with it for a few days. They all thought that Yu Yang was blinded by lust and was ready to take the little beauty Lu Yi out to fish and bask in the sun. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity and even intended to eat the girl's piglet. With the colorful gem as a bribe, they were certainly willing to help the wicked. The yacht wasn't big and could be driven by a single person. Usually, it was rented to couples on the river. There was also a sex room with all kinds of tools. When Yu Yang drove the boat out of the South Gate Pier, the owner of the boat even came out to see him off. He directly greeted the guards he was familiar with, and didn't even need to register at the border. Since they were so cooperative, what else could Yu Yang say? He would head straight for the first seal on the treasure map. Do you need to change into a wetsuit? Lu Yi was still far from the destination, but she was already eager to try. It was rare to go on an adventure with him, so she must perform well. Wetsuit, probably not enough. The waters here are a bit strange. I always feel that there is a strange power hidden under the water, but I am not sure what it is. For safety, you should wear the battle suit. Yu Yang thought for a while. He suggested that Lu Yi change into the battle suit and strengthen her defense, in case something unexpected happened. The battle suit that Yu Yang mentioned was actually a combination of the Angel's Blade designed for Yu Yu and the crystal armor designed by Sickly Beauty. It was the Tong Tian battle armor that was made a while ago. The one that was made for the Flying Dragon Guards in Tong Tian Tower was mass-produced. The rare metals provided by the various races were used to make the bronze-ranked Tong Tian battle armor. The Old Fox, Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai specially made it. It was personally made by Yu Yang and was called silver-ranked. It was estimated that these old fellows did not have the chance to wear it. Anyway, it was just a name. Then there was the battle armor that was made for Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo. It was made with all kinds of attributes. The style was almost the same, but the attributes were different. It was made with the 3 types of mineral crystals, Flame Drop, Thunder Sound and Electric Flower. Coupled with suitable Sky Dragon crystal, it could be said that it was made with Yu Yang's blood and sweat. It could be called the gold-ranked Tong Tian battle armor. Of course, while everyone was praising it, no one knew that these eye-catching designs were actually to satisfy a certain guy from another world who had watched the Saint Seiya. That was why they were named and designed like that. For example, the battle armors of Princess Sisai, fallen flowers, Inan, Yu Bing, Lu Yi, and other beauties, of course they could not be the same as those three. Yu Yang was undoubtedly the most biased guy. He always left the good things for his girls. The one that Lu Yi wanted to change into now was a quasi-saint rank battle armor made with dream ice crystal gold, star soul crystal, eternal sand, and moon gem, which were extremely rare even in the heaven realm. However, although it had reached the quasi-saint rank, Yu Yang was not satisfied. He felt that this was only his first attempt. Yu Yang's biggest ambition was to continue to explore and create a saint rank or even a god rank battle armor in the future to protect his beloved girls well. No one could bully them. Others could only be bullied by them. This was Yu Yang's ambition. Because of the creativity of the Saint Seiya, the guy from another world made this battle armor. Even the lowest level battle armor could be freely transformed. It was just that the appearance might not be too handsome. For example, Fatty Hai and Yi Kong's battle armor could be transformed according to the owner's will. There would not be any aesthetic disputes and body shape conflicts at all. As for Inan, Yu Bing, and Lu Ye's battle armor, Yu Yang was more overbearing. He had already chosen the final form for them. It was impossible for them to freely change their appearance. In other words, no matter how they changed, they would always be outside of Yu Yang's aesthetic standards. He had already designed it long ago. Of course, every time he made a battle armor, he had to repeatedly obtain the girls' opinions and permission. Things like pseudo-democracy still had to be done. Lu Yi was definitely an obedient child. When Yu Yang spoke, she immediately returned to the grimoire world and changed into the incomparably gorgeous moon battle armor. Because a certain wolf had unintentionally thought of evil thoughts when he was designing, this moon battle armor looked extremely tight. There was almost no skin on the outside. Other than the face, the rest of the body was inside the battle armor. However, the overall appearance still looked very sexy. Feeling a little shy, Lu Yi lowered her head and blushed. She stood in front of Yu Yang. She didn't dare to look him in the eyes and subconsciously avoided his gaze. Not bad, some parts are not perfect enough. When I have time next time, I will improve it for you. Yu Yang seemed to be not satisfied with his masterpiece. Actually, it's already very perfect. Lu Yi shook her head shyly. She was actually a little curious. How did he know her body size? Her entire body was wrapped up by the battle armor. There was not a single gap and it was incomparably tight. Could it be that he was more familiar with her body than she was? She didn't dare to think about this question anymore. Even if this thought flashed through her mind, she would feel her body go limp. Anyway, she had already made that kind of decision in her heart. So, even if he knew, it didn't matter. On the contrary, she had to continue to work hard and not be a burden to him. Lu Yi secretly clenched her small fists. She felt that she was already prepared and could go on an adventure with him at any time. Other than herself, there was no one else by his side. She must do her best and do her best to help him succeed. Yu Yang threw a static puppet on the yacht and casually took off his shirt. Lu Yi hurriedly stepped forward and put on a tight diving suit for him, just like how Xianxia usually served him. Yu Yang didn't make his own battle armor. It wasn't because he didn't have enough materials, so he didn't have a set of creation people. It wasn't because he was so great that he put others before himself. It was because Yu Yang was greedy and wanted to snatch other people's saint tier or god tier battle armor. Anyway, he already had the Nirvana battle armor and couldn't wear anything else. If he wanted to wear it in the future, he could just snatch it. For example, there was the 4 god armor among the 6 divine equipment. The beautiful silk fairy of the east said that the 4 god armor was snatched away by Jiwori. Yu Yang's idea was to kill Jiwori and snatch the 4 god armor back. This was more meaningful than wearing it himself. Alright, we're almost at the destination. Let's go. Yu Yang stopped the yacht on the tranquil lake and set up a heaven rune circle on the yacht. Then, he pulled Lu Ye's hand and jumped into the blue waves with her. Lu Ye's heart was beating like a deer, pounding. Actually, she knew that he was just worried that she would be attacked the moment she entered the water, or that she would feel uncomfortable in an unfamiliar environment. So, he wanted to hold her hand. But even so, she felt that her heartbeat couldn't calm down. Yu Yang's hand held hers. There was no need for them to say anything. the heart-connecting knot, was automatically connected to each other. Their thoughts and feelings could resonate with each other at any time. She felt his thoughts flashing and immediately nodded her head habitually. She activated the Moon Battle Robe's attribute conversion skill. The Moon Battle armor was different from the bronze, silver, and gold battle armors. It could be converted into wind, fire, water, earth, ice, lightning, light, dark, and other attributes. However, the main attribute was ice. If the other attributes were converted, the battle power wouldn't be able to reach its peak. If the main attribute was ice, Lu Yi felt that her power would increase by at least 10 times. The Night Empress had once praised this quasi-sage moon battle armor. If it was used properly, it would be more powerful than some saint-rank treasures. After converting to the water attribute, Lu Yi felt the energy barrier around her body flash. Her originally stuffy breathing became smoother. She could already breathe underwater. Moreover, she could breathe freely like a fish. This was the power of the moon battle armor that Yu Yang wasn't satisfied with. After diving for 1,000 meters, the surroundings were already pitch black. Lu Yi looked up as far as she could. With her abilities, she could barely see the light. Looking down, there seemed to be a powerful energy buried under the water. However, she couldn't see the bottom. She didn't know how deep the water was. She wanted to take out the glittering pearl that Hai Yingwu gave her to light up the surroundings. However, Yu Yang hinted her not to do so. Not only that, Yu Yang also used his counterfeit inherent skill and creation domain to hide his and Lu Ye's figures. He carefully held onto her hand and slowly dived down. After diving for another 1,500 meters, they still couldn't reach the bottom. However, even Lu Yi could hear that there was a strange sound underwater. It wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in this quiet underwater. Why would there be sound in this empty bottom of the water? Could this be the location of the seal that was shown on the treasure map? However, that wasn't right. The location of the seal should be 3,000 meters away. Master and I got off the boat earlier. We shouldn't be there yet, right? The source of the sound wasn't too far away. It was probably only 300 to 400 meters away. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to hear it so clearly. After a while, the sound quieted down. It was as if nothing had happened. Yu Yang held on to Lu Yi. He was even more agile than a fish. He slid through the water and reached the vicinity of the source of the sound in a few seconds. Lu Yi couldn't see it herself. However, with Yu Yang's super strong senses, she could also sense the target with her spiritual power. It was an underwater hill that was about 500 meters tall. This is? End of chapter 1016. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.